Where am I? Lu Feng struggled to open his eyes, but could not. He tried to part his lips and accidentally swallowed a mouthful of warm water. The sound of bubbles reached his ears. A voice echoed in his mind. He finally understood. You have activated the Myriad Worlds System. Current world Naruto. Language system automatically mastered. System activated. Myriad Worlds System. Did I die? Am I being reborn now? Am I an amniotic fluid? Lu Feng slowly came to his senses, struggling to understand his current situation. The world of Naruto. I wonder what time period it is and which ninja village I was born in. Lu Feng began pondering the road ahead. What's going on? There's a presence of energy on my mother's body. Could it be chakra? It flows warmly through my body. It seems I can even use this energy to observe the world, perceiving things up to 3 meters away. Let me take a look. The moment Lu Feng gathered chakra within his body, a powerful drowsiness overcame him and he sank back into darkness. He did not know how much time had passed before Lu Feng's consciousness slowly awakened once more. He quickly used chakra to examine himself and found that his hands were now hugging his knees. His body had grown significantly larger. Last time I used chakra, I couldn't handle the energy and fainted. I need to be more careful in the future. Each time Lu Feng awakened, he carefully felt the flow of chakras circulating within his body. 1 month later. You have mastered the circulation of chakra. Congratulations on comprehending the chakra cultivation method. Chakra cultivation method LV. 1. You can increase your chakra through cultivation. You are currently in the fetal stage. You can strengthen your chakra by absorbing nutrients from your mother. Congratulations on comprehending your first skill. Growth. 1. The system finally made a move. In the darkness, Lu Feng grinned, only to accidentally swallow a mouthful of amniotic fluid, choking and kicking his little legs. Without hesitation, Lu Feng immediately added the growth point to his chakra cultivation. Chakra cultivation method LV. 2. You can slightly increase your chakra through cultivation. Cultivating from the womb, I'll punch Konoha and stomp on Sand Village. With that thought, Lu Feng began guiding his mother's chakra to circulate within his body one cycle after another. After a few cycles, the chakra began circulating on its own without his guidance. 1 month later. In a courtyard of the Uchiha clan compound. Honey, you said you felt chakra in our child's body. Will there be any problem? Uchiha Yu asked his wife Uchiha Karen with a worried expression. His concern was not unfounded. Over the past month, his wife had eaten more than a member of the Akimichi clan would. Yet she remained thin, and never before had there been a case of an unborn child cultivating chakra. Uchiha Karen stroked her belly with a loving smile and glared at Uchiha Yu. You're the one with the problem. I already went to the ninja hospital. Even the doctors hadn't seen this case. They all gathered around to look. Later, Lady Tsunade arrived and personally examined me and said there's no problem. Lady Tsunade also said our child is a genius. Because he's already started cultivating chakra, he needs more nutrients, which is why I eat so much. She then kicked Uchiha Yu again. You're the one who's like the Akimichi clan. Learn to talk properly. Uchiha Yu, lightly kicked by his wife, leaned his face in with a silly grin and asked nervously, really? Lady Tsunade examined personally. Our child is a genius. Uchiha Karen nodded and took out a list from her pocket. Lady Tsunade told me to supplement my nutrition properly so the baby can develop better. I want to eat these tonight. Got it. Uchiha Yu snatched the list with one hand and laughed happily. Leave it to me. Haha, our child is a genius. He then kissed Uchiha Karen on the cheek and rushed off in a flurry to buy ingredients. Watching her hurried husband, Uchiha Karen lowered her head, smiling as she stroked her belly. Baby mommy will try her best to eat well and give you enough nutrition so you can grow up safe and healthy. Lu Feng heard Uchiha Karen's words clearly as she stroked her belly. That's great. Each time chakra circulated within him, Lu Feng would feel hungry and unconsciously draw energy from the umbilical cord. He had been worried about whether this would harm his mother's body. Now he hoped she would eat more so he could eat his fill too. At the same time, he pondered the conversation between this body's parents in his mind. The Uchiha clan. I wonder what year it is now. Has Uchiha Itachi been born yet? If he's already joined the Umbu, won't I be born straight in a hell mode? And that old dog Danzo, eyeing the Uchiha clan like a hawk. The first thing after birth is to gather intelligence. Find out what year it is and how much time I have. I have the Myriad Worlds System and can add points to my skills. If I can't change the Uchiha clan's history, I'd be too much of a failure. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Feng began cultivating his chakra once more. 2 months later. After one circulation of chakra within his body, the system's voice sounded. Your chakra has broken through to grade G apprentice level. Congratulations on leveling up. Reward growth. 1. Due to your diligent practice, the chakra cultivation method has become more proficient. Skill level 1, current level chakra cultivation method LV3. Wonderful. Chakra cultivation has finally entered the beginner stage. Lu Feng thought in his mind, system, what is the next level? Grade F, Genin level. So I haven't even reached the Genin level yet. Lu Feng felt a little disappointed. If his thoughts were known, others would be utterly shocked. Reaching the apprentice level of chakra was something only children around 10 years old could achieve. Even the genius Kakashi only became a Genin at the age of 5. Sometime later, Lu Feng groggily opened his eyes. This was the first time in a long while he had used his eyes to observe the world. A doctor wearing a white mask looked at Lu Feng with suspicion and flicked the sole of his foot. Lu Feng frowned, not wanting to deal with her. Slap. Lu Feng was held up by his feet and smacked on the bottom. He had no choice but to pout. Wah, wah, wah. Congratulations, it's a boy. Mother and child are safe. The midwife Tsukuyomi smiled at the pale and weary Uchiha Karen. Let me see. Let me see. Uchiha Karen said weakly, her pale lips slightly cracked. She reached out and poked Lu Feng's chubby little cheeks, smiling from the bottom of her heart. Huh. This child's chakra is almost reaching genin level. Tsukuyomi reacted, her eyes wide. She quickly used medical ninjutsu to examine the baby's condition. His heart beat strongly and chakra circulated in a self-sustaining cycle within his body. Lady Tsunade also said my child is a genius. Uchiha Karen said as she played with Lu Feng's little hand and brought it to her lips for a kiss. A genius of the Uchiha clan. Kawali, let me hold him too. Uchiha Yayu had been waiting outside the delivery room. The moment he heard the baby's cry, he hurried inside. Unable to resist, he reached out a finger and teased the baby, grinning happily. So beautiful, born with jet black hair and such chubby little cheeks. Uchiha Huali covered her mouth with a light laugh. Look at you. Go and let everyone see our child. They've waited long enough. Before long, Uchiha Yayu brought several familiar Uchiha clansmen to the hospital room. Look, my son. Isn't he handsome? Uchiha Yayu held Lu Feng and kept playing with him. Have you thought of a name? Asked a man with a middle-parted hairstyle and signature tear lines on his face. I've had it for ages. His name is Feng, Uchiha Feng. Good, isn't it? Uchiha Yayu said, kissing Lu Feng's little cheek as he spoke to the man. Not bad, not bad. Uchiha Feng, huh? Decent. The name carries wind in it, doesn't it? Lu Feng thought about it. Being given that name really was fate, and rather nice. By the way, Fugaku Itachi just turned 1 month old, right? Uchiha Yayu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. So this man was Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Sasuke and Itachi. From the conversation, Itachi had also just been born, which meant there was still plenty of time to change the Uchiha clan's fate. Uchiha Fugaku reached out and gently pinched Lu Feng's cheek. You have to admit, a baby's skin really feels wonderful. After playing with him for a while, Uchiha Fugaku said, then let the two of them learn ninjutsu together. It's good for them to have a playmate. Uchiha Yayu nodded and agreed. Uchiha Huali leaned against the bed smiling. Give him to me. Little Feng must be hungry. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Uchiha Feng had just reached his 1 month mark. After birth, with no more maternal chakra circulating through his body, Uchiha Feng's own rate of condensing and extracting chakra slowed somewhat with his tiny body alone. Uchiha Feng furrowed his tiny brow and held his milk bottle as he thought, just as I expected. Without an external chakra supply, the rate of my chakra growth has dropped. But at least my own chakra is much easier to handle and far more solid. Gulping down big mouthfuls of milk, Uchiha Feng could not help but burp. Keep training. I still don't know what triggers the system's rewards. In recent days, Uchiha Feng's energy consumption had been huge because of chakra training, and breast milk alone was not enough. Uchiha Huali had specially asked the medical team to prepare some milk formula for him, so he could recover energy quickly. Uchiha Feng's growth rate stunned the medical team once again. Yumi Okita even asked Uchiha Huali whether a tailed beast was sealed inside the child. Uchiha Huali angrily set her hands on her hips and said to Yumi Okita, my child is simply a genius. Lady Tsunade herself has examined him. A few more days passed. Your chakra has reached the current limit of your physique. Please strengthen your physique. Character attribute system activated. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng. Age 36 days. Attributes: Strength 0. 1 Agility 0. 1 Constitution 0. 2 Spirit 0. 5. Chakra Natures Fire Earth. Kekki Genkai Sharingan Current Progress 0. 1 Lava Release Current Progress 0. Skill Chakra Refining Method LV3. Remaining Growth Points 1. Note: from the host's first birthday onward, the Myriad Worlds System will grant 1 drawing opportunity. Items are random. Myriad Worlds System privilege can plunder and fuse bloodlines, powers, abilities, and so on. Limited to once per world. Uchiha Feng waved his tiny arm and sighed, what a weakling. Strength is only 0. 1. System: is there any way to improve my physique? Answering requires 100 world essence. Current world essence 0. Myriad Worlds Plunder System activated. Reward 100 world essence. World essence detected. Essence Lottery System activated. Based on the host's current condition, the most suitable body tempering technique is recommended. Searching. Complete. You have obtained a new technique, Ijin Jing. The system's actions shocked Uchiha Feng, and he hurriedly asked what world essence was. It is the world's feedback obtained by altering the original timeline and changing the course of the world. After the original plotline has been changed, the system will automatically tally and release it. Uchiha Feng nodded and began to examine the new technique that had appeared in his mind. Ijin Jing LV1. A treasured post-celestial art of Shaolin. Practitioners can slightly enhance their 5 senses and greatly improve their physical constitution. It also has a certain chance of producing true qi. Ijin Jing can greatly enhance one's foundation and has the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow. This message is provided free of charge. Adjusted according to the rules of this world, true qi will automatically be converted into chakra. The system thoughtfully issued a reminder. An ancient-looking book appeared in his mind. When he focused his spirit on the book, a tiny figure suddenly appeared within his mind, flashing and leaping as it practiced Ijin Jing. Shortly after, the figure disappeared, and Uchiha Feng delightedly discovered that every move of Jing had been etched into his memory. Let's test the effect. His physique urgently needed improvement before it could hold even more chakra. Carefully following the memories in his mind, he arranged his body into a strange posture and used his spiritual energy to guide chakra along the technique's circulation route, slowly moving it through his meridians. A numb, itchy sensation spread through his body. Gritting his teeth, he persisted and completed one full cycle. The new technique was guiding his chakra along a completely new route through his body. With every breath, a sliver of energy from heaven and earth blended and merging into his own chakra. So this is why my chakra can increase. The new technique gave Uchiha Feng a sensation he had never felt before. It actually let him sense the energy between heaven and earth and convert it into his own chakra. Enduring the soreness and numbness, he ran another full cycle and made yet another discovery. As his chakra circulated, it would leak out a little and nourish his physical body. He glanced at the system. Although the values had not changed, yet a small green plus sign appeared after every attribute. It seemed an increase wasn't far off. There was still one growth point left, and Uchiha Feng spent it on Jing without a second thought. Jing LV2. Riding the surge of the level up, Uchiha Feng seized the moment and ran another cycle. His bones crackled. He let out a long breath and actually exhaled a stream of white mist like air. It felt as if he had just taken a hot bath. His whole body was wonderfully refreshed. Though his body was a little exhausted, Uchiha Feng's heart was wild with excitement. Jing's effect on his physique was immediate and visible. His once stagnant total chakra began to rise again. Within a few years, his physique and chakra would reach a terrifying height. He might even be able to fight a tailed beast head-on. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. A shifty-eyed figure carrying a baby, just over 2 months old, walked in and set the baby down beside Uchiha Feng. Itachi, play with your little brother for a while. I'll be right back. He could not help but touch Itachi's tender little face. So small, so adorable. Uchiha Feng clearly forgot that he himself was also small and adorable. Wah wah wah. Uchiha Itachi stared with wide eyes and burst into loud cries. So it turns out that even Itachi used to wail just like that when he was little. Ever since Uchiha Feng learned the Jing, he practiced it every day without pause. Finally, on this day, the system's notification chime arrived. Your chakra has broken through to F rank Jinin level. Congratulations on your level up. Reward growth point 1. Through your diligent training, your chakra cultivation method has grown more refined. Skill level 1. Your chakra training art has reached LV4. The newly gained growth point was also added to the Jing, raising it to LV3. When circulating the Jing, the chakra within his body turned noticeably more violent, fiercely absorbing energy from the environment. His body was also undergoing subtle transformations. At 2 months old, Uchiha Feng could walk on his own, and by 3 months he could run. Startled, Uchiha Huali immediately called the medical team to check on him. When Lady Tsunade heard about such an astonishing case, she actively rushed over to carefully examine Uchiha Feng's condition. Only after Tsunade guaranteed it with a pat on her chest did Uchiha Huali finally relax. From then on, Uchiha Feng began darting around the clan's territory. Because he was still too young, his throat not yet fully developed, and because he refused to learn to babble like an infant, Uchiha Feng had never spoken a word. This worried Uchiha Yeyu to the point of distraction. Day after day, he followed at Feng's heels, trying to teach him to speak. Uchiha Feng ignored him, slipped into the tall grass, and hid his small body away. Sharingan current progress 1. Lava release current progress 0. 1. So far he had no way to access any ninjutsu, so the growth of his Kekkei Genkai was almost 0. The Jing, however, had improved his physical constitution by a large margin. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng. Age 3 months, 15 days. Attributes: Strength 0. 7. Agility 0. 7. Constitution 1. 1. Mental Power 0. 7. Aside from the several months of ordinary growth, his strength and agility had increased a full 7-fold. Condensing chakra into his hands and feet, Uchiha Feng climbed up a tree. Lying on a branch, he idly looked at the sky and sighed, thinking how much better a pollution-free planet was. The sky was so blue and the clouds seemed close enough to catch with a wave of his hand. I'm still too young. Even at full capacity, I can only circulate the technique through 3 complete cycles each day. If I forced it any further, my meridians would sting unbearably and the chakra I gathered would scatter into the air. Though a little helpless and unsatisfied, he knew such matters could not be forced. He could only advance steadily, 1 step at a time. Oh, I really want to go out and explore. Unfortunately, that old geezer Danzo has his eyes on me. And my old man is such a big mouth. He's bound to brag to everyone he meets about having a genius son. Danzo is probably already scheming about something. I really want to try Ichiraku ramen. I keep wondering what the ramen tastes like. Have you heard? There's a genius in the village. The sound of conversation drifted from beneath the tree. I've heard. One person replied. Uchiha Feng grinned secretly. They were praising him right to his face, and hearing it so directly made his face feel a little hot. Yeah, I heard he's that man's son. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at just 5. And now at only 6, he's already a chunin. Actually, I don't think that man did anything wrong. If it were me. Uchiha Feng scratched his head. Were they talking about Hatake Kakashi? And the man they meant, was he Konoha's white Fang? Speaking of that, Konoha's white Feng Tsukuyomi Hatake had abandoned a mission to save his teammates. As a result, the villagers all condemned him. Rumors hounded him into committing suicide, and even his teammates failed to understand him. Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, a true prodigy of Konoha. An even greater genius is right above your heads, and you don't even know it. Uchiha Feng crossed his legs, swinging them leisurely as he thought. A mischievous urge rising, Uchiha Feng mobilized his chakra and flipped down from the tree trunk. The chakra on his feet stuck to the trunk as he reached out and patted one of them on the shoulder. Huh. The man looked back in confusion and said to the other, "Why did you pat my shoulder?" Huh. The other man also looked baffled. "I didn't." After patting that man's shoulder, Uchiha Feng had flashed back up to hide behind the tree trunk. Seeing the two men scratch their heads, Uchiha Feng repeated the trick, patting the other man on the shoulder. Huh. The man grew a little angry. "I told you I didn't pat you. Why did you pat me?" Huh. Finally, the two sensed that something was off. One of them quietly activated his Sharingan, and it was actually a two-tomo Sharingan. "Got you." Seeing how small Uchiha Feng was, the man assumed he was a monkey from the territory and reached out to grab him. Uchiha Feng swung his small hands, deflecting the man's arm. With a push from his lower body, he leaped and landed squarely on the man's head. It's little Feng. They finally saw who had been playing tricks on them. Uchiha Feng, the son Uchiha Yayu bragged about to everyone, claiming to have a genius child, seemed to be the real deal after all. "How old are you? You can already control chakra that well and climb trees?" one man asked in astonishment. Uchiha Feng extended a finger and slowly made the sign for 3. 3 years old. Because his appetite was huge and he exercised accordingly, Uchiha Feng was nearly a meter tall when standing upright. He shook his head and held up 3 fingers again. The other man couldn't bear to watch anymore. "You're an idiot. We even visited after Huali gave birth. He's 3 months old." "What? 3 months?" The man did not believe it. The tomo in his eyes spun as he looked at Uchiha Feng. "This chakra, it's already surpassed the Genin's." Uchiha Feng nodded and grinned. "It's true after all. The Uchiha clan really has produced a genius. He's only 3 months old and has this much chakra. In a few more years, won't he reach the level of a Jonin?" Seeing the two staring in shock, Uchiha Feng nodded with satisfaction. "No one can be called a genius in front of me. Not even Kakashi. You have changed history and become the youngest genius of Konohagakure. Reward 10 World Essence Points. Reward 1 Random Draw. Drawing. You have obtained Marine 6 Styles, Iron Body. Marine 6 Styles, Iron Body, LV1. Greatly increases one's physical defense, making one's muscles as hard as steel. However, one cannot move freely while using it." Uchiha Feng grinned widely. So even seizing the title of Konoha's genius from Kakashi brought rewards. He could hardly wait to test Iron Body. The muscles all over his body suddenly swelled up, turning hard as steel. Uchiha Feng rubbed his head. He needed to find an opportunity to learn taijutsu. In the blink of an eye, 9 months had passed, and Uchiha Feng was already 1 year old. Time had also arrived at the 46th year of Konoha, and the Third Ninja War was about to break out. After these months of growth, with the aid of the Ijin Jing in his supplementary training, his attributes had grown rapidly. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng. Age 1 year 1 month. Attributes: Strength 4, Agility 4, Constitution 5, Spirit 7. Chakra: Nature, Fire, Earth. Kekkei Genkai Sharingan, Progress 30, Lava Release, Progress 1. Skills: Chakra Training Method, LV4. Ijin Jing, LV3. 6 Powers: Iron Body, LV2. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, LV1. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, LV1. Note: since the host turned 1 year old, the Myriad Heavens system will provide 1 draw opportunity. Random item. Myriad Heavens system privilege: can plunder and fuse bloodlines, powers, abilities, etc. Limited to once per world. Today he was finally about to turn 1 year old. Uchiha Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. Ding! The host has reached 1 year of age and obtained a chance to draw. He grinned happily and muttered inwardly, "System, start the draw." Ding! Drawing. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained 1 Bloodline Enhancement Pill. Bloodline Enhancement Pill can raise a Kekkei Genkai ability by 1 level. What a trump card. Uchiha Feng looked at the pitch black pill in his hand and suppressed the urge to eat it immediately. If it's 1 tomo, eating it will turn it into 2 tomo. If it's 3 tomo, will it directly evolve into the Mangekyō Sharingan. As it stands, it's better to wait until the Sharingan reaches the eternal Mangekyō realm than eat it to become the Rinnegan. That way the gain is greatest. He silently calculated in his mind and carefully stored the pill. Uchiha Feng pulled his father's hand and said with a pleading look, "Dad, I want to learn taijutsu. Find me a taijutsu teacher." Uchiha Yayu lovingly rubbed his son's head and nodded, saying, "Sure. I'll find you a taijutsu teacher from within the Uchiha clan. Do you still remember Daddy's friend? It's that Uchiha Fugaku who often came by before." Uchiha Feng nodded. Of course, he knew Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Itachi and Sasuke. By now, Uchiha Feng's name had spread throughout the entire village of Konoha, especially because at 1 year old, he could actually perform a C-rank ninjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Thanks to Uchiha Yayu's big mouth, he told everyone he met that his son was a genius and insisted on dragging people over to watch his son perform ninjutsu. What a helpless situation. His mouth was almost burnt. He had wanted to lie low and develop quietly after all. The Uchiha clan had made many enemies in Konoha. Shaking his head, Uchiha Feng spoke up. Do you know a man named Might Due? Uchiha Yeyu frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I think I've heard of such a person. He's a genin, right? He's been a genin for decades. What do you want him for? To learn taijutsu. Uchiha Feng smiled. Don't underestimate him. His taijutsu teaching is extraordinary. Uchiha Yeyu scratched his head in puzzlement and said, since you're so insistent, I'll ask someone to check. Uchiha Yeyu simply thought his son was fooling around, having heard this genin's name from some playmate, and now throwing a tantrum to learn taijutsu from him. However, even though the man was a genin, teaching taijutsu probably wouldn't cause any mistakes. He could just watch over them secretly. Moreover, training in taijutsu required enduring hardship. Although his son was exceptionally talented, he was still young and had a child's nature. He probably couldn't last 2 days before being attracted by something else fun. So he agreed very generously. Uchiha Yeyu lovingly rubbed Uchiha Feng's head and said, let's go. It's time for your herbal bath today. Can I skip it? Uchiha Feng's little face instantly turned bitter like a bitter gourd, and he said coquettishly, no, you must go. Uchiha Yeyu rarely put on a stern face and said seriously. The herbal bath was a secret formula unique to the Uchiha clan, using many precious medicinal materials to enhance the physiques of clan members. This was a privilege exclusive to great clans. Civilian families simply couldn't afford such a huge expense. Even Uchiha Yeyu could only enjoy an herbal bath once every 6 months. Thanks to his father, the entire village now knew Uchiha Feng was a genius, and the clan's resources began to tilt toward him, allowing him to enjoy an herbal bath once a week. But for 3 days after this herbal bath, his body would always emit a strange smell. Although it was bearable, Uchiha Feng, who had the Jing to cultivate, wasn't so eager about the herbal bath. With a stern face, Uchiha Yeyu dragged Uchiha Feng to take the herbal bath. Uchiha Feng was stripped naked like a little monkey, looking helplessly at the bathtub glowing green before him. He bared his teeth, pinched his nose, and reluctantly jumped down. Plop. In an instant, a warmth enveloped his body, as if he had returned to the days inside his mother's womb. If only it weren't for that smell. The fatigue in his body was swept away, and an energy different from chakra flowed through his meridians, repairing injuries and strengthening his physique. He opened his status panel. Behind strength, constitution, and agility, there was an extra small green plus sign. The herbal bath's effect really is immediate. After each bath, if I train hard afterwards, that little plus sign becomes a real attribute point. Uchiha Feng lay in the tub, carefully sensing the changes in his body. Iron body after a period of training has increased by 1 level to LV2. For now, even a Chunin's punch I can withstand. Speaking of which, Might Guy is probably training taijutsu with Might Due right now. Bored, he submerged his head into the water and blew a few bubbles. Suddenly remembering something, he sat up from the herbal bath. Sloppy. The smell will be even harder to get out of my hair. Next time I come, I must wear a shower cap. By the riverside, Uchiha Fu finally got his wish, training taijutsu under Myriad Dai. The assembly time was 8 o'clock. Uchiha Fu had eaten over a dozen steamed buns and drank a large glass of milk well in advance, then strolled to the meeting point with a satisfied burp. I've finally arrived. Am I the last one? By the river, a youth with a bowl-cut hairstyle and wearing a green training GI was doing push-ups, chanting non-stop, 997, 998, 999. 1000. He sprang up in a flash and grinned, slapping the shoulder of a youth beside him with white hair covering half his face. Madokai. Kakashi. Uchiha Fu narrowed his eyes. Madokai being here was expected, but he hadn't anticipated Kakashi's presence. Oh, where did this little kid come from? Here, let big brother give you candy. Madokai, spotting Uchiha Fu, mistook him for some random child and reached out to pinch his cheek. Careful. A gleam flashed in Kakashi's eyes as he warned. Careful about what? Some kids. Madokai gave a thumbs up, baring his white teeth in a grin. He's far stronger than you. Kakashi spoke with a grave expression. What? How is that possible? Madokai stared at Uchiha Fu in utter disbelief. Uchiha Fu lifted his chin proudly. At this point, Madokai hadn't yet graduated from the ninja academy and wasn't an official ninja, whereas Uchiha Fu, through his relentless practice of the Jing, had already mastered ninjutsu and was indeed stronger than Madokai. A boy from the Uchiha clan. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Uchiha Fu as if surveying a formidable rival. Relax. Uchiha Fu waved his hand dismissively. Just the 3 of us. Madokai nodded, then turned to Kakashi and asked, unable to contain himself, is he really stronger than me? Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Fu formed hand seals and unleashed the fire release jutsu toward the river. Boom. The great fireball collided with the water, triggering a violent explosion that drenched Madokai in spray. Kakashi had already taken cover at a distance. Uchiha Fu raised an eyebrow, gesturing silently. See, isn't that impressive? Madokai wrung water from his clothes and gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Looks like I need to double my efforts. Let my youth burn. Watching Madokai suddenly ignite with passion, Kakashi helplessly shrugged. Uchiha Fu scratched his head. Has Sensei Mado Dai not arrived yet? Bang. A deafening crash echoed from afar, followed by rolling plumes of thick smoke. From within the thick smoke, a dark figure soared high into the air, executed a backflip, and landed before the 3 of them. Tada. Of course I arrived first. I've been waiting for you all this time. Keep it up, boys. clad in a green tight training suit with two thick dark eyebrows, a raised thumb, and grinning teeth that sparkled. Cough. Kakashi cleared his throat lightly. I knew you were hiding there all along. Huh. Mado Dai scratched his head awkwardly. Really? Regardless, let us begin the special training. Mado Dai faced the rising sun, right hand flashing a thumbs-up, teeth gleaming, holding that pose motionless. Alright, let's start the special training, Kakashi said eagerly. Mado Dai remained motionless, so Kakashi asked in confusion, Sensei Mado Dai. Maintaining his pose, Mado Dai turned to Mado Kai and asked, cool right? Doesn't it radiate the spirit of youth? Mado Kai was instantly moved to tears, wailing, it's the breath of youth. Uchiha Fu exchanged a helpless glance with Kakashi. So cool, he exclaimed, extending his right hand to flash a thumbs up as well. Mado Dai burst into hearty laughter. The Uchiha boy truly understands the meaning of youth. Kakashi, you're far too mature. You should act more like a young man. Kakashi scratched his head in silence. Now let us begin today's training. The first exercise is to learn this celebration pose and feel the spirit of youth. Upon hearing this, Mado Kai howled with excitement and ran to the riverside to strike the same pose. Sensei Mado Dai. Uchiha Fu couldn't hold back. This gesture is only performed after achieving victory. We must first strengthen ourselves. Mado Dai nodded. Yes, very logical. Good. Then let us begin with taijutsu training. Uchiha Fu let out a long sigh, thinking to himself how disgraceful this pose was. Far too shameful, not even worth a passing thought. Mado Dai pulled out a pile of weighted wristbands and leg bands from his backpack. These weighted wristbands and leg bands, you must wear them on all four limbs and are not to remove them until training is complete. With that, Mado Dai tossed the wristbands onto the ground. Crash! The ground quivered slightly, emitting a thunderous sound. How heavy is each wristband? Kakashi asked curiously. 100 kilograms each. I have heavier ones if you need them. Kakashi hastily shook his head. Absurd. 4 would total 400 kilograms. His expertise lay in ninjutsu, not taijutsu. Uchiha Fu grabbed the wristbands and equipped them. Thud. He lost his footing and collapsed onto his back, limbs pinned beneath the weights, utterly immobilized. Mado Kai chuckled at the sight and said, you may be a genius, but when it comes to taijutsu, I surpass you. With that, he donned his own. Thud. Thud. Kakashi and Mado Kai landed beside Uchiha Fu, all sprawled on their backs like overturned turtles. Sensei Mado Dai, these are rather heavy. Could we switch to lighter ones? Uchiha Fu struggled to his feet, chakra surging wildly within his body. Mado Kai and Kakashi, seeing Uchiha Fu rise, gritted their teeth and pushed themselves up as well. Mado Dai, upon witnessing this, struck his signature pose again, as I suspected. Youth is all about passion. I believe in you, boy. Kakashi bit his teeth and retorted, what does this have to do with youth? Let our youth burn. Time to run. Mado Dai, having said this, revealed the wristbands strapped to his limbs. Each of mine weighs 500 kilograms. With that, he began sprinting alongside the river. Keep up, boys. Uchiha Fu gritted his teeth and stumbled after him. Mado Kai howled and crawled forward on all fours. Kakashi remained prone on the ground, unable to rise at all. Mado Dai sprinted over, seized Kakashi's wrist, and declared, 8 trigrams, Inner Sun Palace. First gate open. 8 gates release, first gate open. Uchiha Feng's heart stirred. Here it was the ultimate divine technique. A surge of powerful, fierce chakra poured into the three of them, sending their chakra swirling violently. He felt a soft pop inside his body, as if some switch had been flipped. Uchiha Feng instantly sensed that the weight in his hands had grown far lighter. No, it wasn't that the weight had lessened. His own strength had increased immensely. Congratulations. You have comprehended the first gate of the 8 gates, the gate of opening. 8 gates release, LV1 gate of opening. The first gate removes the body's restrictions on chakra, unleashing the energy within one's flesh. It allows the user to exert 100 of their physical capability, overdrawing their own energy to greatly enhance attack speed. It also unlocks the subsidiary technique, Front Lotus. Kakashi stared at Might Dai in disbelief, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, is this my body being strengthened? Might Dai burst into laughter and gave a thumbs up. That's right. This is the ultimate taijutsu secret I developed, the 8 gates release. Impressive, isn't it? Hearing this, Might Dai wept by the riverside. This is so youthful. I'm brimming with power now. The 4 of them ran along the riverbank under the morning sun. Huff, huff, huff. Even with Might Dai's help, Kakashi was struggling. Might Dai Sensei, does this secret technique you unlocked for us consume a lot of chakra? Kakashi panted heavily, bracing his hands on his knees. Might Dai struck a pose and extended his thumb. Indeed, once the 8 gates are opened, your chakra consumption doubles, but your power doubles along with it. Kakashi said helplessly, my chakra, huff, huff, is running out. Let's take a break. Uchiha Feng pursed his lips. So Kakashi had been this frail, even as a kid. Uchiha Feng's own chakra was nearly depleted, but the Ijin Jing within him spun wildly, drawing energy from the environment. His chakra was constantly drained, then replenished. Drained and replenished, his meridians slowly expanded and strengthened. It seemed he was gradually growing accustomed to the state of the first gate. Keep going. Might Dai patted Kakashi on the shoulder and continued running, stumbling forward. Uchiha Feng waved his hand, signaling for Kakashi to keep up. Kakashi gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand how Uchiha Feng, so young, could endure such intense training. What a monster. Is this the Uchiha clan? Kakashi gritted his teeth and caught up with the group. After running 20 kilometers in weighted gear, the three collapsed by the riverside. Might Dai said energetically, already at your limit. You've already surpassed my expectations. I originally planned for just 5 kilometers of weighted running today. Kakashi rolled his eyes, too exhausted to even speak. Guy removed the wrist weights and swung his arms. I'm full of energy. I want to keep training. Uchiha Feng said nothing but jabbed him in the thigh, making Guy jerk with a start. Ow ow ow, cramp. Might Dai nodded. That's enough for today. You've all reached your limit. Uchiha Feng grinned, weakly panting heavily. Though the training was exhausting, it was incredibly effective. This trip had been well worth it. Might Dai never expected that after using his chakra to open the first gate for Uchiha Feng, the boy would actually master this taijutsu secret on his own. His strength and agility also increased by 0.1. Feeling his aching body, Uchiha Feng circulated the Ijin Jing to recover from fatigue. Might Dai vanished in an instant, and after resting for a while, the three youths slowly sat up. I want to get something to eat. I just finished a C-rank mission, and the reward is generous. Kakashi pulled out his wallet, tossed it lightly, and said to Guy, Humph. So what if you graduated early? Once my clone technique is up to standard, I'll be taking missions in no time. Guy said stubbornly, I'm going to keep training my taijutsu. I won't head back yet. What about you? Are you going back? I'll buy you some milk. Kakashi said to Uchiha Feng, you're treating. Besides, I stopped drinking milk long ago. Don't look down on me. Uchiha Feng had recovered enough to climb to his feet. Is that so? Then I'm sorry. I'll treat today. Kakashi, we finally found you. Geez. As soon as they returned to the village, 2 small figures waved their arms and called out to Kakashi. Uchiha Feng squinted, recognized them. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. Kakashi, where did you run off to this morning? Minato-sensei kept asking about you. Did you sneak off to slack off somewhere? Watch out. This genius will soon surpass you. Obito chattered noisily. Oh, who's this? How adorable. Would you like some candy, little one? Rin spotted Uchiha Feng beside Kakashi. Seeing his fair skin and rosy lips like a little jade doll, she couldn't resist teasing him. Uchiha Feng's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, my name is Uchiha Feng. Pleased to meet you. Uchiha. Rin asked, curiously, unable to resist nudging Obito's arm. You two are from the same clan. Huh. Obito said in surprise, is that little Feng? I went to see you right after you were born. I can't believe you've grown so big already. Hello, Obito and I. Uchiha Feng said obediently. Haha, not bad, not bad. Uchiha Obito planted his hands on his hips and laughed. From now on, feel free to come find me in the clan. I'll teach you ninjutsu. I'm really strong, you know. Kakashi couldn't resist deflating him. Obito, who knows? You might not even be as strong as little Feng. Impossible. Obito blurted out, fuming. Kakashi, you're lying to me again. I'm not. We trained with Might Dai Sensei this morning. Taijutsu training. No way. Can little Feng even keep up? Obito looked incredulous. Kakashi, you've got to be lying. That's impossible. Uchiha Feng pulled up his sleeve, revealing the wrist weights he was still wearing. Obito and I want to give them a try. They're great for the body. Why are you still wearing those? Kakashi didn't understand. From the riverbank all the way to the village, even though he hadn't been sprinting, he had already taken his weights off, and he still felt weak. Yet this boy. Yeah, I felt I could hold on a little longer, so I kept them on. Uchiha Feng took off the wrist weights and immediately felt as light as a swallow, as if inexhaustible strength filled his body. He tossed the weights to Obito, who hurriedly caught them with both hands, only to stagger from their sudden weight. Damn it. Obito lost his balance and his face. Gritting his teeth, he said, I just wasn't ready. I can train with these weights on too. Alright. Rin's eyes curved into thin lines as she said with a smile, our Obito is the best. A single day of training increased my strength and agility by 0.1. My body feels like it's brimming with inexhaustible energy. The medicinal bath's energy has been fully utilized too. Looks like I shouldn't resist it so much next time. The Ijin Jing truly lives up to its name as the pinnacle of external cultivation techniques. It can restore the damage from opening the 8 gates so quickly. Feeling his chakra, Uchiha Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his total chakra reserve had increased once again. It seems training the body is the right path. Only by continuously forging the flesh can one enhance the body's capacity to harbor chakra. Uchiha Feng thought, gleefully, ceaselessly breaking past his own limits, then using the Ijin Jing to recover chakra and circulate it through a full cycle, steadily raising his total chakra capacity. I've only learned the first gate of the 8 gates released formation. Who knows when I'll master all 8. Consume 100 world essence to upgrade the 8 gates released formation to master level. The system thoughtfully sent a prompt. Uchiha Feng looked at his remaining world essence balance and almost shed tears. Forget it, I'll just learn from Might Due instead. Uchiha Feng had more time than he knew what to do with these days. Besides eating, he spent most of his time sleeping or training. Uchiha Karen often worried that he wasn't enjoying a proper childhood, but he would always grin and reassure her. Xiao Feng, let's go. Kakashi is treating us today. We're going to eat him out of house and home. Rin said with a smile, squinting her eyes as she tugged Uchiha Feng's little hand. Xiao Feng is so cute. Ignoring Uchiha Feng's protests, Rin pinched his chubby little cheeks. Rin, I'm cute too. Obito leaned in, sticking his face out for Rin to pinch. What are you butting in for? Rin said, exasperated, and kicked Obito. You're biased. Obito pouted then reached out and pinched Uchiha Feng's cheek as well. Xiao Feng's cheeks really are soft. Uchiha Feng slapped his hand away. Pretty girls can pinch, but you can't. Obito leaned in slyly and whispered, such a little pervert at such a young age. Oof, you're the pervert. Rin kicked Obito again. Kakashi watched the three of them bickering and couldn't help but facepalm. Oh my god. Speaking of perverts, Kakashi suddenly scratched his head. Huh. The three turned to look at him in confusion. Kakashi pointed at the roof of the hot spring inn in the distance. What is that guy doing? Damn it. There's a pervert. Obito said indignantly stomping his foot. How careless. He's not even hiding it. On the roof of the hot spring inn, Jiraiya held up a telescope completely unaware that bright red blood was trickling from his nose. A pervert. Catch the pervert. Jiraiya stumbled, nearly falling off the roof. He turned around to see a little girl with her hands around her mouth shouting at the top of her lungs. A pervert. Catch the pervert. Hurry. Don't let him get away. The hot spring inn instantly descended into chaos. Not good. Jiraiya barely had time to react before he tried to turn and flee. Thud. A massive fist slammed into Jiraiya's head. Caught off guard, he crashed through the roof and tumbled into the hot spring below. You bastard. The woman with the magnificent chest before him was none other than Tsunade, her fist raised and veins bulging on her forehead. Jiraiya had splashed down into the warm water, sending up a huge spray. He raised his head, spat out the water he'd gulped, and found himself surrounded by women clutching towels, their eyes blazing with fury. I heard there was a pervert to catch, so I rushed right over. Jiraiya wiped his nose trying to explain himself. Thud. Tsunade punched him again, sending him skipping across the water like a stone. Look at the blood pouring out of your nose before you say another word, you idiot. By now Jiraiya was desperately covering his face, begging for mercy. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Rin spotted the legendary Tsunade-sama and pulled the others over to greet her. Tsunade-sama. Good afternoon, Tsunade-sama. Hello there. Tsunade shook her fists, her chest heaving imposingly. Obito saw this and blood instinctively trickled from his nose. Tsunade reached out with both hands, grabbed Obito's head, and twisted hard. What's your relationship with Jiraiya, you little brat? You're exactly the same. Kakashi said helplessly from the side. Jiraiya-sama is our teacher's teacher. That Minato kid. Tsunade released her grip and Obito collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. I wonder how that bastard Jiraiya managed to raise such an outstanding disciple. Tsunade sighed. Why can't I get a decent disciple of my own? Turning her head, she saw the well-behaved Uchiha Feng standing nearby and couldn't resist pinching his cheek. What an adorable little brother. What's your name? Big sister will buy you some candy. Obito heard this and muttered, shouldn't it be me? What big sister? The veins on Tsunade's forehead bulged once again. She placed her hand on Obito's shoulder, fist coiled with power, and asked with a sweet smile, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Hey, you'll die. Kakashi warned helpfully. Tsunade-nichan has been looking more and more beautiful lately. She truly is the most outstanding woman in Konoha. Seeing this, Uchiha Feng tugged on Tsunade's sleeve and said timidly, my name is Uchiha Feng. Tsunade's expression finally improved. A kid from the Uchiha clan. One of those two geniuses, The other genius of the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Itachi, 1 month older than Uchiha Feng and already making waves in ninjutsu. Tsunade thoughtfully patted Uchiha Feng's head. Seeing the pack on his back, she asked curiously, what are you carrying? This, Uchiha Feng took off the backpack and tossed it onto the ground. Boom. A thunderous crash erupted, dust flying everywhere. These are weighted training equipment for taijutsu, given to me by Might Due Sensei. Uchiha Feng fanned away the dust near his nose and answered with a smile. This? Tsunade's eyes went wide. She picked up the backpack and weighed it in her hands. The weight was no joke, about 400 kilograms. Was this little kid also born with monstrous strength? Tsunade developed a keen interest in nurturing talent. She crouched in front of Uchiha Feng and said with a smile, would you be interested in learning ninjutsu from me? Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Feng scratched his little head and nodded. All right. But I still want to continue Might Due Sensei's special training. You have become Tsunade's disciple. Reward 100 world essence points and 1 growth point. You have already altered a portion of history. Continue your efforts. The system issued another reminder, and the rewards were so generous. Just by saying a few words, I've altered part of history. Looks like I need to dig deeper into these hidden rewards. This feels amazing. Uchiha Fu grinned foolishly, his joy written all over his face. Tsunade merely thought it was the carefree nature of youth, impossible to hide one's feelings. She nodded satisfactorily and turned to Kakashi asking, you've already become a chunin, haven't you? Kakashi nodded and Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. Young people these days are truly remarkable. Where are you going? Tsunade asked curiously. We're going to eat. Kakashi is treating us today. Obito, his injuries healed, hopped around eagerly. Is that so? Tsunade smiled. Then farewell, Uchiha Fu. Remember to find me after tomorrow's training session. Having said that, Tsunade leapt away in a flash of movement, disappearing from the scene. Wow, she really is Lord Tsunade. Rin's eyes sparkled like stars as she watched Tsunade depart. I envy little Fu so much for being able to train under her. Oomph. Obito crossed his arms defiantly, saying, Rin, if you say that, Master Minato will get upset. Who said I would be upset? A voice came from behind, and a large hand rested on Obito's head. This is... the flying thunder god technique. And there with his signature shock of golden hair there was no doubt. It was Minato Namake's. Master Minato. Master Minato, what are you doing here? Minato smiled warmly as he ruffled Obito's hair, and said, I heard Kakashi was treating everyone so I made a special trip over. Kakashi silently pulled out his wallet, gave it a knowing shake, and quietly shed tears. Everyone arrived at the yakiniku restaurant. Before Kakashi could even reach the menu, Obito and Minato snatched it away. Order this, order this. This is delicious, order extra portions. Kakashi reached out, his mouth twitching helplessly. Seeing Kakashi's plight, Rin couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Excuse me. Uchiha Fu raised his hand. What's wrong, little Fu? Obito looked at him strangely. Do you need something? Regarding the order, could we get double portions? I can eat quite a lot. Uchiha Fu scratched his head bashfully and said softly. Rin's eyes widened in surprise. Can you finish all of that? You shouldn't waste food. Uchiha Fu nodded and replied, Don't worry, Sister Rin, I won't waste anything. Rin glanced at Kakashi and asked, Is that all right? Kakashi nodded expressionlessly, then reached into his clothes to check the thickness of his wallet. I guess I can afford the meal. The grilled meat arrived quickly. Uchiha Fu watched the sizzling meat on the hot plate, nodded, pressed his palms together, and politely said, Itadakimasu. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and stuffed the meat into his mouth. After a morning of extremely intensive training combined with the Ijin Jing absorbing energy from within his body, he was famished, his stomach pressed against his spine. Coupled with his naturally insatiable appetite, which far exceeded that of an ordinary adult after all that exertion, he felt he could devour an elephant. As he shoveled food into his mouth, the spiritual energy flowing through his body via the Ijin Jing rejoiced, like rain, after a long drought, greedily absorbing the energy from the food, like the mythical beast Tautai. Minato and Obito stared in shock at the meat disappearing before their eyes, exchanged a glance, and picked up their chopsticks to join the voracious feast. Kakashi's plate of fried rice had already been finished. He pressed his palms together and said, I'm full. True to form, Kakashi had always eaten quickly since childhood. By now he had already put his mask back on. Uchiha Fu hadn't even noticed when he had taken it off. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I'll treat you to another meal. I just know I'll see what you look like without that mask. Uchiha Fu thought to himself, never stopping his hands from stuffing food into his mouth. Rin smiled sweetly at the three, devouring food, focused on grilling meat on the plate, occasionally picking up a slice, wrapping it in lettuce, and savoring it slowly. Little Fu, eat slowly, don't choke. We can order more if you're hungry. Rin watched Uchiha Fu wolfing down his food and covered her mouth, laughing gently. No wonder they call you the Uchiha prodigy. You're eating even faster than me. Minato's cheeks were puffed out like a squirrel's as he chewed furiously. He swallowed hard, and the food got stuck in his throat. He quickly took a drink of water and patted his chest. Cough, cough. After struggling to swallow the lodged food, Minato discovered that all the dishes on the table had been cleared away. The three of them looked at Rin pleadingly, then turned their desperate eyes toward Kakashi. The menu. Bring the menu. Kakashi gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through heartache. Yahoo! Kakashi is the best. Burp. 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 After the satisfying feast, Uchiha Fu, Obito, and Minato slumped back in their chairs, patting their distended bellies and letting out contented burps. Leaving the yakiniku restaurant, Kakashi stared expressionlessly at his empty wallet. Damn it. I'm never treating you guys to a meal again. After bidding farewell to the master-disciple quartet, Uchiha Fu trotted at his leisurely pace back to the Uchiha compound. Along the way, he encountered several elders of the clan who greeted him warmly. Hello, little Fu. Have you had lunch? Would you like to come to my house? This is one of the Uchiha twins, little Fu. Such a polite young one. Indeed, what everyone's saying is true. The boy is barely a year old and already possesses such extraordinary physical strength. His chakra levels are at the level of a chunin. No way are you seeing things. You're the one seeing things. How could my 3-tomo Sharingan make a mistake? It turned out that one of the clan members had activated his Sharingan to observe Uchiha Fu during the conversation. Upon realizing the child was barely over a year old, yet already this powerful, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Speaking of which, Itachi is also remarkably talented, though not as astounding as little Fu. Yoru and Fugaku are truly fortunate. If I'm not mistaken, both of their children will be strong contenders for the role of clan head in the future. Uchiha Fu, with his keen senses, had naturally caught every word of the elders' discussion behind his back. He curled his lips into a smile. A genius, huh? If they knew that after unlocking the 8 gates I could fight against ordinary jonin, would their jaws drop? But for now he needed to maintain a low profile. Being too outstanding might draw Danzo's attention prematurely, which would still be troublesome. The next day, after a morning of taijutsu training, Uchiha Feng found Tsunade at a casino. As expected, she's here. All those anime episodes weren't wasted after all. He couldn't help but sigh. Watching the chips before Tsunade dwindle, Uchiha Feng wisely kept his mouth shut and waited silently aside. Damn it. Are you cheating? Only a single chip remained before Tsunade. Gritting her teeth, she smashed her fist onto the table, splitting it wide open. My lady Tsunade, how can you say such things? Our establishment has been operating for many years. Cheating is simply not something we would do, said the middle-aged man in sunglasses. Besides, with your gambling luck, cheating would be completely unnecessary, don't you think? The middle-aged man muttered silently to himself. Still, Tsunade was the casino's biggest client. To curry favor with her and keep her satisfied, if he lost such a VIP, the casino's profits would suffer greatly. Tsunade let out a cold snort, rolling her last chip between her fingers. They really weren't cheating. If they had been, she would have caught it long ago. Damn it. Was today simply not her day? Glancing at Uchiha Feng standing nearby, Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she tossed him her final chip. Go play around for me. Even if you lose, it's fine, Tsunade said carelessly. Uchiha Feng was rendered speechless. I don't know how to play. Besides, is it really appropriate to let a child get involved in something like this, Lady Tsunade? What difference does it make? Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Just play around for fun. See those dice? You and that uncle each take 2 dice, shake them in the cup, and whoever has the higher total wins. It's very simple. A 30-minute countdown appeared before Uchiha Feng's eyes. Since a quest is triggered, I might as well play a couple rounds. Tsunade's favorability. Hee hee. Thinking of something strange, Uchiha Feng chuckled to himself. Tsunade noticed his peculiar smile, but didn't think much of it, instead urging him on. Hurry up, finish losing quickly, so I can take you for training. Alright. Uchiha Feng reached out with his small hands, grabbed the cup, placed the dice inside, inverted it on the table, and shook it vigorously. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also picked up his cup and shook it in the air. Showing off with fancy moves. How handsome is that going to be when you're crying in a bit? Uchiha Feng puckered his lips and stopped shaking. Ready? The middle-aged man asked, looking at him. Uchiha Feng nodded, and the man lifted his cup. 4 and 5. Not the highest, but sufficient enough. The middle-aged man thought to himself that winning against a brat in the final round was boring, but as long as Lord Tsunade was happy. Uchiha Feng also lifted his cup. 5 and 5. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and tossed a chip to Uchiha Feng. Lucky indeed. Want to continue? Uchiha Feng nodded and placed 2 chips in the betting area. All in again, the middle-aged man said. If you lose, you'll lose 2 chips, you know. Uchiha Feng nodded. I know, don't worry. He opened the cup once more. 1 and 5. The middle-aged man frowned. It seemed his luck had turned. 4 and 5. Uchiha Feng had unquestionably won this round, and his pile of chips grew to 4. He immediately pushed the 4 freshly won chips back into play. Seeing this, Tsunade wanted to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. Never mind. Let him play however he wants. It's just the last round anyway. I'll consider it already lost. 4 and 6. 5 and 5. How is this calculated? Uchiha Feng asked curiously, looking at Tsunade. Ahem. The chips were pushed toward Uchiha Feng by the middle-aged man. When the totals are equal, compare the difference between the 2 dice. The one with the smaller difference wins. Tsunade sat beside him. She hadn't dared to casually fool Uchiha Feng. Nodding, he pushed another 8 chips forward. Before long, Uchiha Feng's stack of chips had grown to a full 256. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, truly surprised that this brat had won so many rounds in a row. Quite lucky, wasn't he? Uchiha Feng had already won back everything Tsunade had lost. When she arrived, she had only exchanged 200 chips. Just as he was about to bet all 256 chips, Tsunade spoke up. You can only bet 200 at most per round. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Feng nodded and withdrew 56 chips. Cold sweat had begun to form on the middle-aged man's forehead. He had lost 8 rounds in a row. This was unprecedented in his entire career, or else he wouldn't be sitting at this table accompanying Lord Tsunade to play. Taking a deep breath, he placed the dice in his cup and said to Uchiha Feng with a serious expression, I'm going to get serious now, kid. Anyone can talk big. Uchiha Feng retorted sharply. But talking big after losing 8 rounds straight is enough to make people laugh their heads off. Tsunade shrugged helplessly. Was this really a child so sharp-tongued at such a young age? The middle-aged man shook his cup for a while before opening it on the table. 6 and 6. 6 and 6. Uchiha Feng also had 2 sixes, a tie, so they fought again. 6 and 6. 6 and 6. Again, both were 6s. 6 and 6. 6 and 6. After several consecutive ties, Uchiha Feng grew somewhat bored and spoke up. This will never produce a winner. How about this? We'll see who gets the smaller total, and the one with the smallest number wins. Agreed. The middle-aged man gave an indifferent nod and began shaking his cup again. 1 and 1. Satisfied, he nodded and looked provocatively at Uchiha Feng. Uchiha Feng grinned and began shaking his cup. Opening now. Even Tsunade couldn't help but hold her breath, eager to see the final result. 1. What? The middle-aged man stared blankly at the dice. The 2 dice had somehow stacked atop one another, with the top die showing a 1. Did I win? Uchiha Feng asked with a smile. Yes, you won. Though such a situation was rare, the middle-aged man didn't renege and pushed 200 chips forward. I'm done playing. Uchiha Feng gathered the 456 chips before him. The original 256 plus 200 more won in the final round. So many. Watching the chips pile before him like a small mountain, Uchiha Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The stack was nearly as tall as he was. Awesome. Tsunade planted one foot on the table, hugging the chips and laughing heartily. I'm having such a great day. Little Feng, what do you want to eat? Come on. Big sister's treating you to a feast. Alright. Uchiha Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of food. I want grilled meat. Alright, you've been learning taijutsu under Might Dai? Now show me what you've achieved so far. Uchiha Feng nodded and said seriously, okay, Tsunade-sensei. 8 gates open. As he spoke, he opened the first of the 8 gates, the opening gate. His hair stood on end instantly. What? Tsunade was visibly taken aback. This violent chakra. What kind of taijutsu is this? This is the 8 gates that Master Might Dai taught me. Uchiha Feng gave a thumbs up as well. A genin. I really did underestimate him. Tsunade suddenly frowned, sensing that the chakra in Uchiha Feng's body had turned somewhat wild. Stop right now. This technique is harmful to your body. Don't worry, Tsunade-sensei, I know what I'm doing. Uchiha Feng touched his nose to signal Tsunade to relax. He circulated the I Jing Jing, calming the violent chakra within him. The I Jing Jing flowed through his meridians, repairing the channels that had been battered. With each repair, his meridians grew broader and tougher. See, I'm fine. Uchiha Feng extended his hand for Tsunade to inspect. Still uneasy, Tsunade grabbed Uchiha Feng's hand and performed a medical ninjutsu. Seeing that there was indeed no problem, she still couldn't help admonishing, don't casually use such a dangerous technique. If you lose control and your meridians are damaged, they will be very hard to repair. If that happens, you won't be able to be a ninja. Uchiha Feng knew Tsunade's warning was well-intentioned, so he didn't argue. He nodded and said, I'll be careful. Tsunade nodded, put her hand on Uchiha Feng's shoulder, and said, come on, let's go to the training ground. Inside the training ground, a girl with short black hair dressed in a full-body ninja uniform was earnestly trying to drive her kunai into the wooden post before her. Shizun, how many times have I told you? Tsunade bellowed. Startled, Shizun lost her grip and the kunai fell to the ground. She lowered her head and murmured, Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest and said angrily, look at your stance. Not a hint of a ninja's presence. With a thud, she smashed the wooden post into the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Like this. Got it, Shizun. Shizun stood there in a daze, not daring to speak. Then she suddenly noticed Uchiha Feng behind Tsunade and let out a curious, huh? What an adorable little boy. Shizun. Right now he's stronger than you. If you don't work harder, you might never become a chunin. Huh? Stronger than me. Is he already that amazing at such a young age? Uchiha Feng greeted her obediently. Hello, Sister Shizun. Alright, Tsunade said, enough idle talk. Let's begin the first training exercise. Tsunade smiled wickedly and cracked her knuckles. I'll restrict my strength to the chunin level. If you two can defeat me, that counts as passing the training, and you'll be able to learn ninjutsu. What? Defeat Lady Tsunade? That's impossible. Shizun's face instantly twisted into a bitter grimace as she complained. Shizun. Tsunade began shouting again. How can you be so lacking in confidence? Uchiha Feng had already taken his stance, ready to begin. Don't you dare hold me back, Shizun. Okay, I'll do my best. Shizun steadied herself, clutched her kunai, and said solemnly. Go. Uchiha Feng immediately opened the first of the 8 gates. Shizun also charged forward, stabbing her kunai at Tsunade. Boom. Uchiha Feng threw a left fist straight at Tsunade's face. Decent strength, but too slow. Tsunade grabbed Uchiha Feng's hand, spun, and tossed him away. That hurts. Uchiha Feng rubbed his body. So this is monstrous strength. And superb combat experience. What are you distracted by? Tsunade used a body flicker, appeared before Uchiha Feng, and swung her fist at his face. Iron Body. He hurriedly activated Iron Body from the 6 powers. Uchiha Feng couldn't dodge in time, and could only raise his arm to block. Even with Iron Body activated, that one punch sent him flying more than 10 meters. Despite the sharp pain in his arm, Uchiha Feng felt a fierce excitement inside. My blood's boiling. Shizun, work with me. Uchiha Feng shouted, then rushed forward, trying to restrict Tsunade's movements. Shizun saw her chance, and sent her kunai flying towards Tsunade at high speed. Lady Tsunade. Seeing the kunai about to pierce Tsunade, Shizun shouted in panic. Don't overthink it. You can't possibly hurt Tsunade-sensei. Seeing Shizun hesitating again, Uchiha Feng quickly called out a reminder. Tsunade twisted her body and dodged the kunai, flying straight at her. Oh no. Before Shizun knew it, Tsunade had closed in. She felt a tremendous force hit her, was thrown backward, and could not get up no matter how hard she tried. One down. Tsunade raised a finger and wagged it. One more to go. Then she swung her fist and rushed at Uchiha Feng. Realizing he was inferior in both speed and power, Uchiha Feng came up with a plan. He settled into a blocking stance, prepared to take Tsunade's blow head on. Oh, you're going to take my attack head on. Tsunade held nothing back and drove her fist into him. Boom. Uchiha Feng was struck and sent flying, but because he had braced himself defensively, he could endure it. Tsunade shook out her fist in satisfaction, then caught sight of Uchiha Feng's strange smile. Not good. Explode. With a fierce shout, a violent explosion burst out where Tsunade stood. It turned out that while Uchiha Feng had been preparing to take the attack, he had already laid a trap, and now the explosive tags in the trap were set off. A cloud of smoke obscured their view. Shizun watched expectantly. Did it work? Not even close. Tsunade charged out of the smoke, looking a bit grimy from the explosion. Not bad. Interesting. But I'm starting to get angry. Tsunade darted at Uchiha Feng like lightning, her fist of monstrous strength driving straight into his body. Puff. Uchiha Feng's body suddenly changed into a tree trunk. A substitution jutsu. Tsunade mused, completely unaware that the back of the trunk was covered with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions came in rapid succession, tag after tag, surrounding Tsunade. Not bad, not bad. If you were facing anyone else, you might have succeeded. Tsunade clenched her fists, a rare serious look on her face. Now then, be good, and take your beating. With that, she flew at him again. 8 gates open. Uchiha Feng actually started trading blows with Tsunade fist against fist. Stop, Tsunade-sensei. His face bruised and swollen, Uchiha Feng quickly called a halt. Sensei, you lost. You used more chakra than at Chunit's level. Tsunade was taken aback as if she hadn't expected that. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a satisfying fist fight, so she had momentarily forgotten to control her chakra. Then she broke into a grin and said teasingly, your sensei had this much chakra even when she was a Chunin. Take this. So in the mornings, he trained in taijutsu with Master Might Dai. In the afternoons, he studied ninjutsu and combat with Master Tsunade. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Feng had already turned 2 years old. Here it is. The long-awaited lottery draw. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng. Age 2. Attributes Strength 8, Agility 8, Constitution 10, Spirit 12. Chakra Nature Fire Earth. Kekki Genkai Sharingan Current Progress 90 Lava Release Current Progress 2. Skills Chakra Cultivation Method LV4, Ijin Jing LV3 Navy 6 Styles. Iron Body LV6. Fire Style Great Fireball, Jutsu LV2. Fire Style Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu LV2 Taijutsu. Monster Strength LV1 Medical Ninjutsu. Mystic Palm Technique LV1 Secret Technique 8 Gates. Gate of Limbo. Note: since the host turned 1, the Myriad Worlds System will provide 1 lottery chance. Random item. Myriad Worlds System privilege can plunder and fuse bloodlines, powers, abilities, etc. Limited to once per world. He had already opened the 8 gates to the 5th gate. However, because the later gates caused too much damage to the body, even with the Ijin Jing operating at full power to heal him, it took several days to recover. Therefore, in daily training, he opened at most the 3rd gate, the Gate of Life. This would not affect his ninjutsu studies and training. He had also learned 2 ninjutsu from Master Tsunade. Taijutsu Monster Strength LV1. Concentrates chakra in the fist, greatly increasing destructive power. Medical Ninjutsu, Mystic Palm Technique LV1. Gathers chakra in the palm, accelerating wound recovery. After learning the Mystic Palm Technique, Uchiha Feng became even more reckless in his taijutsu training, determined to squeeze out every ounce of potential from his body. Although he had not yet entered the Ninja Academy, in Tsunade's words, he was already no less than a jonin. He rubbed his hands together and moved on to the thrilling lottery segment. Ding. Lottery started. Ding. You have obtained the skill Blood-Burning Art. Blood-Burning Art LV1. Converts excess energy in the body into a drop of essence blood stored in the heart, greatly enhancing burst power and vitality during battle. Current essence blood storage 010. Compatible art detected 8 gates. Integration requires 500 world essence. Confirm. Uchiha Feng gnashed his teeth in frustration. He had scrimped and saved all year to accumulate 500 essence points. Was this system trying to scam him? He gritted his teeth and finally said integrate. Ding. Integration successful. When the 8 gates is activated, stored essence blood will be consumed first. 8 gates, blood-burning, art fusion version. First gate consumes 1 essence blood. Second gate consumes 3 essence blood. Third gate consumes 5 essence blood. Each successive gate consumes 2 additional points of essence blood. With Uchiha Feng's current blood-burning art LV1, even a full storage of 10 essence blood points could only open the 5th gate once. He sighed, buried his head in the herbal bath bucket, and listlessly blew bubbles. Tsunade held a glass of beer, gulping it down noisily. Hey, want a sip? Her face was flushed, making her look distinctly girlish. Uchiha Feng was reading a medical ninjutsu book with great interest. Without lifting his head, he replied, Master Tsunade, I'm only 2 years old. Aren't you committing a crime? All right. Tsunade nodded. Sometimes the way you act really doesn't seem like a child. More like someone in his 20s. Uchiha Feng curled his lips, thinking to himself, isn't that the truth? The soul inside this body really is in its 20s. Besides, if I were to show true maturity, I'm afraid it would scare you to death. With that, he glanced at Tsunade's voluptuous bust, then lowered his head with a snickering laugh. Thump. Tsunade smashed her fist onto Uchiha Feng's head, nearly knocking him off balance. Why learn to imitate Jiraiya of all things? At the mention of Jiraiya, Tsunade couldn't help but snort. She picked up her glass and took another gulp. That year, with the help of taijutsu training and the Uchiha clan's herbal baths, Uchiha Feng's height far exceeded that of his peers. Even Itachi was a head shorter than him. Although Itachi already had the air of a little adult and was quite mature, he had only just begun his ninjutsu initiation. He had fallen far behind Uchiha Feng. After all, Uchiha Feng had been cultivating chakra since he was in his mother's womb. Ordinary children simply couldn't generate or retain chakra in their bodies. To control his father, Uchiha used Big Mouth Tsunade even paid a personal visit to their home, telling him to stop spreading the news lest it invite deadly disaster. That year, Tsunade was also doing her best to hide Uchiha Feng's strength, afraid that if he shone too brightly in Konoha, it would arouse unnecessary suspicion and suppression. Moreover, the Uchiha and Senju clans had a long-standing feud. Although Tsunade feared nothing, she still had to be somewhat cautious. Master Tsunade. Uchiha Feng put down his book and said, lately I feel that the clan's herbal bath is becoming less effective on me. The clan's herbal bath. Tsunade lowered her head and thought for a moment. I have some research on medicine, but I don't know much about how it works on the human body. I know a guy who has studied this deeply. I'll go find him in a couple of days. Orochimaru. Uchiha Feng said casually. How do you know his name? Tsunade was somewhat shocked, then warned him seriously, Xiao Feng, I know you are pursuing power, but no matter what, never believe Orochimaru's words. Don't go to him for power. Uchiha Feng nodded. I know. I am very averse to human experiments and such. Still worried, Tsunade seriously admonished him a few more times, nagging, until Uchiha Feng rolled his eyes. Alright, I know. With every sentence Tsunade said, Uchiha Feng nodded along, echoing her in a convincing manner. You child. Tsunade was also speechless. Sometimes I truly suspect whether you're really 2 years old. If I hadn't done prenatal checkups for you, I would really suspect you. Uchiha Feng was good in every way, but he was too mature and too steady. Sometimes when her movements were a little too big, he would stare blankly at her. Master Tsunade rarely praises people. Uchiha Feng grinned. You little brat. Tsunade slammed her glass on the table. I've changed my mind. Today's training will be a real combat class. Shizune hid behind Tsunade, covering her mouth to suppress a laugh. Without turning her head, Tsunade said, and you Shizune, you'll join too. Shizune's smile froze. Uchiha Feng scratched his head apologetically. At the Uchiha clan compound inside Uchiha Feng's home, Feng frantically stuffed steamed buns from the table into his mouth. After more than 10 days of relentless training, the essence blood stored within his heart had finally reached 1010. It took roughly a day and a half to generate a single new drop of essence blood. Yet during the morning taijutsu special training, with Might Dai, Uchiha Feng had to open the 8 inner gates to attain the best training results. Supplies simply cannot keep up with demand. Uchiha Feng curled his lip. Now during training he still had to occasionally overdraw his physical capability, so he ate more and more food. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Eat slowly. Don't choke. Uchiha Huali watched her son with a worried expression. Don't push yourself so hard in training. Go play with children your own age sometimes. Uchiha Huali handed him a large bowl of milk while lecturing him. I know. Those little kids, I just can't play with them. Uchiha Feng took the milk and drained it in one gulp, wiping his mouth. A tender smile lingered at the corners of Huali's lips. Being a genius isn't so easy either. Don't keep calling me a genius. I have to keep a low profile. Full and content. Uchiha Feng let out a burp. Alright. Teacher Tsunade had someone prepare a new set of medicinal bath herbs for me. Uchiha Yeyu's brows furrowed. The Senju clan. It's better to be cautious. You are Tsunade's disciple now, and some members in the clan keep using that as leverage. Uchiha Feng waved his hand. Sister Tsunade is different. Besides, this is a peaceful era. The two clans have been on good terms for years. As for those clan members, Uchiha Feng suddenly erupted with an aura of world-disdaining dominance. Trash only knows how to gossip. If they have the ability, let them say it to my face. Uchiha Yeyu quickly raised his finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. Those who say such things are all the second elder's people. It should be the second elder's intent. He is a pro-war hawk. Understood. I'll be careful. Uchiha Feng wiped his mouth and bid farewell to his parents. I'm off to train. Watching Uchiha Feng leave, Huali said worriedly to Yeyu, Xiao Feng trains so desperately, sometimes even coming home with injuries. Will he harm his body? Uchiha Yeyu shook his head. This child has his own plans. We just need to keep up with his nutrition. By the way, the family's money. Huali shrugged. Uchiha Yeyu fell silent for a moment, then said, I'll go borrow some from Fugaku first. In the afternoon at the training ground, Tsunade tossed a scroll to Uchiha Feng the moment she saw him. You have obtained an upgraded medicinal bath formula Universal Edition. What is this? Though he recognized the item the moment it touched his hand, Uchiha Feng still pretended to be puzzled. This is the medicinal bath formula that man prepared. Tsunade was rarely so expressionless. He said that due to the lack of experimental samples from the Uchiha clan, it falls short in targeted effectiveness. Tsunade's expression darkened. Experimental samples. What a revolting phrase. Uchiha Feng unfurled the scroll and studied it closely, discovering that although some of the ingredients were quite valuable, he had seen them all in books, and every one of them could be purchased in Konoha. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Feng said, Lord Orochimaru's research on the human body is truly exceptional. Oomph. Tsunade grew annoyed again, veins bulging on her forehead. How many times must I tell you? Don't set your mind on that man, or you'll become an experimental sample without even realizing it. Uchiha Feng grinned with bared teeth. Rest assured, Teacher Tsunade, I'll keep my distance from Orochimaru. You'd better. After training, Uchiha Feng leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. System, how can I further refine Orochimaru's medicinal bath formula to better suit my physique? System refinement requires 500 world essence points. Gone. Really gone. Not a single drop left. Self-refinement requires Uchiha clan medicinal bath formula introductory medical ninjutsu introductory pharmacology. It can be self-refined. Uchiha Feng thought in astonishment, but the system gave no further reply. His medical ninjutsu had already reached the introductory level, satisfying one of the conditions. He still needed the Uchiha clan's medicinal bath formula and introductory pharmacology. When teaching medical ninjutsu, Tsunade had given Uchiha Feng a thick herb identification manual. Because reading that sort of book made his head ache, he had never delved into it. Looks like I'll have to grit my teeth and study it after all. As for the Uchiha clan's medicinal bath formula, I wonder how strict its confidentiality is. Can Dad manage to get it? Inside the Uchiha clan's meeting hall, the Grand Elder sat in the seat of honor, tapping the table thoughtfully, while Uchiha Yeyu spoke to him with flattering deference. Uchiha Feng stood obediently beside awaiting the Grand Elder's verdict. The Grand Elder looked at Uchiha Feng and said, "You have a new medicinal bath formula." Uchiha Feng nodded. "Teacher Tsunade gave it to me. Lately the clan's medicinal bath no longer improves my body much, so I begged Teacher Tsunade to prepare a new one." The Grand Elder kept tapping the table tap after tap, and said ponderously, "Tsunade may be outstanding in medical ninjutsu, but when it comes to medicinal baths for strengthening power, she is, I fear, somewhat lacking." Uchiha Feng nodded obediently. Teacher Tsunade had Orochimaru perfect the formula. "Orochimaru, is it?" A sharp glint passed through the Grand Elder's eyes. "I've heard of him, a rather promising young man. So you asked for our Uchiha clan's medicinal bath formula. Do you intend to give it to Orochimaru for him to perfect?" The Grand Elder stared piercingly into Uchiha Feng's eyes. This medicinal bath was something the Uchiha clan had spent decades on, passed down generation after generation, innovated and handed down to this very day. If this child before him so much as dared to entertain the slightest thought of giving it to an outsider, then this matter was absolutely impossible. "No, I want to improve the formula myself." Uchiha Feng shook his head. "How could our clan's secret formula ever be handed over to outsiders?" The Grand Elder nodded, fairly satisfied with this response. "You want to improve it yourself?" "This old man has lived for many years and our clan's medicinal bath formula has only been updated once. Xiao Feng, I know you are a genius, but you must stay grounded and not obsess over these impossible things." Uchiha Feng's willingness to take on challenges pleased the Grand Elder greatly, but a young man still needed to have his temperament tempered. He should not aim too high and reach beyond his grasp. The Grand Elder took out a scroll and motioned for Uchiha Feng to open it and look. "Read it here and memorize it. Remember, do not spread it outside the clan. Otherwise I will personally take action to purge the clan." After leaving the meeting hall, Uchiha Ieyu wiped a cold sweat and said to his son, "The Grand Elder is truly intimidating. But son, can you really improve the medicinal bath formula?" Uchiha Ieyu wore a look of doubt, clearly unconvinced. His son trained so diligently every single day, then came home to wolf down a meal and went straight to sleep. How could he possibly have any knowledge of medicine preparation? Finally, both conditions are met. Tonight I'll burn the midnight oil. Conditions met. Acquired medicinal bath formula Uchiha Bloodline Enhanced Edition. Medicinal bath formula Uchiha Bloodline Enhanced Edition. An enhanced version of the Uchiha clan's existing medicinal bath formula capable of increasing the bath's effectiveness by 50. Early in the morning, Uchiha Hayate, having wolfed down more than a dozen steamed buns, dragged his parents to see the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder looked at the scroll before him and frowned. "Did you really come up with this yourself, Hayate?" "In just the past few days." Uchiha Hayate unrolled the scroll for the Grand Elder to examine. Uchiha Yayoi, feeling somewhat uneasy, leaned toward his son and asked, "Is this for real?" After receiving an affirmative answer, a still hesitant Uchiha Yayoi stepped up to the table and carefully studied the prescription his son had submitted. "Huh, it's this detailed." Uchiha Yayoi was taken aback. As a core pillar of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yayoi possessed the strength of an elite jonin. Together with Uchiha Fugaku, he served as the co-captain of the clan's external operations squad. In the prescription Uchiha Hayate had submitted, the properties of every medicinal ingredient were clearly annotated. Moreover, the formula had been refined to cut out several expensive herbs, dramatically reducing the overall cost. The Grand Elder still had reservations. "Are you certain this is a formula Hayate improved himself, not something Tsunade or Orochimaru worked on? I don't want to leave any hidden risks within the clan." Uchiha Hayate nodded firmly. "Rest assured, Grand Elder. This is my own improvement." Still unconvinced, the Grand Elder fired off a series of questions about the properties of the various medicinal ingredients. Uchiha Hayate answered every single one without hesitation. Only then did the Grand Elder let go of some of his doubts. He looked at Uchiha Yayoi with admiration and said, "You truly have a remarkable son. Who would believe he's only 2 years old? Judging by the chakra within him and the strength of his body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a jonin." Hearing such high praise from the Grand Elder, Uchiha Yayoi puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Of course. My bloodline is exceptional." The Grand Elder's mouth twitched awkwardly and he cleared his throat a couple of times. A dark figure flashed into existence behind the Grand Elder. "Prepare 2 tubs of medicinal bath according to this prescription. I want to test it myself." The man hesitated. "Grand Elder, perhaps this subordinate should test the effects of the bath first." Without turning around, the Grand Elder said irritably, "Are you making decisions on my behalf?" The man immediately dropped to one knee, insisting that he would never presume such a thing, then vanished in a flash to prepare the medicinal baths. "Grand Elder, is the other one prepared for me?" Uchiha Hayate asked with a grin. When there was a chance to gain something, he was always first in line. "It's prepared for him," the Grand Elder said, pointing at Uchiha Yayoi. "Daddy." Uchiha Hayate looked at Uchiha Yayoi in confusion. His father was grinning foolishly, seemingly lost in some pleasant thought. The Grand Elder nodded. "Your father's strength hasn't advanced in years. Let him try the effects as well." Uchiha Yayoi quickly nodded in agreement, then looked at Uchiha Hayate with a worried expression. "This bath won't have a weird smell, will it? I absolutely hate strange odors." Uchiha Hayate tilted his head. "It smells like oranges." 2 tubs of medicinal bath were soon prepared. The Grand Elder nodded and entered a private room to begin his soak. Uchiha Yayoi also nodded and stepped into another room. Outside the door, Uchiha clan members who had heard the news gathered together, discussing the medicinal bath. Most of them had come expecting a good laugh. Are you kidding me? Uchiha hate. He's only 2 years old. He probably can't even read properly. And he claims to have improved the medicinal bath formula. That's right. When my kid was 2, he could only run around the house. Didn't Uchiha Yayoi keep saying his son is a genius? Maybe it's actually true. The Grand Elder has already gone to test it. Let's wait and see what he says. Exactly. The Grand Elder walked out of the bathhouse with an astonished expression. The effect of this bath is indeed far stronger than the previous one. As soon as the Grand Elder spoke, everyone stared at Uchiha Hate in disbelief. Hate truly is a genius. I never expected Hate to have such talent in formulating medicines. At that moment, Uchiha Yayoi also emerged from the bathhouse, exclaiming with shock, my strength has actually increased a little. What? Impossible. Yayoi, your strength hasn't grown for years. Are you saying it increased after just this one bath? Don't tell me you're just saying that to support your son. Uchiha Yayoi said nothing more. In a flash, he appeared behind the man who had just spoken. Do you think my speed has increased? Uchiha Yayoi placed his hand on the man's shoulder and said with a smile. This feeling was incredible. It had been so long since he last experienced the thrill of growing stronger. The Grand Elder raised his hand and announced, this matter is the highest secret of the Uchiha clan. If anyone dares to leak it. Humph. A sharp glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. And as for Hayate's affairs, keep your mouth shut. After warning the clan members, the Grand Elder affectionately patted Uchiha Hayate's head and said, Hayate, what reward would you like? Uchiha Hayate answered without hesitation, Grand Elder, I want to increase the number of medicinal baths for me and my parents. Uchiha Hayate felt deep gratitude toward his parents. After all, with his appetite, a single meal for him was equivalent to what an entire family of 3 would eat in a day. Hearing this, Uchiha Yayoi was stunned for a moment, then looked at his son with profound relief. The sensation of his strength growing, which he hadn't felt in ages, had rekindled the fierce drive of his youth in this middle-aged man. The Grand Elder nodded. That's only right. Your new formula has lowered the cost of the bath by 30% and increased its effectiveness by 50%. I know how to do that math. From now on, your family may enjoy 2 medicinal baths every week. More than that, the bath would accumulate toxins in the body, which would be harmful to your health. Uchiha Hate nodded. I'll keep working to improve the formula, aiming to reduce the toxins further and lower the cost even more. That way, the Uchiha clan will only grow stronger and become the #1 clan in Konoha village. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Good. It's enough that you have such aspirations, Hate. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, the Grand Elder said, oh right. Hayate, with your contribution in improving the formula, you could already qualify as an elder. However, you are too young. Being an elder wouldn't be suitable for you. Feng, with your contribution in improving the prescription, you could already become an elder. However, you are too young, it would not be appropriate for you to assume that role. The moment the Great Elder uttered these words, the Uchiha clan members erupted into an uproar. Is the Great Elder joking? Feng is only 2 years old, yet he is already qualified to be an elder. Yeyu must have stumbled upon incredible luck to have such an outstanding son. By the way, could Yeyu surpass Fugaku within the council to become clan leader because of his son? Probably not. The council still favors Fugaku. Shoo. This is not something we should discuss. The previous clan leader, Uchiha Feng, had voluntarily abdicated, leaving the clan council to manage internal affairs for the time being. Currently, the council was seeking a successor, and the one with the strongest support was Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Feng nodded and said, as long as I can contribute to the clan, that is enough. I haven't thought much beyond that. The Great Elder said with gratification, I never expected someone so young to understand things so well. Yeyu has truly raised you exceptionally well. In that case, the clan will increase its support for you. After all, the Uchiha clan has always allocated additional resources to geniuses. From today onward, all the secret arts of the Uchiha clan shall be open to you. The Great Elder made the decision, and the clan members nodded in approval. Within the Uchiha clan, nurturing geniuses was only natural. If you were a genius, you were entitled to more resources. Uchiha Fugaku smiled approvingly from within the crowd. Uchiha Feng is such a peerless genius. I should have Itachi spend more time with him, hoping he can learn something from him. It would be even better if they could both grow stronger together. Regarding the position of clan leader, although he had heard the rumors, he understood that this position carried not just power, but a far greater burden of responsibility. Moreover, he and Yeyu were on good terms, and their sons were about the same age. Itachi often came to train with Uchiha Feng as well. We have no objections. I'm sure that after learning the clan's jutsu, Feng will become even more formidable. Exactly. Once Feng rises, our Uchiha clan will once again witness the prosperity we knew during the era of Uchiha Madara. We must not let that old man Danzo learn of this genius of the Uchiha, otherwise he won't be able to sleep at night. At last, Uchiha Feng was able to bathe in the improved medicinal bath. Gone was the unpleasant scent of herbs. Uchiha Feng splashed about joyfully in the bath. Inside his body, a warm energy flowed through his meridians and dispersed into his muscles. After drying off and dressing, he returned home to find Uchiha Yeyu grinning foolishly. This father of his was wonderful in every way, but sometimes unreliable and quite fond of showing off. Lately, because of his constant reminders, Yeyu had boasted far less to others, but he still remained a bit silly. Xiaofeng, come here quickly. Uchiha Yeyu called his son over the moment he entered the house. Since the new medicinal bath boosted my strength a bit, I was planning to train in the backyard. It's been a while since we trained together, so let's do it today. Before turning one, Uchiha Feng often trained with his father in the backyard. But ever since Uchiha Feng began training under Might Due and Tsunade, he seldom trained with Uchiha Yeyu. Uchiha Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe I should bring out the chakra cultivation method and teach it to Dad. After a moment of deliberation, he made his decision and spoke up. Dad, I recently created a new chakra cultivation method based on my own personal experiences. This chakra cultivation method was at the 4th level, a secret art that could be cultivated as early as within the womb. Some innate meridians could only be sensed in that state. Uchiha Feng had compared it with the clan's secret arts and found that his cultivation method was considerably superior. Uchiha Hanali looked at Xiaofeng with surprise. A chakra cultivation method. Is it stronger than our clan's secret arts? Uchiha Feng nodded and said, I have tested it. It is about 30% faster than the clan's secret techniques. 30%. Uchiha Yeyu spat out the water he had just drunk. Is it really that powerful? After coughing twice, he said excitedly, if we submit this cultivation method to the clan, our Uchiha family will surely flourish even more. Don't talk nonsense. Uchiha Hanali shot her husband a glare. Xiaofeng has already attracted too much attention recently. If he submits another new cultivation method now, it could backfire. The clan might even claim you're scheming for the position of clan leader, and that would be far too rash. Uchiha Yeyu scratched his head. I've never wanted to be clan leader. Right now I just take on missions and earn some extra money, and I'm perfectly content. That's what you think. Uchiha Hanali continued. Now that the clan's secret arts are already open to Xiaofeng, submitting this cultivation method would yield no further benefits. In my opinion, we should wait for the right opportunity and then hand it over through another channel. Uchiha Feng nodded. Indeed, his mother saw things more clearly. She handled matters flawlessly. Having just received so many benefits, their family's allotment of medicinal baths was now many times greater than that of ordinary clan members, even exceeding that of the Great Elder. On one hand, this was a reward for reducing the cost of the medicinal baths. On the other hand, it had earned him the envy of many in the clan. At this moment, the wise course was to develop, quietly enjoy the benefits in secret, and get rich without making a sound. Is Xiaofeng home? A knock came at the door. Uchiha Yeyu opened it to find a small figure standing before him. Itachi, it's been a while. Are you here to see Xiaofeng? Itachi nodded. Father said Xiaofeng is incredibly skilled now, and he wants me to learn jutsu with him. Yeyu ruffled Itachi's hair and said, we were just about to head to the backyard. Come along, Itachi. Okay. Itachi nodded obediently and followed behind Uchiha Yeyu with small steps. Uchiha Feng, still busy wolfing down food, quickly waved him over upon seeing Itachi. Itachi, have you eaten? Come have a bite. My mother's cooking is wonderful. I've already eaten, Xiaofeng. Once you're finished, we can go learn jutsu. Uchiha Feng pondered for a moment. Would teaching the chakra cultivation method to Itachi be like raising a tiger to bring disaster later? He dismissed the thought. No matter, he would teach him anyway. From now on, he needed to work extra hard on shaping Itachi's beliefs, lest that old man Danzo ever get the chance to deceive him. Itachi, keep going. Finish this training, and I'll take you to get ice cream. Itachi, no lying down and slacking off. Do the last 10 push-ups. Uchiha Feng looked at Itachi, whose eyes were glistening with tears, and sighed, while rubbing his forehead. Itachi bit his lower lip stubbornly and strained to complete the exercises. From age 2 to 3, whenever he had free time, he trained Itachi. At first, Itachi simply found it fun, but gradually he began to fall behind Uchiha Feng's pace. After all, he was just a child. Over that year, although Uchiha Feng had taught him the chakra cultivation method and the I Ching Jing, there was always something missing whenever Itachi practiced the I Ching Jing. Uchiha Feng knew that the meridians opened in the mother's womb were difficult to reopen in later years. I still need to think of a way to increase their combat power. That year, with the aid of a new medicinal bath and Uchiha Feng's secret arts, his father Uchiha Yeyu successfully surpassed an ordinary jonin, reaching the level of an elite jonin. Still heeding Uchiha Feng's advice, he tried to conceal his strength as much as possible. After all, at his age, such a meteoric rise in power would inevitably arouse suspicion. That year, Uchiha Feng's attributes also surged forward. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng. Age 3. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 15, Spirit 18. Chakra: Nature's Fire Earth. Kekkei Genkai Sharingan. Current progress 99. Lava Release. Current progress 3. Skills: Chakra Cultivation Method LV 5. I Ching Jing LV 4. 6 Navy Styles. Iron Body LV Max. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique LV Max. Fire Release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique LV Max. Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation LV 1. Taijutsu Monstrous Strength LV 3. Medical Ninjutsu Palm Sage Technique LV 2. Secret Technique 8 Gates Divergence, Gate of Death. Secret Technique Blood Burning Art LV 3. Current Vital Blood Reserve 30-30. Note: since the host turned 1 year old, the Myriad Worlds System will provide a lottery opportunity. Random item. Myriad Worlds System privilege can plunder and fuse bloodlines, powers, capabilities, etc. Limited to once per world. Among the Uchiha clan's secret techniques, Great Fire Annihilation was the one he chose to learn. That jutsu required so much chakra that almost no one in the Uchiha clan was interested in it. However, Uchiha Feng insisted on learning it. After all, when Madara-sama breathed a single fire jutsu, it could scorch dozens of meters. That was simply too cool. Uchiha Feng's Great Fire Annihilation was still far behind Uchiha Madara's, but it still produced a flame of over 10 meters. While training it, he startled several clan members who thought a fire had broken out somewhere. Iron Body, Great Fireball, and Phoenix Age Fire had all reached max level. They were at his fingertips. Furthermore, the blood-burning art under the constant consumption and regeneration of vital blood caused by the 8 gates surprisingly rose by 2 levels. The chakra cultivation method and the Ijin Jing also went up 1 level. That year of intense training allowed him to fully master the 8 gates, ready to open all 8 at any time. However, when Uchiha Feng tried it once, the 30 points of vital blood he had stored were completely consumed within a single minute after opening the 8 gates. Terrified, Uchiha Feng immediately stopped the gate opening state. Even so, he had to lie in bed for several days before he could move freely. Fortunately, no lasting ailments were left behind. Tsunade kept complaining about the reckless brat, but these days she had been staying by Uchiha Feng's side, taking meticulous care of him. As a result, even Shizune had been unable to train properly for days. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the mountain of scrolls piled before him, puffing gloomily on his pipe. Don't you know how to knock? The third Hokage frowned and cast his eyes toward a corner. Hiruzen, you know about Tsunade's new disciple. Danzo stepped out of the shadows, his expression sullen as he watched the third. I know. The third took a deep drag of his pipe and slowly exhaled. Tsunade came to talk to me. Talk to? Danzo was somewhat incredulous. You know full well he's an Uchiha. I know. The Uchiha are truly the Uchiha. To have such a young genius. The third side glanced at Danzo. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent in ninjutsu, but his taijutsu is also unparalleled. He can already trade blows with Tsunade in taijutsu. What? Danzo's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Why didn't you say so earlier? Danzo had once sent Umbu operatives to probe into Uchiha Feng's background. This brat stumbled through taijutsu training by the river in the morning and studied ninjutsu under Tsunade in the afternoon. Before the Umbu could get close, Tsunade had grabbed them by the collars and warned them off. The spies lurking within the Uchiha clan had also sent back no effective intelligence. Damn it. Was their secrecy really that impeccable? In retrospect, he had underestimated this Uchiha brat. At only 3 years old was he already this terrifying. In retrospect, the morning taijutsu training wasn't stumbling at all. It was an imbalance caused by the heavy weights he wore on his body. A murderous intent flickered across Danzo's face. Steadying his mind, he said, Hiruzen, do you have any thoughts? Tsunade says this child truly loves the Leaf Village. The third knocked the ash from his pipe without looking up. What use is that? What does loving the leaf amount to? The Uchiha are born evil. Danzo continued arguing. Enough. The third raised his voice, a rare occurrence. If Tsunade approves of him, I'm at ease. Besides, he has already grown powerful. If you try to move against him, it will provoke a war. War is it? Danzo mused for a moment before saying, Hiruzen, I hope you still remember the teacher's policy toward the Uchiha. The third did not speak, only nodded slightly. Danzo went on, I want to recruit Uchiha Feng into the Umbu. The third burst out laughing as if he had heard a joke. Danzo, are you kidding? He's 3. Let him join the Umbu. Besides, Uchiha Yeyu is one of the candidates for clan leader. Do you think he'd agree? What about Itachi? Danzo thought of the Uchiha's other genius. I have a long-term plan for Itachi. Then you'd better keep that plan from being exposed. The third's expression was wooden. Fugaku and Yeyu appear to hold consistent attitudes toward the Leaf Village. Moreover, the position of Uchiha clan leader is likely to go to one of those two. Danzo said in a deep voice, this won't do and that won't do. Are you just going to watch the Uchiha give rise to one genius after another? Aren't you afraid a figure like Uchiha Madara will appear again? We no longer have Hashirama Senju. What will you use to contend with someone like that? Enough. The third slammed the table, a rare display of anger. Don't forget your place. I am the Hokage. After a moment of silence, Danzo turned and left. Danzo. His hostility toward the Uchiha is too extreme. The third stuffed a wad of tobacco into his pipe, took a deep breath, and sat at his desk in silence for a long time. At the root headquarters, Danzo still had anger written on his face. After pondering for a moment, he tapped his cane. 2 silhouettes emerged from the darkness. Go make contact with Uchiha Feng and see if he can be recruited. Yes. Danzo was extremely envious of the Uchiha. If he had talent like Uchiha Feng's, he would have become Hokage long ago and led the Leaf Village to dominate the ninja world. If he cannot be recruited, find a chance to take him out. Such a monster could not be allowed to grow any further. If he couldn't control him and make him a blade in his hand, then he had to be destroyed as soon as possible. Uchiha was already 3 years old now, and the system had reminded him that one lottery draw opportunity remained unused. Based on the system's previous patterns, the rewards would be selected from techniques best suited to his current cultivation path. Uchiha planned to wait until his Sharingan awakened before drawing, hoping to obtain a method for training ocular jutsu. After all, the evolution of the Sharingan was steeped in darkness. Madara's ascension to the eternal Mangekyō required grafting the eyes of his dearest kin onto himself, and this cursed technique carried the grave risk of blindness with excessive use. In Uchiha Fu's understanding, such a Sharingan was fundamentally flawed. It could only be made whole by fusing two pairs of eyes together. The Sharingan's progress had been stalled at 99%, and the prolonged delay naturally weighed on Uchiha Fu's mind. According to the original narrative, the condition for awakening was to endure severe emotional trauma through intense suffering. Uchiha Fu deeply disliked such conditions. His life was comfortable and warm with a loving family and no worries about food or clothing. All he needed to do was focus on his cultivation. Little Fu, what are you thinking about? You seem so distracted. Uchiha Hanari glanced at her son in puzzlement. The steamed buns on the table were still more than half untouched. Normally Uchiha Fu would have devoured them in haste before rushing off to training. Uchiha Yoru set down his newspaper and looked at Uchiha Fu. You're right, it is strange. Why are you eating so slowly today? Tell me, do you have a girl you fancy? I think you and that quiet girl Shizen make quite the match. Uchiha Yoru laughed boisterously. Thud. A large fist slammed onto Uchiha Yoru's head. Uchiha Hanari raised her fist again, veins bulging on her forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? How old do you think he is to be thinking about such things? The more Hanari thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't resist striking him again. Stop hitting me. It hurts. Uchiha Yoru clutched his head and begged for mercy. Uchiha Fu, hearing his parents talking about him, curiously lifted his head. Uchiha Yoru rubbed his head and asked curiously, son, what are you thinking about? Is it that little girl Shizun who follows you everywhere? Uchiha Fu sighed inwardly. What are you talking about? I'm worrying about why my Sharingan hasn't awakened yet. Oh. Uchiha Yoru nodded repeatedly. You're still young, there's no need to rush. When I was 6 years old, I woke up from a nap one day, and by the next morning my Sharingan had already awakened. Don't talk nonsense. Uchiha Hanari cut him off without hesitation. Is that really what happened? You refused to study ninjutsu because you wanted to play, and your father smashed all your toys. You cried for days before finally awakening. Uchiha Yoru scratched his head. Is that how it was? I almost forgot. Hanari, don't embarrass me in front of our son. He then pulled Hanari in and kissed her. Hey, what are you two doing? This is inappropriate for children. Uchiha Fu couldn't help but complain. There was no need to show off their affection so blatantly. By the way, Uchiha Yoru changed the subject. Hanari Fugaku has recently taken over the Uchiha clan police force. Yes, Makoto mentioned it to me. The pressure must be immense, Hanari said with a nod. The Uchiha clan police force had a notoriously poor reputation in Konoha. The villagers neither understood nor supported their work, which was partly tied to the innate arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Enough of this unhappy topic, Uchiha Fu spoke up. Once one of our Uchiha truly becomes Hokage, the villagers' views toward us will surely change, won't they? That's true. Uchiha Yoru smiled upon hearing his son say this, but didn't press further. Father, don't dismiss it so easily. Uchiha Fu noticed Yoru's reaction and knew he felt Uchiha Fu was joking. As if no Uchiha could ever become Hokage. Father, you've reached the rank of elite Jonin by now, correct? Uchiha Fu continued. But what if you possessed power on par with a Kage? Would Danzo still dare to secretly assign A and BU to observe you during missions? How did you? Uchiha Yoru's face was filled with shock. Whenever I wasn't with teacher Tsunade, two figures had been following me. What? Uchiha Yoru's chakra erupted instantly, his eyes transforming into the Sharingan. Does he want to die? I'll go find him right now. It's fine, Father, don't act on impulse. Uchiha Fu waved his hand casually. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, Danzo should be the one losing sleep over me now. It's not yet time to openly confront Danzo. Behind him stand the high-ranking elders of Konoha who support him. To make them uncomfortable and thwart their plans, we must grow exceedingly powerful. So powerful that merely thinking of us makes them tremble and hesitate. This world always bows to strength. When reason fails, let your fists speak. Uchiha Fu's words cast a heavy silence over the room. Uchiha Hanari laughed softly and said to Yoru, I never expected little Fu to think so deeply. It seems we haven't been the most capable parents. Uchiha Yoru nodded and said earnestly, I must also train harder. If I cannot protect my family, then what kind of man am I? Uchiha Yoru had already reached the rank of elite Jonin with a 3-tomo Sharingan. Previously, he had been unable to advance because his total chakra reserves were held back by the Sharingan, a voracious consumer of chakra. After learning the chakra cultivation method and the Ijin Jing, Uchiha Yoru's total chakra reserves had increased significantly. However, the secret of advancing his 3-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyō had not been recorded within the Uchiha clan. The Mangekyō Sharingan evolved only after experiencing the death of a loved one. When Uchiha Fu relayed this condition to Yoru, his father was first filled with disbelief, then plunged into extreme tension. This matter must never be revealed. Otherwise, it would cause chaos within the Uchiha clan. Setting aside whether some power-hungry individuals within the Uchiha clan might do something reckless, there were undoubtedly many outsiders eyeing this secret with malicious intent, eager to conduct experiments. Shaking his head, Uchiha Fu said to his father, I am approaching the final stage of awakening, yet I feel something is still missing. Father, please open your Sharingan, so I may observe it. Once mine awakens, I will research whether a suitable technique can be found to further enhance the Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru nodded and activated his Sharingan. Uchiha Fu gently cupped his father's face, his eyes fixed intently on the 3-tomo Sharingan as he studied it carefully. I wish I could awaken sooner. Draw lottery draw. System, is there a way to perfectly awaken my eyes? There is. This answer consumes 10 world essence. What? There really is. This answer consumes 10 world essence. I'm not lying to you. This answer consumes 10 world essence. What a ripoff. A single yes cost me 30 world essence. What's the method and how much world essence will it take? Free. This answer consumes 10 world essence. Hearing the word free, Uchiha Feng couldn't help feeling suspicious. With the system's nature, plucking 2 feathers from even a passing chick, could it really give away anything for free? Are there any side effects? None. Probably. What do you mean probably? If there are, there are. If there aren't, there aren't. What's with probably? Uchiha Feng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The Third Shinobi World War was about to break out. If he didn't do something, teacher might very well die in that war. In his current state, Uchiha Feng could hold his own against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but against all 7 his only option would be to open the death gate and fight to the death, just like might die. Ending the battle quickly would be ideal, but if he got bogged down, he might be buried there together with teacher might die. Moreover, the Uchiha clan faced external threats and internal turmoil. A faction of pro-war members was beginning to stir, eager to seize power in Konoha. The peace faction led by Uchiha Yayu had only the Grand Elder's support, and the Grand Elder probably didn't have many years left. I still need to raise my strength quickly. System, awaken my eyes. Jolted awake, Uchiha Feng found himself sprawled in a classroom. Lu Feng, what do you think you're doing instead of studying? A piece of chalk flew over, hitting Lu Feng right on the head. So I'm Lu Feng now. Is this the dream now, or was Uchiha Feng the dream? He snatched a mirror from his deskmate and looked at the teenage face in the mirror. It was exactly how he had looked before his transmigration. Did you sleep yourself, silly? His deskmate was a chubby kid with slick back hair and absolute show-off every day. Ding dong. Class is over. Teachers, you've worked hard. The class-ending bell rang. Lu Feng looked up at the teacher. The Chinese teacher. I think their surname is Hu. Teacher, who wore an eerie smile as the bell rang. Hey, why is our teacher smiling so creepily? Lu Feng tugged at his deskmate. The chubby kid turned around with a strange look. Why aren't you laughing? The chubby kid wore a smile too, his yellowed teeth showing in mottled patches. Why aren't you laughing? Why aren't you laughing? The entire class turned around and stared at Lu Feng with eerie smiles. Laugh. If you don't, you'll die. The chubby kid bared his teeth and a strange sound came from his throat. Sensing something was wrong, Lu Feng slipped out through the back door. He actually didn't laugh. Why isn't he laughing? Are we not funny? He thinks we're not funny. People in the corridor crowded in, every face wearing a smile. Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Genjutsu. A small figure grabbed Lu Feng's hand and pulled him into the restroom. Don't laugh or you'll become just like them. The small figure wore a mask, making their face hard to see. Them. Don't laugh. Lu Feng wanted to ask more, but thumping knocks came from one of the restroom stalls. Where is he? I saw him go into the restroom. He thinks I'm not funny. Lu Feng covered his mouth and dared not speak. Thump, thump. One by one the stalls were opened, searching for Lu Feng. The person holding Lu Feng's hand had eyes filled with terror, helplessness, and despair. Thump. The sound drew closer and closer. Lu Feng could even hear heavy, ragged breathing. The footsteps stopped in front of Lu Feng's stall. He covered his mouth and waited silently. After a long while, the footsteps gradually faded away. Lu Feng and the other person sighed with relief and were just about to open the stall and leave. Found you. Found you. So you were here. Lu Feng looked up and saw several human heads lying atop the partition, staring at him with ghastly smiles. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The hut Uchiha Feng was in instantly turned to ashes, leaving a heap of charred rubble. Little Feng. Uchiha Yayu was the first to notice something was wrong. He hurriedly climbed out of bed and rushed toward Uchiha Feng's room. Little Feng. Uchiha Huali, still in her pajamas and not even wearing slippers, hurried over. Some Uchiha clan members, seeing such a commotion, also jumped onto the rooftops and looked in that direction. Amid the ashes, Uchiha Feng stood silently beside his bed. Everything had been burned away, only his bed remained. He touched his face and felt the powerful chakra inside his body. As expected, with power one can finally feel at ease. Damn, I was wondering why the system was so generous, awakening my eyes for free. Little Feng. Are you okay? Uchiha Yayu rushed forward and hugged Uchiha Feng. After a long silence, Uchiha Feng slowly let out a breath. It's fine. Don't worry. Good to know, good to know. Was there an enemy? Uchiha Yayu was still shaken. Uchiha Feng shook his head. No, I had a nightmare. Good to know, good to know. Uchiha Huali rushed over with her clothes in disarray. Seeing this, Yayu quickly took off his coat and draped it over her. Little Feng, your eyes. Uchiha Huali, as expected of a mother, noticed the difference at a glance. Yayu also looked over curiously and saw that Uchiha Feng's eyes had already become the Sharingan. Yet they were clearly different. Uchiha Feng's Sharingan was not blood red but a misty cyan. Each eye had 2 pure white tomo spinning rapidly around the pupil. 2 tomo. How can a Sharingan look like this? Uchiha Yayu stared at his son's Sharingan and unconsciously fell into a trance. After composing himself for a moment, Uchiha Feng patted his father's shoulder. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back to your room first. Okay. It's been a long time since little Feng slept beside us. Let's all sleep together tonight. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the perfect Sharingan. The system notification arrived belatedly. Uchiha Feng opened his mouth to curse, but realized it wasn't appropriate with his parents around. Uchiha Feng gnashed his teeth in frustration. I nearly suffocated from holding that in. To his amazement, after awakening the Sharingan, he could sense presences within 100 meters. Even the stray cats in the clan compound appeared as blurry shapes in his sight. Stop scolding, stop scolding. The system rarely sent an off-topic prompt. Uchiha Feng took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Ahem. Draw. System, you'd better come through. Uchiha Feng said with a pout. Don't worry. Drawing. You have obtained Fiery Golden Eyes. Fiery Golden Eyes Level 1. It pierces all falsehood, sees through every disguise, and can deliver a fatal strike against stealthy enemies, dealing 200 damage. Detected that the host possesses an I-type skill. Fusing skills. Fusion successful. Obtained Sharingan Divine Grade. Sharingan Divine Grade. Currently at the second stage, 2 Tomo, can discern ninjutsu and taijutsu of S rank and below. Can copy ninjutsu and taijutsu of A rank and below. Can cast genjutsu to confuse enemies. Can see through all disguises and deliver a lethal strike to stealthy enemies, dealing 200 damage. First time obtaining a Divine Grade skill. Bonus reward drawing in progress. You have obtained the Sharingan Training Art. Growth point 1 obtained. After pondering for a moment, he allocated the growth point to the Sharingan Training Art. Sharingan Training Art Level 2, an eye technique that can be cultivated actively. It will gradually raise the Sharingan to perfect grade up to a maximum of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Bloodline restriction, Uchiha Bloodline. Hehehe. Uchiha Feng opened his eyes, digesting his newly acquired skill, and waved his fist happily. Finally, my eyes are open. What are you doing? Go to sleep. Yu turned over and muttered when he saw Feng was still awake. Tomorrow I'll let Dad try this Sharingan Training Art. It's too bad Mom married in from outside the clan, so she doesn't have Uchiha blood. Alright, I should let Itachi learn it too. He's my little fanboy. I have to bring him along when there's any benefit. With all these thoughts, Uchiha Feng fell into a deep sleep. What? My Sharingan can still evolve. Uchiha Yu looked at his son in disbelief. Just try it first, and you'll see. Uchiha Feng said with absolute confidence. Yu practiced with skepticism, and the blood red of the Sharingan in his eyes faded slightly. How is this possible? Chakra consumption has decreased, and the headache is gone. Yu was stunned, then said gravely, remember to keep this absolutely secret. People we don't trust must never know that there is a cultivation method for the Sharingan. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Uchiha Feng chuckled. Dad, now that you have this Sharingan Training Art, your trusted men can all evolve their Sharingan. You little brat. Uchiha Yu wiped his eyes. But only trustworthy people can be allowed to learn it, and you must not give them the entire training method at once. Uchiha Feng nodded, indicating that his father should just keep control of that matter. System, how do I level up the Sharingan Training Art? Figure it out yourself. This answer consumed 10 world essence. Inside the Hokage's office. The third Hokage frowned slightly, and said in an annoyed tone, why is he here again? Danzo emerged slowly from the darkness, a trace of seriousness on his face. Something has happened in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Feng's house was destroyed by ninjutsu, and that boy is suspected of having awakened the Sharingan. Sharingan. Isn't he only 3? How old was Madara when he awakened his eyes? The third Hokage had already heard the news through other channels, but he still feigned shock. He did not want Danzo to know about his hidden spies. I will contact Uchiha Feng soon. I'm letting you know. Danzo said bluntly. Letting me know? Who is the Hokage, you or me? The third Hokage's face was stern. I advise you not to act recklessly. Hiruzen. I'm doing this for the village's development and Konoha's peace. Danzo shouted heatedly. Bang. The office door was shoved open. Old man, are you trying to go after my disciple? Tsunade flung the door open and looked at Danzo with disgust. The third Hokage coughed twice. Tsunade, you must not be so rude. Humph. Old man. Tsunade refused to yield. You know perfectly well that Uchiha Feng is my disciple, yet you let Danzo investigate him, and even send root agents to monitor him. The third Hokage took a helpless puff from his pipe. His disciple was becoming more and more unmanageable. He is my proudest disciple, someone I Tsunade acknowledge. No one is allowed to move against him. I mean it, anyone. Tsunade thrust her face close to Danzo's, and threatened anyone. She slammed the door as she left, leaving Danzo livid. Your fine disciple now dares to threaten both of us directly. Is there still anyone who can control her? Hiruzen. The third Hokage knocked out his pipe without looking up. My disciple is not yours to manage. Do you have nothing to do with Tsunade becoming like this? Why did Kato Dan die in battle? Why was he ambushed by the enemy? Why did Nawaki just happen to step into that trap? Your methods are becoming more and more unscrupulous. Enough. Danzo stared at the third Hokage with a dark face. Everything I do is for Konoha, and for you to stay firmly in the Hokage's seat. The third Hokage looked helpless, unwilling to engage in pointless argument with Danzo any longer. He understood Danzo's little schemes better than anyone. Danzo had secretly built Root and wooed Umbu Ninja. Wasn't it all for the Hokage's seat beneath his own backside? In recent years, Danzo had become increasingly audacious and unscrupulous. Yet the third Hokage could not truly break with Danzo. After all, Danzo controlled the hidden order of Konoha. Heaving a sigh, the third Hokage said in a low voice, Tsunade meant what she said just now. She has acknowledged Uchiha Feng, so you had better stop targeting him. If Tsunade is provoked, the third Hokage paused for a moment. I'm afraid she will turn everything upside down. In the third Hokage's view, Konoha and the Uchiha had gradually grown apart. The Uchiha clan might be restless, but they were still Konoha's Uchiha, an indispensable force for Konoha's rise. Besides, Uchiha Ieyasu was one of the few peace advocates among the Uchiha, and he still had a fairly positive impression of the village. Provoking them now and making them abandon Konoha was not a good idea. The third Hokage wanted to use Tsunade as a bridge to ease the relationship with the Uchiha. On the other hand, if Uchiha Ieyasu became the clan leader, he could use gentle means to bring the Uchiha under his control. The third Hokage paid no attention to Danzo's livid departure. After leaving, Danzo released a carrier pigeon. Hiruzen, you will understand me eventually. Without my support, Konoha would have rotted long ago. What I do is undoubtedly righteous. Xiao Feng, your taijutsu training has been slipping lately. You didn't even outrun Kai. Yes, master might die. Uchiha Feng, the scolded party, gasped for breath. What he hadn't told Might Die was that he had doubled the training weights his master assigned. The power of youth. We've got to keep pushing forward. Might Kai struck his signature pose, flashing a toothy grin. Save the big talk. Just hurry up and graduate from the Ninja Academy. Kakashi leaned against a rock, his tongue as barbed as ever. Might Kai crumpled like a limp noodle. Why must you poke exactly where it hurts? The Ninja Academy. Uchiha Feng pinched his chin thoughtfully. It was about time he enrolled too, wasn't it? Jogging all the way back to Konoha village, Uchiha Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks and spoke aloud. Come on out. The ground's getting cold. Swoosh. Two ninja rose to their feet in the distance. Kunai aimed at Uchiha Feng. One of them, wearing a cat-faced mask, said in a bone-chilling voice, Uchiha Feng, please come with us to the ANBU. Uchiha Feng tilted his head toward the man. You suddenly stopped tailing me a while back, and I was starting to feel left out. So what made you decide to make a move today? Has that sly old fox Danzo finally lost his patience? Silence. The cat-masked ninja hurled a kunai at him. Show Lord Danzo some respect. Know your place. Uchiha Feng tilted his head, letting the incoming kunai whistle harmlessly past, and continued, is this the best that Danzo's loyal hounds can do? The two root ninja exchanged a glance, then flashed forward to subdue Uchiha Feng. The cat-masked ninja seized his shoulder while the dog-masked one pressed a kunai against his throat. So what if you're a genius? Let us show you why Root picked us, why we're called Elite Jonin. What a... Sensing something was off, both were utterly stunned. Bang! The Uchiha Feng they had restrained transformed into a log. Substitution jutsu. What are you two yapping about? Uchiha Feng's voice drifted over. 8 Gates Life Gate. Open. His boiling vital blood surged wildly through his body. Chakra raged so fiercely that it burst outward. Uchiha Feng moved so fast that afterimages trailed in his wake. Damn it, we didn't even notice. The cat-masked ninja narrowed his eyes, hands already moving to form seals. Hey. Both of them looked up, straight into the madly spinning Sharingan in Uchiha Feng's gaze. In that moment of distracted shock, the cat-masked ninja felt a sharp pain in his back and knew with sinking dread that he had fallen into a genjutsu. Uchiha Feng's strike landed cleanly, his right hand clamped around the cat-masked ninja's throat, while his left bent the man's arm into a grotesque angle. Crack! Uchiha Feng twisted with force, and the cat-masked ninja's arm was wrenched out of its socket. Aya! Clutching his shoulder, the cat-masked ninja let out a miserable scream. Impossible! Impossible! The cat-masked ninja roared. When did it start? How could anyone be that fast? Uchiha Feng gave a faint smile, revealing snow-white teeth. So this is the strength you're so proud of. Seeing this, the dog-masked ninja looked as if he were confronting a deadly enemy. He drew a scroll from his waist and formed hand seals at lightning speed. Wind release, wind demon shuriken. Too slow. Way too slow. A shuriken isn't meant to be used like that. Let me teach you. Fire release, phoenix flower, crimson claw. Fire melded into the shuriken as it flew at the dog-masked ninja, scattering like heavenly maidens casting blossoms through the air. The dog-masked ninja raised his shuriken and parried again and again, but the flame-wreathed blade still carved into his flank. Damn it! The dog-masked ninja gritted his teeth, panting heavily. Both of them were utterly incredulous. They were Root's elite Jonin battle-hardened veterans. Danzo had truly spared no expense to capture Uchiha Feng alive, and yet 2 elite Jonin couldn't even last 2 exchanges against him. What kind of freak is this? No wonder Lord Danzo wants you eliminated. If someone like you is allowed to grow, another Uchiha Madara is bound to appear. Uchiha Madara. Feng shrugged nonchalantly. I'm destined to surpass him. Having subdued the 2, Uchiha Feng pinched his chin and muttered to himself. What should I do with you two then? Kill you? That would be a bit of a waste. Maybe I'll just hand you over to Orochimaru. I hear he's running low on test subjects. I never got to thank him for refining my herbal bath last time. The 2 ninja exchanged a glance and howled, don't you dare look down on us. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Wind release, wind blade. Their jutsu engulfed Uchiha Feng, and when they saw the technique shred him to pieces, the 2 exchanged a gleeful glance. Though they hadn't fulfilled Danzo's order to capture Uchiha Feng alive, killing him and nipping the thread in the bud was still a satisfying way to account for their mission. See, you're truly naive. That nightmare-inducing voice echoed in their ears once more. To their horror, they found themselves strung upside down from a tree. and what their eyes met was Uchiha Feng's Sharingan. Genjutsu. Damn it. Looked down on by a brat. Release. The two forced the chakra within their bodies to churn violently, desperately, trying to break free of the Genjutsu's hold. It was all in vain, however. I told you to stop struggling. Uchiha Feng picked up a brick with wicked amusement and smashed it against the back of their heads. Secret Jutsu brick smash. Struck by this physical Genjutsu, the two rolled their eyes back and passed out. He bound them up like Zongzi grabbed one end of the rope and jogged all the way back to the Uchiha clan compound, dragging them behind him. Hey Xiao Feng, who are these two? Before he had even reached the house, Uchiha Yayu spotted Uchiha Feng dragging the pair. Oh, root ninja. Probably sent by Danzo. I dragged them back to figure out how to get the maximum benefit. What a... Fury ignited in Uchiha Yayu's eyes. His Sharingan activated involuntarily, the three Tomo slowly turning cyan. That old bastard Danzo actually dares to lay a hand on my Xiao Feng. What the hell does he want? I'm going to see the third Hokage right now. Calm down, Dad. Uchiha Feng said unhurriedly, soothing his father. Now isn't the time to fall out with them. Give it a while longer, it's fine. They only sent a pair of small fries. A piece of cake. With that, Uchiha Feng fetched a bucket of cold water and splashed it over the two ninjas' faces. He then pulled off the cat-masked ninja's mask, pinched his jaw open, and drew his tongue out. What is this? Uchiha Yayu asked curiously. Danzo's tongue curse seal. It keeps Root Ninja from leaking sensitive intelligence. Uchiha Feng flicked his hand in distaste, then rinsed it in the clean water. So this is the tongue curse eradication seal? Uchiha Yayu asked curiously, staring at the tongue of the man before him. He reached out and poked it. MPH, 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 MPH. Bound so tightly that he could not move, his tongue pulled out and pinched by a hand. He could neither move nor speak. There was no misery worse than this. Uchiha Feng examined it a while longer, then drew out a scroll and sketched down the tongue curse eradication seal. Let's study it carefully. It might come in handy someday. Uchiha Yayu withdrew his hand, and with a look of disgust wiped it on the man's clothes. Humph. Finally able to speak, the man could not help threatening, how dare you bring us to the Uchiha compound? We carry tracking chips on us. Do you want to go to war with Root? Uchiha Yayu kicked him in the stomach, folding him over like a shrimp. Are you threatening me? Do you think I'm afraid? What is Danzo but a mongrel? For once Yayu exuded the bearing of a high-ranking Uchiha. Uchiha Feng was seeing this side of him for the first time. He had always assumed his old man was nothing but a loudmouth, yet he had never expected him to carry such presence. Even if I had Danzo bound and dragged over here, so what? Would the third Hokage go to war with us? Who the hell are the two of you to dare threaten the Uchiha? Seeing that Uchiha Yayu was still going on, Uchiha Feng hastily cut, and let's drop this. I've already erased every trace of their capture. But they came for me, and now they've vanished. Danzo will certainly suspect I did it. No matter. Uchiha Yayu waved his hand. What should we do with these two? These two were elite members of Root. Mid to upper tier at least, with fairly solid strength. They simply had not expected Uchiha Feng to be such a monstrous prodigy, which was why they had suffered such a crushing fall here. Send them to Orochimaru. He should like them very much, and it will count as repaying a favor. Fine. You caught them, so I'll follow your lead. Uchiha Yayu nodded, hoisted the two men, and vanished in a flash. Inside a gambling den in Konoha. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Tsunade propped her legs on the table and crossed her arms, eyeing the uninvited guest. Hiss. Tsunade still just as hot-tempered as ever. Orochimaru's voice was cold and sinister. Don't be so hostile. I've come to thank you. Thank me. Tsunade looked at him in puzzlement. For what? What do I have to do with you? Hiss. Ha. Orochimaru's snake-like tongue flicked across the corner of his mouth. Your disciple sent me 2 excellent test subjects. What do you mean? Have you been in contact with Uchiha Feng? Tsunade raised her fist and fixed Orochimaru with a hostile stare. Relax, relax. I haven't had any contact with him. It was Uchiha Yayu who sent me 2 root ninja, saying they were a gift for me. Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. I like this gift very much. According to Uchiha Yayu, these 2 were sent by Danzo to capture Uchiha Feng. Feng subdued them, bound them, and sent them to me. So, did you send them back? Tsunade felt a surge of disgust, for Orochimaru had grown rather close to Danzo over the years. Orochimaru spoke. Danzo has already asked me for them, but I still need your disciple's consent before I decide. With that, he turned and left. Seething with pent-up fury, Tsunade punched the table before her into splinters, threw down a stack of bills, and turned to leave. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade kicked the office door open in one swift motion. Old man Ianbu laid hands on my disciple. I demand an explanation. Seeing Danzo standing beside the Hokage, Tsunade could not restrain herself. She grabbed him by the collar and raised her fist to strike. Tsunade, do you have any respect for me at all? The third Hokage slammed the table and roared. Tsunade smiled at this. It's precisely because I still care about you and about Konoha that I haven't left. She turned to stare at Danzo. Now I demand a proper explanation. Danzo did not dare speak. He was afraid that anything he said would provoke this woman before him. After all, she was the type who feared neither heaven nor earth. Seeing that Danzo refused to speak, Tsunade slammed her fist into his face. Blood spurted from Danzo's nose as he was sent flying backward. Boom. Danzo's back crashed into the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks across its surface. Now do you remember what I said? Tsunade raised her fist, glaring at Danzo with a menacing expression. Princess Tsunade, say what you will. I did this for the good of the village. The village your grandfather built with his own hands. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, still refusing to yield. Don't you dare mention my grandfather. Tsunade flashed forward and drove her fist into Danzo's abdomen. The wall burst open in an instant, and Danzo was sent flying out of the Hokage's office. You are not worthy. Tsunade shook out her hand, enunciating each word. Enough, Tsunade. The third Hokage stepped in to smooth things over. No serious consequences came of this, right? By the time there are consequences, it will be too late. Tsunade gritted her teeth, still refusing to let the matter go. Hearing this, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. What does Uchiha Feng think? Should I offer some compensation? Compensation is only right. Wait until I've asked him what he wants. Tsunade hurled a few more harsh words, then turned and left the place. Danzo crawled out of the rubble, spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and said in a low voice, Hiruzen, you've taught a fine disciple. A truly fine one. Shut up. The third Hokage glared at Danzo furiously. I've warned you time and again, yet you still go your own way. It seems you can't wait any longer, can you? Are you so eager to sit in my position? You should be grateful that the men you sent were all useless and didn't manage to do anything to Uchiha Feng. As she is now, Tsunade has shifted every bit of her affection for her brother onto Uchiha Feng. If anything happens to him again, I guarantee Tsunade will go mad. With that, the third Hokage fell silent for a moment, then continued, warning Danzo, I don't care how much you despise the Uchiha or what plans you have. Everything must be put on hold for now. The situation has been tense recently. I'm afraid war is coming. The third Hokage walked to the window, glanced at the Hokage rock, and slowly let out a breath. Today our class has 2 new students. Come and introduce yourselves to everyone. Inside the elite class at the Ninja Academy, the instructor Nato Tetsuya had brought Uchiha Fu and Uchiha Itachi to meet their classmates. Fu, wouldn't it be better to train at home? Why did you come to the Ninja Academy? Itachi asked curiously. Well, it's always good to get in touch with people your own age. Uchiha Fu said nonchalantly. The damned system had issued a new mission. Graduate from the Ninja Academy. Mission difficulty 0 stars. A 0-star mission. That should be as easy as pie, right? But it was only after finishing enrollment that he learned he had to check in at the academy. Check-in successful. Current progress, 1300. This is a main quest and cannot be abandoned. Time limit 1 year. He sighed and glanced at the Chunin teacher standing beside him. I could take out several of these with one punch. Uchiha Fu bared his teeth and shrugged helplessly. Then Nato Tetsuya said, introduce yourself, new student. Uchiha Fu. Uchiha Itachi. The two spoke briefly, then fell silent again. Nato Tetsuya gave an awkward smile. Ahaha, our new classmates are a little shy. You two find an empty seat and sit down. Fu, over here, over here. Mato guy wearing a green training suit shouted with his hands cupped around his mouth. Looking up, Uchiha Fu saw quite a few familiar faces. Mato guy Ebisu Saratobi Asuma Marino Ibiki, Yuhi Kurinai Mitarashi Anko, and Shizun. They say he's a genius no less than Kakashi-senpai. 2 geniuses from the Uchiha clan. Damn, are we going to be steamrolled by such geniuses again? The students whispered among themselves. Nato Tetsuya coughed twice, and the classroom quieted down. Kakashi had graduated from the Ninja Academy 2 years earlier and was already a Chunin. To Uchiha Fu's surprise, Obito and Rin had also graduated. Thinking about it, although Obito was the dead last of the Uchiha, his talent was still above average in Konoha. Uchiha Fu raised his head, looked over the students, and searched for an empty seat. Mato guy was still waving his arms frantically. The corner of Uchiha Fu's mouth twitched. He did not want to sit with him. That would be too embarrassing. Shizun cautiously waved her hand, wanting to greet Uchiha Fu, but feeling too shy, her cheeks flushed slightly. Just as she mustered up the courage to say something, Uchiha Fu walked straight over to her. Although Uchiha Fu was only 3.5, he was mature and steady in temperament, and his height had reached 1.3 meters. To anyone who did not know him, he would seem 7 or 8 years old. Under Uchiha Fu's taijutsu training, torture Uchiha Itachi's height had also been yanked upward like a radish, reaching 1.2 meters. Combined with the Uchiha clan's characteristic cold aura and remarkable good looks, many girls in the class kept their eyes glued to them as soon as they walked in. Is he going to sit next to Shizun? Yuhi Kurinai put one foot on a desk and said, damn. He didn't sit next to me. Many girls chimed in, one after another, shifting their gazes to Uchiha Itachi. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched, and he looked to Uchiha Fu for help. Uchiha Fu raised an eyebrow, signaling that he should just find his own seat. Mato guy was still waving his arms. Itachi. Come on, hurry. He had seen Itachi during physical training with Uchiha Fu. Before Itachi had turned dark, he was still innocent and adorable. After sitting down next to Shizun, Uchiha Fu propped his chin on his hand and pondered the direction of his next training. Uchiha Fu Lu Feng. Age 3 years 6 months. Stats: Strength 11, Agility 11, Constitution 15, Spirit 19. Chakra: Nature, Fire, Earth. Kekkei Genkai 2 Tomo Sharingan, Divine Lava Release, Current Progress 3. During this period, the medicinal baths and taijutsu training had increased his strength and agility by only 1 point each. Uchiha Fu vaguely sensed yet another bottleneck. The strength of his body seemed to be approaching a limit. During taijutsu training, the weight he carried had reached an astonishing 1 ton. One should know that even Mato Dai, a taijutsu master who trained every day without interruption, carried only 750 kilograms. This showed the physical improvement brought by the Yijin Jing. His Yijin Jing had also reached LV6. Although it had gained a level, his recent relentless training had not pushed it any higher. His chakra cultivation method was already maxed out, and the total amount of chakra in his body had even reached the Kage level. Burning Blood Art was currently LV4, with 40 points of stored essence blood. Tsunade had given him a scroll for the shadow clone technique a while ago. This B-rank ninjutsu was no difficulty at all for Uchiha Fu. After practicing a few times, he could summon shadow clones that spread across the mountains and fields. However, doing so consumed too much chakra, so after testing it once he seldom did it again. After all, he did not have a portable power bank like Naruto Uzumaki. His chakra still had to recover on its own. Uchiha Fu, it's your very first day, and you're already spacing out in class. The first lesson was the clone technique. Uchiha Fu had already mastered the shadow clone technique, so he kept his chin propped on his hand distracted. Fu-san, Teacher Kojima Satoshi is very strict. Please stop spacing out. Shizun tugged at Uchiha Fu's sleeve and whispered, her face red. Yuhi Kurenai also turned around and said to Uchiha Fu, Fu-san, you have to listen carefully in class. I have notes, so I'll lend them to you to copy later. Uchiha Fu saw Yuhi Kurenai's lovely curly hair and crimson eyes and could not help taking a few extra glances, making her cheeks redden slightly. Raising an eyebrow at the shy Yuhi Kurenai, Uchiha Fu blew her a frivolous kiss. With a cry of surprise, Kurenai covered her burning face and secretly peeked through her fingers at Uchiha Fu's handsome face. Uchiha Fu, not listening in class is one thing, but how dare you flirt with your female classmate? Don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you're an Uchiha. Beside Yuhi Kurenai sat a small monkey-like boy. Unable to stand Uchiha Fu's teasing of Kurenai, he slammed the table and stood up. Asuma, mind your classroom discipline. Kojima Satoshi glanced at Asuma, then at Fu, and thought his elite class had gained another troublemaker. The old third son. A privileged big shots kid, huh? Uchiha Fu looked at Asuma's furious face and could not help grinning broadly. Another flying kiss went to Yuhi Kurenai. I'll anger you to death. It's your old man who screwed me over, your old man who's always playing dirty. You. Sarutobi Asuma could no longer hold back. Ignoring classroom discipline, he said to Uchiha Fu, just wait for me after school. What? Asuma actually told Uchiha Feng, don't leave after school. Itachi stood up, glaring at Asuma like a hawk. What do you want? Seeing Itachi rise too, Asuma's tone weakened. What are the Uchiha trying to gang up 2 against 1? HM. Seeing this, Uchiha Feng spoke up, what are you barking at? And here I thought you were a monkey. Monkey. Ha ha ha. The classroom erupted with cheerful laughter. Asuma, the son of the current Hokage, was used to throwing his weight around at school because of his youth, and no classmate dared provoke him. Now that he had been humiliated, naturally many people laughed at him. Inuzuka Hana stood up to smooth things over. We're all classmates, and this is Uchiha Feng's first time reporting to school. Let's be a little more friendly. Uchiha Feng nodded. Wow, another beauty. Since the beauty says to be friendly, then I'll be friendly. I just like listening to what beautiful women say. Inuzuka Hana blushed and shot Uchiha Feng a glare. Asuma's face remained livid, but since Uchiha Feng had already said that he couldn't flare up again and could only shoot him a vicious glare. After the morning classes ended, Uchiha Feng dragged Itachi along and ran out of the classroom first. Why do we have to leave first, Xiao Feng? Itachi looked at Uchiha Feng, puzzled, feeling that there was no need to leave ahead of time. Uchiha Feng pulled Itachi to the wall, pried at the top, and took down 2 gray bricks. He handed one to Itachi. Once we're done hitting him, we run. Remember to wear a mask. Itachi was greatly shocked and looked at Uchiha Feng in confusion. This old man is after all the current Hokage. We still have to show some respect. What if he makes trouble for us later? After we smash him with the brick, we run. Remember not to say a word. Itachi nodded dazedly. Uchiha Feng suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Was he leading young Itachi astray? Forget it. Let's get this off our chest first. Sarutobi Asuma was still fuming on the playground, boasting to Gecko Hate beside him. See, I knew those 2 were worthless. Once I got serious, they got scared and ran away. At that moment, Uchiha Feng and Itachi were hiding in the bushes beside the playground, watching Asuma boast with his hands on his hips. When do we make a move? Itachi was clearly nervous. His hand gripping the brick had turned pale. Don't be nervous. Don't use that much force. What if you kill him? Let him hurt for a few days. Seeing how nervous Itachi was, Uchiha Feng quickly spoke to calm him down. Who? Itachi nodded and heaved a long sigh. He's coming, he's coming. Asuma strutted around the playground for a while, acting tough. When he saw that Uchiha Feng really hadn't shown up, he headed toward the school gate. Now, Uchiha Feng shouted. The 2 jumped out of the bushes. Uchiha Feng's loud cry made Asuma freeze. Bam bam. The brick struck Asuma squarely on the forehead, and blood immediately gushed out. Ow. Asuma let out a scream. Gecko Hate beside him was stunned. What kind of trick was this? There were still many students on the playground who had not gone home, and they were all stunned by the sight. Ow. Asuma is bleeding. A female classmate shrieked. Run, Uchiha Feng said in a low voice, pressing the mask on his face and speaking to Itachi beside him. The 2 ran out of school like a gust of wind. What the hell? Inside the school, Nato Tetsuya, an elite chunin, saw the chaotic scene on the playground and hurried over. He saw at a glance Asuma bleeding profusely from the forehead. Asuma snapped back to his senses, cursing loudly while holding his wound. Who dares ambush me? Do you not dare to show your face? Seeing this, Nato Tetsuya got a headache. The Hokage's son had been ambushed and injured on school grounds, and he did not know how to account for it. Damn it. Where's the chunin in charge of escorting students out of the school gate? Nato Tetsuya said furiously. A chunin standing beside Asuma weakly raised his hand. I'm right here. Nato Tetsuya grabbed him and said angrily, how were you protecting the students? That chunin was also speechless. Why did this kind of thing have to happen to him? There was nothing I could do. Those two were too fast. The flying brick moved faster than a shuriken. I know who it was. Asuma looked at the bandage he was pressing to his forehead, already soaked with blood. Uchiha Feng. Uchiha Feng. Asuma roared furiously. What? Uchiha Feng popped his head out of the crowd. What are you calling me for? You dare come back. Asuma was so furious he lost his mind, drawing a shuriken and pointing it at Uchiha Feng. Asuma calmed down. Seeing this, Nato Tetsuya quickly grabbed Asuma's wrist to stop him from escalating the situation. Oh my, how did Asuma get hurt? Go to the hospital and have it checked. Good thing it's only a flesh wound. What if his brain had been damaged? He wasn't all that smart to begin with. Uchiha Feng kept needling Asuma with sarcasm. You Uchiha bastard. Asuma was so enraged that he lost his reason. What did you say? Uchiha Feng's face turned grim. 8 gates life gate, open. A shocking aura erupted from Uchiha Feng. Classmate Uchiha, calm down. Nato Tetsuya wanted to stop Uchiha Feng, but found he couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Uchiha Feng looked at Asuma with killing intent and walked toward him step by step. Fear suddenly rose in Asuma's heart. It was as if he were being stared at by the Grim Reaper, or like a fish on a cutting board helplessly waiting to be butchered. No. Xiao Feng, don't. Asuma was too terrified to move and watched blankly as Uchiha Feng kicked him square in the chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Asuma tried hard to cover his mouth to stop the blood from pouring out, but he couldn't hold it in. Pieces of his internal organs mixed with blood gushed out in mouthful after mouthful. No. My God. Asuma is going to be beaten to death. Uchiha Feng tilted his head and said, don't talk nonsense. We're all good classmates who love each other. HM. Nato Tetsuya's eyes were still bloodshot as he looked at Uchiha Feng in disbelief. Jinjutsu. How is that possible? Even an elite chunin fell for it. Several teachers on the playground looked at Uchiha Feng in disbelief, discovering that the tomo in his eyes were spinning rapidly. His Sharingan did not have that sinister feeling at all. Instead, it radiated a cyan light, seeming mysterious and extraordinary. He's only 3 years old, and his Jinjutsu has already reached this level. I'm still alive. Asuma clutched his chest, still in shock, not even bothering with the wound on his head. Just now he had personally experienced the terror of death and the despair of one at death's door. Ha! Uchiha Feng patted Asuma on the shoulder. The misunderstanding between us is settled now, right? Asuma nodded blankly and didn't dare say another word. Go home now, Uchiha Feng said. Remember to stop by the ninja hospital first and have your wound treated. Supported by Gekko Hyade, Asuma left the school. Seeing this, Nato Tetsuya gave Uchiha Feng a long hard look, then followed Asuma to the hospital to treat his wound. Changed Sarutobi Asuma's personality. Reward 50 World Essence points. Current World Essence 500 points. Hearing the system's notification, Uchiha Feng happily grinned. Finally back to 500 points. It was so hard to earn. I won Itachi over and made him my little fanboy, and that only gave me 100 points. Who'd have thought that this Asuma business would give me 50? Feng-san. Shizun had remained behind after school, lingering in the classroom with worry over what Asuma might do to Uchiha Feng. Now she had hurried to the playground, gazing at him with concern. Feng-san, are you alright? What happened? Yugi-ai also wore a worried expression. Shizun turned and shot Yugi-ai a sharp glance. What gives you the right to care about Feng-san? None of your business. Yugi-ai adopted an air of authority, hands on her hips. Why couldn't I care about Uchiha Feng? She then grabbed Uchiha Feng's arm and rubbed against it affectionately. Right, Feng-san? Shizun let out a soft snort. Unable to out-argue Yugi-ai, she could only stare blankly at Uchiha Feng, her eyes slightly reddened. Shizun, you study medical ninjutsu, right? Nato Tetsuya scratched his head in exasperation and pointed at Asuma. Help classmate Asuma treat his head wound. Teacher Nato. Alright. Shizun finally noticed that Asuma's head was still bleeding. Asuma remained dazed and docile, allowing Shizun to help him sit on the ground. Yugi-ai. Why? Seeing Yugi-ai holding on to Uchiha Feng's shoulder, Asuma couldn't help but ask. Yugi-ai ignored Asuma entirely and continued tugging at Uchiha Feng's arm. Feng-san, I'll bring you a bento tomorrow. But Asuma opened his mouth but said nothing further. Shizun's hands glowed with pale green chakra as she pressed them against Asuma's head to heal the wounds. It was merely a superficial injury. The two Uchiha boys had shown great restraint, and within moments the wound had fully healed. Leaving the ninja academy, Yugi-ai sang cheerfully, contemplating what bento to prepare for Feng-san tomorrow. I'll make tonkatsu and salmon nijirai. Let Feng-san taste my love through my bento. Mom always says if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Uchiha Feng, you won't escape my grasp. Around a corner, Shizun was waiting. Yugi-ai, you. Shizun looked at the cheerful Yugi-ai, her crimson eyes locking onto hers. You like Feng-san? You've only just met him. Yes. Yugi-ai admitted plainly. Why? You didn't even know him before. Shizun's expression was utterly serious. Because he's a genius. He's outstanding enough. Yugi-ai's eyes sparkled with admiration. I heard from Gai-sensei that even Senior Kakashi can't match Feng-san. Although Uchiha Feng had only made a single appearance at the Ninja Academy, his exploits had been spread far and wide by the loquacious Mado Gai. Even the most famous genius of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi, reportedly couldn't surpass him. Of course, Gai had only been referring to physical combat training, he knew little else. But that was more than enough to boast about. After all, Kakashi had always been his goal to surpass, and now there was another, Uchiha Feng. Is that so? Shizun nodded, as if understanding something. Indeed, Feng-san was an extraordinarily outstanding person, naturally drawing attention from others. Having come to terms with this, Shizun's gaze hardened, and with flushed cheeks she declared, I will not yield Feng-san to you. Yugi was somewhat taken aback. Shizun was usually so reserved, yet today, she had said such a thing. You also like Feng-san? Why? Yugi asked. I won't tell you. Shizun tilted her head, wearing an air of confidence. I still need to train with Feng-san later, so I won't take up more of your time. Shizun smiled slyly to herself. How fortunate it was to study under Lord Tsunade, to have more time with Feng-san. Darn it. Yugi pouted. I'll study under Lord Tsunade too. Shizun stuck out her tongue. Go ask Lady Tsunade yourself. I'm off now. Feng-san is waiting for me. With that, Shizun turned and ran, waving goodbye to Yugi. I'll bring Feng-san a bento tomorrow as well, so no need for trouble, Yugi. Darn it. Darn it all, Shizun. Furious, Yugi kicked small stones along the roadside. In Yugi's eyes, the cold and handsome visage of Uchiha Feng appeared once more, his kingly bearing commanding respect. Cursed Shizun. I won't lose to you. Yugi clenched her fists, speaking resolutely. As soon as Asuma returned home, he locked himself in his room. Damn it. How could I be so useless? I really am useless. Asuma hugged his blanket, unaware, tears streaming down his face. I didn't even dare to move. What kind of ninja am I? I truly am useless. No wonder Yugi doesn't want anything to do with me. Even I don't want to deal with a good-for-nothing like me. Knock knock. The sound of knocking came, followed by a gentle voice. Dinner's ready. Come eat. I don't want to eat. You go ahead. Let me be alone. Asuma mumbled from beneath his blanket, his voice muffled. What's wrong with this child? Sarutobi Bawako glanced at her husband, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He got tapped twice on the head at school today and fell under an illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. What? Is he alright? Sarutobi Bawako looked deeply concerned. Did the Umbu report this? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Bawako glared at him angrily and demanded, why didn't you stop it? Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to disperse the smoke before him. There's no need to draw attention to protecting our son with Umbu. Besides, those two Uchiha boys showed appropriate restraint. Uchiha. A hint of fury flashed in Sarutobi Bawako's eyes. I'm going to find their parents right now. Is it Uchiha Feng and Uchiha Itachi? Bawako. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice. These are matters between children. Let children resolve them themselves. Why are you making a scene? Are you trying to embarrass us? Reproved. Sarutobi Bawako glared at Hiruzen and fell silent. Knock knock. Hiruzen rapped on the door. Didn't I say I don't want to eat? Asuma's tone carried a hint of impatience. It's me. Hiruzen cleared his throat. Let me in. Let's talk. The door flew open suddenly. Asuma's eyes were bloodshot. Father. I actually felt fear. I wanted to run away. I wanted to flee at that moment. How could I have such thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette and asked his son, want one? Knowing shame and then becoming courageous is a good thing. After experiencing this, you've grown considerably. Everyone encounters several mountains on the road to growth. Yours came earlier than most. Cross them, and you will become stronger. Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat alone by the window, taking a long drag from his cigarette before sighing heavily. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's persuasion, Asuma rallied his spirits and ate something hurriedly, yet the young man had endured too severe a shock that day, and now he remained lost in thought by the window. I will redouble my efforts and trample that wretched Uchiha scum beneath my feet, Asuma growled through gritted teeth. Oh, it seems I worried in vain. You still have fire in you. A figure flickered past the window. Who's there? Asuma tensed, gripping his kunai. Of course it's me. Uchiha said, waving and flashing a bright smile. How did you end up here? Asuma asked warily. Tracking me home just to beat me up again. What kind of thing is that to say? Uchiha settled onto the rooftop eaves. I merely came to check on you. You've never been flat out rejected before after all. So it really was you. Don't be absurd, I never admitted to anything. Uchiha waved dismissively at the Route A and BU guard station nearby. I'm relieved to see you haven't been completely crushed. He had high hopes for Asuma. Despite his flaws, the boy was loyal and possessed a genuine warrior spirit. It would be a shame if this setback had broken him entirely. Well, I'm off. Uchiha gestured. Is that all? Asuma still wore an expression of deep suspicion. Watching Uchiha turn to leave, Asuma couldn't help but call out. I'll surpass you soon. Uchiha didn't look back, simply saying in a calm voice, good luck. Asuma's affection 5. History subtly altered. You have earned 10 world essence points. Seriously, only 10 points. This system is downright stingy. Fusen, do try my bento. I made it myself. The moment lunch began, Shizun pulled a pink heart-shaped lunchbox from her bag and offered it to Uchiha. Fusen, I brought one too. Yugao Kurenai placed a lunchbox beside his without missing a beat. Unbelievable. I wish I could have loved bento too. The boys in class couldn't hide their envy. Fu, are you not eating? If you don't, I will. Mato guy leaned and his thick eyebrows raised. Get away from me, you dead last. Yugao Kurenai kicked him squarely. Ever since Obito had barely graduated, the two bottom-ranked students had effectively become one. Fu-sen, eat quickly, Yugao Kurenai said with a warm smile. Uchiha Fu scratched his head. It wasn't that he refused to eat, the portions were simply rather meager. Opening both bentos, he shoveled the food into his mouth in large bites. In no time at all, both lunchboxes were emptied. Uchiha Fu reached into his bag for rice balls and continued eating. Fu-sen, it seems your bag is full of onigiri, Shizun remarked, peering into his bag curiously. Uchiha Fu nodded with his cheeks puffed out. Next time I'll pack more. I want to make sure Fu-san eats his fill. Shizun thought secretly, then noticed Yugao Kurenai gazing affectionately at Uchiha Fu as he ate, and shot her a sharp look. Yugao Kurenai retorted with an equal glare. Uchiha Fu pointed to his mouth. Have some water. Shizun offered a cup considerately. Darn it, she beat me to it. Yugao Kurenai fumed. She had been so distracted admiring Fu-san's handsome face that she'd forgotten all about this. Gulp, gulp, burp. That was wonderful, thank you. Delicious. Wiping his mouth, Uchiha Fu said to the two girls. Tomorrow I'll bring more for Fu-san. Yugao Kurenai packed away her lunchbox, shooting Shizun one last annoyed glance. Fu Kurenai, Shizun, there's going to be a pop quiz this afternoon. Mato Guy leaned over with a sly grin. Oh, how do you know? Kurenai asked, puzzled. I overheard it. Guy struck a dramatic pose, flashing his brilliant white teeth. What's it on? Shizun also looked a touch anxious. I heard Sensei Nato mention to Sensei Kojima that there will be a practical combat assessment this afternoon, a diagnostic to see if we're ready to graduate. To evaluate whether we have what it takes to graduate. Shizun grew even more nervous, clenching her fists against her chest. Does that mean if we perform, well, we could graduate early and go on missions? Like how Senior Kakashi did. Guy nodded. This time I'll surely shed the dead last title. Few may outperform me in ninjutsu in theory, but in hand-to-hand combat, I am unmatched. Kurenai looked at him dismissively. The dead last is bragging again. Uchiha Fu smiled. Kurenai, don't underestimate Guy. His taijutsu is genuinely formidable. Really? Seeing Uchiha Fu say so, Kurenai glanced at Mato Guy with surprise. In that case, if I were to fight you, I'd take it seriously. I'd welcome that. Delighted that Fu had spoken in his defense, Mato Guy burst into tears and clung to Uchiha Fu's leg. Get off me. Your tears are getting all over my clothes. Uchiha Fu pushed at Guy's head only to accidentally ruffle his iconic bowl cut into a disheveled mess. Guy stood up and pulled out a comb to restore his hairstyle. Heh, this afternoon I'll shock you all. Uchiha Fu pondered, having such an unexpected practical exercise likely tied to the increasingly tense situation among the villages. Could the Third Shinobi World War be looming? He muttered to himself, it seems every village is scrambling to bolster their ninja ranks, preparing for the coming war. He patted Guy on the shoulder to encourage him, then laid down on his desk. I'm going to take a nap. Go chat somewhere else. Guy nodded, then immediately leaned over to a nearby classmate, whispering conspiratorially. Hey, do you know there's a practical test this afternoon? Fu-san, I won't disturb your rest. Sleep well, and do your best this afternoon. Kurenai waved and left the classroom. She intended to prepare thoroughly, determined to show Fu-san that she was far more than just beautiful. Her strength was formidable as well. Rest well, Fu-san. Seeing Uchiha Fu already lying down, Shizun hesitated for a moment, then took a small blanket from her bag and gently draped it over him. Uchiha Fu had already drifted into slumber. He shifted slightly, tugging at the blanket, and breathed in its faint, pleasant fragrance before settling into a sweet dream. Kaze-sen, time to get up. The teacher is glaring at you. Seeing that Uchiha Kaze was sleeping soundly, Shizun kept lying beside him, watching in silence. She didn't even notice the teacher's arrival until instructor Kojima Satoshi glared at her. Only then did she hurriedly shake him. Uchiha Kaze turned his head aside and drifted back to sleep. Kojima Satoshi stared for a long while, and seeing that Kaze was still asleep, picked up a piece of chalk and threw it at him. Killing intent. Uchiha Kaze sat bolt upright, tilting his head to dodge the chalk flying at him. Uchiha Kaze, you're finally awake. Kojima Satoshi roared. The boys in the classroom were snickering behind their hands while the girls were also whispering among themselves. So handsome. His reflexes are so fast. Yay, so cool even right after waking up. As expected of Kaze-sen. Seeing this, Might Guy poked Ebisu beside him and said, is dodging a piece of chalk right after waking up really that cool? Should we learn to do it tomorrow too? Ebisu covered his face helplessly. Forget it. He's handsome, so everything he does looks cool. You're hopeless. Before he even finished speaking, he saw Might Guy with his head lowered, drawing circles on the desk. Alright, class. Kojima Satoshi coughed twice to quiet the class. Attention everyone. The assessment begins now. Get to the training ground 2 kilometers outside the school within 5 minutes. What? No way. I hate running. Complaints broke out, but everyone still hurriedly got up and rushed out the door. Uchiha Kaze wasn't in a hurry to leave. To him, this distance only took 2 minutes. Seeing that his deskmate Shizun also hadn't gotten up, he asked curiously. Shizun, aren't you worried either? Shizun lowered her head with a somewhat aggrieved look, her 2 fingers twirling around each other. I strained my leg while secretly training yesterday. It hurts with every move now. Hearing this, Uchiha Kaze's hands glowed green as he intended to use the mystic palm technique. Shizun shook her head. It's useless. I've tried it. This kind of muscle strain needs a period of rest. The mystic palm technique can only speed up the recovery, not heal it outright. Uchiha Kaze scratched his head. I didn't think of that. Kaze-sen, you go ahead first. Don't worry about me. Shizun had just started to speak when she felt her body become light, and Uchiha Kaze unexpectedly scooped her up into his arms. Put me down quickly. If anyone sees. Shizun's face instantly flushed bright red and her voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. Uchiha Kaze shook his head indifferently. It's fine. I'm not afraid of being seen. After all, we're fellow disciples under the same master. Yes. Feeling the strength of Uchiha Kaze's arms, Shizun buried her face and asked, will it slow you down? Don't worry. Your weight is like an extra shirt to me. This was no boast. After all, the weights he was currently carrying totaled 750 kilograms. Indeed, in order to continue strengthening his body, he always wore weights, even in his daily life. Holding Shizun, he glanced at the time. There were exactly 2 minutes left. Without wasting another second, he rushed at full speed toward the training ground. I'm going to be a little fast. Hold on tight. He arrived at the training ground right on the dot. Mykai was wondering why Kaze had come so late while the rest of the class had started howling. Oh, is Uchiha Kaze carrying his bride? Ha, Shizun is going to be a bride. Marry him. Marry him. Seeing that Shizun had actually been carried over by Uchiha Kaze, Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help grinding her teeth. Damn it. That scheming Shizun. Gently putting down Shizun, who was covering her face and dared not show it, Uchiha Kaze waved his hand. Don't make stupid jokes. I don't care, but she's a shy girl. Whoever keeps teasing, I'll punch him. Itachi stood with his arms crossed and upon hearing this nodded. Right? Punch him. Everyone immediately stopped teasing because after what had happened a few days ago, everyone knew who had done it. Uchiha Kaze was the type to throw a punch without hesitation. Kojima Satoshi held the list in his hand and nodded when he saw that everyone had arrived on time. Without giving any more preparation time, he directly announced the list of matches. When Uchiha Kaze heard his name, paired with some extra named A in the first round, he nodded. The first rule of maintaining friendly classmate relations, although I am strong, I must pretend to be not that strong. It's best to make every match a close call, letting the opponent feel they almost had it. That's perfect. Let's do it that way. Thinking this to himself at the teacher's command, Uchiha Kaze flashed behind extra A. Slap. Uchiha Kaze drew out a kunai and placed it against the extra's neck. Uchiha Kaze wins. The Chunin instructor hastily announced the result. That fast. Even extra A hadn't reacted yet. Damn. The gap is actually that huge. A hint of shock also appeared on the Chunin instructor's face. That speed just now was about the same as his own, wasn't it? He was an elite Chunin. If he found out that Uchiha Kaze was carrying 750 kilograms of weights, he would probably exclaim, is he human or a tailed beast? Awesome. I can feel the blazing passion of youth burning. Mykai gave a thumbs up and said to Uchiha Kaze, so cool. Yuhi Kurenai's eyes were full of admiration. My judgment was right as always. The matches went on round after round. Soon it was the third round, and there weren't many people left. Next round, Yuhi Kurenai versus Shizun. Oh, a battle between love rivals. I can smell the gunpowder before it even starts. Wow, exciting. As soon as the teacher announced the next battle, the classmates started hooting and hollering. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Shizun challengingly and said, come on. Shizun said nothing, looking back at her with a determined gaze. Uchiha Kaze also watched their battle with great interest. Yuhi Kurenai was renowned for Jinjutsu in the original work, and Uchiha Kaze also wanted to study carefully how others performed Jinjutsu. Asuma, who do you think will win? Gecko Hate cradled his ninja sword, a stalk of dogtail grass in his mouth. Kurenai, of course. Of course. Asuma said without a moment's hesitation. Guy also came up beside Uchiha Kaze and asked, Kaze, who do you think will win? Uchiha Kaze shook his head. I don't know. I've practiced with Shizun and know her strength. I heard Kurenai is very strong at Jinjutsu, but she didn't use it in the previous 2 rounds, so it's hard to say. Moreover, Shizun's thigh strain greatly affected her speed, leaving her basically a sitting duck. That was a bit worrying. Begin the battle. At the teacher's command, everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on the 2 people in the arena. As the Chunin instructor announced the start, Shizun adopted a defensive stance, gripping a shuriken tightly while staring intently at Kurenai. Not attacking first. Same as before. Looks like it's hard for you to move. Indeed, Kurenai is truly an excellent ninja with remarkable observational skills and analytical abilities. In that case, I won't hold back. No need to be courteous. Bring on whatever you've got. Shizun, still in a tense stance, raised her hand and released a shuriken. Kurenai drew a kunai and precisely deflected the incoming shuriken. Throwing shuriken because you can't move, is it? Kurenai kept speaking, trying to shake Shizun's focus. Jinjutsu isn't just a ninja art. It's the art of words. If that's all you've got, you might as well surrender, Shizun. Kurenai was in no hurry, continuing to provoke Shizun with words. Look, Feng-san is watching your miserable state. Kurenai also threw 2 shuriken, letting Shizun deflect them. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Just taking hits without being able to fight back. Kurenai stepped forward twice, stopping about 10 meters from Shizun. As Shizun swept aside shuriken after shuriken, Kurenai went on saying, at most, how many shuriken can you block? Let's have a try. Uchiha Feng watched from outside the arena, seeing Shizun press one hand against her thigh, a faint green glow emanating from her palm. Trying to temporarily numb the muscle pain and force yourself to move. Shizun really is stubborn. Uchiha Feng couldn't help murmuring. What? Shizun is strong. Might Guy darted around Uchiha Feng like a headless fly. Just watch. If this strike fails, Shizun will lose. Uchiha Feng rarely spoke up. Meanwhile, Kurenai was still staring into Shizun's eyes, intending to follow up her psychological assault with a Jinjutsu for a one-hit victory. Shizun patted her strained thigh, a faint smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Here I come. With a sudden leap, she charged at Kurenai with all her explosive powers, swinging her fist down at her. Boom. Kurenai hastily dodged and Shizun's fist slammed into the ground, cracking the flagstone training ground, dust flying everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Kurenai covered her mouth and nose, staring at the swirling dust, ready for another surprise attack from Shizun. As the dust slowly cleared in the breeze, Shizun was nowhere to be seen in the arena. Where is she? Kurenai searched frantically. In the sky. She looked up to see a figure descending from above, fist poised with power. Too naive. Kurenai drew a shuriken, a confident smile on her face. Swish, swish. The shuriken flew towards Shizun in the sky, yet Shizun didn't dodge and kept charging straight at her. I win. Kurenai's lips curled slightly as she relaxed her guard a little. Bang. The shuriken hit its target, and Shizun in the sky turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished in the air. Shadow clone. At that moment, a figure burst out from the crack in the ground, swinging a fist at Kurenai from behind. Kurenai, watch out. A voice shouted urgently. Thinking quickly, Kurenai rolled forward several times to evade Shizun's attack. Hearing the warning, Kurenai immediately realized the danger behind her and narrowly dodged the attack. Asuma, what are you doing? The Chunin instructor spoke with irritation. If Asuma hadn't called out, the match would already be over. Kurenai clearly hadn't reacted in time just now. I am sorry. Asuma lowered his head in shame. If I admit you're skilled, but this is the end. Kurenai's blood-red eyes widened, locking onto the panting Shizun. This is the end. Jinjutsu Supreme Lotus. One after another, shadows coiled around Shizun, making her feel like she was bound to a giant lotus. Trapped in Kurenai's Jinjutsu, Shizun still bit her lip, refusing to surrender. The match is over. Kurenai wins. The Chunin instructor appeared with a flash, pulling Shizun out of the training ground, and announced. Huff. Huff. I haven't lost yet. I didn't give up. Shizun gritted her teeth, a hint of tears in her eyes. Shizun, you did wonderfully. The Chunin instructor comforted her. You're already caught in the Jinjutsu. If you continued, you'd get hurt. And if you don't rest, that legate will leave lasting damage. Shizun pouted and said nothing more, tears slowly streaming from her eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Feng pulled Might Guy aside and whispered, there's a truly powerful taijutsu technique. Do you want to learn it? It can be called the ultimate secret art of Konoha, a hidden taijutsu legacy. Might Guy's eyes lit up at once, and he nodded eagerly. I want to learn, of course I want to. Good? Uchiha Feng nodded, patted Might Guy on the shoulder, and said with great earnestness, after this is over, quietly find 2 bricks. Make sure they are the blue-gray kind, preferably soaked in water with some moss on them. Air. Might Guy was speechless. This is the secret taijutsu technique. Don't underestimate a sneak brick attack. There's a great deal of skill in it. Let me tell you, to make it hurt, but not cause serious injury, you need to control your strength and possess incredible precision. While Uchiha Feng was still plotting with Might Guy to ambush Asuma with a brick, the Chunin instructor announced the next match. Uchiha Feng versus Sarutobi Asuma. Instructor, you really are a bit malicious. Haha, instructor, you did that on purpose. Uchiha Feng scratched his head. Looks like I won't need to use the brick after all. Damn Asuma for blurting out a warning during someone else's fight. Today I'll make sure you suffer a good lesson. Uchiha Feng clenched his fists, a smile spreading across his face. Yikes. Asuma, seeing Feng's sinister smile, couldn't help shuddering. Kunai in hand, standing in the training ground, Asuma shouted loudly, don't underestimate me. I'm the son of the Hokage. Don't look down on me. Uchiha Feng nodded, applauding lightly. Good. Very imposing. Is he always this infuriating? A classmate turned to Itachi and asked curiously. Itachi nodded and said, this is called confounding the enemy's mind and subduing them without fighting. A strategy of winning by psychological dominance. So profound. What does it mean? Itachi looked up at the sky, feigning enlightenment, and replied, that is something you must comprehend on your own. Only Itachi himself knew that he had no idea what it meant either. Whenever he asked Feng about it, Feng always said the same thing. When asked what it meant, he would just tell him to figure it out on his own. So, this feeling is actually this satisfying. Itachi snickered inwardly, still staring at the sky. In the arena. Slap, slap, slap. Bang, bang, bang. Alright, that's enough. The Chunin instructor couldn't help but say, that's about it. Uchiha Feng wins. Wah. I'm not done yet. Asuma was battered and bruised, his tongue all swollen. Uchiha Feng clenched his fist and asked with an innocent look, say that again. Inside the Konoha Ninja Academy, Uchiha Kazuto walked into the classroom. Hearing the familiar, check-in successful. Current count 100,300, he headed straight to his seat and fell asleep. How strange. Not a single day of slack in these 100 days, yet my attribute points grow so slowly. My body is full of vitality, but there always seems to be a threshold I cannot cross. Is my physical strength almost reaching its limit? Fortunately, my chakra is still growing. My total chakra reserves already surpassed the Kage level right. Age for years 2 months. Attributes Strength 12, Agility 12, Constitution 16, Spirit 20. Chakra Nature's Fire Earth. Kekki Genkai Sharingan. 2 Tomo Divine Lava Release, currently 3. Techniques Chakra Refining Method LV Max, Ijin Jing LV 6. Secret Art Blood Burning Method LV 5. Current Blood Essence Reserve, 5050. Better draw the lottery first. Drawing lottery. You obtained a body tempering pill. Perfect body tempering pill, a core pill of a certain immortal cultivation sect. Consuming it greatly enhances physical strength. What? Uchiha Kazuto stared at the pitch-black pill in his hand, a head full of question marks. The style suddenly changed. There are even immortal cultivation pills now. Whatever. Eat it first then think. As he stuffed the pill into his mouth, Kazuto immediately felt a powerful energy explode inside his body. His powerful muscles trembled violently under the onslaught of energy. Then like a balloon, Uchiha Kazuto's body suddenly expanded several times its size. Kazuto. Shizun cried out at the sudden change. Little Kazuto, what's happening? Kurenai-Yui's face was full of worry as she reached out to check on him. Don't touch him. The Chunin instructor grabbed Kurenai's wrist. There's an energy within his body, and it's extremely unstable. Don't touch him. Hibiki, go find Nato-sensei. Kazuto now felt waves of cold and heat washing over him, with stabbing pain racking his body and his vision dimming at the edges. The Ijin Jing instinctively spun into overdrive, absorbing the berserk energy inside his body. With a beast-like roar, he startled his classmates in the room. He's not going to turn into a monster, is he? So Uchiha Kazuto really is a monster. I knew it. No ordinary person could possibly be that strong. Don't talk nonsense about him. Shizun pointed at the 2 gossiping classmates. Say that again, and I'll hit you. By now Shizun had even learned the secret body technique, battering brick. The classroom fell silent, and all the classmates watched anxiously. What's going on? Tetsuya Nato appeared in an instant. This is... The energy inside him is on the verge of being out of control. Damn it. His body is already in this state. He scanned the room and said to Asuma. Asuma informed the 3rd Hokage. This energy is beyond what we can handle. If it explodes, it could destroy half the village. Everyone evacuate. Tetsuya Nato directed the Chunin instructors to lead the students out while keeping a close watch on the situation. Before long, the students of the Ninja Academy evacuated the area under the guidance of their teachers. Shizun, hurry, let's go. Seeing that Shizun refused to leave, Kurenai stepped forward and tugged at her. I'm not going. Shizun shook her head stubbornly, her eyes full of determination. A figure appeared behind Uchiha Kazuto and probed his body with a hand. Lady Tsunade. Shizun cried out in surprise. With Lady Tsunade here, everything will be fine. Shizun, get out. Frowning, Tsunade struggled to suppress and guide the wild energy within Uchiha Kazuto's body. This brat really never lets anyone rest easy. This violent energy. Could a tailed beast be sealed inside him? Seeing Shizun still refusing to leave, Tsunade shouted, Shizun, I don't have time to be distracted right now. Evacuate now. Yes. Shizun lowered her head and followed Nato-sensei, walking away in a daze. You must be okay. Uchiha Kazuto. Ha. It's rare to see you look this flustered, Tsunade. A cold, hoarse voice echoed through the classroom. A man with long black hair and snake-like pupils appeared in the room. Orochimaru. What are you doing here? Tsunade glared at him. In recent years, Orochimaru's experiments had grown increasingly sinister. The old 3rd Hokage had even said privately that Orochimaru was secretly conducting human experiments. There was no way she'd let this man get anywhere near Uchiha Kazuto. I'm still a ninja of this village. When something goes wrong in the village, it's only normal for me to come and check. Orochimaru licked the back of his hand, speaking grimly. You had better not try anything funny. With both hands on Uchiha Kazuto's back, Tsunade had to divide her attention between the energy and Orochimaru's movements, and she could feel her control starting to weaken. Huff, huff, huff. Uchiha Kazuto gasped for breath as the 2 tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly. Orochimaru eyed Uchiha Kazuto's Sharingan greedily and smiled wryly. How dangerous. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru. A ninja with golden hair and an ever-gentle smile flashed into the classroom. I know you. You're an interesting kid. Jiraiya's pupil Minato Namake's right. Orochimaru studied the newcomer as he spoke. The arrival was none other than the man who would later shine brilliantly as Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namake's, the future 4th Hokage. Kid, come help. Get us out of the village first. Tsunade's focus never wavered for a moment. Please excuse me. Minato Namake's drew a mark on Tsunade's back and formed a single-handed seal. Flying Raijin technique. Minato Namake's teleported Tsunade and Uchiha Kazuto to a forest outside Konoha. Orochimaru tilted his head in the classroom. The 2nd Hokage's technique. What a rude little brat. The moment the words left his mouth, Minato reappeared in the classroom with the body flicker. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. I can only take 2 people at a time. Orochimaru let out a dark, low laugh and allowed Minato to place a mark on his arm. Minato, are you interested in doing research with me? Minato rested one hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and shook his head. Sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sensei told me to stay away from you. Ha ha ha. That Jiraiya really said that. Orochimaru spoke as if he'd heard a joke. How amusing. Minato Namikaze said no more. He once again used the flying Raijin technique, bringing Orochimaru outside Konoha as well. Tsunade-sama, how is Xiao Feng doing? Minato Namikaze looked at Uchiha Feng with concern. Although Xiao Feng's words often stung and his appetite was enormous, Minato still genuinely liked this kid who was always bickering with Obito and Kakashi. The energy within his body is far too violent, and it's completely different from chakra. When my chakra entered his body, a portion of it was actually devoured. Tsunade furrowed her brow deeply. Can we use a sealing technique? As Kushina Uzumaki's beloved, Minato had studied the sealing arts extensively, especially regarding Jinchuriki. Tsunade shook her head. Sealing techniques are useless. Don't waste your energy. Amid his suffering, Uchiha Feng regained a flicker of clarity, his entire body racked with excruciating muscle pain. Closing his eyes and looking inward, he saw his meridians clogged and crammed full like the third ring road during rush hour. The Ijin Jing churned wildly, desperately trying to absorb this energy, but his body was like a water vat already filled to the brim. There was simply no room for more. System, how many growth points do I have left? Current growth points 3. I can't worry about that anymore. Pour them all into the Ijin Jing. Boom. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Uchiha Feng's body, sending the caught off guard Tsunade flying back several meters as she stared at him in bewilderment. His hair stood on end, as if electrified, his aura climbing higher and higher. Tsunade, you've taken on a remarkable disciple. I almost suspect he's the sage of Six Paths' own son. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his face brimming with desire. You'd better behave yourself, Tsunade warned. The Ijin Jing reached LV9. It absorbed and circulated the energy within his body frantically, how every cell rejoiced, surging, inhaling and exhaling, fusing with the power. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. A tiny snake slithered through Uchiha Feng's clothing and crept up to his neck. Orochimaru, you're courting death. Just as Tsunade sensed something wrong, the small serpent opened its jaws wide and struck at Uchiha Feng's neck. A curse mark. Feng felt the snake's cold, slippery touch. A black light flashed across his body, his skin turning glossy and hard. Navy 6 techniques, Iron Body. The little snake's fangs were deflected by his skin, and Tsunade snatched the serpent by the tail and hurled it away. What kind of jutsu is that? Orochimaru tried to speak, but Tsunade's fist was already at his face. Thud. A substitution log was sent flying, dissolving into white smoke midair. Orochimaru had already fled far away, leaving only a voice behind. Tsunade, this is a misunderstanding. Orochimaru, I will report this to the Hokage exactly as it happened. Tsunade's expression was ashen, yet she made no move to chase him. Minato scratched his head. Lord Orochimaru really is just as Jiraiya-sensei said. You'd better keep your distance from him. That man is less and less human by the day. After speaking, Tsunade fixed her gaze intently on Uchiha Feng. The energy in Uchiha Feng's body finally settled, and his form gradually returned to normal. Tsunade-sensei. Feng opened his mouth and exhaled a great plume of white vapor. Thank you very much. Boy, explain to me what exactly happened here. Tsunade demanded with a frown. I took a pill with too much kick, and I just couldn't control it all at once. Uchiha Feng laughed it off, thinking to himself, I really dodged death this time. No matter what, I'm never eating random things again. System, are you trying to screw me over? Uchiha Feng thought silently. Aren't you perfectly fine? Besides, it was pretty useful. He really shouldn't have trusted the system. It had absolutely no conscience. Uchiha Feng glanced at his current attributes. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng. Age 4 years, 2 months. Attributes Strength 14, Agility 14, Constitution 20, Mental Power 22. Chakra Natures Fire Earth. Kekkai Genkai Sharingan 2 Tomo God Class Lava Release, currently 3 Progress. The strength and agility that hadn't grown in ages had both increased by 2 points. Constitution had also risen by 4 points, reaching a terrifying 20. How why did mental power go up as well? Want to go through that pain one more time? It's free of charge. Never mind. Uchiha Feng's face was covered in black lines. He hopped twice to familiarize himself with his new stats, then said to Tsunade, Tsunade-sensei, I want to measure just how much power I have now. Oh. Tsunade's interest was piqued. What brought this on all of a sudden? I just feel bursting with energy all over. I want a good solid fight. Too bad. I'm not in the mood today. Minato, why don't you play with Xiao Feng for a while? Tsunade rolled her neck. She simply wasn't feeling up to it. Me. Minato scratched his head. Is that all right? I'm a jonin after all. Don't underestimate Xiao Feng, or you'll pay a heavy price. Tsunade said with a smile. All right, then let me give it a try. Minato nodded, flipped his wrist, and produced a shuriken. Here I come. Uchiha Feng roared, his skin turning black once again. Clink clink. 2 shurikens struck his body. They only tore his clothes, failing to even scratch his skin. A technique that greatly increases physical defense, but it prevents movement while active. Minato was truly the most versatile ninja. His combat analysis was first rate. In that case, a blue ball of chakra condensed in Minato's right hand. A Rasengan. It was Uchiha Feng's first time seeing one, and he studied it curiously. 8 gates released formation. Gate of life open. His essence blood churned violently, and around Uchiha Feng a chakra tornado actually began to coalesce. So this is the technique invented by that taijutsu specialist, Might Due. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly. It looks like a technique that overdraws the body. Very dangerous. Take this punch. Uchiha Feng shot forward at breakneck speed, moving so fast, it created a sonic boom. Just as the fist was about to strike Minato, his figure vanished eerily, then reappeared behind Uchiha Feng. The Rasengan slammed squarely into his back. Boom. The ground cracked open, with Uchiha Feng at the epicenter, leaving a massive crater. The flying Raijin technique. When did he place a mark on me? Was it after I took the pill? How troublesome. Lying at the very center of the crater, Uchiha Feng's body gleamed with a steely light. He had activated Iron Body the instant the Rasengan struck. Still, my internal organs are aching from the shock. Hiss. He sprang to his feet with a kip up and dusted himself off. Clank. Clank. He unfastened the weighted training gear from his body, then tried a couple of jumps. He misjudged his strength and soared over 10 meters into the air. This kid, he carries around something that heavy every day. How terrifying. Is he really not a tailed beast? Tsunade, who had witnessed tailed beasts firsthand, stared at Uchiha Feng in astonishment. At this rate, his physical strength was nearly catching up to her grandfather's, wasn't it? Watch out. Uchiha Feng's speed surged once more as he flashed directly in front of Minato in an instant. A fist brimming with monstrous strength slammed toward him. Minato barely managed to raise both arms in a desperate block. Boom. Minato was blasted backward by the immense force, carving 2 deep trenches in the ground with his feet. That really hurts. Minato shook out his arms, a smile spreading across his face. A chakra orb appeared in his right hand once again, repeating the same trick. Uchiha Feng braced himself for an ambush from behind. This time it's coming from the front. While he was still watching his back, Minato had already flashed in front of him, driving the Rasengan firmly into his abdomen. I let my guard down. I'm still lacking in combat experience. Uchiha Feng also carved 2 deep grooves into the earth. After eating a full Rasengan, Iron Body had blocked most of the damage, but his internal organs still twisted in agony. Just as he was about to throw another punch, Minato's voice reached his ears. Still want to keep fighting? Huh? Uchiha Feng tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong? I haven't lost yet. Minato pointed at Uchiha Feng's backside. Your clothes are completely torn. Feng was mortified, bending over to gather up the rags that had been shredded into strips. Tsunade covered her mouth with her hand, her shoulders trembling as she stifled her laughter. I'm done. I'm not fighting anymore. Ahem. Minato took off his jacket and draped it over Uchiha Feng. A Jonin's jacket. How interesting. Uchiha Feng tapped the garment. It clinks and jangles with all sorts of gadgets. Explosive tags, kunai shuriken, and a ceiling scroll. Brother Minato, you're really loaded. Huh. There's a photo here too. He picked it up and looked. The woman in it was beautiful, but the most striking thing about her was her head of red hair. Ahem ahem. Minato Namikaze hastily snatched the photo back. This is Kushina Uzumaki, my beloved. Uchiha Feng nodded. So this was Naruto Uzumaki's mother, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Good eye. Uchiha Feng praised, and Minato Namikaze scratched his head awkwardly. Kushina is a good woman. She'll make a great wife. Tsunade nodded too. Of course. Tsunade held back one comment. That is if she doesn't punch you. Enough small talk. Shall Feng come with us to report to the Hokage? After all this time, you've endangered the village's safety. You should explain yourself to the Hokage and the 2 advisors. Sensei, can I get out of this? Uchiha Feng clung to Tsunade's arm and acted spoiled. Konoha's 2 advisors, Hamura Midokado and Koa Utatane, were both disciples of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju and shared his ideology, hostility toward the Uchiha clan. What good could come of his going there? No, this is not up for discussion. Tsunade refused sternly. He dawdled a little longer, but once he saw a few veins bulge on Tsunade's forehead, Uchiha Feng promptly shut his mouth and stood obediently to one side. Minato, sorry for the trouble. That technique of yours is pretty handy. Minato nodded, placed his hands on both their shoulders, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Isn't this the Hokage's office? How did we end up on the Hokage rock? Uchiha Feng asked curiously. Minato Namikaze smiled gently and explained, this is the closest spot to the Hokage's office, and the view is nice. TSK, you think I'm a kid who doesn't understand. If you left a mark in the Hokage's office, the Umbu and Danzo would lose sleep every single night. Uchiha Feng picked his nose. You know Danzo? Tsunade asked, puzzled. You shouldn't have met him. I don't just know Danzo. I also know he's secretly conducting Hashirama cell experiments with Orochimaru. Tsunade hadn't paid it any mind at first, but when she heard that, she abruptly slammed both hands onto his shoulders. What did you just say? She demanded furiously. I said Danzo is doing Hashirama cell experiments in secret. Tsunade shook Uchiha Feng until his eyes blurred. How do you know? Tsunade's face turned iron black. Who told you? Last time I caught 2 root ninja and got it out of them. Uchiha Feng was about to say more, but Tsunade had already flashed away, sprinting toward the Hokage's office. Minato Namikaze looked at Uchiha Feng and shook his head helplessly. Bang! Tsunade kicked open the 3rd Hokage's door. Old man, what kind of damned research is Danzo doing? Grandfather's cells. The 3rd Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe and said, I don't know. Like hell you don't. Where's Danzo? The 3rd Hokage was silent for a moment, then tried to calm her. Tsunade, stopped making a scene. Danzo is after all a senior figure in Konoha. If you keep this up, it won't look good. Not look good. I want him dead. Tsunade roared furiously. You talk about looking good. When someone commits such a betrayal of his master and ancestors, why should he fear being found out? Enough, Tsunade. The third Hokage, now provoked, retorted, "You don't have any evidence, do you?" Tsunade froze for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha. Old man, listen to what you're saying. I have no evidence." Tsunade's gaze turned icy. "I certainly have no evidence. And you'd better hope I never find any." Was Orochimaru involved? The third Hokage shook his head. "I said I know nothing about this." "Fine, old man." Tsunade didn't want to stay any longer. "You'd better tell Danzo to hide somewhere safe. If I ever catch him, I don't give a damn about appearances." After Tsunade left, the third Hokage smoked for a while, then said, "You saw all of that, didn't you, Danzo?" Danzo stepped out from the shadows, his face grim. "Hiruzen, you approved this." "I know, but could I have said that in front of her? Where would that leave my dignity?" The third Hokage said heavily. "Besides, didn't I tell you long ago that this experiment should be terminated?" "Terminated?" Madness twisted Danzo's face. "How can it be terminated? I'm so close, just about to succeed." "Danzo, you are becoming more and more insane. So I'm the one who takes the blame for all the dirty work, is that it?" Danzo smiled. "You've always been this way, Hiruzen, shoving the blame onto others while taking all the credit yourself." With a long sigh, Danzo continued, "Hiruzen, your precious disciple, can now come right to your face and threaten you." The third Hokage tapped the ashes from his pipe and packed in fresh tobacco. "Danzo, no matter what, the wood release experiments must be terminated." Inside Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Hearing the report, Orochimaru suddenly burst into loud laughter, his long tongue licking the back of his hand. Has the old man been humiliated that badly? Interesting. It made Tsunade angry. Orochimaru swirled the flask in his hand, which contained the Hashirama cells he had cultivated. The cells are too active. Once chakra is injected, they quickly turn into a monster. The cells are too unstable. They break down far too easily. Damn it. I always feel like I'm just one step away. His experiment had reached a critical moment, but something still seemed to be missing. That kid from today, Uchiha Feng, right? Actually managed to resist the cursed seal. What an excellent vessel. Too bad I couldn't get him. Tsunade is watching him closely though. I'll have to find an opening. Now Danzo had also set his sights on this Uchiha brat. That brat looks a lot like Nawaki Senju. Has Tsunade taken him as a little brother? So you have someone you must protect against, Tsunade. Can you protect him this time? Orochimaru swirled the flask once more and dripped a drop of green liquid into it. Bang! The flask underwent a strange change. Orochimaru sniffed the air. Failed again. Next batch of samples. What should we do? Do we still go? Standing on the Hokage rock, the pair of spectators stared at each other wide-eyed. Uchiha Feng poked Minato Namikaze and asked. Minato Namikaze scratched his head and gave a helpless smile. I suppose. We should still go after all. The third Hokage wants to see you. Huh. Uchiha Feng stared at the large hole broken through the wall of the Hokage's office. Then maybe I'll wait a bit longer. Alright, good idea. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement. Uchiha Feng suddenly grabbed Minato's hand. Minato and I. Minato Namikaze looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? I'm hungry, let's go eat. Okay, you're paying, Feng. What kind of talk is that? You're a jonin. I don't have any money on me. Then let's go buy some steamed buns. People would laugh at us if they heard that. Let's buy meat buns instead. Inside the Hokage's office, several Hokage guards were cleaning up the messy room. Old man Tsunade threw that big of a tantrum. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on the desk, wearing an amused expression. There was no helping it. After all, Danzo went too far this time. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly and changed the subject. I heard Tsunade took on a disciple. Has she changed her ways? The third Hokage took a puff of his pipe and said slowly, yes, Uchiha Feng. A truly terrifying genius. Jiraiya curled his lip. Is he better than my disciple? My disciple is the one most worthy of being called a true ninja. You'll see him soon. The genius who made even Danzo lose his composure in his desire to obtain him. Is that so? Then I really need to observe him carefully. Jiraiya scratched his nose dismissively. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Minato Namikaze with his shock of yellow hair entered the office leading a young boy. Hokage-sama, I've brought Uchiha Feng. Jiraiya-sensei is here too. At that moment Uchiha Feng was hiccuping and rubbing his stomach clockwise to help himself digest faster. Hello Hokage-sama. Hello pervy sage. Jiraiya, who had been sitting cross-legged, instantly froze, pointing at Uchiha Feng. What did he just call me? Pervy sage. Uchiha Feng pulled another meat bun from his backpack and stuffed it into his mouth. Minato, what did you tell this kid? Jiraiya's face twisted with outrage, feeling that his honor had been severely insulted. Ahaha, no, it wasn't me. Minato Namikaze explained while laughing. Hey kid, why do you call me pervy sage? Jiraiya leaned in close, staring at Uchiha Feng with an intense, almost manic expression. I saw you peeking at the women's bathhouse that day and getting beaten up by Tsunade-sensei. The third Hokage slapped the desk and burst out laughing. Haha. Don't laugh, sensei. I learned it all from you. Who is it that used a crystal ball to spy on the women's bathhouse? If I'm the pervy sage, then you're the pervy grand sage. Jiraiya covered his mouth and muttered under his breath. Bam! The third Hokage rapped Jiraiya on the head with his pipe and said seriously. The reason I called you here today is to have you start taking on missions. Missions? Uchiha Feng was greatly confused. But I haven't graduated yet. Well, as of now you've graduated. The third Hokage casually tossed him a forehead protector. No way, I still want to go to school. He was joking. He hadn't even finished his quest yet. Quest complete graduate from the Ninja Academy. Due to special completion conditions, reward Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval 5, growth point 1. What did I want this old man's approval for? It wasn't like he could eat it. Still, the extra growth point was a decent consolation. The third Hokage cleared his throat twice and began his famous talk, where leaves dance the fire burns on. The will of fire will illuminate the village and let new saplings sprout. And you are the representative of the new era. Jiraiya nodded along repeatedly, having heard this speech many times. Minato Namikaze also nodded along, having heard it from Jiraiya as well. The third Hokage covered his face, speechless. Uchiha Feng, do you love Konoha? Of course. Uchiha Feng nodded. My home is here, my friends are here, and the people here live happily with no worries about food or clothing. Happy lives, no worries about food or clothing. The third Hokage smiled softly, taking it as a kind of affirmation of his decades as Hokage. As of today, you are officially a ninja. The third Hokage continued with a smile. Consider it a privilege I've granted to my disciple's disciple. Besides, none of the academy instructors had any objections. Uchiha Feng nodded and placed the forehead protector onto his brow. It suits you. Minato Namikaze smiled gently. Now there are some matters I hope you won't speak of to others. The third Hokage suddenly turned serious, his expression stern. Konoha is now fraught with danger. The village sits at a vital crossroads, making it a target coveted by many other villages. The recent summit of the daimyo ended in discord, and intelligence reports indicate that the ninjas of several villages are beginning to stir. Konoha now faces external threats and internal strife. Danzo is an indispensable pillar of order in the shadows, and I hope you won't hold a grudge against him. Uchiha Feng shrugged. As long as he doesn't set his sights on me or on the Uchiha clan, I can coexist peacefully with him. He was joking. If he weren't still unable to defeat the entire Rude organization, he would have already kicked down their door. Speaking of which, how far had Danzo's research on wood release progressed by now? The third Hokage nodded. You are a genius who became a ninja even earlier than Kakashi. We need to build up your reputation so outsiders can see the true strength and heritage of our village. So sending you out on missions this early, truly my apologies. The third Hokage had said so much for once. Uchiha Feng could hardly raise further objections. Then who am I teaming up with? Uchiha Feng asked the most important question. Hokage-sama, could you pull some strings again and let Shizen graduate too? Then we could go on missions together with Tsunade-sensei. A vein bulged on the third Hokage's forehead. Do you know how much criticism I've faced just for giving you early graduation? That can't happen. He then pointed to Minato Namikaze. For now you'll be assigned to Minato Namikaze's team as a temporary member. Third Hokage-sama, my team already has Kakashi. If I also take Uchiha Feng, I'm afraid my own abilities won't be enough to properly bring them both along. After all, I'm no prodigy of ninjutsu myself. Minato Namikaze voiced his concerns immediately after hearing the arrangement. It's fine. I have my own considerations. Let's leave it at that for now. The third Hokage made his final decision. In that case, Minato Namikaze turned around and extended his hand to Uchiha Feng. Then I ask for your guidance. Alright. Uchiha Feng nodded as well. Please guide me. Early the next morning after finishing his weighted training, Uchiha Feng arrived at the foot of the Hokage rock right on time. Minato-sensei, who is the new team member? Why are you being so mysterious? Noira Rin stood on her tiptoes, peering around restlessly. TSK. He hasn't even reported in, and he's already late. What an unreliable guy. Uchiha Obito kicked at stones as he waited bored. Don't complain. It's not time for the gathering yet. Namikaze Minato ruffled both their heads. Kakashi leaned against the wall with his arms folded around his ninja sword, wearing an expression of, I'm the coolest guy here. Sorry. Am I late? Uchiha Feng waved and greeted them. Huh, you're that little kid who can really eat. Obito studied him for quite a while before recognizing him. Come to think of it, I've never seen you around the clan. You've hardly been seen since you were born. You're a real mystery. Yeah, I like running around everywhere. When I'm home I just eat and sleep, so I really haven't been around much. Uchiha Feng nodded. Kakashi, why haven't you been to taijutsu training lately? Might Guy really misses you. I've been developing a new ninjutsu recently, so I don't have time to train in taijutsu. Kakashi said expressionlessly. Besides, as a ninja, adequate taijutsu is enough. At that time this way of thinking was mainstream among Konoha's ninja taijutsu, and the like only needed to be good enough since improving those skills was too slow and showed no visible results. Kakashi was not yet the copy ninja. His greatest combat asset then was the Hitaki clan's hereditary sword arts. Alright, since you all know each other, let's go accept the mission. Namikaze Minato walked ahead. Come to think of it, Xiao Feng, are you a taijutsu type ninja? Uchiha Feng stroked his chin and pondered. If that's how it's counted, I guess I am. But my ninjutsu and medical ninjutsu are strong too. Obito was a little unconvinced. Quit bragging. There's no way someone that young has mastered medical ninjutsu. The chakra control it takes isn't something a little kid can train up. Humph, braggart. Obito, mind your manners. Namikaze Minato rapped him on the head. I'll show you. Uchiha Feng spoke up. Since we'll be doing missions together, knowing ourselves and the enemy will let us make better use of our combat strength. Namikaze Minato nodded. Xiao Feng, I've already seen your taijutsu, but I still haven't seen you use ninjutsu or medical ninjutsu. Uchiha Feng gathered chakra into his hand and swung it toward Obito. Chakra scalpel. As a medical ninja, Noira Rin naturally knew just how precise the chakra control for the chakra scalpel had to be. Seeing Uchiha Feng brandishing the chakra scalpel at Obito, she was a little worried at first, but soon covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. 2 locks of Obito's hair had been sliced off, and he clutched his head and howled. Damn it. I just styled my hair this morning. Obito jumped up and down. It's too ugly, so I'll trim it for you. What do you mean too ugly? What does a little brat know? It is just too ugly. If you don't believe me, ask Kakashi. Kakashi, isn't my hairstyle cool? Obito asked Kakashi, his eyes full of hope. Idiot. Kakashi walked behind Minato without looking back. Noera Rin covered her mouth and giggled, finding it amusing to watch the 2 Uchihas bicker. Come on, let's go accept the mission first. Hello, we're here to accept a mission. Namake's Minato presented their mission scroll to the staff member at the mission office. 1 Jonin, 1 Shunin, and 3 Genin. The staff member thought for a moment. What rank of mission would you like to take? I'd recommend a C rank mission. A B rank mission is possible, but it might be a bit much for your team. B rank. B rank. Of course we should do a B rank. Obito bounced around behind them. Kakashi wordlessly pressed down on Obito's head. Don't yell in here. Can't you see everyone is staring at you? Namake's Minato smiled gently and said to the staff member, we'll take a C rank mission. Preferably a combat type mission. We need to refine our combat coordination. All the C rank combat missions have already been taken. There's an escort mission. Would you like to take it? Escort, huh? Namake's Minato stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Noera Rin looked at Minato-sensei with eager eyes. Escort missions were her favorite. They could complete the mission, earn a reward, and enjoy the scenery along the way. It was perfect. C-rank escort missions generally weren't dangerous. At most they would drive off some wild beasts along the road. By the way, you're going to. The staff member was bewildered. Isn't it a waste of your talent for a Jonin like you to take a C-rank mission? Oh, not at all. Namake's Minato smiled. I'm not just the Jonin leading this team, I'm also their teacher. After accepting a C-rank mission, Noera Rin and Uchiha Obito were both excited, while Kakashi and Uchiha Feng packed their backpacks. Explosive tags, kunai shuriken, Senbon soldier pills, drinking water. All set. Soldier pills, drinking water. Done. Although this C-rank mission was Uchiha Feng's first mission, he was not very enthusiastic about it. Come to think of it. Carrying a large backpack, Uchiha Feng looked at the excited Obito. You should call me Martial Uncle. What? Obito was speechless. What are you talking about, you annoying little brat? Look, Namake's Minato, is Jiraiya's disciple, right? Obito nodded. Jiraiya is the 3rd Hokage's disciple, right? Tsunade is also the 3rd disciple, Uchiha Feng continued. That's right. So what? I'm Tsunade's disciple, right? In terms of seniority, I'm in the same generation as your Minato-sensei. Obito was stunned. He hadn't expected such a roundabout connection. Come on, let's hear you call me Martial Uncle. Obito's forehead was lined with exasperation as he stared at Uchiha Feng. Damn it. This kid is clearly younger than me, so how can he be my Martial Uncle? Xiao Feng stopped teasing him. Namake's Minato ruffled Obito's head. I just fixed my hair. Obito shook his head. How nice. Uchiha Feng said, watching the boisterous Obito. Who could have imagined that this cheerful little idiot was the mastermind behind the 4th Shinobi World War? He himself had no idea whether he could change that ending. Had Noera Rin not died, would Obito have followed an ordinary path and developed steadily in Konoha? And would the 4th Shinobi World War have erupted? A butterfly in South America flapping its wings can cause a tornado far away. What history would this butterfly himself end up changing? Mr. Isby, you have posted a C-rank escort mission. During the execution of the mission, if we discover that the difficulty far exceeds C-rank, or if you have concealed the nature of the task, you will be placed on Konoha's mission blacklist. Our village's ninja reserve the right to terminate the mission ahead of schedule and demand compensation for any losses incurred. Kakashi wore a grave expression as he briefed the client on the mission details. Minato Namake's watched from the side with a gentle smile, occasionally nodding. Truth be told, assigning this task to their team was overkill. A C-rank escort mission of this sort didn't require an elite Jonin to oversee it. Having Kakashi a Chunin lead the squad was more than sufficient. Combat intelligence and analytical ability, huh? Minato Namake's pinched his chin, recalling the task that Lady Tsunade had assigned him yesterday. When it comes to raw combat power, young Feng is already exceptionally strong. But he still has one critical flaw. He's far too reckless, even more so than I was at his age. He always attacks with full force, lacking the ability to think and analyze during battle. Minato Namake scratched his head. She really has given me a tough nut to crack. For this mission, I'll let them handle things on their own. I'll just stay in the back and observe. Once the mission is over, we'll review and analyze their performance together. Kakashi had already finished discussing the details with the client, Mr. Isby. Isby was a middle-aged man with a curled mustache and a potbelly, a traveling merchant from a small village near Konoha who had done business with the village for over a decade. Don't worry, young lad, I understand. It's all standard routes. The main concern is just preventing wild beast attacks. Isby stroked his mustache and spoke with absolute confidence. All right, let's move out. Kakashi gave the wagon another thorough check, confirmed the cargo was secured, and nodded toward Isby. Say, old man, what exactly are you hauling? It's awfully heavy. Uchiha Feng noticed the wagon wheels sinking deep into the ground and couldn't help but ask. Oh, this. No harm in telling you. It's armor. Isby said nonchalantly. I've been a traveling merchant in Konoha for over 10 years. In the past, armor was too heavy and the required capital too large, so I never got into this line of business. Recently the price of armor has skyrocketed. Seeing an opportunity for profit, I purchased this batch of goods. The price of armor is soaring. Uchiha Feng furrowed his brows and muttered under his breath, they're already making their move that quickly. And at a time like this, they're still selling strategic equipment like this. What are the people of Konoha thinking? Isby quickly waved his hands. I don't know anything about strategic equipment, but the family that sold me the goods said grain prices in Konoha have been rising sharply lately. They told me to bring as much food as possible on my next trip. Uchiha Feng frowned even deeper. He leaned over to Kakashi and said, you're already a chunin. Have you heard any news? Is war about to break out? Obito sidled up, and upon hearing Uchiha Feng's words, shook his head. I haven't heard anything about preparations for war. Konoha sits at a major crossroads with convenient transportation. Most of its grain is imported. It's only natural for prices to fluctuate. Uchiha Feng said nothing more. He fell in step with the others taking position at one of the four corners of the wagon. It's the season of blooming spring. The flowers by the roadside are all starting to blossom. Rin Noira was in high spirits chattering cheerfully. Obito picked a flower and tried to hand it to Rin. Rin ignored him entirely, turning to Kakashi with a bright smile. Isn't it beautiful, Kakashi? Kakashi nodded expressionlessly. Obito, fuming with jealousy, viciously tore the petals off the flower in his hand. Damn it, damn Kakashi. Obito took out his frustration on the flower. Obito, do you want to know how to make Rin see you in a whole new light? Uchiha Feng, bored out of his mind, sidled up and whispered slyly. Huh, you have a way. Obito's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly. Come, I'll teach you a jutsu. Uchiha Feng covered his mouth. But we can't let those two find out. I'll teach you in secret. Really? Is it actually going to work? Trust me, it's the genuine article. With that, Uchiha Feng rubbed his fingers together meaningfully. Obito hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly pulled out his money. Watch closely and learn well. Transformation Jutsu, Sexy Jutsu. Uchiha Feng formed hand signs and transformed into a stunningly handsome blonde man with his upper body completely bare. Obito was stunned. Give me back my money. From far behind the group, Minato Namikaze watched and twitched at the corner of his mouth. Kids these days. They mature so early. No refunds, no exchanges. Don't worry, it'll definitely work. Uchiha Feng had already pocketed the money. Getting it back out of him would be harder than climbing to the heavens. Really? Obito was dubious. Uchiha Feng nodded. Seeing this, Obito gritted his teeth and called out to Rin. What is it, Obito? Rin asked, puzzled. I just learned a new jutsu, and I wanted to show you. Obito grinned foolishly and formed hand signs. Thump, thump. Both Uchiha Feng and Obito took a fist to the head. Minato Namikaze looked at them speechlessly. Stop messing around. Ambush. Prepare for battle. Uchiha Feng suddenly spoke up in warning. Kakashi was about to say something when he saw the Sharingan swirling in Uchiha Feng's eyes. The Sharingan. I'm so jealous. Seeing this, Obito boasted to Rin, it's the Sharingan. Pretty impressive, right? It's not even your Sharingan. What are you so proud of? Obito let out an awkward laugh, then gripped his kunai ready for combat. From the forest, dozens of meters away from the road, a group of masked figures slowly emerged, brandishing ninja swords. Bandits. Isby wiped the sweat from his brow in a panic and hastily secured the cargo. They're most likely ninja. Uchiha Feng observed with his Sharingan that all the ambushers had chakra within their bodies. Did you leak our route? Uchiha Feng grabbed Isby and demanded. And no, I didn't. I just contacted the buyer in advance. Isby shook his head frantically, his pudgy face slick with greasy sweat. Kakashi and Uchiha Feng exchanged a glance, then in a flash appeared before the enemies. We are ninja of Konohagakure, and this cargo is under the protection of our village. I advise you to leave at once. Any hostile action will be regarded as a provocation against Konoha. The enemy leader bore no identifying marks. He paid no heed to the threat from the brat, named Kakashi, and drew his ninja sword. Very well then. Kakashi held his blade horizontally before his chest. Then come. Prepare for battle. Obito, protect the client. Rin, provide support. Kakashi had already charged into the enemy formation. Uchiha Feng assigned tasks. Me and Kakashi will launch a frontal assault. I want to fight head-on too. Obito was still complaining when a single glare from Rin silenced him. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Uchiha Feng formed hand signs, and a massive fireball over 10 meters wide hurtled toward the enemies. Screams erupted as several of them were burned to charred husks. Seeing this, the enemy leader hurled a shuriken that struck the wagon's wheel. Explosive tag. Obito shouted, grabbing Isby and diving out of the way. Boom. The wagon was blasted apart, scattering cargo across the ground. At the sight of the scattered goods, a glint of cruelty and greed appeared in the enemy's eyes. Hidden mist jutsu. Thick fog obscured everyone's vision. Hidden mist jutsu. Uchiha Feng frowned in confusion. I don't care where you're from. This is my first mission. There's no way I'm letting it fail. 8 gates released open. Uchiha Feng shed his weighted training gear and, like a fired cannonball, drove a kick straight into the enemy leader. That speed. Kakashi on the front lines felt the sheer terror of that kick. The hidden mist jutsu was even blown away by the fierce gale generated by his motion. The enemy leader's hands remained frozen in their hand sign formation, but his chakra barrier had been shattered by a single kick, and the organs within his abdomen had been pulverized. Kakashi stood frozen for a moment, then drew his blade and charged at the remaining enemies. So this is how far he's come. Uchiha Feng, that is some terrifying taijutsu. Seeing that Konoha's combat strength far surpassed their intelligence, the remaining enemies turned and fled. Kakashi moved to pursue, but Uchiha Feng called him back. Finish the mission first. He turned and looked at Icebe's pudgy face. For this escort mission you're going to have to pay extra. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe while reviewing Minato Namake's mission report. Did Kakashi write this? The third set down the report and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Minato Namake's nodded. The third smiled and said Kakashi is still young, he acts a bit recklessly on missions. But this Uchiha Kai, he's frighteningly calm. He doesn't act like a youngster at all. I'd believe it if you told me he was a battle-hardened jonin. Minato Namake's pondered for a moment, then spoke. Third Hokage-sama, Uchiha Kai's performance on this mission was indeed commendable, but I don't think he deserves such high praise yet. Oh, the third grew interested. Tell me your thoughts. I've sparred with Uchiha Kai before. His strength is formidable, and his chakra reserves are astonishing. The third nodded. He already knew this. His will to fight is unwavering, and his combat techniques are top-notch. However, Minato hesitated for a moment. However, the third asked curiously. However what? Minato gathered his thoughts and continued. When it comes to situational analysis and jutsu analysis, or to put it another way, his foundational theory is still lacking. Foundational theory. Is it a? Although his shuriken jutsu and ninjutsu training have gone smoothly, he still lacks certain theoretical knowledge. Aside from excelling in medicine, he falls short in areas like formation arrays, squad coordination, and intelligence analysis. To be honest, third Hokage-sama, I believe letting him graduate from the academy early was too hasty. A weak foundation. That can't be helped. After all, he's just a child. If his theoretical knowledge were that strong too, I'd suspect he was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and handed Minato a document. Take a look. These are letters from Tsunagakure and Kirigakure requesting that Konoha host the upcoming Chunin exams. Minato studied the documents carefully, then said, they're starting to stir. Are they trying to probe Konoha's foundations? The third nodded. The situation grows more tense by the day, and they choose this very moment to ask Konoha to host the Chunin exams. Their intentions are hardly concealed anymore. Humph. The third let out a cold snort. The negotiations between the Fire Daimyo and the other nations have also broken down. Lately there are signs of food prices rising in the village. Investigate this quietly. Find out which families are driving up the prices. Since they want to see Konoha's true strength, let them look. Deterrence doesn't rely on jonin alone. Minato nodded. Understood, Hokage-sama. That's why you had Uchiha Kai graduate from the academy early. What a pity, Kakashi became a chunin too soon. If only. By the way, will Uchiha Obito from your team also take part in the exams this time? Obito? Minato scratched his head. Let him participate. After all, both Kakashi and Rin are already chunin. Uchiha Kai knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Uchiha Kai Jinin, congratulations on completing your first mission as a ninja. The third smiled warmly. You did exceptionally well. The reports are highly favorable. Thank you for the praise, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Kai was full of questions. Was he summoned all the way to the Hokage's office just for this? The Hokage must be quite leisurely. Even if his C-rank mission had been temporarily elevated to B-rank due to an ambush, there was no way the Hokage would personally concern himself with it. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the confusion in Uchiha Kai's eyes. The reason I called you here today is to discuss something else. The Chunin exams in a couple of days. The third had barely begun when Uchiha Kai shook his head frantically like a rattle drum. No, I just graduated. There's no way I'm taking the Chunin exams this soon. Let me finish. The third glared and took a deep drag from his pipe. Go ahead. Uchiha Kai struck Might Guy's signature pose. The third's mouth twitched. I'm being serious here. Kirigakure and Tsunagakure will both be participating in this Chunin exam. Uchiha Kai nodded eagerly. Let them come. They'd better bring some Konoha souvenirs back with them. Enough joking. This Chunin exam is likely ill-intentioned. They want to probe the depths of Konoha's strength. Konoha occupies the best location among the 5 great nations. Since the Second Shinobi World War, we've lost too many of our top-tier combatants. The Senju clan has fully withdrawn from the world, and Tsukuyomi Hatake met with his tragedy. And now even villages like Kirigakure dare to provoke us. Konoha urgently needs a genin capable of bearing great responsibility. Someone who can intimidate the other villages and make them understand that Konoha is a village that produces geniuses, a village with true depth. Seeing how seriously the third spoke, Uchiha Kai nodded. Since that's the case, I accept. The third smiled. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. A disciple of Tsunade can always be counted on in critical moments. With that, the third flashed a sly grin. Then for the next few days, let Tsunade make sure you study hard. You can't afford to lose the first round to the written exam. Wait a minute. Uchiha Kai felt he'd been tricked. What studying? Study what? Are you setting me up? Why the fundamental ninja texts, of course. The same books you studied at the academy. What? The academy actually handed out books. Uchiha Kai's eyes went wide with shock. The third covered his face in speechless exasperation. What on earth did you do all day at the academy? Uchiha Kai did a quick calculation in his head, then spoke. Hokage-sama, about this matter. Regarding compensation, perhaps. As he spoke, he rubbed his thumb and fingers together. Learn something good for once. Don't pick up Tsunade's bad habits. For this mission, I'll settle the payment at A rank. Uchiha Kai weighed the offer. Bullying a bunch of genin for an A rank mission was pretty good, easy, and enjoyable. Still, it wouldn't hurt to push for some extra benefits. So during my special training these next few days, will the village provide meals? Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't expected such a question and was momentarily stunned. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "Fine. Meals are on us." "You said it. No takebacks." Uchiha Kai flashed a grin of triumph. The third thought something about this feels wrong. "Hey kid, what is it? Can't you see I'm drinking with Tsunade?" Uzumaki Kushina, her striking red hair swaying and her cheeks flushed with a tipsy glow, devoured mouthfuls of grilled meat, while eyeing Uchiha Fu with a less-than-friendly gaze. "Kushina, this is my disciple." Tsunade was clearly quite drunk, as well her words already slurring. "Is there something you need?" Tsunade let out a hiccup and pulled Uchiha Fu down to sit beside her. "Well, the Hokage assigned me a mission." Uchiha Fu looked at the table full of grilled meat and drooled pitifully. "Go on, eat. You clearly want it." Tsunade ruffled his hair. "Want a drink too?" MMPH, no. Uchiha Fu's mouth was stuffed full, and he waved his hand in refusal. A kid with such an appetite. Could he be from my Uzumaki clan? Kushina grew intrigued watching Uchiha Fu eat. He's an Uchiha kid. I never thought the Uchiha clan could produce such an amusing little brat. Kushina burst into laughter. "By the way, what mission did the old man assign you?" Tsunade asked, noticing the food on the table was almost gone. "Take the Chunin exam." Uchiha Fu took a big gulp of water and patted his belly in satisfaction. "Weren't you still going to the academy just a few days ago?" "How is that so fast?" Tsunade was stunned. "The third let me graduate early. Said he pulled some strings. He wants me to take this Chunin exam and knock down the genin from other villages." Tsunade nodded. "I see. That's just like the old man." With that, she drained her cup and said boldly, "Then what's the problem? With your level, what's there to worry about in an exam like this?" "The Hokage told me to study." Tsunade, as if not hearing, clearly picked at her ear. "Do what?" "Study." "Ha ha ha." Tsunade sprawled over the table in glee. "Studying is good, studying is good." Uchiha Fu laughed along. "So I came to ask Tsunade-sensei to tutor me." "No time." Tsunade refused without a second thought. "Impossible." Kushina also giggled. "Kid, why study? Just cheat off someone during the exam." Tsunade nodded in agreement. "Honestly, are you too sure it's okay to teach disciples like this?" Uchiha Fu couldn't help but complain. Leaving behind the two women who were deep in their cups, Uchiha Fu thought to himself, these two really are unreliable. I'll head to the ninja academy first. I'll learn whatever I can. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use my Sharingan to cheat during the exam. "Xiaofu, did you remember everything I just taught you?" Kojima Satoshi looked at him with anticipation. "Sorry, I wasn't listening. Honestly, who cared about the history of some daimyo?" "Oh, okay." Kojima Satoshi was speechless. If Uchiha Fu hadn't immediately invoked the Hokage's authority to force him into tutoring, who would ever want to teach this kid? In the 6 months he'd been attending classes, he had never once looked up in the classroom. "Keep it at Kojima-sensei. If I can't even pass the first written test, this A-rank mission will be a failure, and then the Hokage will surely come after you." Uchiha Fu cheered him on repeatedly. "What do you mean keep at it? You're the one taking the exam, so why are you cheering me on?" Uchiha Fu held his book up with a bewildered look. "Is that so? Then I really do need to work harder." Ha ha. It wasn't that he hadn't considered using the system to master this knowledge. It was simply that the knowledge was far too vast and complex. The history, geography, and culture of the 5 great nations, the trajectory of shuriken, the application of chakra. Shuriken flight trajectory mastery requires 50 world essence. Are you kidding me? World essence is far too precious to waste on something like this. I'll learn as much as I can. I've done my best. If I can't pass the first round, the third probably won't say anything either, right? Hokage-sama, these past few days Uchiha Fu has been studying at the Ninja Academy. An ANBU ninja wearing a cat-faced mask reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi. "How is he doing?" The ANBU opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then said, "Terribly." The third was nodding when he suddenly caught the anomaly. "What? Terribly?" He rubbed his aching forehead. "Have the proctors for this Chunin exam been decided yet?" "Yes. The first test will be supervised by 1 Tokubetsu Jonin and 3 Chunin. Put in a word, don't be too strict." "Understood." The cat-faced ninja said hesitantly, "Will that not bend the rules?" The third took a drag of his pipe. "In Konoha, my rules are the rules." The Hidden Mist Village. "This time going to Konoha, we must show our true strength." The third Mizuki's, his face veiled, spoke with a stern expression. "Yes, Mizuki-sama." The Hidden Sand Village. "Are you ready, Baki?" Baki, whose left cheek was covered by a white cloth, wiped his blade and nodded. "I'm ready. Let's make Konoha sit up and take notice." A few days later. The number of outsiders in Konoha gradually increased, and the streets bustled with even more liveliness than usual. A sand ninja daring to act so arrogant in Konoha? The Chunin exam. Why would they invite those crude sand people? On the streets of Konoha, Baki strolled leisurely, turning a deaf ear to the villagers' remarks. Has peace lasted too long, Konoha? Baki's eyes burned with resolve. You hoard such a fine position for nothing. You might as well hand it over to the sand. The Chunin exam was about to begin. Among the 5 great ninja villages, those participating in this Chunin exam were Konohagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, along with several smaller ninja villages bordering Konoha. And Konoha had also tightened its security in preparation for this Chunin exam. The first day of the Chunin exam. Today's test was the written examination. Good luck, Feng. Uchiha Hwali had prepared a hearty breakfast early in the morning and escorted Uchiha Feng all the way to the exam hall. It really felt like the college entrance exam all over again. Go for it, Feng-san. His classmates from the Ninja Academy had also come early to cheer for Uchiha Feng. Good luck. Shizun waved her arm cheering for Uchiha Feng. We'll catch up to you soon too, Feng-san. You've got to do your best. Let's show the other villages what we're made of. Uchiha Hwali narrowed her eyes and smiled. Feng, you really are popular. Look at those 2 girls. They can't stop staring at you. Uchiha Feng looked at Hwali, who was covering her mouth and giggling. Mom, can you be serious for once? The adorable one is Shizun and the one with red pupils is Kurenai Yuhi. We're classmates. Fine. Just classmates. Now hurry into the exam hall. What do you mean just classmates? I never said just. Complaining inwardly, Uchiha Feng stepped into the exam hall. The moment he entered the classroom, he saw a huge fish head. Was that Kisame Hashigaki? Uchiha Feng took a couple of extra glances. A member of the Uchiha clan. I'd love to see if they really are that powerful. The Konoha proctor rapped on Kisame's desk. Mind the exam rules. Kisame grinned, baring his sharp teeth. Got it. He then scanned the classroom again. The Hyuga clan, the Byakugan-ha, the Aburame, the Inazuka, the Yamanaka, the Akimichi, the Nara. Konoha really is full of talented people. But that's what makes it fun, isn't it? Kisame licked his lips. It was anyone's guess whether his teeth would ever injure his own tongue. Soon the proctors checked the examinees one by one against the roster. One Chunin proctor grabbed a genin wearing a Kusagakure forehead protector and roughly shoved him to the ground. Using the transformation technique right in front of a Chunin. You've got some nerve. Disqualified, said the chief proctor seated at the front of the classroom. Why? The exam hasn't even started yet. This doesn't count as cheating. The Kusagakure genin kept arguing. Drag him out. The chief proctor didn't even spare him a glance. Soon the test paper was in his hands. Sure enough, once the papers were handed out, Uchiha Feng couldn't answer a single one. Helplessly, he activated his Sharingan to search for a potential top scorer. That fish head over there. That's Kisame Hashigaki, right? Too ugly. No way. Gamma Shiranui. Great. You're the one. Although Kisame Hashigaki definitely had what it took to become a Chunin, he just didn't want to copy from him. Don't ask why. He was simply being willful. Kisame Hashigaki felt the gaze from behind and turned around. Uchiha, what are you up to? Cheating with the Sharingan. How interesting. What will you do if I write my exam paper upside down? Kisame admired himself for a while, then realized Uchiha Feng wasn't copying his moves. This exam is still full of traps. After all these years of the Chunin exam, hasn't anyone ever leaked it? When he saw the 10th question, Uchiha Feng couldn't help complaining. Is it testing ninja teamwork? But I don't have a team. Wait, didn't I sign up together with that guy Obito? Rin Nohara, I'm not worried about. But that Obito. This is bad. Uchiha Feng activated his Sharingan and saw Obito scratching his head in frustration. Obito was casting shifty glances at the proctor beside him, looking like he wanted to copy, but had no chance. With that look, even a ghost can tell what you're up to. Completely oblivious, Obito was still trying to crane his neck and peek at the answer of the person in front. Turn in a blank paper, Obito. Should I give up? Should I give up? Obito struggled in despair. If I don't give up, I'll drag Rin and Feng down. What then? Uchiha Feng submitted his paper early, and as he walked past, Obito whispered, "Don't give up." Don't give up? What does that mean? Obito scratched his head on the verge of losing his mind. The bell rang. All right, the exam is over. Collect the papers now. The chief proctor rose and announced. It's over, it's over, it's over. Obito stared at the blank paper before him in despair. I've dragged Rin down. I'm going to be scolded to death. The Chunin proctors collected the papers one by one. Teams that had someone give up on the exam, please stand. Many teams stood up. All of them had members who had voluntarily given up on the written test. You are eliminated, the chief proctor said. What? How can this be? Are you Konoha people just bullying us? Exactly. We followed your rules, and now you suddenly change them. Humph. With a body flicker, the chief proctor pinned the loudest complainer against the wall. This is just how we do things. Many genin left the exam hall under the escort, an impending threat, of the proctors. The chief proctor looked over those who remained, and said, you've passed. You may go on to the second exam. Did those who handed in blank papers pass too? A genin couldn't help asking. Quite a few people in the classroom had seen Obito scratching his head. Yes, the chief proctor said nonchalantly. Even a blank paper counts as passing. We protest. This is rigged. How can a blank paper pass? The chief proctor hurled a shuriken, leaving a bloody cut on the cheek of a Sunagakure genin. Anyone who isn't satisfied can withdraw from this Chunin exam. Another person tried to speak, but was pulled back by his companions. Many people stared at Obito, who was grinning foolishly, and silently marked him. Wait for the later exams. We'll make you pay. Uchiha Feng shrugged helplessly. This fool is being targeted, and he's still that happy. What a lively scene. Orochimaru entered with a gloomy bearing and a sinister smile. Orochimaru, what is he doing here? Uchiha Feng wondered curiously. Now then, I'll be taking over the second exam. Orochimaru licked his lips, his slit-like pupils fixed on the genin before him. There are still this many of you. How troublesome. Yeah, your work wasn't particularly good. Orochimaru glanced at the chief proctor. Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. Sweat beaded on the chief proctor's forehead as he hurriedly replied. This scene stunned the genin from other villages taking the exam. They never imagined that the chief proctor who held their fates in his hands would be so humbled before this man. Now then, the rest of you, congratulations on passing the first exam. Follow me. With that, Orochimaru left without looking back. The genin exchanged glances. Kisame Hashigaki grinned. This is getting interesting. With that, he was the first to follow Orochimaru out. The genin who had passed the written examination followed Orochimaru out of the testing hall. After walking for a while, Orochimaru stopped before a dark and dense forest. This forest before you is the venue for your second exam, Orochimaru said with a chilling smile. Any beasts beyond the capabilities of genin have been cleared out, so do not worry about anything else. Now let me explain the rules of this second exam. Orochimaru said in his raspy voice. Each team will randomly receive either the Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll. Only teams that collect both scrolls can pass the second exam. In other words, the elimination rate is 50%. 5 days later, teams that have collected both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls may ascend the distant tower. That will count as passing the second round of exams. The moment Orochimaru finished his introduction, Kisame Hashigaki raised his hand. Sir, are you saying we should forcibly seize other scrolls? May I take more than one? Certainly. Orochimaru glanced at the fish-like man before him. How many you can take depends entirely on your own. If you lack the power to defend your scrolls, you are not qualified to become a chunin. Uchiha Feng could only helplessly purse his lips. It was exactly the same as over a decade later. Same rules, different facade. Many of the ninja present confidently stared at the scrolls in Orochimaru's hands, their faith in their own abilities unshaken. All right. Orochimaru suddenly remembered something. For this exam, you must sign a waiver. If you perish during the examination due to danger, you bear full responsibility for the consequences. What? It's just an exam. Why make such a grand display, eh? I've never heard of the chunin exams being so indifferent to candidate casualties. Candidates immediately began to protest. Those who wish to withdraw, please decide quickly. Orochimaru paid no heed to the outcries. A few ninja from minor villages conferred among themselves, acknowledged their inferior strength compared to those from major clans, and voluntarily withdrew from the second exam. Fewer participants means fewer scrolls, you know. Orochimaru said with a grin, gathering up several scrolls. So after some people withdrew, the difficulty actually increased. Kisame cast a sinister smirk at his teammate Hozuki Mancho. Senior Kisame, please don't laugh so terrifyingly. Hozuki Mancho patted Kisame on the shoulder. Then another team chose to withdraw. The remaining ninja all signed the waiver and, led by the proctor, entered the forest of death through different entrances. Alright, let's move out. Obito was naively full of vigor. Uchiha Feng, I'll be leaving this operation to you. Obito was unreliable and Rin was a medical ninja, so Uchiha Feng, the strongest combatant on the team, naturally took command. The three of them darted through the trees steadily, making their way toward the tower. Feng, why are we rushing to the tower so early? Obito asked, somewhat puzzled. Uchiha Feng spoke up. What scroll do we currently possess? Obito replied, the Heaven Scroll. Then we need only seize one Earth Scroll to complete our mission. Uchiha Feng nodded. But my objectives extend beyond that. Beyond that? Rin asked curiously. What do you intend to do? Uchiha Feng smiled. Orochimaru's intent is clear. Each team in the second round may grab as many scrolls as possible, eliminating more competitors along the way. But what benefit does that bring? Rin remained bewildered. Isn't it enough simply to pass? It is not that straightforward. Uchiha Feng shook his head. The fact that this chunin exam is held in Konoha is no trivial matter. For now, follow my command for the team's movements. Rin nodded and continued to press onward. Obito opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Rin agree, he swallowed his words. Ambush ahead. The Sharingan in Uchiha Feng's eyes spun, locking onto three figures concealed within the underbrush. Boom, boom. The figures of Uchiha Feng and his two companions stepped into a trap woven from explosive tags. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and the blast sent up roiling clouds of dust. Got them. Konoha ninja are nothing special, the three mist ninja said as they slowly emerged from behind the bushes. Wait. After the dust from the explosion cleared, there was no trace of the trio from Konoha. Shadow Clone Jutsu. You mist villagers truly lack manners. Uchiha Feng's voice came from behind one of the mist ninja. The mist ninja sensed danger and immediately began forming hand signs. Water-style water stream wall. A torrent of water erupted behind the mist ninja. He had barely breathed a sigh of relief when a hand shot out from within the water wall. How is this possible? Uchiha Feng seized the mist ninja by the throat and slammed him to the ground, grinding him roughly. Seeing this, the other two drew their kunai and lunged straight for Uchiha Feng's face. Clang, clang. Obito and Rin deflected the two kunai. Uchiha Feng released the dazed mist ninja whose eyes had rolled back and spoke to Rin and Obito, stay back from the enemy. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Several fireballs soared toward the remaining two mist ninja, who hastily activated their water stream wall. When the fireballs met the water, violent explosions erupted, filling the area with thick fog. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds echoed as the two mist ninja collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back. What jutsu was that? Obito stared blankly. That was incredible. Amazing, right? Uchiha Feng struck a pose, flashing a dazzling smile. Konoha Hidden Jutsu Ultimate Secret Body Technique. Palm of the Black Brick. Palm of the Black Brick. Oh, incredible, incredible. I want to learn it too. Obito jumped up excitedly. Idiot Obito. Rin facepalmed in resignation. Where's the scroll? Rin searched for a while, but found nothing. She kicked each of the 3 unconscious bodies on the ground. Let's wake them up and ask. Uchiha Feng grabbed a mist ninja by the collar and delivered a sharp slap. Smack, smack. Finally his face swollen, the mist ninja stirred awake and looked at Uchiha Feng with terror. What are you doing? I surrender. Where's the scroll? Uchiha Feng gripped his collar, gesturing as though to strike again. The mist ninja shrank his head and stammered, I don't know, I don't know. Uchiha Feng chuckled darkly and drew a shuriken, pressing it against the man's neck. Do you understand what bear your own consequences means? As he spoke, he pressed harder, and the shuriken pierced slightly into the man's neck. I'll talk. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, the man hurriedly spoke. We agreed on a rendezvous point before the exam began, and we gave our scroll to another team. Moi. Uchiha Feng smiled knowingly. So selfless were you. Our team leader is Biwa Juzo. We just did whatever he told us to. The mist ninja's face twisted in fear. Biwa Juzo. Uchiha Feng stroked his chin, the name stirring some memory. The first wielder of the Kubikaricho Itachi, Uchiha's comrade in the Akatsuki, who perished during the tailed beast captures and was eventually replaced by Kisame. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the Konoha ninja gazed at Biwa Juzo, who stood silently, with the executioner's blade strapped to his back. Such an arrangement, how intriguing. Orochimaru observed Biwa Juzo with keen interest. A smile of excitement spread across Biwa Juzo's face. What Konoha ninja did I violate the rules? Of course not. Orochimaru flicked his forked tongue. Though I must admit, I am quite interested in you. Humph. The cross-shaped scar on Biwa Juzo's face glowed with an eerie red light as his hand rested on his blade. Is this Konoha's hospitality? Orochimaru, show some respect. Aburame Torihei narrowed his eyes, examining the executioner's blade. Nice weapon. As a member of the 2nd Hokage's guard Senju Tobarama's personal squad, he now served as the right hand of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you for the compliment. Biwa Juzo slung the blade over his shoulder and ignored Orochimaru. Kirigakure was the first team eliminated, Orochimaru said provokingly. Biwa Juzo's expression remained cold as he revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. They will die soon. What? Asked the Konoha Jonin commander. Why? We merely tied them up. After Uchiha Fu and the other 2 left, the scene shifted to Chukue, Kisame appearing before 3 Kirigakure ninja. Kisame, help us. Water lamp, the Konoha ninja we encountered. You are truly useless. He scratched his head, glancing at the nearby Mizuho Full Moon. How should we deal with them? Mizuho Full Moon calmly shook her head without speaking. Understanding the signal, Kisame stepped forward and snapped all 3 necks. Useless. Better off dead. Wait. Uchiha Fu stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Obito asked, turning back in confusion. Shouldn't we be moving? It's fog. Some kind of mist has appeared around us. Rin quickly noticed something amiss, drawing her shuriken and standing on guard. It began as a faint wisp, but gradually the fog enveloped the vast forest surrounding the 3 of them. Mist hidden village technique. These Kirigakure ninja are truly relentless. I wonder how many there are, Uchiha Fu complained wearily. I saw Chukue Kisame during the written exam. Adding the 3 we eliminated earlier, there must be at least 2 teams. No, if there were only 2 teams, they wouldn't assign a mission involving concentrated scrolls like this. That means 4 Kirigakure teams have entered the Death Forest. Since we already eliminated 1 team, that leaves 3 remaining. Another foolhardy bunch, provoking me. Do I look like an easy target? He glanced back at Obito, who was scanning their surroundings. As expected, number 1 at drawing aggro. Suddenly, several shuriken flew from the fog, each bound with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive tags detonated mid-air, illuminating the fog with blinding flashes. Uchiha Fu grabbed Obito and Rin, leaping onto a tree branch. Not bad, kid. Quick reflexes. A ghostly voice echoed from the mist. Playing tricks, Uchiha Fu sniffed. Only capable of hiding, aren't you? Ninja work is no child's game, kid. The voice oscillated between near and far, concealed within the fog. Seriously, do you have any brains? Uchiha Fu threw a shuriken, which rang out as it was deflected. Boom. The explosive tag on the shuriken detonated. A muffled groan echoed, then silence. The 3 mist ninja exchanged glances. Their leader bared his sharp teeth. I told you not to play around. Now look at yourself. TCH, the kid just got lucky. The mist ninja, who had spoken earlier, explained. Let's finish them quickly. Their team had deliberately postponed their exam schedule to participate in this Chunin exam. All 3 possessed Chunin level strength, making them standouts in this examination. All 3 formed hand seals, and the forest quickly transformed into an ocean. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Their combined jutsu summoned a water dragon from the vast expanse, charging toward Uchiha Fu and the others. Bad. Seeing this, Obito hastily formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball collided with the galloping water dragon, slightly delaying its advance. Damn it, is this ineffective? Obito stared in disbelief at the water dragon bullet. Could his ninjutsu only delay it temporarily? Don't lose focus, Obito. Uchiha Fu's Sharingan spun wildly. Having removed his weighted gear, he felt as light as a swallow, his body brimming with inexhaustible energy. 8 trigrams gate, first gate open. Fierce chakra surged through his body as Uchiha Fu, dragging Obito, and Rin used body flicker to dodge the water dragon bullet. Fire release flame control sky kill. Uchiha Fu unleashed an A-rank jutsu immediately, sending a massive wall of flames roaring forward. Since they were hiding and couldn't be targeted, precisely area denial it is. What? An A-rank jutsu? Are you kidding me? Is that really flame control sky kill? He's cheating. How can a genin use this technique? Where did he get that much chakra? The 3 Kirigakure ninja stared blankly as the flames breached the thick fog and approached them. No good. Water release water wall technique. The 3 joined forces to create a water wall, struggling desperately behind it. Boom. Hiss hiss hiss. The flames continuously hammered against the water wall, generating massive amounts of steam. The 3 gritted their teeth, pouring every ounce of chakra into maintaining the barrier. Boom. Finally the flames subsided. The towering steam condensed overhead, and it began to rain. There you are. Won't you come say hello? How rude of you, Kirigakure ninja. The heavy rain dispersed the mist, revealing the 3 Kirigakure ninja. Who are you? The mist ninja regarded Uchiha Fu warily. To wield an A-rank jutsu. You cannot be unknown. Me. Uchiha Fu struck a pose. The legendary Konoha prodigy Uchiha Obito at your service. Multiple question marks appeared on Obito's forehead. What are you doing? Helping you build your reputation, isn't that great? Uchiha Fu said with a mischievous grin. Outside the arena, everyone watching the match shared a wordless sigh. Truly pathetic. Being forced into this by a mere kid. Perched on a distant tree branch, Tsukuyomi Kisame observed the battling parties. Shark face, don't you ever get beaten up for being so arrogant. Uchiha Fu tilted his head and shot a sarcastic remark. Shark face ptaha. Hozuki Mangetsu rolled on the ground laughing. Hey, do you want to die? Kisame narrowed his eyes at Hozuki Mangetsu, still rolling on the ground. My apologies, my apologies. Hozuki Mangetsu immediately sobered up, glaring intently at the Konoha trio. Uchiha Fu glanced at the newcomers. Tsukuyomi Kisame. Care to introduce your companions? I'm Hozuki Mangetsu. I'm Taguchi Ryusuke. The Hozuki clan masters of the water release water form technique. Truly troublesome. 3 versus 6. Any confidence? Uchiha Fu looked at his 2 companions. Leave it to me. No matter how many come, it makes no difference. Hold on. Tsukuyomi Kisame spoke up. Those 3 fools are not with us. With that, Kisame pointed toward the 3 Kirigakure ninja. Suit yourselves. Uchiha Fu had opened the 8 trigrams gate. His body's vital essence was being constantly consumed, so he saw no need to delay. Come then. In a flash, Uchiha Fu kicked toward Hozuki Mangetsu's head. Splashing. Mangetsu's upper body instantly dissolved into water, reforming moments later. Impressive speed, Kisame. I know. Water clone technique. Kisame formed hand seals, and 2 clones emerged from the water. The 3 Kisames drew their ninja blades and charged toward Rin. Your speed is indeed impressive. But what about your teammate's speed? Kisame was no slouch either. The whoosh of his blades slicing through the air caused Rin's expression to darken. Obito gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Rin. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Several fireballs soared toward the charging Kisame, who swung his blade, carelessly advancing unbothered. Konoha Whirlwind. A powerful force tore through the air with a roaring sound. Kisame's expression shifted slightly as he raised his blade to block Uchiha Fu's devastating kick. Thud. The ninja blade emitted a mournful ring. Kisame felt a tremendous force surge through his arm, sending him flying backward. Uchiha Fu pressed his advantage, but Kisame quickly formed hand seals. Water release water dragon bullet technique. It's useless, boy. Uchiha Fu smiled faintly and opened the second gate of the 8 trigrams. His speed surged once more. Before Kisame's astonished gaze, Uchiha Fu used body flicker to appear right in front of him. Bang! A water clone. Kisame's water clone exploded under the kick. Uchiha Fu turned to face the remaining 2 Kisames. Come. Another water clone was kicked apart. Kisame grinned, his sharp teeth clicking together. You're truly formidable. Both your taijutsu and chakra far exceed mine. Such an opponent truly excites me. He clasped his hands together, and the vast ocean below instantly transformed into towering waves engulfing the entire forest. You may be strong on land, but how about in the water? Now that you're in the water, how will you deal with this? Kisame Hashigaki said darkly. Water release water prison technique. The 3 mist ninja formed hand seals together and cast the water prison technique. A towering surge of water produced by their combined strength closed over the 3 Konoha ninja like a house. Gurgle gurgle. Caught off guard, Obito swallowed water and thrashed about unceasingly. Uchiha Feng pressed his hand on Obito's shoulder and sent a thread of chakra through his body, calming him down. Kisame, as if at home in the water, grinned broadly and laughed arrogantly. Fire release won't work now. If you have any other tricks, bring them out. Uchiha Feng gave a mocking smile and flipped Kisame the middle finger. Hey, we're being looked down on. Hozuki Mangetsu poked Taguchi Ryusuke beside him. Just wait, they won't be laughing for long. Taguchi Ryusuke's hands flew through hand seals. Secret technique mirror flower water moon. Countless tiny crystal petals controlled by Taguchi Ryusuke rode the surging currents toward the three Konoha ninja. NGH. Obito let out a muffled grunt and expelled a stream of bubbles in the water. The petals had slashed many cuts across his arms. Under Taguchi's command, the petals spun furiously around the three Konoha ninja like a meat grinder. An interesting secret technique. It seems we can't underestimate the younger generation of the other hidden villages. Orochimaru could not help remarking at the sight, "Is this a Kekkai Genkai?" Juzo Biwa said nothing, a grin spreading across his face. Rin dodged clumsily through the water while urgently treating Obito's wounds. Uchiha Feng watched the cyclone-like crystal petals with an unperturbed expression. He formed hand seals, and two shadow clones appeared beside him. Struggling in vain is just a waste of chakra. Kisame crossed his arms and declared with certainty. Uchiha Feng smiled and let out a few bubbles from his mouth. The two shadow clones clasped hands and ran in circles through the water. The water's resistance was immense, but it was no match for Uchiha Feng's formidable physique. Soon a vortex formed inside the water prison technique, spinning so fast that even Taguchi Ryusuke could barely keep his footing. Suddenly one shadow clone grabbed the original body and using the centrifugal force of their high-speed spin hurled him violently at Taguchi Ryusuke in the distance. Front Lotus. Caught at close range by a taijutsu master, Taguchi Ryusuke was battered back and forth in the water like a rag. Hozuki Mangetsu glanced at Kisame. Save him or not? Kisame nodded indifferently. Let's save him. After all, the Mizukage has taken a liking to him. Hozuki Mangetsu shrugged, moved in front of Uchiha Feng, and used his body to block the attack. A question mark rose in Uchiha Feng's mind. Uchiha Feng kicked out and Hozuki Mangetsu instantly activated the hydrification technique. His body eerily turned to water before slowly condensing back into human form. That hydrification technique is such a pain. Summoning jutsu. By then Kisame had also lost patience and summoned a massive shark beside him. Seeing the summoned shark, Obito and Rin thrashed their arms desperately, trying to escape the water. Water release water dragon bullet technique. Two ferocious water dragons charged madly toward the pair. Under Kisame's control, they opened their huge jaws and let out silent roars beneath the water. Seeing the water dragon bullet technique Kisame had unleashed, Obito and Rin, restricted in the water, exchanged a look of despair. Obito shook his head and stepped in front of Rin. Boom. A powerful kick lashed out, shattering both water dragons. Kisame mounted on the shark shot toward Uchiha Feng like a cannonball. The ninja sword cut into Uchiha Feng's body, and Kisame even felt the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh. Poof. A shadow clone. How is that possible? Kisame froze. When? Don't get distracted, Kisame. Uchiha Feng appeared behind him, chakra coalescing at his side into a roaring giant tiger. Taijutsu secret daytime tiger. Uchiha Feng kicked Kisame in the stomach, sending him hurtling from the shark's back. What? Terrifying power. Kisame spat blood and wiped the corner of his mouth. Hozuki Mangetsu's expression was grave. With taijutsu like that, are you sure he's a genin? Could Konoha be planning the same thing we are? Kisame drew his ninja sword, formed hand seals, and merged with the shark. The shark's dorsal fin gleamed with a metallic sheen. It was the very ninja sword he had just drawn. Don't hold back, Mangetsu. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hozuki Mangetsu's face was written with frenzy. It had been a long time since he had met such a formidable opponent, and his hands trembled with excitement. Whatever trump cards you have left, bring them all out. Uchiha Feng thought to himself, beckoning to the two mist ninja. The shark that Kisame had become grinned savagely and charged at Uchiha Feng. Hozuki Mangetsu turned into flowing water and wrapped around Uchiha Feng's hands. No. Uchiha Feng sensed something wrong. Kisame's target wasn't him. A spray of bright red blood burst out as Uchiha Obito clutched his belly helplessly. 8 gates open. Uchiha Feng's skin turned crimson and his scalding heat made the surrounding water boil. Hozuki Mangetsu stared at Uchiha Feng in disbelief. The surging chakra filled him with fear. Kisame. The moment Mangetsu's words left his lips, Uchiha Feng vanished from where he stood. Too fast. I can't see him at all. Kisame strained to dodge, trying to evade Uchiha Feng's fist. Boom. Before Kisame could react, Uchiha Feng's punch slammed into the summoned shark. Boom. 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 The shark on the verge of death vanished in a burst of white smoke with a bang. Kisame's figure reappeared in the water. Boom. 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 With raw brute strength, Uchiha Feng kicked Kisame out of the water prison technique, sending him tumbling helplessly through the air. Try this. Uchiha Feng drew a breath of fresh air and crooked his arm. Lariat. The airborne Kisame was struck on the neck by Uchiha Feng's arm, spinning helplessly through the air. Am I going to die? Kisame vomited blood in great gushes, powerless before the incoming attack. Uchiha Feng, his crimson skin radiating steam like heat, body flickered behind Kisame. Chakra handblade. He shaped both arms into blades. One carved into Kisame's neck, the other pierced through his chest, completely extinguishing his life. Ding. You have slain Kisame Hashigaki. Received 300 world essence points. The generous reward made Uchiha Feng grin uncontrollably, staring at Hozuki Mangetsu with the greedy eyes of a man beholding treasure. Seeing this, Hozuki Mangetsu grabbed the rag-like Taguchi Ryusuke with one hand and attempted to flee. Trying to run. Not a chance. Obito and Rin blocked behind Hozuki Mangetsu with the Konoha trio, forming a triangle around him. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Obito hurled a massive fireball at Hozuki Mangetsu, who was attempting to flee. Wait. Is this really necessary? Hozuki Mangetsu was struck by the fireball, screaming as he dissolved into a pool of water. Seeing that the Konoha trio had no intention of letting him go, he drew his ninja sword. Don't underestimate me. Obito threw a shuriken straight at Hozuki Mangetsu's abdomen. The shuriken pierced into Hozuki Mangetsu's stomach, which melted into a pool of clear water. He then controlled the water to form a water spear, thrusting it straight toward Obito. It didn't work after all. Obito, unable to dodge in time, was wounded by the water spear. As he prepared to continue with fire release, his vision suddenly spun, and he nearly lost his footing. What's wrong? Rin rushed over quickly. It's poisoned, Obito said weakly. The skin where the water spear had cut him had turned dark purple. Don't move yet. Rin placed both hands on Obito's wound using the creation rebirth technique. Do you really have to fight this hard? At your current state, how much longer can you sustain it? It's doing serious damage to your body, isn't it? Why push yourself so hard? We don't have that kind of grudge against you. Hozuki Mangetsu was indeed a genius ninja nurtured by the Mist Village. Although he had been on the defensive throughout, he was still able to accurately analyze the battlefield situation. Uchiha Fu's wildly surging external chakra at this moment was clearly a form that could not last long. As long as he could outlast this initial wave from Uchiha Fu, the three Konoha ninja wouldn't be able to stop him. Besides, the after effects of such a technique would be severe. When the time came, he could take the opportunity to eliminate him, thereby fulfilling his village mission. Sorry, but you miscalculated. Uchiha Fu smiled faintly and charged toward Hozuki Mangetsu with the speed of a cannonball. Water release, water surface journey. No wait, water release, water dragon jutsu. Useless. He easily bypassed the water formation and flashed behind Hozuki Mangetsu. You like poison, don't you? Let me add something extra for you. Hozuki Mangetsu dissolved into a pool of water again, but Uchiha Fu took out a small bottle and dripped the foul-smelling liquid into it. His chakra precisely transferred into the medicinal fluid, causing it to merge with the water. Are you kidding me? He had improved his family's medicinal recipes several years ago and had truly mastered the art of pharmacology. How dare someone try to poison him right in front of him? Adding something to your water. Let's see if you can separate it. Oh, what did you do? Hozuki Mangetsu took human form, screaming in agony. Exciting, isn't it? Uchiha Fu asked with a smile. Hozuki Mangetsu's face was covered in black markings, his chest heaving up and down. Don't look down on people. Damn you. Hozuki Mangetsu swung his ninja sword, going all out. Uchiha Fu watched indifferently, then suddenly noticed him dissolve into a pool of water again. Water clone. He cursed inwardly. Hozuki Mangetsu was charging toward Obito and Rin. Clang. Hozuki Mangetsu's swordsmanship was sharp and vicious. Rin swung her shuriken, struggling to block, and within moments several wounds appeared on her body. You really are disgusting. Uchiha Fu was angered. In an instant he appeared in front of the two. Stay back. Uchiha Fu formed hand seals with both hands and said to them, Fire release, great fire annihilation jutsu. Having abundant chakra meant he could be reckless. Even after unleashing a jutsu on this level, he felt no emptiness in his body. Hozuki Mangetsu cursed inwardly and tried to liquefy his body to dodge. Can't move. What's happening? Hozuki Mangetsu looked down in astonishment. Sealing jutsu, when did he? Rin's face now showed a smug expression. Don't underestimate Konoha ninja, you bastard. Alt. The flames smashed squarely onto Hozuki Mangetsu's body, and he let out a piercing, heart-rending scream. The flames gradually dissipated, leaving a deep crater on the ground. He escaped. Uchiha Fu scratched his head in confusion. Rin stepped forward to inspect the situation, nodded and said, It seems there's an underground river. He got away. Let him go. He's suffered such severe injuries. He's no longer a threat. My poison isn't so easily antidote. Although he disliked using poison, extracting and mixing toxins from certain herbs required considerable effort to reverse. Looking at Taguchi Ryusuke lying on the ground like a pile of rags, Uchiha Fu smiled. Harvest season has arrived. Hey, wake up. Uchiha Fu walked over and patted Taguchi Ryusuke's face. No response. Passed out. Taguchi Ryusuke tried to pretend he was unconscious, but Uchiha Fu drew a shuriken and thrust it toward his neck. I'm not unconscious. What's the matter? Taguchi Ryusuke quickly widened his eyes and spoke. How much do you think your life is worth? Uchiha Fu patted his face. Glancing at the still weak Obito, he nodded slightly. Obito understood immediately and began searching through Taguchi Ryusuke's body. Weapons and scrolls clattered onto the ground. Taguchi Ryusuke was stripped down to nothing but his shorts. Obito grinned foolishly. Rin spat at him and turned away, refusing to look at the Uchiha duo. This isn't enough to buy your life. Uchiha Fu sighed. Taguchi Ryusuke was at a loss for words. We came here for the exam. Why would we carry that much money on us? Then watch yourself in your next life. Uchiha Fu held the shuriken, hovering it near his neck. Wait. I'll write an IOU. 5 million. Taguchi Ryusuke quickly spoke up. An IOU? You expect me to run all the way to the Mist Village to collect debt? Uchiha Fu shook his head. Write down your mirror flower water moon technique. Bring the money after the exam and to redeem it. And Uchiha Fu grabbed Taguchi Ryusuke's shoulder and crushed it with a sickening crack. At a time like this, holding a scroll to withdraw from the exam. What do you think that means, eh? Taguchi Ryosuke's shoulder was shattered and his face turned iron gray. This is impossible. Our family's secret technique cannot be given to you. You think I'd want your secret technique? Don't you know my surname? Uchiha sneered. Do you understand collateral? This is collateral. Forget it. Seeing how hesitant you are, just die. With that, Uchiha drove the shuriken downward. I'll write it. Just as the shuriken was about to pierce his eye, Taguchi Ryosuke quickly spoke up. Hurry up. Uchiha tossed him a blank scroll. Why aren't you writing yet? Taguchi Ryosuke was on the verge of tears. Brother, my arm is broken. Oh, I was careless. Uchiha applied the creation rebirth technique to his shoulder, allowing Taguchi Ryosuke to temporarily move his arm. There. Taguchi Ryosuke handed over the scroll. Obtain skill learning scroll Mirror Flower Water Moon X1. Uchiha nodded satisfactorily. Go on. Taguchi Ryosuke immediately unfurled the scroll and set off the departure fireworks. The Mist Village Jonin leader appeared in a flash and caught Taguchi Ryosuke in his arms. He gave Uchiha a deep meaningful look and said, please return our Mirror Flower Water Moon secret technique. Uchiha rubbed his hands together. The Mist Jonin nodded and took out his wallet, placing it on the ground. Not bad. Very reasonable. Uchiha waved his hand and the scroll was tossed over. The Mirror Flower Water Moon technique. He never wanted it in the first place. The Mist Jonin carried Taguchi Ryosuke and left the exam area. Obito and Rin approached, grinning as they looked at the spoils. Split the money. Uchiha began distributing the spoils. Obito and Rin hesitated, wanting to refuse. This isn't right. We didn't contribute much and actually held you back. Don't refuse. These are our squad spoils. Uchiha stuffed a handful of money into each of their hands. Ding. Your affinity with Uchiha Obito 10. Ding. Your affinity with Noura Rin 10. Forget it, Rin. As for your hostility, big black-hearted person, what exactly is that supposed to mean? We've collected all the scrolls. Should we go straight to the tower? As the three moved through the forest, Dai-Tu carrying 3 scrolls on his back couldn't help asking. Sure enough, the Wuyin village ninja had 2 scrolls on him. Now they had the Heaven and Earth scrolls with 1 extra to spare. Of course we're going to the tower, but we're going to rob people. Dai-Tu was a bit slow to catch on. Is this a good idea? Won't the other villages misunderstand? Misunderstand? Yuzhibo Feng said dismissively. Given the situation now, are you still afraid of misunderstandings? What situation? Dai-Tu was completely baffled. Yuzhibo Feng said nothing more, letting Dai-Tu remain a happy little idiot. Dai-Tu, do you want to awaken the Sharingan? Yuzhibo Feng suddenly asked. Sharingan. Of course. With the Sharingan I can defeat Kakashi. Dai-Tu declared with great determination. Yuzhibo Feng didn't discourage him. Even with the Sharingan it would still be very difficult to defeat Kakashi, a ninja with solid fundamentals and the title of ninjutsu technician. Give me all your gains from this time, and I'll help you awaken the Sharingan, Yuzhibo Feng said. Dai-Tu was suspicious. Really? I've heard awakening the Sharingan is very troublesome. Can you really help me awaken it? Of course. Yuzhibo Feng pointed to his own Tsukuyomi Sharingan. Doesn't it look different from the Sharingan you've seen? More mysterious and more majestic. Dai-Tu nodded. Yeah, it does. Exactly. Perform well, and I'll awaken your eyes when we get back. Yuzhibo Feng now had the following skills he could teach: Chakra Training Method LV Max, Ijin LV10, Sharingan Training Method LV2. Although he had been studying the Sharingan training method lately, its level had only risen by 1. There was still a long way to go. He had accumulated as many as 5 growth points, but recently there were no skills that needed them. Putting them into ninjutsu learning felt somewhat wasteful. The Ijin could no longer be upgraded with growth points. He wasn't sure whether the required points had increased or whether it had reached a stage limit. Hey, you're in a sorry state, Manua. Zhao Meiming with jade green eyes and long wavy hair watched Guidang Manua appear alone, covered in wounds, and couldn't help saying, coming to me like this, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? If you were going to kill me, I'd have been killed long ago. Guidang Manua coughed weakly. This exam is really troublesome. Guijiao is dead. Dead? Are you joking? With Guijiao's strength. Zhao Meiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Guidang Manua nodded. Mai has produced an incredible guy this time. Oh, Zhao Meiming became interested. Tell me more about his intel and how Guijiao died. Guidang Manua organized the intel as he spoke, and Zhao Meiming listened with a deepening frown. Such powerful taijutsu. A secret technique that multiplies strength, powerful fire release, and the Sharingan. What on earth are you talking about? Yuzhibo ban. Guidang Manua shook his head. Zhao Meiming bit her lower lip, thinking hard. Let's finish the exam first and turn in the scrolls. Zhao Meiming said to the 2 Wuyin genin behind her. Manua, can you still participate in the next exam? She asked. Guidang Manua shook his head. The burns from the fire release were manageable, but his body was now laced with a complex toxin that kept blocking his chakra flow. Every time he circulated his chakra, his meridians were racked with intense pain. Then you should withdraw first. We're leaving. With that, the 2 Wuyin genin supported Guidang Manua, and the 4 of them raced toward the distant tower. At that moment, Yuzhibo Feng and his 2 companions had already arrived at the foot of the tower. My examiner saw them and smiled happily. Completed the exam so early. Come in. Once you hand over the scrolls, you'll pass. Dai-Tu nodded silently, then turned to set up traps around the tower. The examiner was still waving, but seeing what they were doing, he couldn't help asking, what's this for? setting up a toll station to collect tolls. Yuzhibo Feng answered succinctly. Tolls. The examiner was nearly speechless. Was it really okay to do something like this during the Chunin exam? Dai-tu, you'll be in the open, I will be in the shadows. Dai-tu nodded, put on his goggles, and stood in the middle of the road with his hands on his hips. Before long a team came from the distance. Someone's there. That is Dai-tu. It was a trio of my genin. The one leading with the Byakugan active to survey the situation was Rishiang Richa. Oh, Dai-tu, I didn't expect you to be so fast. When this is over I'll treat you to barbecue. Xiaodao Sidong patted his belly and said with a grin. Huh, really? Great. I want grilled beef tongue. Dai-tu waved his hand. Cough cough. Yuzhibo Feng coughed twice. Dai-tu immediately snapped back to attention. Oh, right. I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. Rishiang Richa, Xiaodao Sidong, and Luin Muin stopped in their tracks, not knowing what Dai-tu was going to do. If you want to pass, leave your road toll. Rishiang Richa frowned. Dai-tu, what are you doing? Move out of the way. Dai-tu put his hands on his hips and shook his head. Robbery. Luin Muin couldn't help laughing. Robbery. By me. Yuzhibo Feng came out from the side with a smile. Since you're fellow my ninja, I'll give you a 20% discount. Are you looking down on me, you brat? Xiaodao Sidong had a hot temper, pulling out a pill and about to eat it. Wait. Rishiang Richa reached out to stop him. May I ask what you want? Yuzhibo Feng rubbed his hands. Money, weapons, scrolls. Take them all out. Rishiang Richa nodded, then took out his weapons and scrolls. Sir, I'm sorry, but I didn't bring any money with me. Seeing how cooperative they were, Yuzhibo Feng nodded. Fine, then write an IOU, 1 million each. Xiaodao Sidong glared and was about to say something, but Rishiang Richa held him back. The three who had written IOUs successfully climbed the tower. Xiaodao Sidong couldn't help complaining. Why did we give them our things and write IOUs? This kind of thing. Rishiang Richa was silent for a moment. We can't beat him. My Byakugan saw that the total amount of chakra in his body is terrifying. Xiaodao Sidong was stunned then sighed. Now we won't be able to eat barbecue for a long time. Rishiang Richa handed in the scrolls, completed the exam, and said, let's go watch the fun. So that's how it is. Turns out it was that simple. Obito was extremely proud of himself. Having made a brilliant first impression, he was now strutting around with arrogance, already fantasizing about how Rin would praise his handsomeness after he awakened the Sharingan. Rin still seemed a bit reserved, not saying a word during the earlier ambush. But she followed Uchiha Fu's commands and prepared the trap properly. After obtaining the first batch of loot, Rin gradually relaxed. Worst case scenario, she could apologize to them after the exam ends. Uchiha Fu was hiding in the bushes at this moment, calculating how much he could sell the acquired items for and how many meat buns or bowls of ramen he could exchange them for. While dreaming about a prosperous life ahead, he also kept watch on the distant surroundings. Someone's coming. Uchiha Fu sent a signal to Obito. Obito waited for a long time before spotting 3 tiny figures in the distance. This only strengthened his confidence in the Sharingan. The difference between having awakened it or not was so immense. People from the sand-hidden village. Maki watched as Obito blocked the path in the middle of the road, signaling Yuri to step forward and make contact. What do you want, a leaf genin? Yuri shot him a hostile glare and asked. Robbery. Yuri was taken aback for a moment. What do you want? A scroll. Obito shook his head. Weapons, scrolls, money. Maki and Yuri exchanged glances, and Maki spoke up. How much money are you talking about? 2 million per person plus everything you're carrying. That's impossible. Maki refused without hesitation. What kind of joke is this? The sand-hidden village was notoriously poor. Asking them to come up with this much money was harder than reaching the heavens. Then there's no room for negotiation. Obito placed his hand by his lips and whistled. Swish, swish. Uchiha Fu's shuriken landed between the 3 sand ninja, and a tremendous burst of fire erupted. The 3 sand ninja drew their ninja blades and leaped into the air. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Fu and Obito simultaneously unleashed powerful fire jutsu, striking straight at the 3 figures in the air. Maki swung his ninja blade, intercepting the incoming fireballs. Although he managed to block the attacks, he was still severely scorched by the intense heat. Damn it, throwing such a powerful fire release ninja technique right from the start. Leaf ninjas really have no regard for fairness. Maki awkwardly shook his burned hand. Up there. Yuri called out as a warning. Uchiha Fu had already arrived above Maki, delivering a sweeping kick. Leaf mountain shattering vortex. Although Maki managed to react and assume a blocking stance, he was still kicked down from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Such terrifying taijutsu. The power is actually greater than mine, even after multiplication. Akimichi Tadashi stood on a tall tower watching the battle in astonishment. Fortunately, they held back against us. As for the money, we'll earn it through more missions after becoming Chunin. If we fail, we'll have to wait another year. Yen Inmu also nodded. Is the gap between us and these geniuses really that vast? How should I put it? Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan never left the battlefield. The Uchiha are truly the foremost noble clan of Konoha, producing genius after genius. In this generation alone, there's Uchiha Shursue, Uchiha Fu, Uchiha Itachi, and not to mention Obito. Don't underestimate him. Watch. The sand-hidden village's puppeteer Jinin had scattered chakra threads across the battlefield, attempting to control the 3 leaf ninja. Obito darted and weaved across the field occasionally, using his shuriken to sever the chakra threads. To have such observational skills, is he really the class's underachiever? Akimichi Tadashi was somewhat stunned. Everyone has improved. Don't underestimate Obito. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. His combat awareness has improved significantly. Seeing that the chakra threads weren't effective, the puppeteer retrieved the puppet from his back. Fire release, great fireball technique. Without hesitation, Obito unleashed the great fireball, smashing it into the puppet. Wasteful use of chakra. The puppeteer moved his hands, and the puppet curled into a ball, enduring the great fireball. Not even close. Taking advantage of the moment when the great fireball exploded, Obito flashed forward to appear right in front of the puppet. What? How is this possible? The puppeteer felt as though the chakra threads in his hands had severed. No matter how he tried to manipulate them, the puppet wouldn't move. Sealing jutsu. Obito pressed a scroll against the puppet, and it was wrapped up like a silkworm cocoon. Deprived of his puppet, the puppeteer could no longer stop Obito and was soon knocked to the ground. On the other side, the two sand ninja, swordsman Maki and Yuri, were breathing heavily as they looked at Uchiha before them. His speed is too fast, I can't keep up. Maki's grip on his ninja blade was so tight his knuckles turned white. All I'm hitting are afterimages. The speed difference is just too great. Yuri gritted his teeth. What should we do? Should we reveal our trump cards? Maki nodded, and dark purple smoke billowed from his mouth. Uchiha waved his hand in disgust. Why does everyone seem so fond of using poison? Wind blade. Maki's fingertips became as sharp as blades, forming a circular disc that he launched into the air, heading straight for Uchiha. Yuri seized the opportunity to form hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. The fierce wind struck the wind blade, making its already swift trajectory even more unpredictable. Oh, using wind release to control the wind blade. Uchiha couldn't help but admire. Ninjas truly were beings full of possibilities. Monster strength technique. Uchiha's fists surged with chakra as he relentlessly smashed into the ground. The hard earth was reshaped by the impacts, with several massive boulders rising before him to form an impenetrable barrier. The wind blade attempted to change course, but Uchiha had vanished from sight, striking the boulder directly. Boom. Where did he go? Yuri nervously scanned his surroundings. Of course, right beneath your feet. Uchiha emerged from beneath Yuri's feet. Outer Lotus. After a series of combinations, Yuri was slammed violently into the ground and lost consciousness. I yield. Maki raised his hands without hesitation, causing Uchiha's charging momentum to suddenly halt. Yielding is fine, but you'll need to pay extra. We really don't have money, Maki said helplessly. Then leave the scrolls and your swords. Maki fell silent for a moment before placing the scrolls and ninja blades on the ground. And the puppets. Obito was hopping around nearby. This thing is rather unsightly. Only puppet masters would buy it, and it won't fetch a good price in Konoha. Just leave it. Uchiha stated. I see, alright then. Obito scratched his head and tossed the puppets back to the sand ninja. Maki was quiet for a moment before speaking. If we want to rob 2 more scrolls, will we need to pay toll fees next time? What are you talking about? One-time fee, and we've got full coverage. Uchiha patted his chest with assurance. They're not coming over. What do we do? Obito said, blocking the road in front of the tower and scratching his head helplessly. Everyday teams that had gathered their scrolls rushed toward the tower. After successfully robbing several of them, more teams began observing from a distance. It's the last day, and who knows how much longer they can hold out. Atop the tower, Baki cast an eager gaze at the small hill of loot piled behind Uchiha. If that were his loot, he'd wake up laughing in his dreams. More and more teams gathered in front of the tower. Many of them had lost their scrolls and came there to try their luck. Uchiha also grew a little anxious when no one came to pay the toll. Obito called out to them. What should I call? Obito scratched his head. Selling heaven and earth scrolls. A single scroll costs 5 million, and a full set costs 11 million. Over the past few days, they had snatched quite a few scrolls from teams that could not afford the toll. Since they only needed to keep 1 set to pass the exam, and today was the final day, it would be a waste not to sell them. Obito cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, hey, you people over there. The teams in the distance all looked over, wondering what Obito was going to say. Scrolls for sale? Choose any heaven or earth scroll. 5 million each or 11 million for a matched set. Why is the set more expensive? Konoha ninja, have you gone mad for money? What nonsense is this? It's extortion. Obito cleared his throat. Buy a scroll, and the toll is free, limited time special offer. A squad from Takigakure, discussed among themselves, stepped forward to negotiate with Obito, handed over some collateral, and left with 2 extra scrolls in hand. Seeing the Takigakure ninja get scrolls, a squad from Sunagakure grew restless and crept closer to the 3. Konoha strong whirlwind. Uchiha kicked a Sunagakure genin flying. Limited time bonus. Buy a scroll and guarantee your advancement. The Sunagakure ninja sent flying by the kick shot a vicious glare at the Konoha trio. What? Not convinced? Come have a go. Uchiha said arrogantly, hands on his hips. The 3 Sunagakure ninja were not ready to give up and drew their shuriken. Bang, bang, bang. 3 kicks ended the fight, and he provocatively beckoned to the others. Anyone else who isn't convinced, come and try. Uchiha's strength cowed them. For the time being, no squad was willing to be the first to stick its neck out. Gradually, a few more squads came forward to buy scrolls and pass. Most were ninja from small villages around Konoha. They had only come to try their luck, never expecting to run into such a good deal. What should we do? Akira Jinin looked at Terumi Mei and asked. Terumi Mei shook her head. Wait a little longer. Very soon, all the scrolls were sold out. The remaining ninja from several major villages, confident in their own strength, wanted to find their own way to break through. Chief Proctor, this doesn't quite fit the rules. Inside the observation room, the Sunigakure Jonin instructor protested to Orochimaru. As a ninja, if one cannot overcome even this kind of difficulty, how can one be considered a qualified chunin? Assessing the situation is also a necessary skill for a ninja, Orochimaru said in a sinister tone. A village whose secret technique scrolls had been pawned off, then spoke up. We asked Konoha to keep our pawn's secret techniques confidential. Orochimaru nodded. He didn't want a diplomatic incident at a time like this. Everyone just have the money ready once the exam is over. If any of you are still uneasy, you may stay here and watch to see whether our Konoha ninja open any of your village's secret techniques. At that moment, none of the Jonin instructors from the various villages knew that the instant Uchiha Kaze touched the secret scrolls, a system notification had already popped up. Ding. Acquired secret technique, sword technique, draw slash. You have learned draw slash. Current level LV1. Ding. Acquired secret technique, ice release, swallow blizzard. Chakra nature does not match, temporarily unable to learn. Ding. Acquired secret technique, sand control. Chakra nature does not match, temporarily unable to learn. Uchiha Kaze keenly noticed that the system's prompt said temporarily unable to learn. In other words, he should be able to learn these secret techniques in the future. In this shinobi world, Senjutsu chakra existed after all. Chakra's essence is ultimately a natural energy. Even if he couldn't use them now, saving them as a reserve was still a good idea. Kakashi, the Konoha ninjutsu master rumored to know over 1,000 techniques, would have possessed terrifying combat strength in the later stages, if not for the issue of his total chakra capacity. If he himself knew over 1,000 secret techniques, the mere thought was terrifying. The enemy would never know what move would come next, and these unseen secret techniques were just what could produce the most miraculous effects in battle. Uchiha Kaze, right? Terumi Mei, tall and beautiful, walked over slowly. Terumi Mei. Uchiha Kaze was stunned. Was she actually taking the Chunin exam at this time too? Terumi Mei raised a slender hand and brushed her bangs. I wonder, is there anything about me that has caught your eye? Uchiha Kaze mused for a moment, then nodded. You, me. Terumi Mei was a little taken aback. What do you mean? It's just. Uchiha Kaze paused for a while. When I grow up, you'll become my wife. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't joke like that. Uchiha Kaze shook his head. I'm not joking. Really? You can pass. Really? Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Kaze suspiciously. Really? Uchiha Kaze patted his chest. But first I have to collect a little interest. He pointed at his own cheek. Come on, give me a kiss. A faint blush spread across Terumi Mei's face. Clenching her teeth, she thought, damned little brat. But if a single kiss can save that much money, it seems like a pretty good deal. With that, her rosy lips pressed a kiss onto Uchiha Kaze's cheek. Uchiha Kaze suddenly reached out and pinched Terumi Mei's chin. Caught completely off guard, she let him get his way. Moi. Holding Terumi Mei's chin, Uchiha Kaze kissed her on the cheek too. Damn it, I was actually teased by a little kid. Terumi Mei's face was bright red, and she was a little shy. Humph. She let out a delicate snort. We can go now, right? Go on, go on. Uchiha Kaze waved his hand, signaling Terumi Mei's squad to pass. As soon as she climbed onto the tower, squads with female ninja wanted to repeat the same trick and use a honey trap. Get lost. Uchiha Kaze showed no mercy. My wife hasn't gone far yet. What are you people trying to do? Having been rebuffed, the group finally gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Should we launch a frontal assault? Damn it, didn't you see yesterday when he alone faced the coordinated attack of 9 Sunigakure ninja? Then what do you suggest? We don't have money and I can't afford to lose that much face. Even Baki paid and went through. But we really have no money. After all, there are only so many missions a genin can take. Damn it. The crowd before the tower grew larger, yet no one dared to step forward. It's almost over. Uchiha Kaze called out loudly. 1 hour remains. The final chance. That damn Uchiha brat. Didn't anyone teach him how to behave? Does he want to become an enemy of the ninja world? Uchiha Kaze's ears twitched as he pointed at the man. What did you say? The man took a step back, then reasoned that with so many people around there was no need to fear Uchiha Kaze. He blurted out, I said your family never taught you how to behave. And so what? You have made a grave mistake. Uchiha Kaze's expression darkened. You can insult me however you like, but don't you dare speak ill of my family. Then you must die. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Kaze wasted no words and unleashed his ultimate technique immediately. Upon seeing this, the man's scalp went numb and he instinctively dove into the crowd for shelter. What are you doing? You provoked him. Why are you hiding behind us? This is going too far. Go die already. Don't drag us down with you. Despite their complaints, the flood of flames surged toward them with devastating force. Desperately, everyone deployed their ninjutsu. Water release, water formation wall. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, massive waterfall technique. The crowd frantically combined their techniques to block the great fire annihilation. Through the flames emerged a figure, none other than Uchiha Kaze. Inner Gate Lotus. The man had not anticipated Uchiha Kaze's speed and scrambled to defend himself, but was kicked in the arm. His bones shattered and his chest caved inward. Seeing the man beyond saving Uchiha Kaze scoffed coldly and stood among the crowd as his Sharingan spun furiously. Do you also wish to dance? The crowd's patience finally snapped. Don't be afraid of him. He's only one person. Exactly. We are so many, why should we fear just one? So what if he has the Sharingan? We have numbers on our side. Countless ninjutsu techniques rained down upon Uchiha Kaze, colliding in a massive explosion. Did we succeed? It must have worked. Such a barrage of techniques. It seems you wish to dance as well. Uchiha Kaze leapt into the air, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Those techniques had been aimed at taking his life. If that was their intent, then perish. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, Heman open. Stored vital essence rapidly dissolved and absorbed every cell within his body, screaming in agony. Uchiha Kaze drew his family's distinctive ninja blade. Slash. A sinister smile curled Uchiha Kaze's lips, appearing terrifying to all who watched. Boom. As the ninja blade descended, a crimson light erupted. All his chakra condensed into a massive blade aura. Boom. Thunder rolled across the sky. As Uchiha Kaze struck, dark clouds gathered and lightning cracked overhead. No. How is this possible? Such an attack. We're going to die. The crowd watched despairingly as the blade aura bore down upon them, silently praying in their hearts. The heaven-piercing blade aura seemed ready to tear apart reality itself. Amidst their despair and terror, many gritted their teeth, waiting for death to descend. Summoning Jutsu Rashomon. A colossal, grotesque Oni gate erupted upward, blocking the path of the blade aura. Boom. The blade aura struck Rashomon with tremendous force, carving deep grooves and producing an ear-splitting roar. Whoosh! The blade aura actually pierced through Rashomon. Orochimaru's expression shifted as another Rashomon rose to meet the assault. Having deployed 2 consecutive Rashomon gates, Orochimaru's chakra depletion was significant, his face growing grim. Rashomon was a summoning technique of immense chakra demand, yet extraordinary defensive capability. Hashirama Senju himself had once used 5 layers of Rashomon to block the Ninetales attack. Uchiha Kaze, calm yourself. At a time like this, widespread casualties would make things difficult for the village. Difficult? Then don't deal with it. Uchiha Kaze desperately wanted to flip the table. Seeing his strike blocked, the crowd exhaled in relief and drew the scrolls, symbolizing their surrender. What nonsense. During the Chunin exams, nothing was more important than one's own life. Jonin supervisors from each village materialized simultaneously, retrieving their respective villages' Jinin. Konoha Zanbu also revealed themselves. Uchiha Kaze, you can stand down. Is that so? Uchiha Kaze smiled casually. I was curious to test your strength, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's previously amused expression suddenly darkened. Being looked down upon. Didn't Tsunade teach you who not to provoke in Konoha? Not to provoke. Uchiha Kaze grinned. You are indeed troublesome, Orochimaru. But you attacked me. I remember. In the observation room, the Konoha Jonin tensed. Someone urgently employed body flicker technique to report to the Hokage. Orochimaru once attacked Uchiha Kaze. It seems we are about to have a fight. It is rare that you still remember. What a vindictive little boy. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out like a serpent's, watching Uchiha Kaze with keen interest. Seeking revenge. Seeing Uchiha Kaze assume a combat stance, Orochimaru murmured, then don't blame me for dealing with your disciple Tsunade. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru instantaneously summoned over a dozen venomous snakes, hissing as they charged toward Uchiha Kaze. Iron Sand. The snake's fangs bit into Uchiha Kaze, but were shattered upon impact. Whoosh! When Orochimaru realized the fangs could not penetrate Uchiha Kaze's defense, he commanded the snakes to tightly coil around him. Humph! 8 inner gates, 4th gate, Shaman open. Grasping the snakes with both hands, he tore them apart with brute force. Is that all you have? Compared to my teacher Tsunade, you are considerably lacking. Uchiha Kaze taunted, displaying his mastery of psychological warfare. Worse than Tsunade. You really are bold. Orochimaru grew angry, his vertical pupils locking onto Uchiha Kaze. A Kusanagi blade emerged from Orochimaru's mouth as he regarded Uchiha Kaze with predatory amusement. Swish! The sword strike proved too powerful, shattering Uchiha Kaze's blocking ninja blade in half. Monster strength art. He vanished and reappeared before Orochimaru, driving a fist toward his face. Oh no! Orochimaru felt an ominous sensation, as if Tsunade's fist were about to strike him. Thud! The wooden log from the substitution jutsu was sent flying like a projectile. Truly fascinating. You have reminded me of the feeling of sparring with Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Feng with keen interest. Such a perfect test subject, such a perfect body. He coveted it terribly. How interesting, it actually reminds me of the feeling I used to get when sparring with Tsunade. As Tsunade's teammate, Orochimaru had often sparred with her. On Uchiha Feng, he actually sensed the same pressure he felt when sparring with Tsunade. Even Tsunade doesn't have a secret technique that boosts explosive power like this. Terrifying. 8 gates release. 6th gate of wonder open. Impossible. Orochimaru howled in disbelief. How can a technique that draws out latent potential be used a second time? Do you want to throw your body away? It will collapse. Orochimaru shouted in dismay. Oh, though his stored vital essence was spent, Uchiha Feng had not damaged the foundation of his body. On the contrary, after being washed over twice by the Gate of Wonder, his body cells actually gained even more room to strengthen. Of course, the complete depletion of vital essence still made Uchiha, Feng, feel hollowed out. Once he returned, he would have to eat several great meals. Roast snake is what I need. Morning peacock. Body replacement technique. Orochimaru's substitute was kicked away once more, turning into a log and flying far into the distance. Fire release phoenix fire technique. Uchiha Feng moved with astonishing speed, appeared behind Orochimaru, and launched fireballs at him. Boom. Orochimaru swung the Kusanagi sword and dodged awkwardly. Before he could catch his breath, Uchiha Feng's fist was already in front of his face. Damn it, these taijutsu users are such pests. Crude brawlers. Orochimaru was growing angry at being pushed around by this brat. He drew out a shuriken and flung it at Uchiha Feng while his hands moved quickly through hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. A sky-darkening storm of shuriken flew toward Uchiha Feng. The whole sky was blanketed by shuriken falling down on him like rain. A shuriken shadow clone, huh? Just what I'd expect from Orochimaru with his Kage-level strength. Facing that sky-darkening rain of shuriken, there was nowhere to dodge. Even if he burrowed into the earth, the chakra-charged shuriken could easily pierce through the hard ground. Without a moment's thought, Uchiha Feng's body began to spin. Is that the rotation? The Konoha shinobi atop the tower were fixed on the battlefield, and Hyuga Hizashi was so shocked he shot to his feet. No, it's not. He's just spinning. Like the rotation, Uchiha Feng spun at high speed, and a crimson chakra barrier appeared in front of him. Clang, clang, clang. The rain of shuriken slammed into the chakra barrier, and unsurprisingly was deflected. Humph. Countless shuriken embedded themselves in the ground. Uchiha Feng stopped spinning and took 2 deep breaths. Damn, he had spun too hard. His Sharingan whirled wildly, glowing with a cyan light. Morning peacock. Orochimaru raised a hand to block, but Uchiha Feng sent him flying, his feet carving long trails across the ground. Inside the observation room. How is this possible? Lord Orochimaru is being pushed back. This is too terrifying. How could it happen? Is that Brata Jinchuriki? Does he have a tailed beast inside him? Hurry and report this to Lord Hokage. Atop the tower. Akimichi Shurdong patted his chest in relief. Brother Hyuga, you truly had foresight. If he'd beaten us up, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for months. Hyuga Hizashi nodded. For a genius like this to appear in the village, it's hard to say whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. A bad thing? How could it be a bad thing? Strength like this is a deterrent to other villages. Hyuga Hizashi sighed and said no more. Inside the Hokage's office. Danzo slammed the table furiously. Hiruzen, I told you long ago to let me take control of Uchiha Feng. Now look, even Orochimaru can't suppress him. The third Hokage drew on his pipe, hardly able to believe it. Orochimaru was his most prized disciple. Though he had a somewhat blind obsession with power, it didn't change the fact that he was a powerful shinobi. The third had even been grooming Orochimaru as his own successor. And yet, even Orochimaru hadn't been able to suppress Uchiha Feng. Could a secret technique that ignited the body's potential and erupted with terrifying combat power really be used twice? Danzo, have you finished investigating that technique? Danzo nodded, his expression dark. It belongs to a genin in the village named Might Due. A genin. The third Hokage took another deep drag from his pipe. 10,000 snake formation. Orochimaru, genuinely enraged by now, unleashed the 10,000 snake formation. Countless poisonous snakes kept pouring from his sleeve, charging at Uchiha Feng and biting ferociously without care for their own lives. Heavenly foot of pain. Uchiha Feng continuously stomped down on the snakes' heads. Bang, bang, bang. Countless snake heads burst beneath his feet. As expected of Lord Orochimaru, who earned the title Sannin in the Second Shinobi World War, he actually has such a terrifying technique. That protection money collector can actually fight Lord Orochimaru without falling behind. And that's the Lord Orochimaru who once fought Hanzo of the Salamander. Orochimaru's strength must already be Kage level. This is terrifying. Good thing I didn't face Uchiha Feng head on. If I run into him in the later exams, I'll withdraw immediately, without a moment of hesitation. On the tower, shinobi from other villages were still watching Orochimaru's battle, dumbfounded. Those who had paid protection money all felt relieved. Those who had been unable to pay and were taken away by their own jonin also remarked how fortunate it was that they hadn't provoked Uchiha Feng. As for that one foul-mouthed fellow, dead was dead. As a shinobi, you have to answer for what you said. Orochimaru had lost his patience by now. As one of the Sannin, failing to quickly subdue Uchiha Feng made him feel that he had lost face. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed one hand to the ground. Bang! A huge snake head slowly emerged through the white smoke, its eyes showing a profound and unsettling cruelty. Orochimaru, why did you summon me out? Whatever, I don't care. Just remember to send over a sacrifice. Seeing Manda come out, Uchiha Feng began to yell at the top of his lungs, help. Tsunade-sensei. Orochimaru is bullying me. A figure appeared behind Uchiha Feng. What's this? You can't win, so now you remember to call for your teacher. Summoning jutsu. Uchiha Feng sat on the enormous slug. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged a glance, and she said, what is it, Orochimaru? A gathering. All that's missing is a toad. Uchiha Feng watched Tsunade's valiant and dashing figure. The large character, Gamble. On the back of her green haori, her golden hair casually tied into 2 tails at the nape of her neck. I really want to tug those twin tails. He shook his head, casting aside that suicidal thought. After all, she was the woman who had nearly beaten Jiraiya to death with a single punch. it was wiser not to court disaster. Tsunade felt Uchiha Feng's gaze and turned her head saying, "What are you making such a big fuss about? Robbing people? Are you some sort of money grubber?" Uchiha Feng was speechless. We all know who the real money grubber is. Tsunade pursed her lips and said to Orochimaru, "Why are you bullying my disciple? At your age you should be ashamed of yourself." Orochimaru's face turned green with rage. If I hadn't stepped in, he would have sliced through all the remaining genin with one slash. Such a major incident would inevitably provoke a war. Tsunade extended her fist and thumped Uchiha Feng on the head. "What are you trying to do?" Uchiha Feng scratched his head and said with a grin, "I was just trying to scare them. How could I actually kill that many people? I'm not a maniac." Tsunade gave a light snort and said to Orochimaru, "Let's call it a day. I'll go back and teach him a lesson." Orochimaru was nursing a headache. He had already used all of his visible strength. Though he had held back from using large-scale jutsu out of consideration for Konoha, it was still frustrating that a renowned master like him couldn't suppress Uchiha Feng. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded. "That's for the best. The second exam is about to end, so I can go report to the old man." Uchiha Feng quickly asked, "Lord Orochimaru, did I pass the second exam?" Orochimaru said flatly, "Don't you know the rules? As long as you hand both the heaven and earth scrolls into the tower, you pass." Uchiha Feng touched the scroll on his back and muttered inwardly, "Oh no. He should have let Obito carry it earlier." He quickly jumped off the slug and sprinted toward the tower. "I almost messed around too long. If I'd missed the deadline, that would have been so embarrassing." The Jonin examiner on the tower accepted the scrolls from Uchiha Feng's team and gave him a meaningful look. "You've passed. The next exam is in 5 days. I hope you'll perform well then." Uchiha Feng exchanged a few words with Obito and Rin, then scurried back to Tsunade's side. Tsunade glanced at her disciple. "Quite a bountiful harvest this time, huh?" "Not at all, not at all." Uchiha Feng grinned, so widely his mouth could barely close. "Just made a small fortune. Some IOUs are still being handled by Obito." Tsunade nodded, then leaned in mysteriously and whispered, "Xiao Feng, do you know what position I hold in Konoha?" Uchiha Feng was stunned. "Aren't you the captain of the medical team?" Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest and nodded. "Actually, I have another identity." "Huh, what is it?" Uchiha Feng grew curious. "I'm the tax collector of Konoha Village," Tsunade said in a low voice. "Huh, since when did Tsunade become a tax collector? If she were the tax collector, would Konoha still have any money left?" "Ahem." Tsunade cleared her throat. "With this income of yours, you need to pay taxes." Unable to keep up the charade, Tsunade gave up and twisted Uchiha Feng's head. "Huh, you're something now? Earning so much money. Have you forgotten to show filial respect to your teacher?" Uchiha Feng shrank his neck and smiled ingratiatingly. "How could I forget you, teacher Tsunade? Your share is ready, and I'll send it to you later." Not bad, not bad. The child is teachable. Ding. Tsunade's affection 5. "By the way, there are still 5 days until the next exam. These days you'll train with me. Some things are better taught to you sooner." As expected, it came. Money makes the world go round. Uchiha Feng nodded. Just after parting with Tsunade, he hadn't gone far before he noticed a gaze fixed on him from nearby. "Can I help you?" Seeing that the other party was a Konoha villager rather elderly with chakra at only Genin level and accompanied by his wife, they didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. When the man saw Uchiha Feng speak, he approached and said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, it's like this, young man. I've just opened a ninja tool shop. I noticed you have a lot of loot, and I was wondering if you'd be willing to sell them." "I see." Uchiha Feng nodded. "Of course I'm willing to sell. What price can you offer?" "Young man, I made a rough estimate. These ninja tools are worth around 50 million, but some are heavily damaged and need to be repaired by a craftsman. How about this? I'll take them all for 40 million, what do you say?" 40 million, huh? Uchiha Feng nodded. "That's a fair price. Sold to you." "Great." The ninja tool shop owner was pleased. "I need some time to gather the money. Give me 2 hours, alright?" 2 hours. Uchiha Feng hesitated. Seeing this, the shop owner's wife chimed in. "Young man, our shop has just started. It takes a bit of time to pull together that much money at once. And if you come to our shop for tool repairs in the future, we'll get you the best craftsmen, all free of charge." "In that case." Uchiha Feng sensed their sincerity. "Alright, I'll wait a while." Seeing the deal was done, the shop owner apologized and hurried off to gather the money. The shopkeeper's wife said with a smile, "Young man, let's go get something to eat. Since we've clinched this deal, we should properly thank you." Hearing that someone was treating him, Uchiha Feng's eyes lit up. "Great. Let's go eat steamed buns. That's too modest. How about we have some grilled meat instead?" Uchiha Feng didn't have the heart to take advantage of someone he'd just met. "Alright, but you don't have to treat me. I'll pay since you're actually helping me out." The shopkeeper's wife nodded. "In that case, let's talk while we eat." After he devoured a table full of meat, the shopkeeper's wife finally understood why Uchiha Feng had insisted on paying for himself. "He eats so much. This one meal probably equals a week's worth of food for my family. Why aren't you eating?" Uchiha Feng asked with his mouth completely full. Seeing him like that, the shopkeeper's wife covered her mouth and chuckled. "Because I'm pregnant. I can't eat meat right now. It makes me nauseous." I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. I really apologize." Uchiha Feng quickly apologized. "It's fine. Watching you eat, young man, is a delightful thing." The shopkeeper's wife smiled, her eyes curving into pretty arcs. "Pardon me for asking, but have you thought of a name for the child?" The shopkeeper's wife nodded. "His father and I discussed it. We'll name the child Tian Tian. hoping he or she will be happy every day without worries. Tian. What a lovely name. Inside the izakaya, Tsunade was drinking with abandon. Across from her sat a beautiful red-haired woman, none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade-sensei, I'm here. Little Feng's here, ha. Come pour me a drink. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed with alcohol. Shizen, you're here too. Uchiha phone waved. Humph. Shizen turned her head away. Go find your wife. That kunoichi from the Hidden Mist Village is so sweet and delicate, as soft as water. Why pay attention to me? Uchiha phone pressed his hand to his forehead. His head ached. Truly, women all over the world were equally jealous. But what he had done was indeed too much, calling Terumi Mei wife in the middle of the Chunin exam. No wonder Shizen was jealous. Oh, isn't this my childhood sweetheart, the girl I grew up with since we were little, tied to me by a baby betrothal? Shizen. In just 2 days, she's become even more beautiful. Shizen kept her head turned away, but as she heard Uchiha Feng's words, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Huh, who was ever betrothed to you? Kushina poked Tsunade, and teased, not bad. Good fortune stays in the family. Tsunade laughed heartily. Haha, let's not talk about that for now. She pulled Uchiha Feng over. You've met Kushina, right? She's the sealing arts teacher I found for you. Tsunade burped and pinched Uchiha Feng's cheek. As a ninja, you have to forge your own path. Ninja don't fight by stacking high-level techniques. Sometimes basic jutsu combined with brilliant coordination works far better. Besides, right now you urgently need to learn sealing arts. Tsunade's expression was unusually serious. Why? Uchiha Feng asked curiously. Because the amount of chakra in your body is astonishing. You'll be targeted. Tsunade stroked her chin, searching for the right words. Chakra is an amazing thing. It can create many miracles, organ transplants, medical jutsu, and so on. But by the same token, if you don't have some means of protecting yourself, people with ill intentions will come after you. I've seen missing men who performed experiments on human beings. Think about why Jinchuriki are almost always kept under the protection of their villages. Surely you can understand that logic. Uchiha Feng nodded and looked toward Uzumaki Kushina. Huh, looks like my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is exposed. Even kids know it. Kushina shrugged, looking helpless. It's not strange for the Uchiha clan to know something like that. Besides, his father Uchiha Ieyasu is a senior figure in the clan. Tsunade went on. You can't stay in the village forever. With your performance this exam, your promotion to Chunin is as good as settled. And when that happens, you'll be given missions that require you to travel alone. Being targeted by people with ill intentions is very dangerous. Battles between ninja aren't always fought in the open after all. Besides, your foundation is too weak. You spent too little time in the ninja academy, and that will hinder your future development. That's why learning sealing arts is absolutely necessary. Tsunade had drunk a lot, and holding Uchiha Feng's hand, she rambled on and on. There was one thing Tsunade didn't say: learning sealing arts would also help when he later studied the In-Seal technique. It was still too early to tell Uchiha Feng such a thing, and Tsunade was not one to dangle empty promises. I understand, Tsunade-sensei. Uchiha Feng nodded. I'll study sealing arts diligently. He turned around and bowed to Uzumaki Kushina. Please take good care of me, big sister Kushina. Oh my. Kushina pinched Uchiha Feng's cheek. What a sweet little mouth. Then study hard under me. All right, business is settled. Tsunade raised her cup. Cheers. Uchiha Feng took the opportunity to hand her an envelope. Tsunade-sensei, your share of the profits. Great. Later I'll take you to. Multiply this money a few times over. Tsunade said gleefully. Drink up, drink up. Little Feng, order whatever you want. Uchiha Feng sat down beside Shizun and handed her a gift box. What is it? Shizun was clearly still a little angry. A gift for you. On my way here I saw a hairpin that suits your temperament perfectly, so I bought it specially for you. Humph. Who wants a gift from you? Go give it to your wife. Even while saying that, Shizun couldn't help smiling. That was just a stopgap measure, it didn't count. Uchiha Feng thumped his chest. It was to fool the Hidden Mist Village. Yes, it was my strategy. Really? Shizun was still suspicious, but she felt much happier nonetheless. Go on, open it. Shizun opened the gift box. Inside lay a gold hairpin inlaid with a red gemstone. Does it look good? Let me put it on for you. Uchiha Feng picked up the hairpin and twisted Shizun's black hair into a bun, securing it in place. Tsunade kids these days are really something. Kushina took a heavy swig of sake. My man at home has never once given me a gift. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she slammed the table. That does it. I'm going back and beating him up. Tsunade silently took a sip of sake, perhaps thinking of her dead lover. She sighed softly and patted Kushina on the shoulder. All right, I'll beat him with you. Uchiha Feng wiped cold sweat from his brow, thinking, big brother Minato, this isn't my fault. Konoha's two violent women had joined forces. The future fourth Hokage was in for a hard time. Early the next morning, Uchiha Feng arrived at Kushina's house bright and early. He knocked on the door, and Namikaze Minato, wearing a ninja mask, opened it. Big brother Minato, why are you wearing a mask so early in the morning? Uchiha Feng had to hold back a laugh as he asked. It's because I see Kakashi wearing a mask every day, and I was curious whether it was comfortable. After all, I'm a considerate and wonderful teacher. No way. If the marks on his face were seen, he would be mocked for ages. Uchiha Feng nodded. But if you ask me, big brother Minato, this mask doesn't suit your temperament at all. How about switching to another color? I've got several here. No. Namikaze Minato waved his hand hastily. This one's just fine. Uchiha Feng wanted to tease him a little more, but Minato pulled him straight into the house. We've chatted enough at the door. Come in first. Have a seat. I'll go call Kushina. Honestly, she drank so much yesterday that she's still asleep and won't get out of bed. Before long, Kushina walked into the living room with a yawn. Little Feng, you're really early. Wait here a moment. I'm going to get something. After quite a while, Kushina carried a huge pile of scrolls into the living room and dumped them onto the still bewildered Uchiha Feng. Start reading them, and try to finish by this morning. Also, these are the Uzumaki clan's secrets. You're not allowed to spread them around, got it? Uchiha Feng nodded. It was only natural. Though the world of Naruto didn't really have exclusive jutsu, anyone could perform the same technique. Matters involving a clan's inherited secrets still called for caution. Good. I absolutely won't leak any of it. Hey woman. A voice sounded inside Kushina's body. That brat was sizing me up just now. What nonsense are you talking? How could he have such strong mental energy? I'm not lying to you. It should be the Sharingan, but why is it blue-green? Even the Nine Tails was uncertain. Don't think about it so much. Just settle down and sleep. Kushina was not one to dwell on it as she brushed it off indifferently. Uchiha Feng scratched his head at the scrolls in front of him. It was like a middle school student suddenly hitting Lapidoless rule. He was seeing stars. System, I want to learn the scroll before me. Ding. Learning successful. 1 growth point consumed. Ding. Learning successful. 20 world essence consumed. The scrolls before him varied in difficulty. The hard ones had consumed a growth point, and the easy ones consumed world essence. A sea of sealing arts information poured into Uchiha Feng's mind. After tugging his hair for a while, he was delighted to find that he could actually understand the scrolls before him. For the remaining scrolls, I'll just study and master them on my own. This is perfect for cross-checking the knowledge in my head. At first, Kushina sat with a cup of hot tea, watching Uchiha Feng scratch his head and pull at his ears. So even the Uchiha clan's genius ran into things he couldn't do. She loved seeing geniuses look confused. After all, these were sealing arts inherited by the Uzumaki clan for centuries. How could anyone understand them so easily unless they were a jonin with deep mastery of the subject? When will he finally ask for help? Let him struggle a little longer. The little brat didn't even think to bring me a gift. Kushina narrowed her eyes and took a contented sip of tea. Uchiha Feng's speed in flipping through the scrolls grew faster and faster, and he even started writing calculations on paper. Hey, that's got to be fake. It's impossible. Kushina's eyes widened. He's definitely pretending. The boy is just saving face. Kushina put down her teacup and leaned in to look at Uchiha Feng's calculation draft. How is this possible? It's actually correct. And he's even grasped the second-level transformation. Kushina's eyes flew wide open, her face filled with disbelief. You definitely studied sealing arts before. You and Tsunade joined forces to trick me, didn't you? Kushina said, her cheeks puffed in anger. Namikaze Minato walked over with a plate of cut fruit, wrapped an arm around Kushina's waist, and said, don't get so angry. What happened? He must have learned sealing arts before. Minato. Kushina put her hands on her hips, looking furious. Little Feng. Namikaze Minato shook his head. No, he hasn't. I went on a mission with him a few days ago, and he really didn't know sealing arts. How is that possible? Kushina said in disbelief, does a genius like this really exist? Uchiha Feng had just finished his calculations and let out a long breath. When he looked up, he met 2 pairs of curious eyes. Little Feng, how did you learn sealing arts? Namikaze Minato carefully examined Uchiha Feng's calculation draft and asked, somewhat shocked, when I learned these sealing arts from Kushina, it took me an enormous amount of effort. Oh. Uchiha Feng scratched his head. It was a bit hard at first, but after I understood one part, I gradually started figuring out the rest. Should he just say that the system had poured the knowledge into his head, and he learned it instantly? Is that so? Kushina was still suspicious. Then tell me what you think of the one-thread lamp array sealing technique. I didn't expect there to be a QA session. Good thing I worked through the last few scrolls myself. Uchiha Feng composed himself and began answering Kushina's question. After hearing Uchiha Feng's explanation, Kushina was silent for a long while, then let out a long sigh. Minato, do you think Tsunade knew her student's learning ability was too monstrous and deliberately sent him here to show me up? Namikaze Minato smiled, his eyes narrowing, and ruffled Kushina's hair. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo shoved the door open. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. You're going too far these days, Danzo. What do you think this place is? Your personal office? Danzo's face darkened. That Uchiha brat has made contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen slammed the desk and demanded angrily. Monitoring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the Umbu's job. Danzo, your reach is getting longer and longer. Danzo tapped his cane. I'm doing this for the village's stability, Hiruzen. Why won't you stop, Tsunade? Danzo, I heard you speaking ill of me again. Tsunade leaned against the window outside, punched through the glass, and stepped in. Tsunade, can't you use the door next time? Repairs cost a lot. The third frowned and looked at the office that had only just been fixed. This isn't the time for that. Tsunade's face was angry. I remember saying that Uchiha Feng is my responsibility and I can keep an eye on him. Danzo, do you really think of yourself as the Hokage? Tsunade, show some respect. The third cleared his throat. Though he also found Danzo's recent moves hard to stomach as a former teammate and a senior member of Konoha, he still needed to spare Danzo some dignity. Danzo replied expressionlessly, keeping watch over the Jinchuriki is my responsibility. I'm doing this for the village. Konoha cannot endure another Nine-Tails incident like last time. Village. The village is all you ever talk about. Have you ever considered that the village doesn't need you? Tsunade demanded, glaring. Danzo said calmly, whether the village needs me isn't for you to decide. He continued, and you, as a member of the Senju clan, you've grown so close to the Uchiha. I wonder what you're thinking. Upon hearing that, Tsunade flew into a rage. She grabbed Danzo by the collar and swung her fist. That's enough, Tsunade. Stop making a scene here. Unable to watch any longer, the third stepped in and held back the furious Tsunade. It really isn't appropriate to let Uchiha Feng come into contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The third took a deep drag from his pipe and spoke slowly. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki, not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She is my friend. She can do whatever she wants. Uchiha Feng is my disciple. I will take full responsibility for everything he does in this village. The third rubbed his temples helplessly. Tsunade, that's not what I meant. It's not as if you don't know about the Uchiha and the Nine-Tails. They're just them. Uchiha Feng is not that kind of person. Tsunade grew angrier as she spoke. And hasn't Uchiha Ieyu also been drawing closer to the Hokage's side recently? What other misgivings do you have? The Uchiha are evil by nature. Cooperating with them is only a temporary expedient. Danzo said gloomily. Danzo, your thinking is too extreme. Tsunade shot Danzo a vicious glare. Danzo quietly shifted to stand behind the third. I am carrying out our teacher's policy. The times have changed, Danzo. Tsunade gave Danzo a mocking glance. There may indeed be people with ill intentions in the Uchiha clan, but Uchiha Feng is not one of them. I can guarantee that. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I will teach Uchiha Feng the 100 healings technique and the In seal. What a... Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The third stood up in shock, and Danzo hurriedly shouted as well. A technique born from the first Hokage's sage mode must never be passed to outsiders. Why not? Tsunade saw no point in arguing further. I developed this technique. I'll teach it to whoever I want. The third smoked in silent side and said nothing. Tsunade shot Danzo a glare, turned and left. Hiruzen, how do you plan to fix this now? If only you hadn't stopped me from taking an Uchiha Feng. None of this would have happened if you hadn't tried to stop me. After Tsunade left, Danzo glared at the third in fury. Bringing Uchiha Feng into root, under my control, would be much more beneficial to the village. Enough. The third was in a terrible mood. I am the Hokage, and this is my decision. Danzo's words caught in his throat. Over the years, he had done all the dirty, thankless work behind Hiruzen Sarutobi's back, shielding Hiruzen from the dark side of Konoha. Yet now he had been silenced by Hiruzen's position as Hokage. Back then it was just luck. I was more suited to be Hokage than you. Danzo was silent for a long time, thinking to himself. The Hokage seat is still a better fit for me. To govern the village, one must use iron-fisted measures. Hiruzen, you have too many reservations. Not daring to voice his thoughts, Danzo was silent for a long while, and then turned to leave. Danzo, pull your people back from Uzumaki Kushina. The third spoke. Danzo paused mid-step, said nothing, and continued on his way. Hey. Tsunade. Found you at last. Kushina Uzumaki took Tsunade's hand with a huff, only to notice that something seemed off about her mood. What's wrong? Tsunade shook her head. Nothing. I just came from the old man's place. Kushina frowned. The third's place. He was lecturing you again. Let me guess, about Uchiha Feng. Or did he bring me up? Tsunade nodded. Their bias against the Uchiha is still so deep. Kushina hugged Tsunade and comforted her. It's alright. Time will prove everything. You watched Uchiha Feng grow up. You know him, don't you? Tsunade nodded, her mood lifting a little. By the way, why did you come looking for me? At that, Kushina put her hands on her hips and said reproachfully, Tsunade. Are you trying to make a fool of me? In just half a day, your brilliant disciple learned all the secret sealing techniques in our clan's scrolls. What? Tsunade was somewhat shocked too. No way. Sealing techniques are not something you can learn simply by being able to use chakra. Is his foundation really that good? Kushina nodded. It was incredible. At first I could see him scratching his head anxiously, but before long, he was actually calculating the transformations of the sealing technique on scrap paper. Tsunade was still skeptical, so Kushina recounted the whole thing vividly, and even brought out Uchiha Feng's draft paper to show her. Is this for real, eh? Tsunade was deeply astonished. This means he has entered the threshold of sealing arts. We don't know about actual combat yet, but as far as theory goes, he has indeed entered the threshold. Kushina said with certainty. As a member of the Uzumaki clan and an expert in sealing arts, she could be sure of that. Where is Xiaofeng now? Tsunade asked. Since he has grasped the basics of sealing arts, we can try teaching him the In seal next. That technique. Wouldn't that be too early? Kushina asked with some surprise. Tsunade shook her head. The situation is changing too quickly lately. The sooner he learns it, the sooner he'll have one more means of protecting himself. When Tsunade and Kushina found Uchiha Fu, he was already in a devouring contest with Namikaze Minato at Ichiraku Ramen. Another bowl. Another bowl. Both had their faces buried deep in their ramen bowls. Boss, I'm full. Thank you for the meal. The blonde beauty in a short skirt set down her bowl, pressed her hands together in gratitude to the proprietor, then turned and swayed her hips as she departed. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Their eyes transformed into pink heart shapes. Bang. Bang. Ouch. That hurts. Who goes there? Clutching their heads in pain, the two spun around angrily, only to find Tsunade and Kushina glaring back, flames of fury blazing in their eyes. Boss, the broth is a bit too salty. Boss, I'd like some extra green onions. Silently the two turned their heads and bowed deeper into their bowls, slurping noodles. Should I say you're truly worthy of being that man's disciple? Kushina grabbed Namake's Minato's ear and twisted hard. Don't I look good? No way. Namake's Minato suddenly stood up, startling Uchiha Fu. My wife is the most beautiful. I was just gathering material for Master Jiraiya. Nodding in agreement, he confirmed, yes. That's exactly it. Master Jiraiya specifically assigned me this task. Ah, who's your wife? Kushina twisted Minato's ear another round, making Uchiha Fu flinch at the sight. Violent women really shouldn't be married indeed. By the way, have you two set a wedding date? At the mention, Kushina grew slightly embarrassed. We've tentatively planned for the second half of the year. Oh, Tsunade laughed heartedly. You must invite me then. I've already prepared my gift. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. Namake's Minato wore a gentle smile. We'll definitely invite Lord Tsunade. Turning his head, he patted Uchiha Fu's hair. And little Fu, you come along too, when the time comes. Alright. Uchiha Fu nodded. I've already prepared a gift for you both too. Ha, no need for one from you, little Fu. Kushina didn't release Namake's Minato's ear. Look at how you've corrupted little Fu. Minato fell silent. He had a feeling this wasn't something he'd taught him. Alright, I came looking for little Fu, Tsunade spoke up. What's wrong? Do you need me to roll dice? Uchiha Fu set down his ramen bowl and patted his satisfied belly. As expected of Ichiraku ramen famous throughout Konohagakure, the broth was rich and the noodles perfectly firm. Kushina mentioned your sealing jutsu has reached an introductory level. Tsunade asked. Uchiha Fu nodded. I can understand it somewhat, but haven't actually practiced it yet. That's enough. Tsunade waved her hand. Let's go, I'll take you to train. Uchiha Fu clasped his hands together and bowed to the ramen shop owner Akatsuki Ichiraku. Thank you for the meal, boss. He followed Tsunade and left the place. Akatsuki Ichiraku looked at Namake's Minato with a warm smile. Sir, that's 30 bowls of ramen in total. Thank you for your patronage. Huh. Minato scratched his head. I didn't eat that much. I only ate 10 bowls. That young man just now ate 20 bowls. He said his brother would cover the bill. I was careless. Namake's Minato cursed inwardly. When they had entered the ramen shop earlier, Uchiha Fu had insisted on going in first to instruct the chef on cooking time for the best taste, and Minato had blindly trusted him. Ha, Minato, did you fall for it? Kushina laughed, watching as Minato pulled out his wallet with a pained expression to pay the bill. Damn it. Next time I'm definitely eating my fill. Namake's Minato. Tsunade and Uchiha Fu arrived at an open area outside Konohagakure. Come on, it's been a while since I tested your strength. Before Tsunade finished her sentence, a curse seal appeared on her face. The creation rebirth. That's cheating. Uchiha Fu shouted. Half an hour later, the once flat ground was pockmarked with craters. Uchiha Fu was hanging from a tree branch, gasping heavily. Teacher Tsunade, you're cheating. Cut the nonsense, brat. The curse seal on Tsunade's face slowly faded as she clenched her fist. That was satisfying. You're quite the durable training dummy. Far more resilient than most. So taking me as a disciple was because I'm good at taking hits. Uchiha Fu silently shed tears. Don't think just because you held your ground against Orochimaru last time that you underestimate him. Orochimaru barely showed a fraction of his capabilities. The third's esteemed disciple was no simple opponent. Uchiha Fu nodded. During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru had indeed held back. Something he could sense clearly. But your recent progress has been remarkable. You're gradually carving out your own path, and that pleases me. Tsunade rarely offered praise, but she did so now. Uchiha Fu grinned widely. Tsunade handed him a scroll. Since you've grasped the basics of sealing jutsu, you can begin learning this. Uchiha Fu accepted the scroll, excitement stirring within him. In seal. This jutsu was developed by myself, drawing inspiration from aspects of sage mode. It forms a seal on the forehead, allowing you to store chakra in daily life. Learning this technique requires considerable time. During training, you must avoid excessive chakra expenditure, so the sooner the better, while peace still holds. Also, absolutely do not use the 8 gates during the learning period. Tsunade said solemnly. Ding. You have obtained S-rank medical ninjutsu In seal technique. In seal technique. When activated, a curse seal spreads across the body, triggering rapid healing upon taking damage, consuming massive amounts of chakra in the process. Would you like to learn S-rank medical ninjutsu? Learning cost 400 world essence points. Uchiha Fu shook his head. Can't afford it. I'll figure it out myself. With his newfound foundation in sealing jutsu, he was confident he could master the In seal independently, which was precisely why Tsunade felt comfortable teaching him now. He let out a long sigh, allowing his now warm body to cool, slightly consciously slowing his heartbeat. Once his physical state stabilized, Uchiha Fu unrolled the scroll before him. The densely packed symbols swarmed like ants, dizzying to even glance at. Uchiha Fu sat cross-legged on the ground, pulling out his small notebook to work through the calculations from the very first symbol. Tsunade leaned against a large tree, basking in the sunlight, her half-closed eyes watching Uchiha Fu as he chewed on his pencil and scratched his head in concentration. The In seal technique could not only store chakra, but also preserve youthful appearance. Uchiha Fu thought joyfully. Once mastered, this would be an invaluable tool for winning over girls. Suddenly remembering something, Uchiha Fu hurriedly asked, Teacher Tsunade, after I learn this, will I stop growing taller? Moi. Tsunade looked momentarily puzzled. When she had developed this jutsu, she was already past her growth years and hadn't considered this question. After careful thought, she replied, rest assured it won't affect your height. certain parts of the body will continue to develop normally. The Inseal technique was a jutsu Tsunade had created by modeling it after her grandfather Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode. Though it did not involve Senjutsu chakra, it was still an advanced application of chakra. In the original Naruto manga, those who mastered Sage Mode could be counted on one hand. Jiraiya was one of the more proficient users of Sage Mode, but he required the cooperation of the Toad Sages Fukasaku and Shima. After entering Sage Mode, his body underwent corresponding changes. As Sage Fukasaku put it, Sage Mode alone cannot last long, one must remain motionless while drawing in natural energy. Minato Namake's Sage Mode at this moment had exactly this flaw. On a battlefield, condensing that much chakra while keeping still would inevitably make him a sitting duck for the enemy. Orochimaru must have also studied Sage Mode. The source of the cursed seal was Yugo, whose ability originated from the mysterious Ryuchi cave. Orochimaru, however, never displayed Sage Mode. It was Kabuto Yakushi who in the latter half used Sage Mode. If even Orochimaru, a research genius, would abandon Sage Mode, such a powerful offensive method, then Sage Mode must have corresponding drawbacks. To put it plainly, the cursed seal was a byproduct developed by Orochimaru while studying Sage Mode. It could barely be called a degraded form of Sage Mode. Tsunade-sensei's In Seal, on the other hand, does not involve Senjutsu chakra at all. What exactly is this thing, Senjutsu chakra, and what kind of effect does it have on people? While studying the In Seal scroll, he pondered the existence of Senjutsu chakra. I'd better master the scroll before me first. It can save so much world essence. Why is it so complicated? One layer locking into another. Indeed, shinobi who can develop ninjutsu are all terrifying monsters. Uchiha Feng saw the gap between himself and powerful shinobi. Developing new jutsu required not just chakra application, but also a vast accumulation of knowledge. After another stretch of writing and sketching, Uchiha Feng felt dizzy and lightheaded. He put down his brush and prepared to rest for a while. Xiao Feng, when you cultivate chakra, have you ever sensed natural energy? Seeing Uchiha Feng put down his brush to rest, Tsunade asked. Uchiha Feng nodded. While cultivating chakra, I can sense all sorts of chakra elements floating in the air around me. Some fire-attributed elements immediately answer my call and rush into my body, while water-attributed ones strongly repel me. During daily cultivation, when circulating the chakra training method, this feeling became even more distinct. Strangely, when he circulated the Ijin Jing, this feeling would disappear. No matter what kind of energy it was, it would eagerly surge into his body. Uchiha Feng, who had never understood why, saw no harm in it, and did not investigate further. Tsunade nodded. I didn't expect you to have sensed that far. That's really not easy. It seems you're about to sense it, that higher energy. Tsunade stroked her chin in thought for a moment. Apart from the ordinary attribute chakra that is everywhere, there is a somewhat higher grade chakra, known as Senjutsu chakra. Has the time come? Finally, she's going to reveal these secrets. Uchiha Feng thought to himself. This was perfect timing. Senjutsu chakra is a rather dangerous thing. If not used properly, one will be assimilated. Tsunade said with a hint of warning. Assimilation. Uchiha Feng was a little stunned. What do you mean? What do you think Senjutsu chakra is? Tsunade asked in return. The origin of the world, a higher order energy. Uchiha Feng answered with his shallow understanding. Right. Tsunade nodded. Senjutsu chakra is immensely powerful, but it contains a sliver of the world's will which will greatly influence a person's mind. In other words, the entire world is unconsciously eroding those who cultivate Senjutsu chakra. Eroding? Uchiha Feng was somewhat shaken. No wonder so few people cultivate Senjutsu chakra. Tsunade nodded. Now I will teach you how to use Senjutsu chakra. Why? Uchiha Feng asked in confusion. Since it is so dangerous, we can simply not touch it. Because once the chakra inside your body reaches a certain level, whether you mean to or not, you will absorb Senjutsu chakra. Tsunade said with a serious expression. The difference lies in whether one can discover Senjutsu chakra and control it. Some shinobi undergo drastic personality changes after reaching a certain level in training. This is exactly why. So, Tsunade took out a scroll, bit her finger, drew a blood mark across it, and rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Summoning Jutsu. A slug one size smaller than the one seen during the Chunin exams appeared within the summoning formation. Lady Tsunade, good afternoon. Katsuyu greeted Tsunade, then turned to look at Uchiha Feng. Is this the little brat who stood on my head before? Tsunade nodded. You've seen him before. He is my disciple. No one knew how large the true body of the slug of Shikatsu Forest was. Tsunade's summoning jutsu only summoned a portion of it. Slugs of this kind can constantly divide their bodies. Obviously, these divided bodies can share memories. The ability to share memories. Now that is something to envy. If I had that ability, I could use shadow clones to study. Katsuyu nodded as if to show some approval of Uchiha Feng, then took out a scroll and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade held the scroll and said to Uchiha Feng, this is the contract scroll to be signed with Shikatsu Forest. After signing it, you can use summoning jutsu to summon Katsuyu. Katsuyu wriggled its body and said, Uchiha Feng, there are some things I need to make clear to you in advance. We slugs are not skilled in combat, nor do we like fighting, but in healing we can be a great help. Don't like fighting. That's to be expected. Uchiha Feng nodded and opened the contract scroll. Unsurprisingly, it was covered with the names of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. He could be considered an Uchiha who had taken the first step. Does this count as a historic moment? Uchiha Feng bit his finger and wrote his name stroke by stroke. I suppose so. Katsuyu wriggled twice and said, "We've never signed a contract with an Uchiha before. I need to hurry back and share this memory. Everyone will certainly be very surprised and curious. Aren't you all supposed to think collectively?" Uchiha Feng stopped Katsuyu. "Such a rare research opportunity. It would be a shame not to use it." Collective thinking. What does that mean? Katsuyu was somewhat confused. It means all thoughts are one with a mother body in the dominant position, so divided bodies share a unified consciousness. No, it's not like that. After splitting, every individual can think independently. However, when our tentacles touch, we can share memories. I see. Uchiha Feng nodded. "Please take care of me from now on." "All right. Let's take care of each other from now on." With that, Katsuyu turned into a puff of white smoke and returned to Shikatsu Forest. Over the following 2 days, Uchiha Feng methodically studied sealing jutsu and the In Seal Jutsu. Teacher Tsunade was right. Practicing the In Seal Jutsu truly is a slow, painstaking craft. It took 2 full days of study before he barely managed to understand the techniques written on the scroll. Once formal practice began, it felt like a different matter altogether. He had plenty of chakra in his body, but the feeling it gave was that you could use it as you pleased, yet when you wanted to lock it inside the seal pattern, it wasn't too happy about it. In the afternoon before the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, Tsunade suddenly said to Uchiha Feng, "Take the afternoon off. An old acquaintance has returned to the village." "An old acquaintance?" Uchiha Feng scratched his head. "Is it Lord Jiraiya?" Tsunade nodded and said expressionlessly, "I'll take you to meet him. He has gone quite far in sage mode." Uchiha Feng nodded. As he followed Tsunade through Konoha, when they passed a gambling house, the attendant inside caught sight of Tsunade and came rushing out helter-skelter. "Lady Tsunade, won't you come in for a few rounds? Today the shop is having a huge appreciation sale. All drinks are free." Tsunade's ear twitched. She seemed to be tempted. Seeing that the easy mark he was about to land had taken the bait, the attendant pressed his advantage. "Lady Tsunade, in appreciation of your support for our humble shop, I've specially secured a privilege for you today. Your chips exchange at 10 to 11. That shop had really staked its money. If Tsunade exchanged her chips and left without playing a single game, they'd lose 10%. Tsunade was won over. She turned and told Uchiha Feng, "You know Minato Namikaze. Go find him, he should be with Jiraiya." With that, Tsunade waved to the casino attendant. "Let's go." Uchiha Feng rubbed his head. This teacher of mine really can't walk past a gambling den. It was a good thing Tsunade was the princess of the Senju clan. Her family was huge and wealthy with money to spare. Anyone else would have lost so much they'd have cut off their hands long ago. Uchiha Feng knocked on Minato Namikaze's door. When no one answered, he wandered aimlessly through the streets. A peaceful Konoha is truly something to yearn for. Speaking of which, where would Jiraiya be? Wait, knowing Jiraiya as I do, he's probably at the women's bathhouse. So off he went. Uchiha Feng bounded over the rooftops and a good distance away from the bathhouse, jumped down from the eaves. Are you kidding? If he stayed on the rooftop close to a place like that and got mistaken for a pervert, what would he do? He still had to get married. If he wound up with the same reputation as Jiraiya, he couldn't even find a wife in Konoha. Sure enough, not far from the bathhouse, he spotted a shifty blonde head. "Brother Minato, what are you up to?" Uchiha Feng crept up behind Minato Namikaze and spoke. "Oh." Minato Namikaze gave a start and swung around. Seeing that it was Uchiha Feng, Minato Namikaze patted his chest. "It's Xiao Feng. You gave me a fright. I thought Kushina had come looking for me." "Brother Minato, you wouldn't be peeping into the women's bathhouse, would you?" Uchiha Feng said quietly. "You really are a true disciple of the same line." Minato Namikaze's face flushed all the way red. "How could I? That kind of thing. Then why are you near the bathhouse acting all suspicious?" Uchiha Feng put his hands on his hips. "If you don't tell me the truth, I'm going back to tell Sister Kushina." No. You win. I'm afraid of you." Minato Namikaze waved his hand, pulled Uchiha Feng over, and quietly pointed to the rooftop. A lecherous figure with white hair was lying on the roof, binoculars in hand, staring at the women's bathhouse. Uchiha Feng took out a camera and snapped a shot of Jiraiya's peeping. "I'll bring this back to show Teacher Tsunade." Uchiha Feng put the camera away and said with a grin. Minato Namikaze was speechless. "Why do you carry a camera around with you?" "I learned it from a ninja surnamed Chun." Uchiha Feng said smugly. Not long after, the women in the bathhouse spotted the reflection of binoculars on the roof. "Get the pervert. There's a pervert on the roof." Jiraiya lost his footing and fell off the roof. Quick. Run," Jiraiya said hastily to Minato Namikaze. Isn't this Tsunade's disciple? What a coincidence, ha. Jiraiya was just trying to make small talk when he noticed the furious women from the bathhouse rushing over with rolling pins, brooms, and mops in hand. Minato Namikaze pressed his forehead and sighed. "Get ready, teacher. Flying Thunder God technique." Uchiha Feng was left with a face full of question marks. Wait, is that really how you use the Flying Thunder God technique? So they call him Konoha's Yellow Flash. Is this the yellow they mean? A group of furious women wrapped in bath towels surrounded Uchiha Feng. After looking him up and down and seeing that he didn't look like a pervert, one of them asked, "Did you see a pervert jump down from the roof?" Uchiha Feng kept his head lowered and pointed in one direction. "He went that way." "Damn it. Let's go. We must catch him. How dare he make trouble in Konoha? My big brother is on the police force. When I catch that pervert, I'll give him what for." After the area quieted down, Minato Namikaze poked his head out. "Are they gone?" "They're gone." Uchiha Feng gritted his teeth. "Hold on tight to me. Flying Thunder God technique." Inside a training ground in Konoha village. Jiraiya roared with laughter. I really owe you this time. If I'd been caught it would have been awful. Ha ha Xiao Feng, I dragged you into it too. Minato Namikaze rubbed his temples. His reputation. It wouldn't be dragged through the mud by his teacher, would it? Ahem. Uchiha Feng cleared his throat and took out a photograph. Oh, I've been learning photography lately, and I took a rather nice picture. I'll show it to teacher Tsunade in a bit, my latest photographic work. Jiraiya leaned in and glanced at the photo in Uchiha Feng's hand. Why does this figure look familiar? Jiraiya froze for a moment before it sank in. He reached out, snatched the photo, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his mouth. Photo? What photo? Jiraiya began to play dumb. Ahem, I was ready for that. Uchiha Feng pulled out a stack of photos from his pocket. Full coverage from every angle, no blind spots. Would Lord Jiraiya like to learn a thing or two? Jiraiya was so angry his face turned green. What do you want? Uchiha Feng rubbed his fingers together. Just a token of appreciation. As expected of Tsunade's disciple. Jiraiya took out his wallet, pulled out a stack of bills, and handed them to Uchiha Feng. Ahem. Ahem. Uchiha Feng cleared his throat, took the money, and counted it. He nodded in satisfaction. Here you go. The camera is all yours. I guarantee there are no backups. Jiraiya took the camera with a pained look, thought for a moment, then stuffed it into his pocket anyway. I'll keep it as a memento. It took a pretty handsome picture of me. So Uchiha Feng, it was Tsunade who sent you to find me. Jiraiya, who had just coughed up a hefty sum, sat cross-legged with no regard for appearances at all, picking his nose as he asked. Uchiha Feng nodded. Yes, Master Tsunade said that Master Jiraiya is second to none in the cultivation of sage mode. She said I have already begun to faintly sense the existence of Senjutsu chakra, and there are things I need to guard against. Seizing the opening, he served up a flattering compliment. A ninja as outstanding as Lord Jiraiya is truly rare. No wonder Master Tsunade is constantly talking about you. Oh, Jiraiya scratched his head in embarrassment. Tsunade actually said that. How awkward. Huh. He scratched his head and laughed heartily for quite a while. Have you already touched Senjutsu chakra? Jiraiya asked, a little shocked. Have you already signed a contract with a summoning beast? Is it the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest? Uchiha Feng nodded. I've already signed a contract. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I never imagined Tsunade would hand over the secrets she keeps closest to you. It seems she really does think highly of you. In that case, your elder here had better pull out something real too. Jiraiya thumped his chest with grand boldness. If you have questions, ask away. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Feng poured on the flattery. I notice Lady Tsunade often mentions you, Lord Jiraiya. Even a junior like me can see a thing or two. When I get the chance, I'll do my best to put in a good word and help you win over Master Tsunade. Whoa. Jiraiya flashed over and covered Uchiha Feng's mouth. Don't say such nonsense. What do you mean, win her over? If Tsunade heard that, she'd think I was inciting you. He touched the scars on his body with lingering fear. She'd beat me to death. Alright. Uchiha Feng nodded vigorously. This was not something he could meddle in anyway. Jiraiya cleared his throat and signaled for Namikaze Minato to sit down and listen carefully. First Sage Mode is not something you can touch in your current state. For now, your goal is simply to avoid losing yourself when you come into contact with Senjutsu chakra. Don't force the Sage arts for the time being. I know that all too well. Namikaze Minato spoke up. Sage Mode itself is an extremely dangerous technique. Not only does learning it require an enormous amount of chakra, you also need a summoning beast to help you connect with natural energy. Jiraiya added not only that, training in Sage Mode also requires external aid, such as the toad oil that Minato and I used during our training. Then Lord Jiraiya, how did you learn Sage Mode? Uchiha Feng couldn't help asking, consumed by curiosity. As luck would have it, it was a coincidence. Back then, Orochimaru eagerly told me he had discovered an unusual kind of chakra in nature. How could I be willing to lose to that bastard Orochimaru? So I sat quietly in the forest for half a month trying to sense that natural energy. During those 15 days I survived solely on dew. I almost starved to death, but fortunately I managed to sense that energy in the end. After I had faintly sensed Senjutsu chakra, I refined the summoning technique together with Orochimaru, fusing the Senjutsu chakra into it to see what we could summon. It was also after failing many times that I happened to summon the Toad Sage. Jiraiya recalled for a moment, then continued. After signing the summoning contract with the Toad Sage, I was reverse summoned to Mount Myaboku, where I began to learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya's words rang an alarm bell in Uchiha Feng's heart. Were the sages of the three great sacred grounds truly detached from the world? Did they truly bear no selfish designs upon this world? If they had no selfish intent, why would they sign summoning contracts with ninja? Why would they pass on the cultivation methods of Sage Mode? Why did Master Tsunade not cultivate Sage Mode, instead creating the Inseal technique and the Strength of 100 technique? Two arts derived from Sage Mode, yet completely different from it. Orochimaru's Curse Seal was presumably the same case. What exactly had they discovered that made them give up cultivating Sage Mode? Were those ninja who failed to cultivate Sage Mode on Mount Myaboku simply the Toad Sage's experiments? Had he woven his own private motives into Sage Mode, allowing him to steer those powerful shinobi to act according to his will through subtle influence? In short, until we figure out what the sages of the three great sacred grounds really want, you must absolutely not cultivate Sage Mode. Senjutsu chakra, as things stand now, is a double-edged sword. You must properly handle the Senjutsu chakra you absorb into your body. Lord Jiraiya, after cultivating Sage Mode, did you experience any changes in yourself? Uchiha Feng voiced the deepest worry in his heart. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, then let out a sigh. I can't say for certain whether it's because I've aged and have changed, whether Sage Mode changed me, or whether the many things I've been through over the years have altered my mentality. Jiraiya sank into recollection. I used to be loud and restless, full of passion for everything in this world. I was always clamoring to become Hokage. Now if I were asked to become Hokage, I'd simply think, what a troublesome affair. In recent years, I often feel that I've lost interest in certain things. I plan to write a book to remind myself. Jiraiya rambled on at length, and goosebumps broke out all over Uchiha Feng's body. It subtly influences a person's character. Can it change people's minds like Kotoame Tsukumi? A thing like that would be impossible to guard against. It seemed that Orochimaru, a once-in-a-century research genius, had also discovered something, which was why he abandoned the cultivation of Sage Mode. Seen in this light, Jiraiya was a tragic character in his own way. He lacked Tsunade's illustrious clan and Orochimaru's genius, so once he obtained a formidable technique like Sage Mode, he naturally could not give it up lightly. Alright, let me tell you how to actively sense Senjutsu chakra. Jiraiya brought the somewhat heavy topic to an end. First, maintain absolute stillness. Second, feel the natural energy with your heart. Uchiha Feng nodded continuously. That's it. That's it. Uchiha Feng looked at Namake's Minato with a bewildered expression. Namake's Minato also looked a little embarrassed, and added, if we're talking precautions, an intensely focused mind should count as one. As for me, I use self-suggestion. I can sense natural energy. Uchiha Feng shot a helpless look at the master and disciple pair. What was going on? Was this whole thing really so dependent on the mind? Anyway, Minato demonstrated for him. Alright, young Feng, watch closely. Namake's Minato pressed his palms together and crouched low. A powerful wave of chakra roiled around Minato. Minato remained perfectly still in that position, and Uchiha Feng couldn't resist reaching out to poke him. Around 3 minutes later, markings appeared on Minato's face. This is Sage Mode. Namake's Minato smiled. Feel the Senjutsu chakra. I can only maintain this state for 5 minutes. Sure enough. 3 minutes of charging, 5 minutes of fighting. Uchiha Feng couldn't help but quip. It's not practical at all. Though the Sage Mode had significant flaws, experiencing Senjutsu chakra early was still more beneficial than harmful for Uchiha Fu at this stage. After all, if one's own chakra unknowingly reached a certain realm and passively absorbed Senjutsu chakra, no one knew what would happen. Taking the initiative was better than being passive. Guided by Minato, Namake's Uchiha Fu assumed a stance and began sensing natural energy. Jiraiya took out his paints and drew a mark on Uchiha Fu's face. Though I can't teach you Mount Myaboku's training method, this mark will help you sense natural energy. Better than nothing. Uchiha Fu nodded and thanked Jiraiya, then began to sense natural energy. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. After half an hour, his perception still found nothing but emptiness all around his body. Empty your mind. Don't overthink. Minato Namake's reminded him as sweat appeared on Uchiha Fu's forehead. Easier said than done. Uchiha Fu was holding in a stubborn determination. How do I empty my mind? Got it. Odd becomes even becomes odd, signs follow quadrants. He began murmuring to himself, and his mind gradually went blank. A strange energy surged from within Uchiha Fu's body, circulating wildly through his meridians. Wherever it passed, it felt as refreshing as a gentle breeze, and every cell in his body seemed to leap with joy, evolving. This effect, Uchiha Fu could hardly believe it. Natural energy has not only increased my physical strength, but those hidden injuries somewhere in my body are actually being slowly repaired. It worked. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. That was quick. Indeed, Minato Namake's nodded. As expected of Tsunade's disciple. Wait, why hasn't he stopped yet? Jiraiya frowned suddenly. How long has it been? Half an hour. What's going on, Jiraiya-sensei? At this moment, Uchiha Fu could not voice his suffering. The chakra within him and the Senjutsu chakra were like two opposing armies confronting each other, testing one another. The two energies repelled each other, yet also fused together. Meanwhile, a heart-rending pain tore through his meridians. And to make things worse, his body could not move. Senjutsu chakra in essence was a higher level of chakra, a qualitative leap at least for an ordinary ninja. After being tempered by the Ijin Jing and his chakra cultivation method, the chakra within Uchiha Fu actually displayed fierce aggression when faced with Senjutsu chakra. Stop it. This really hurts. Either you win or you lose. If this keeps up, my meridians won't hold. Uchiha Fu's meridians were stretched taut by the shock waves of the clashing energies like balloons blown to their limits. Here we go again. I still remember the pain from taking those pills recklessly last time. Just settle this already. Damn it. His fire-natured chakra, like a ferocious beast, wildly launched attacks in response to the Senjutsu chakra's provocation. Keep your own chakra and natural energy in a 1-to-1 ratio. Control the proportion. Jiraiya's voice pierced into Uchiha Fu's ears. Biting his lip, Uchiha Fu cursed inwardly. Easy for you to say. Those two are at war. My body is the battlefield. Damn it. Since that's the case, I'll devour this energy. Charge, charge, charge. The Ijin Jing revolved at a maddening pace, replenishing his chakra with fresh vitality. The energy of the Ijin Jing continuously repaired his meridians, bringing traces of coolness. Pain mixed with pleasure. The Senjutsu chakra seemed inexhaustible, pouring into his body from every direction, seeking to seize control. Boom. Boom. It was as though a violent explosion occurred within his body. The shock waves of the two clashing energies caused Uchiha Fu to radiate a terrifying aura. What's going on? There's a massive chakra fluctuation. Let's check it out. The aura Uchiha Fu released alarmed the Umbu, and two Umbu ninja flashed to the scene. Jiraiya-sama, are you in combat? Minato the Jonin is here too. Jiraiya waved his hand. Do not disturb him. He is training. The Senjutsu chakra, as if growing bored, stopped desperately forcing itself into Uchiha Fu's body. His own chakra finally gained the upper hand, suppressing and devouring the Senjutsu chakra. Like a starving tiger that had not eaten for over 10 days encountering a lost lamb, the chakra in his body unceremoniously devoured the Senjutsu chakra. Ding! Senjutsu chakra absorbed and fused. Chakra cultivation method LV max upgrading. Upgrade successful. Acquired Primordial Divine Art incomplete LV1. Primordial Divine Art incomplete LV1 can absorb natural energy and convert it with one's own energy into higher grade energy. It can greatly increase the quality of one's own energy and greatly enhance physical constitution. The side effects of the incomplete version are unknown. World essence can be spent to eliminate accumulated side effects. According to the rules of this world, higher grade energy is defined as Senjutsu chakra. No wonder one must possess powerful chakra. Otherwise, it would be impossible to absorb Senjutsu chakra into the body. If one fails to control natural energy, they would be assimilated into this world, just like those petrified people on Mount Myaboku. My chakra has become even more condensed. If his chakra in the meridians had previously been like water in a river, it was now like oil flowing through a pipeline. A qualitative change had occurred. System remove my side effects. Removal successful. This time 100 world essence points have been consumed. Why so expensive? The system remained silent, and Uchiha Fu quickly examined himself. I don't feel any different. I'm still me, Uchiha Fu. No, I'm not just Uchiha Fu. I'm also Lu Feng. I had forgotten that I was Lu Feng. How could this be? Is this the side effect? Is this the world's will? Even as a transmigrator, I can be converted into a native. It silently assimilates a person, making them forget who they truly are. Truly terrifying side effects. These 100 world essence points took me so long to save, but they were worth it. No one wants to forget who they are. Even if one gains immense power, what is the use of that power if one loses oneself? Indeed, Senjutsu chakra is a truly dangerous thing. From now on, without a reserve of world essence, I must not recklessly absorb Senjutsu chakra. Uchiha Fu let out a long breath. Are you alright? Jiraiya asked with concern. I'm fine. Senjutsu chakra is truly dangerous. Uchiha Fu said, still shaken. That's why there are so many failures on Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya clearly had no idea what Uchiha Fu had just gone through. Regardless, I've now come into contact with the pinnacle energy of the ninja world. Although this energy has side effects, there is no denying that its power is proportional to its risk. Uchiha Fu was eager to test the power of his sage art. Brother Minato, can you teleport me to an uninhabited area? I want to test the power of my technique. You've already absorbed some Senjutsu chakra and want to experiment with a sage art. Minato Namikaze was incredulous. You can already use it that quickly. Aren't you unable to enter sage mode? I discovered something strange. It seems I can unleash sage arts without entering sage mode. Anyway, let's just try it first. Alright, hold on tight then. Minato Namikaze nodded. Flying Raijin technique. Minato Namikaze placed his hand on Uchiha Fu's shoulder and teleported them to a desert. Is this place fine? Uchiha Fu nodded. Stand far away, brother Minato. Sage art fire style, great fire annihilation. The A-rank Jutsu great fire annihilation multiplied explosively under the enhancement of Senjutsu chakra. This power, it's more than 3 times stronger than usual. Uchiha Fu stared in shock at the deep crater his jutsu had burned into the desert. The sand and rock inside had been partially crystallized by the extreme heat. Amazing. Such immense power. Minato Namikaze's eyes widened. Tell me the truth. Are you really not the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? How could that be? Uchiha Fu shook his head. He had absolutely nothing to do with the Sage of Six Paths. Having gained Sage Arts, Uchiha Fu had already surpassed the realm of an ordinary Jonin. After returning from the teleportation, Jiraiya rambled on about many things. You've now come into contact with the existence of Senjutsu chakra. I can't explain the details, but one thing you must remember: you are you. I am. Me. Uchiha Fu murmured. Alright, I'll remember that. All in all, although he had decided not to cultivate Sage mode and only absorb Senjutsu chakra, even so it had greatly boosted his combat power, allowing him to unleash Sage Arts. And at last he had touched the threshold of the world's top-tier powerhouses. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the third round of the Chunin exams was about to be held as scheduled. Since absorbing Sage chakra, Uchiha Feng had developed 2 habits. First, taking notes. Second, recording a video of himself every night. Since the notes were written in simplified Chinese, they would not leak secrets even if seen by others, and since the videos were spoken in Chinese, no one else could understand them. The technology tree of the ninja world was bizarre in this way. Although entertainment was scarce, things like cameras and video recorders, which could be used to steal secrets, had been developed. Uchiha Feng carefully observed what changes had taken place in himself after running the origin energy absorption method. To Uchiha Feng's relief, the side effects of absorbing Sage chakra were more like a subtle, gradual transformation. Not like Kotoami Tsukumi, which directly altered a person's will. If so, the situation is still under control. I just need to work hard to earn world origin. Uchiha Feng hastily finished the steamed buns at home, and seeing that it was nearly time, hurried to the venue of the third exam. Xiao Feng, we're all going to watch your exam today. You can do it. Uchiha Huali waved her hand and hurriedly got ready. The venue of the third exam was a martial arts arena, huge in scale and filled with all kinds of terrain. It seems to have been built so that different types of ninja can use the terrain to their advantage. After all, being a ninja is not about two people standing face to face and blasting each other with jutsu. It's more about gathering intelligence and assassination. That requires a ninja to make full use of the terrain. The third Hokage was already seated on the main platform, smoking a tobacco pipe. Beside him sat the third Kazekage. For some reason, the Mizukage had not come. Higher up on the main platform sat the daimyo of several countries, fanning themselves while chatting and flattering one another. By then, the spectator stands in the arena were packed. Everyone was discussing who would take the championship in this exam and earn the title of strongest genin. Uchiha Feng curled his lip. To him, a title like strongest genin was something of an insult. Tsunade saw Uchiha Feng, and as if she had seen the god of wealth, pulled him over. You're sure to win this, right? Tsunade leaned close to Uchiha Feng's ear and whispered, I'm going to bet on you. Wherever there are matches, there are people placing bets, and the Chunin exams were no exception. Uchiha Feng became interested and asked Tsunade, do you have an odds sheet? Of course. Tsunade took out a small booklet. Look, your odds are 1 to 1.2. Are you kidding? How can I make money that way? Uchiha Feng said angrily. Did the strength he had shown make the casino believe he would be the champion this time? It's fine. It's a guaranteed win with no risk. A deal like this is a first for me. Tsunade was full of confidence. A gambling win without the possibility of losing was the first in her life. With such a good chance, it would be a terrible loss not to make a fortune. Uchiha Feng studied the booklet with the odds written in it. One had to hand it to the bookmakers. Each contestant's abilities and advantages were written clearly in the booklet. Of course, on Uchiha Feng's page, only the power he had shown in public was listed. Sealing jutsu and sage chakra, known to only a few, were not recorded. As Uchiha Feng flipped through the pages, he spotted a familiar name. Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei had not given any remarkable performance in the previous matches. At most, she had used some powerful water release jutsu, and her overall strength appeared to be only at the Chunin level. Because the hidden mist village had always been mysterious, the bookmakers could not figure her out and gave her unremarkable odds 1 to 11. On the Konoha side, Uchiha Obito's odds were 1 to 19 and Rin's were 1 to 30. Although the odds were tempting, Obito, who had not awakened his Sharingan, and Rin, who was good at medical ninjutsu, did not look like champions at all. Speaking of which, although Obito had already obtained the method to train the Sharingan, it was unknown how long it would take for him to awaken it. With a calculation in mind, Uchiha Feng said to Tsunade, Tsunade-sensei, how about betting big? Big? What do you mean? Tsunade was clearly intrigued. If I stake everything I have on you, it still won't earn much. Uchiha Feng shook his head and pointed at Terumi Mei's name in the booklet. Bet on her. On her. Is she that strong? Tsunade was curious. She's just an ordinary ninja from the hidden mist. I've never heard of her. She has some powerful water jutsu, but they're average at best. She's not exactly a popular contender. Tsunade scratched her head. Even if you go easy on her when you fight her, can you guarantee she'll beat everyone else? Yes. Uchiha Feng said with certainty. She has been hiding her Kekkei Jinkai. She has 2 powerful jutsu, lava release and boil release. Lava release and boil release. Her. Tsunade could hardly believe it. Is the intelligence accurate? Uchiha Feng nodded. Though he couldn't very well say he had read the original story, he could be certain about that piece of information. Tsunade was silent for a long while, then said, it seems the hidden mist has also produced an extraordinary genius. I'll take this bet. Tell me, how big are we playing? 100 million. Uchiha Feng's eyes lit up. We'll make a fortune in one shot. That's impossible. The bookmakers won't allow such a huge bet. Tsunade poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Based on my experience, the most we can put on her is 50 million. And the odds will drop. Is that so? Even if the odds drop, it still earns more than betting on me. Having made up his mind, Uchiha Feng said, I can come up with 25 million in cash right now. Tsunade-sensei, do you have a problem on your side? No problem. I'll mortgage a few of the family shops and gather the money quickly. After saying that, Tsunade gave Uchiha Feng a meaningful look. This time I'm really gambling big with you. If we lose, I'll be a spendthrift daughter who ruined the family. Don't worry. The intelligence is solid. I've been in close contact with her. Uchiha Feng patted his chest. Before long, Tsunade, having gathered enough money, hurried back. Let's go. For a business this big, we talk directly to the bookmaker. So saying, Tsunade formed hand seals and used the transformation technique to transform into Biwa Juzo. Uchiha Feng also transformed into a Mist Jonin, and the two went to the casino that ran the betting ring. What? Bet 50 million on Terumi Mei. The casino had never expected such a big client to bet on such an unknown ninja. I need to ask my superiors. The casino manager rushed off to seek instructions. Uchiha Feng and Tsunade exchanged a glance and calmly held cups of tea as they drank. We'll accept your wager, sir, but the odds will be changed to 1 to 8. After all, such a large sum of money would cause a lot of disturbance. 1 to 8. With 50 million wagered, that meant 400 million, 200 million each. Fine. We've got a bet. Tsunade made the decision on the spot. 50 million in cash was piled up in the casino, attracting countless stares. They actually bet 50 million on a mist ninja. Are they out of their minds? With such a strong Uchiha Feng around, they go and bet on the hidden mist. Even though he's the mist team leader, I didn't expect him to be this arrogant. Speaking of which, that dead Kisame looked stronger than this woman. I really don't understand what the hidden mist people are thinking. Who cares? They're just handing over money. Hurry, hurry. Our village's Uchiha Feng is the big favorite. Betting on him is a guaranteed win. Tsunade took the receipt issued by the casino and ignored what the onlookers said, merely flipping the ticket in her hand. It's about to start. Let's go. Time to make money. Tsunade-sensei, many villagers from Konoha have bet on me. I feel really guilty. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. What's there to fear? I've bled for Konoha. The third stage of the Chunin exam could be called the greatest entertainment in Konoha. At this moment, the Konoha arena was packed with a dense crowd of people. Anyone in Konoha who could spare the time had come to witness this rare spectacle. After all, Konoha didn't host the Chunin exam every time, and for ordinary villagers, traveling to another village was too costly. Uchiha Feng followed the bustling crowd into Konoha's arena. The third stage of the Chunin exam actually had an opening ceremony. The daimyo of the Land of Fire was droning on about something. I hope this exam will be a peaceful exam, an exam that symbolizes hope. Our Land of Fire practices the spirit of peaceful coexistence. Welcome to all the daimyos who have traveled from afar. People of the Land of Fire, let us unite and use peace to forge peace. Uchiha Feng had just arrived at the arena, and he was almost stunned by the sight. What is this? Is this trend popular among you daimyos too? Inside the arena, ninja from every village stood neatly in line. At the very front, a young woman in a short skirt held up a sign. Behind the sign reading Konoha Team Obito stared at the girl's back and giggled foolishly. Uchiha Feng realized it wouldn't be appropriate to swagger over there like that. He quickly shot a meaningful look at Namikaze Minato, who stood at the end of the line. At that moment, Minato's head was bobbing drowsily, and a snot bubble was puffing in and out of his nose. Uchiha Feng picked up a stone and threw it at him. Minato jolted awake and began clapping. Clap, clap, clap. The genin, who had no idea what was going on, followed suit. The drowsy spectators also began clapping, and the arena was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, who was speaking with great enthusiasm, waved happily when he heard the warm applause below. Uchiha Feng seized the opportunity to slip into the line. What's going on? How could you be late for something so important? Rin asked, looking worried. Did anything happen to you? No, I was training and lost track of time. He turned to look at Tsunade, who gave him a firm thumbs up. Let's do this. Because of a certain fellow who sold scrolls, 15 teams in total made it through this forest of death. Many small hidden villages around Konoha also had teams that cleared the second exam. It was said that the daimyos of those villages felt honored and reimbursed the teams for the money they had spent on the scrolls. 15 teams, 45 people in all, would compete in the third stage. Since many higher-ups from various hidden villages came to observe the third stage, Konoha decided this time to let all the teams that had passed the Forest of Death enter the official competition of the third stage. My speech is over, thank you all. The daimyo of the Land of Fire waved his hand. Now let's invite the third Hokage to address the candidates. Hiruzen Sarutobi's old face reddened a little as he took the microphone. I hope you can all prove yourselves and successfully become Chunin. The third said succinctly. I now declare the third stage of the exam officially begins. At last everyone perked up and began to cheer, hoot, and applaud. Candidates, I am Narashikaku, the chief proctor of the third stage. Next we will hold a random drawing. Since the number of participants is relatively large, we will divide into 3 sub-arenas. Because there were so many contestants this time, Konoha had sent mature and steady Narashikaku to serve as chief proctor for this stage. Alright everyone, please look at the display board. It shows your opponents for the first round. On the board, the names of the 45 candidates kept flashing. Narashikaku called out, stop. Well, the 6 candidates for the first round, please get ready. Uchiha Obito versus Tsukuyomi Mei. Oiwa Ryohei versus Uchiha Feng. Yanotoru versus Akimichi Shido. All the Konoha ninja were matched against ninja from other villages. If anyone claimed there was no under-the-table setup, Uchiha Feng would be the first not to believe it. I didn't expect to be the first one called out. Uchiha Feng was a little surprised. The name Oiwa Ryohei didn't ring a bell. He pulled out the little notebook he had swiped from the gambling house and flipped through it. There weren't even any odds listed. Looks like a nobody. Let me see what this generation of Uchiha is made of. Danzo sat in the shadow behind the third, expressionless. 2 Uchiha, both facing off against unknown ninja. I wonder if they can be forced to show their trump cards. Uchiha Koharu narrowed her eyes and exchanged pleasantries with Danzo. Danzo was silent for a moment. Is everything arranged? Uchiha Koharu nodded. Shikaku is quite reliable. Yo. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Jiraiya said in slight surprise. I guess Tsunade would come since her disciple is in this exam. But Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Is this the way you greet an old friend, Jiraiya? Orochimaru smiled slightly. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since the 3 of us got together. How about a meal after this? Jiraiya said. No, I still have important experiments. Orochimaru declined. What about you, Tsunade? Tsunade's mind was full of money at that moment, fantasizing about how long she could splurge if she won this time. Huh, what? Dinner? No time. Tsunade refused without a second thought. Fine. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. Speaking of which, Tsunade, your disciple, is truly formidable. The first place is practically his this time, isn't it? Jiraiya smiled. That's not necessarily so. Tsunade smiled mysteriously. After all, this Chunin exam has a few interesting fellows hidden in it. Oh, is that so? Jiraiya was rather skeptical. If Uchiha Feng were to use Sage Art, the whole arena would blow up. Uchiha Feng slowly walked into the match arena. Go for it, Feng. Uchiha Huali waved with all her might at the edge of the arena. Feng, good luck. Shizune had somehow made a sign with Uchiha Feng's name on it, and she had drawn a little heart next to it. Huali shot a meaningful glance at Shizune, whose cheeks were slightly red, then nudged Uchiha Yayu beside her. Hey, look at that girl. She's especially warm toward little Feng. She might just be our future daughter-in-law. Yu laughed it off. No way, that's still way too early. Uchiha Feng waved to the spectator stance. When he saw Shizune's little sign, he couldn't help smiling. Another ninja slightly older and wearing a hidden waterfall village headband walked over. What bad luck. I just hope I can lose decently. Oiwa Ryohei, a genin from the hidden waterfall village, gave a wry smile. The scroll he had used to pass the exam was actually bought from this very person. Please go easy on me. Oiwa Ryohei drew his ninja sword and prepared for battle. Please go easy on me. Uchiha Feng nodded in return. Yamada Inoi was the person in charge of this examination arena. He nodded at the two competitors. I hope both of you will perform to your full potential. The match will continue until one party concedes or loses the ability to act. Then the match begins. Yamada Inoi announced. Iwahi Ryohei immediately began forming hand seals. Water-style mist concealment jutsu. There was a modest artificial lake within the arena which provided a certain advantage for water-style techniques. The mist quickly obscured the competition area, and the spectators in the stands, seeing the participant from Takigakure act so timidly, began booing loudly. Can he even do this? This is a duel, not hide and seek. Proctor, what is he doing? We can't see anything anymore. No way. Proctor, are you going to intervene? Yamada Inoi shook his head. Even if the spectators objected, there was nothing he could do. Using mist concealment from the start was not against the rules. Uchiha Kaze directly activated his Sharingan, searching for Iwahi Ryohei's figure. The thick mist created by chakra made people feel uncomfortably damp all over. White fog filled his vision with visibility of less than 2 meters. However, Uchiha Kaze was not anxious. Even at a distance of only 2 meters, it was enough time for him to react. Although he could use fire style to forcefully disperse the mist, the commotion would be too great. If dealing with an ordinary opponent required such effort, it would make him appear useless. Right? I need to build up the drama. Uchiha Kaze remembered. He was about to become a billionaire, so he might as well put on a complete show. Cough, cough. Uchiha Kaze deliberately coughed twice, and while covering his mouth, he crushed a small water pouch filled with pigeon blood. What's wrong? The mist concealment could not block Uchiha Yoru's perception. Is little Feng hurt? When did this happen? Yoru said anxiously, his 3-tomo Sharingan rotating rapidly in his eyes without his consent. What's the matter? Hanari's face was filled with worry. What happened? What did you see? Little Feng is coughing up blood. Yoru spoke. Huh, how could this happen? Hanari couldn't help but scream, tears welling up in her eyes. Iwahi Ryohei, hidden in the mist, had been observing Uchiha Kaze's situation all along. The gap in their strength is too large. There must only be one opening. Cough, cough. Uchiha Kaze coughed violently and shook the blood from his palm. What's this? Are those after effects from that explosive taijutsu in the second exam? Iwahi Ryohei's eyes lit up. That's it, the opportunity. Wielding his ninja sword, Iwahi Ryohei slashed toward Uchiha Kaze. Uchiha Kaze sharply turned his head, and Iwahi Ryohei's eyes met the Sharingan head-on. Uchiha Kaze threw a punch, landing squarely on Iwahi Ryohei's face. The latter was sent flying more than 10 meters backward and fainted instantly. Match ended. Yamada Inoi dispelled the thick mist with his technique. The spectators finally saw the scene in the arena. Uchiha Kaze was still covering his mouth, coughing lightly with a trace of blood visible between his fingers. Iwahi Ryohei lay on the ground, eyes rolled back. Yamada Inoi crouched beside him, using his technique to dispel the genjutsu. What happened? Is Uchiha Kaze hurt? No way. I bet 50,000 on him to win first place. How did he win this match? Is there a replay? On the large screen, the moment Iwahi Ryohei fell appeared. He defeated his opponent with a single punch. As expected of an Uchiha, terrifying indeed. As soon as the match ended, Hanari wanted to rush down to the arena floor, but was stopped by the Chunin maintaining order. Seeing this, Uchiha Kaze realized they had misunderstood, so he hurried over. Little Feng, are you alright? Why are you coughing up blood? Little Feng, are you injured? Uchiha Kaze pulled on their hands and whispered, I'm fine. It was all an act. An act? Hanari's voice rose slightly, but Uchiha Kaze quickly interjected, Shh. Senior brother, and I have a big scheme to carry out. Uchiha Kaze said mysteriously. What big scheme? Yoru was still worried. The coughing. And the blood. Don't worry, it was pigeon blood. Uchiha Kaze held out his hand for his father to smell. Yoru finally felt relieved and asked curiously, what are you planning to do? To make money. Uchiha Kaze grinned from ear to ear. If this works out, I'll make over 200 million. Over 200 million. Hanari had never heard of so much money. You wouldn't be doing something that betrays the village, would you? Don't worry. I'm working with Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Kaze patted his chest. Enough talking. I need to go watch Obito's match over there. One of the advantages of being a competitor was the freedom to wander around the arena. Those in the stands, however, could only watch from afar through binoculars. After Uchiha Kaze left Hana, Ri couldn't help but shed tears. His father. 200 million. How much money is that? Could it fill our house? Yoru had only now recovered from his shock. No, I need to investigate. What could this be about? Don't let him go down the wrong path. Working with Lady Tsunade. What wrong path could he take? Hana re-pinched him. With Lady Tsunade. Well, there seemed to be quite a few wrong paths. Yoru fell silent for a moment before speaking. Meanwhile, Obito was covered in dust and grime, gripping a kunai in his hand and breathing heavily. Terumi May watched Obito with a teasing smile, wiping the lava from the corner of her mouth. Obito's clothes were corroded and pockmarked, and one of his legs had lost its mobility. Even the spectators could see that Obito's defeat was only a matter of time. Obito. Rin stood below the arena with a worried expression. Surrender. Obito. Obito stubbornly shook his head. If he surrendered now, when would he ever catch up to Kakashi? Still refusing to surrender, young man. Terumi May brushed aside the hair covering her eyes, revealing her charming emerald green gaze. If you keep being so stubborn, you'll die, you know. Don't look down on me. Obito took 2 deep breaths and tightly bound his injured leg with bandages. Damn it, the intelligence was wrong. I thought he was just an ordinary water-style user, never expecting him to have a Kekkei Jinkai like lava release. One leg is unusable. I have to finish this quickly. If I drag this out, it'll be even worse. Hiss. Part of my skin has been corroded. It really hurts. Obito made up his mind, took out his remaining shuriken, and continuously threw them at Terumi May. Fire-style Phoenix Flower Fire Jutsu. The Phoenix Flower flames enveloped the shuriken and surged toward Terumi May. He's actually developed a new jutsu. Uchiha Kaze was somewhat surprised. Is this? Phoenix Flower Fire Claw Crimson. Flames enveloped the shuriken as it hurtled toward Terumi May's face. In that instant, Terumi May's vision was completely obscured. It was clear that she was taken aback by the technique Obito had unleashed. Water Release Water Encampment Wall. Although she was briefly stunned by the unfamiliar technique, Terumi May quickly recovered, erecting a wall of water before her. Sizzle. Sizzle. The flame-wrapped shuriken struck the water encampment wall, producing a hissing sound. Only a few shuriken managed to pierce through the water wall, but their speed was greatly diminished, allowing Terumi May to dodge them with ease. The water encampment wall easily repelled the water release, and a faint smile curled at the corner of Terumi May's lips. Is that all you've got? What a pity. It seems you're about to lose. Oh, is that so? A shuriken that had flown past Terumi May suddenly erupted in a puff of white smoke. Transformation technique. Obito concealed as the shuriken lunged forward, appearing right behind Terumi May. Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. The massive fireball slammed squarely into Terumi May, sending her tumbling across the ground like a rag doll. Did I win? Obito panted heavily, wiping the corner of his mouth. You insufferable man. Terumi May picked herself up, dusting off her clothes. To think you'd make me look so pathetic. Don't you have any sense of chivalry? Terumi May glared at Obito with a displeased expression. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. 2 water dragons soared into the air and, empowered by her jutsu, entwined around each other as they roared toward Obito. Obito watched the charging dragons with an impassive expression, as if he had abandoned all resistance, spreading his arms wide. Obito. Rin covered her eyes, unable to watch any longer. Biwa Juzo grinned menacingly from the sidelines. Kill him. Rin looked desperately toward the examiner, Yamanaka Inoichi. Save him. Please save Obito. Yamanaka Inoichi shook his head. Unless the contestant surrendered or fell unconscious, he, as the examiner, could not intervene. The high-ranking officials of the Hidden Mist Village were also watching from the observation stand, for interfering at such a moment could easily trigger political disputes. Minato Namikaze watched Obito with concern and couldn't help but call out, "Surrender, Obito." If Obito were to surrender right now, Minato was confident he could use the flying Raijin technique to rescue him. Biwa Juzo reached for the executioner's blade strapped to his back, fixing Minato with a hostile glare. Shinobi of Konoha can't afford to lose. Minato stared into Biwa Juzo's eyes and said coldly, "Oh, you got a problem. Want to test that? Sure, I'd be happy to oblige." Biwa Juzo drew the executioner's blade, a vicious grin spreading across his face. "If the two of you would please restrain yourselves." Yamanaka and Noichi stepped between them, trying to halt the escalating conflict. Back on the field, Obito was struck by the water dragon bullet and sent flying. Drops of blood fell from the air like rain, and Obito's goggles, one corner cracked, hung loosely askew over his forehead. Yamanaka and Noichi shook his head. Obito had clearly lost the ability to fight. "I declare, the winner of this match is..." "Wait." A faint voice came from Obito, who was lying on the ground. "I haven't lost yet." Obito raised his head, stubbornly struggling to get up. "You've already lost the ability to fight. If you keep going, you'll die." Yamanaka and Noichi couldn't help but frown. "What's the point of this? Are you kidding me?" Obito pressed his hands against the ground, trying to stand, but his injured leg couldn't bear his weight. "I'm the man who's going to become Hokage." Obito grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. "How could I fall? In a place like this?" Terumi May stared in astonishment at the man who stood up purely on sheer will. "You'll die if you keep this up. Aren't you afraid of death?" Obito smiled. "Where leaves dance, fire burns eternal." "I see." Tsukuyomi May nodded, starting to form hand seals. Lava release melting apparition technique. A caustic corrosive mucus shot from her mouth, enveloping toward Obito. Obito struggled to stand up straight, mustering the last shred of chakra in his body. Fire release great fireball technique. The great fireball collided with the lava release, but failed to make even a ripple. I'm going to die. Damn. I really overdid the hero act, didn't I? Obito let out a self-deprecating laugh. He turned his head to glance at Rin below the stage. I'm sorry, Rin. I'm so useless after all. I'm sorry, Minato-sensei. Just surrender. Tsukuyomi May could hardly bear to watch any longer. She cared nothing for Biwajuzo's orders, and had no desire to kill someone from Konoha. What are you even holding on for? Not. Surrender. Obito declared word by word. He closed his eyes and spread his arms wide, showing no trace of fear as the lava release rushed toward him. Suddenly Obito's eyes snapped open. A two-tomo Sharingan. At this very moment Obito had awakened the Sharingan. Obito, who had just awakened his Sharingan, was already at his absolute limit, standing only by sheer will. Struck by the sudden surge of power from the Sharingan, his head lolled to the side, and he began to collapse. Enough. Uchiha Fu grabbed Obito by the collar, applied pressure to his neck, and knocked him unconscious, then tossed him off the field. Hey. Biwajuzo swung the executioner's blade toward Uchiha Fu's head. Clang. Minato Namikaze blocked Biwajuzo's attack with a kunai. Biwajuzo turned to glance at Yamanaka and Oichi. You Konoha folks. Don't play by the rules. Uchiha Obito was already unconscious, so the rescue does not violate the rules. Yamanaka and Oichi said firmly. Oh. Biwajuzo put more force into his blade, then suddenly shifted his stance, and kicked at Uchiha Fu. Iron Body. Uchiha Fu took Biwajuzo's kick head on. Biwajuzo of the Hidden Mist, I urge you to stop. Your actions will be seen as an act of provocation against Konoha. Two ENBU operatives appeared on the scene in a flash. Biwajuzo showed no sign of backing down, his teeth gnashing like blades. Provocation. And what if it is a Juzo? Stand down. The third Mizukage rose from his seat atop the platform and spoke. Yes. Whatever the Mizukage-sama says. Biwajuzo shrugged, sheathed the executioner's blade, and fixed Minato with a venomous glare. Rin pressed both hands to Obito's chest, channeling her healing jutsu, as if chakra were limitless. It's fine, they're just external injuries. A few days of rest, and he'll recover. Uchiha Fu reassured her. Oh my, if it isn't my little husband, Tsukuyomi May giggled. Here, I thought you'd come to help me. I never expected this. Men, and their words indeed. I never realized you were such a fiery woman. Uchiha Fu waved a hand dismissively. I thought you were a delicate water maiden, but it turns out you're a little chili pepper. Humph. Tsukuyomi May let out a soft snort, and turned to look at the examiner Yamanaka and Oichi. Aren't you going to announce it? The winner of this match is Tsukuyomi May of the Hidden Mist Village. Lord Mizukage, I really am sorry that something like this happened. You must have found it amusing. Shimura Danzo spoke from the high platform. The third Mizukage gave a non-committal nod, the mask over his face hid his expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. At a time like this, when even I the Hokage have not spoken, what are you doing butting in? Danzo has grown more and more unrestrained lately. In such a diplomatic setting, he dares to speak freely without the slightest regard for me the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his face gloomy. One match after another went on. Rin was eliminated in the second round. As a medical ninja once separated from her team, she was still somewhat out of her depth in individual combat. By now Namikaze Minato's team had lost 2 members, leaving Uchiha Kaze as the sole survivor. The next match. Danzo spoke out of nowhere. Uchiha Kohara nodded. A trace of delight suddenly rose in Danzo's heart. In the next round Uchiha Kaze would face Uchiha of the Hidden Mist. This time Kirigakura had truly spared no expense, not only bringing Tsukuyomi May, who possessed a Kekii Genkai, but also dispatching Uchiha, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki. After 5 of Root's spies hidden in Kirigakura were exposed, one of them a high-ranking mist official, the news came back. Worth it. Konoha will take this Jinchuriki. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat upright and silent. I will prove with action that I am the one best suited to become Hokage. That approach of yours no longer works. Only with an iron hand can Konoha prosper. At this moment Uchiha Kaze was looking strangely at the hidden mist ninja before him. Since the third exam had 45 participants, this opponent had drawn buys in 2 consecutive rounds. This made Uchiha Kaze sense the stench of conspiracy. Is this Danzo's doing again? What is he trying to do? Why force me to fight this man? What is so different about him? At a time like this he is still wearing a mask. Isn't he suffocating? Uchiha Kaze complained. Even at this point the man was still wearing a cat-faced mask. Someone who didn't know better might think he was cosplaying as ANBU. Excuse me. The other man showed no intention of taking off his mask. Uchiha Kaze also said nothing more and threw a punch. The man unhurriedly pulled out a trumpet-shaped rod and blew out bubbles one after another surrounding Uchiha Kaze. Bubbles. Uchiha Kaze couldn't help asking. Bubbles were simply too recognizable. How careless. He had never imagined he would encounter a Jinchuriki at the Chunin exams. Uchiha was stunned for a moment, then said softly, I never thought anyone in Konoha would recognize me. What an honor. After saying this, he took off his mask, revealing a rather handsome face. What exactly did Kirigakura intend this time, actually sending a Jinchuriki to the Chunin exams? Frowning Uchiha Kaze reached out and popped the bubble beside him. Boom. An explosion sounded around Uchiha Kaze. The Uchiha Kaze in the very center of the blast had already turned into a block of wood. Substitution Jutsu. Uchiha Kaze leaped into the distance only to find Utakata sitting in a bubble looking down at him from above. Flying ninja are truly disgusting. 8 Gates Gate of Limit open. Enduring the explosions caused by the shattering bubbles, Uchiha Kaze kicked Utakata down to the ground. Uchiha Kaze shook out his hands, charged forward, and began beating Utakata with fists and feet. I'll teach you to show off. I'll teach you to fly. Bubbles, huh? Uchiha Kaze would never admit that he was jealous of that ability to fly. When will I be able to fly too? Flying high in the sky, hurling explosive tags everywhere. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Under Uchiha Kaze's wild bombardment, Utakata gradually became unable to cope. This quiet, taciturn young man was growing irritated at heart. His bubble jutsu could not stop the opponent at all. Fighting him in close combat while enduring his bubble explosions. What sort of play was that? Are we seeing who has thicker skin? Utakata gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the surging waves within him. Boom. After being sent flying by Uchiha Kaze, Utakata crashed into the ground, cracking it. As the smoke gradually dispersed, a monster with a slimy, glistening tail stretched out from its body appeared. Tailed Beast Transformation. Uchiha Kaze temporarily halted his attack. Is this Tailed Beast Transformation? Jiraiya in the stands looked at the arena in surprise. What a joke. What does Kirigakure want to do? Release a tailed beast in Konoha? Humph. Tsunade crossed her arms in front of her chest. If it dares to come out, it won't be going back. What fine experimental material. Orochimaru grinned softly, a look of longing on his face. This tailed beast transformation thing is rather interesting. I surrender. Utakata, with a single tail exposed, was exerting all his strength to suppress the 6 tails inside him. Surrender? Hey, what are you thinking? An irritated voice came from within his body. Surrender? Uchiha Kaze looked at him in surprise as well. Utakata nodded, then sat down cross-legged on the ground. I don't want to fight anymore. I can't win. Before long, the exposed tail was withdrawn. Frowning, Uchiha Kaze stepped down from the arena. Suddenly recalling something, he hastily coughed twice and forced out a trace of blood. If you're going to put on an act, you have to do it properly. He needed to make himself look as if he had used a jutsu with tremendous side effects so that he could naturally hold back in the finals. Danzo was almost squeezing the armrest of his chair to pieces. Why didn't they fight? Utatane Koharu's face turned gloomy too. We've lost a pretext to act. Danzo, what now? Danzo's face darkened. He had calculated every possibility, but never that the 6 tails Jinchuriki would be such a slacker. Why did he suddenly stop fighting? He had originally planned for Utakata to be forced into his 6 tails form, lose his mind, and rampage through Konoha. Then Danzo would seal and control him smoothly, keeping him in the village. Could all those months of scheming really fail at the last moment? In the end, would he still have to take him by force? Wait until he leaves the village, then find an opportunity to strike. Danzo gave the order in a low voice to the subordinate behind him, a hint of reluctance on his face. 45 Genin participated in the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. After 4 rounds of cruel elimination, 45 into 23, 23 into 12, 12 into 6, 6 into 3, 3 remained. In the end, 3 people remained: Terumi, Mei Uchiha Kaze, and Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi was already quite old. By rights, he should not have been taking the Chunin exams for the first time at this age. As a member of the branch family, he had been kept in obscurity all this time, and only now was promoted to Chunin. What hidden transaction lay behind this between the Hyuga clan and the Hokage's lineage was indeed a thought-provoking matter. Lord Mizuki's 6 tails Jinchuriki appeared in this Chunin exam. Your village did not report this to Konoha in advance. I demand a reasonable explanation. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronted the Mizuki with the bearing of a shinobi hero. The 3rd Mizuki smiled without mirth and mocked, didn't know. I submitted the list for this exam long ago. Didn't your Konoha High Council already review it? As he spoke, the Mizuki cast a barely perceptible glance at the expressionless Danzo. Could it be that you weren't the one who reviewed it? Interesting. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned livid. Evidently Danzo had known this information all along. As the Hokage, he himself had been kept in the dark, and that had crossed his bottom line. Danzo's reach is growing longer and longer. Is he now conducting intelligence deals with outside villages behind my back? The 3rd Hokage took 2 deep breaths, forcing the fury in his heart to subside. For an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to hit Danzo with the 5-release great combo technique. The Will of Fire. Has it given me pause as well? The 3rd Hokage sighed, intending to settle accounts with Danzo afterward. The finals arena was swiftly prepared, and the audience's fervor blazed as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Inside the arena, 4 huge screens broadcast the battle in real time. Terumi, Mei Uchiha Feng, and Hyuga Hizashi stood in a triangle. The picture was extremely awkward. Uncle, at your age, isn't this a bit much? Terumi Mei sized up Hyuga Hizashi and said, at your age and still not a Chunin, you really have been holding yourself back. I, Hyuga Hizashi, am deeply honored to compete alongside 2 young friends today. Uchiha Feng was a little speechless. It was the first time he had met someone who spoke so politely and formally. I have been busied with clan affairs and have missed quite a few Chunin exams. Today it seems a bit like the old bullying the young, and for that I am truly ashamed. If you're truly ashamed, how about withdrawing? Terumi, Mei said with her hands on her hips. Hyuga Hizashi looked at the chief examiner Narashikaku, and after a moment of silence said that I am afraid I cannot do. Then come. Terumi Mei's hot temper quickly filled the arena with an atmosphere thick with hostility. Hyuga Hizashi nodded. As a branch family member he was not skilled with words. He was more a man of action. Hey little husband, how about we team up and send the old man home first? Terumi Mei blew Uchiha Feng a flying kiss. You're trying to drive a wedge between us. If anyone teams up it should be us too, from Konoha. Uchiha Feng retorted bluntly, unless you kiss me again. Fine he. Terumi Mei froze then covered her mouth and giggled. Come here kiss. No need. That would scald my mouth. Uchiha Feng glanced at Shizune on the spectator's platform, who was puffing out her cheeks in anger. Terumi Mei noticed where Uchiha Feng was looking and teased still such a little flirt. Eating from your own bowl, while eyeing someone else's pot. Ahem. A dignified voice rang out. The chief examiner Narashikaku. Enough small talk. The final match of the Chunin exam, third stage. Now begins. Uchiha Feng and Terumi Mei instantly vanished into hiding. The same plan as mine. While the snipe and the clam fight the fisherman reaps the gain. Uchiha Feng smiled. Hyuga Hizashi remained where he was settling into a gentle fist stance. As the older participant he had his pride. Even a branch family member bound by the caged bird still had his own pride and convictions. Uchiha Feng was in no hurry to attack. He began to prepare the battlefield from the shadows. Terumi Mei, it went without saying, was a formidable enemy. Hyuga Hizashi was no pushover either. The Byakugan was a famous eye of insight with a perceptive ability that even surpassed the Sharingan. And the gentle fist struck at the inner organs of the body. Together with the Byakugan's insight its power was tremendous. After all, no ninja, no matter how strong one's defenses, could easily train one's internal organs. When they were struck, an opponent would often lose their combat capability in short order. Even though I could open the 8 gates and kick Hyuga Hizashi flying using my ultimate move at the start, and then deliberately losing to Terumi Mei would be far too obvious. Better to be steady and methodical. Eliminate Hyuga Hizashi first. An old man should have the self-awareness of an old man. He should just stay quietly in his clan. Hyuga Hizashi activated his Byakugan and looked thoughtfully in the direction of Uchiha Feng and Terumi Mei. You want to eliminate me first? Then come. Swish swish. Terumi Mei fired off a stream of shuriken, the explosive tags behind them sizzling as they burned. 8 trigrams palms, revolving heaven. Hyuga Hizashi spun madly, forming a chakra shroud around his body that knocked the incoming shuriken away. Boom. Boom. Uchiha Feng speechlessly dodged to the side. Your probing attacks are dragging me into 8 trigrams vacuum palm. With chakra gathered beneath his feet, Hyuga Hizashi lunged at Terumi Mei like a cannonball. Water release, water formation wall. Terumi Mei had clearly underestimated the power of the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hyuga Hizashi tore through her water wall and landed a palm on her shoulder. Bang. At the moment of impact, Terumi Mei used the substitution jutsu, narrowly evading the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 8 trigrams palms, gentle fist. Hyuga Hizashi had already closed in beside Terumi Mei. For him, that was enough. At close range the gentle fist could exert its full power. Boil, release corrosive mist. Terumi Mei no longer held back. From her mouth, she spat boiling acidic mist that swept toward Hyuga Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi once again used revolving heaven, his chakra whipping the surrounding air into motion and dispersing the acidic mist assault. Terumi Mei is still a little young. If I don't help soon something will go wrong. Uchiha Feng made up his mind and burst into the battlefield. Konoha whirlwind. Hyuga Hizashi raised both arms in a defensive guard blocking Uchiha Feng's kick. A slight furrow appeared between Hyuga Hizashi's brows. He had not expected the kick to carry such overwhelming force. His arms even felt a bit numb from the impact. Hyuga Hizashi's expression did not change. Facing Uchiha Feng as he closed in, he charged forward without hesitation to fight hand to hand. Gentle fist. Uchiha Feng continuously dodged using his speed advantage. He had no desire to try the gentle fist either. Water release, water dragon bullet. Terumi Mei summoned the water dragon bullet without the slightest hesitation. The water dragon coiled through the air and lunged at both of them. Talk of joining forces was just for show. Whoever got hit would be the unlucky one. Uchiha Feng dodged aside from the water dragon bullet and, relying on his speed, appeared behind Terumi Mei. Konoha's ultimate ninjutsu, the secret taijutsu technique. Konoha ninjutsu's secret art, the hidden taijutsu technique. What? Terumi Mei turned around in shock with no time to react. Black brick strike. Bang. A crisp crack rang out from Terumi Mei's head as she was knocked sideways, blood flowing down through her bangs. Terumi Mei froze for a moment, then raised her hand in disbelief and touched the blood on her forehead. Ew. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Terumi Mei screamed, completely losing her composure. Lava release melting apparition technique. A highly corrosive acid liquid spewed from her mouth and swept toward Uchiha Feng in a sky-covering torrent. Uchiha Feng did not say a word. He turned and ran. Are you kidding me? A secret lava release technique that could melt even Susanoo. Was he supposed to block it with his own iron body? In a flash, he darted behind Hyuga Hizashi, thinking, rather the other guy died than me. Let the Byakugan take this powerful jutsu. After all, the Sharingan couldn't withstand it. Hyuga Hisashi gathered even more chakra in his hands, his feet spinning wildly as he unleashed rotation at full power. The chakra shield surrounding him grew increasingly dense and solid. The lava release slammed squarely into the chakra shield of rotation like chocolate sauce poured over a scoop of ice cream. Sizzle. A searing sound came from it, and Uchiha Feng drew in a sharp breath. That Hyuga big brother is a beast. He just tanks it head on. Hisashi, now completely wrapped in lava release, could only smile bitterly. His chakra shield was being eroded at a terrifying speed, so he kept spinning, replenishing chakra and forming a new shield the moment the old outer layer broke apart. The chakra shield grew smaller and more compact, and then suddenly let out a bursting crack. Clutching his left hand, Hyuga Hisashi charged out of the lava release encirclement. He had actually cut through the lava release cocoon with his left hand and escaped. Although the lava release had touched his left hand and temporarily rendered it useless, Hisashi still braved Tsukuyomi Mei's various water release jutsu and charged at her as if he had no regard for his life. A few more shallow wounds appeared on Hisashi's body, but he finally broke through the jutsu blockade and reached the dumbfounded Tsukuyomi Mei. Tsukuyomi Mei still couldn't quite believe it. Who was this reckless man charging through jutsu after jutsu? Did he really have to fight so desperately? His expression calm, Hyuga Hisashi used the speed of his forward charge to drive a palm into Tsukuyomi Mei's abdomen. The blow sent her flying backward into a massive boulder, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. She struggled to rise, but a twisting pain in her abdomen forced her to one knee. Finished. Hyuga Hisashi did not stop charging straight at Tsukuyomi Mei. What? Despite her injury, Tsukuyomi Mei showed no intention of dodging. Instead, she reached out and grabbed Hisashi's injured left arm, letting the gentle fist strikes from his right hand land on her body one after another. Boil, release, acid fog technique. The boiling acidic gas engulfed them both completely. Hyuga Hisashi had not expected Tsukuyomi Mei to use this technique, enveloping herself along with him. After all, once a jutsu is unleashed, it does not distinguish friend from foe. That woman is truly ruthless. Tsukuyomi Mei's own body was being corroded by the acid mist, as well, yet apart from a frown, she did not make a single sound. Hisashi took the acid mist straight on, gritted his teeth for a while, and then lost consciousness. Hyuga Hisashi eliminated. Nara Shikaku lifted Hyuga Hisashi and shot a meaningful glance at Tsukuyomi Mei. Why are there so many monsters in this year's Chunin exam? It's just the two of us now. Tsukuyomi Mei wiped the corner of her mouth. Her clothes had been corroded and torn in many places, revealing fair skin. Uchiha Feng smiled, as if 250 million Ryo were waving at him. I don't want to fight anymore. I can't beat you anyway. Tsukuyomi Mei suddenly spoke. I just couldn't stand that old man. Fighting to the death. How stupid is that? I'll let you off for hitting me with that brick. But who would have thought that someone with your strength would fight so dirty? As Tsukuyomi Mei chattered on, Uchiha Feng's eyes grew wider and wider. No, please don't. Tsukuyomi Mei waved at Nara Shikaku and said, for this Chunin exam, MPH. Before she could finish, Uchiha Feng clamped his hand firmly over her mouth. For the sake of the money that was nearly his, Uchiha Feng opened the gate of injury in an instant. Don't surrender yet, got it? Uchiha Feng whispered. Tsukuyomi Mei's eyes widened in confusion, but she nodded. Nara Shikaku was still waiting for Tsukuyomi Mei to continue. Are you surrendering? In this Chunin exam, I'm the prettiest. Tsukuyomi Mei planted her hands on her hips and declared just that. Nara Shikaku held his forehead helplessly. Examinee, if it's nothing important, please don't leave us hanging. Then just tell me, what is it? After handling the examiner, Tsukuyomi Mei asked, looking at Uchiha Feng warily, as if he were about to do something indecent. Why are you staring at me like I'm a pervert? Uchiha Feng protested indignantly. White? Tsukuyomi Mei suddenly asked. Very white. Uchiha Feng answered without thinking. Oomph. Tsukuyomi Mei gave a cold snort. She really didn't want to deal with this little pervert any longer. Ahem. Uchiha Feng coughed lightly twice, turned away from the cameras, and wrote a note. Keep fighting, and I'll give you 50 million. Tsukuyomi Mei looked at the note in puzzlement, her pretty brows furrowed. In that case, as you wish. 50 million was comparable to the reward for several S-rank missions. Besides, in Kirigakure missions were all assassinations, and the like. She hated them. With this money, I'll have the starting capital to start building my forces. Tsukuyomi Mei giggled. For money, I'll play this act to the very end with you. Seeing the determination in Tsukuyomi Mei's eyes, Uchiha Feng sighed in relief. Losing his own money was one thing, but if he lost Tsunade-sensei's money, wouldn't he be beaten by the monstrous strength technique from one end of the village to the other? That was her idea euphemistically of training his taijutsu and his ability to run away. Here I come. Tsukuyomi Mei's vermilion lips parted slightly as she drew a shuriken and pointed it straight at Uchiha Feng. Cough, cough. Uchiha Feng had not yet released the eight-gate state, but suddenly he coughed violently, and the eight-gate state vanished along with it. The spectators in the stands erupted. What's going on? Konoha was about to win. Why did he start coughing violently at a time like this? Was he poisoned? Some sharp-eyed spectators frowned. That secret technique of his, which greatly increases his explosive power, must be extremely damaging to the body, and he has used it several times in this Chunin exam. The people around finally realized. Too young indeed. He doesn't know restraint. Youth doesn't know, alas, old age. Though doubt lingered in Tsukuyomi's eyes, she still launched a tentative attack. A sweeping kick landed on Uchiha Feng's side. Then Uchiha Feng, who had been coughing, collapsed. Meitarumi froze. How could her kick have such power? Quest complete Chunin exam. Rewarded 100 world essence. No way. What's going on? The spectators in the stands were clearly not pleased. Is that it? Refund. 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 A thunderous chorus of refund erupted from the stands. The Umbu hidden in the shadows and the ninja of Konoha had to work hard to maintain order. Hiruzen Surtobi knit his brow tightly and turned to Danzo. Danzo, did you poison him? Danzo. Meitarumi wins. Though he had no idea what had happened, Shikaka Nara announced the result of the match. Meitarumi was dumbfounded. Juzo Biwa was dumbfounded too. The third Mizukage was equally dumbfounded. Was Konoha plotting some scheme? Theatrical as it had been, the Chunin exam still came to a successful close. The third Mizukage rose and led the applause for Meitarumi. Clap, clap, clap. Warm applause also sounded from the stands. She wasn't from Konoha, but people had always shown great tolerance toward a beautiful woman. So what if she's from the mist? She's a beauty after all. Hey beauty, why not marry into Konoha? Huh, our Konoha lads really know how to pamper their wives. Teasing laughter came from the stands. Juzo Biwa flashed to Meitarumi's side and led her away to treat her wounds and change her clothes. Tsunade also ran down and scooped up Uchiha Feng, who was feigning unconsciousness, tucked him under her arm and left. Strange. Why does Tsunade look so delighted when her own student lost? Jiraiya scratched his head in confusion. Forget it, I won't think about that. Gathering material is more important. 2 streams of nosebleed ran from Jiraiya's nose. That girl from the mist has a really good figure. Tsunade, with Uchiha Feng clamped under her arm, grinned from ear to ear. Her steps could not help but quicken. Wedged under her arm, Uchiha Feng felt something round pad against his face again and again. Tsunade slipped off to a secluded spot and set him down in one swift motion. Wake up. You don't have to pretend. Huh, why is he bleeding from the nose? Tsunade examined him carefully. No injuries. Uchiha Feng scrambled to his feet and coughed lightly twice. This time, we made a fortune. Dizzy with the thought of money, Tsunade nodded hard. Let's go. I'll take you to collect what's owed. After disguising themselves with transformation techniques, the two swaggered into the casino. Slap. Tsunade put her foot on the table and said arrogantly, "Where's the manager?" "We're here to collect." Several casino thugs looked at Tsunade with hostility. Who was this person from the mist to act so arrogantly in Konoha? Even if you won the Chunin exam, Konoha is no place for you to throw your weight around. A gambler who had lost money spat resentfully. Tsunade transformed as Juzo Biwa drew the executioner's blade and rested it against the man's neck. I'll give you 10 seconds to rephrase that. The people of the mist are truly formidable. They actually won the Chunin exam. A thoroughly well-deserved victory. The man said with a spineless fawning smile. Humph. Tsunade gave a light snort and, holding her head high, looked at the casino receptionist from the corner of her eye. The receptionist had never seen anything like this. Cold sweat poured down him, and soon the back of his shirt was soaked. Coming. Sorry, something urgent held me up a bit. The casino manager arrived belatedly. Uchiha Feng slapped the redemption slip on the table, said nothing, and rubbed his fingers together. Pay up. Tsunade said tersely. Well. The manager's plump face scrunched until his features were nearly squeezed together. May I ask if you have an appointment? Tsunade stared at him in disbelief, then grabbed his collar impatiently. Are you trying to renege? Seeing Tsunade was about to get rough, the manager suddenly put on a stern face and said pompously, Do you know whose business this casino is? Take your 50 million in principal, and we'll add another 50 million as a bonus. That ends this matter. Tsunade was so angry she nearly laughed. Go on, tell me. Whose business this casino is? Humph. The manager glanced contemptuously at Juzo Biwa's form, which Tsunade had taken. What I'm about to say will scare you to death. You know the Sannin of Konoha, right? Tsunade nodded. I've heard of them. The manager put on airs and said unhurriedly, good. Then you know Lady Tsunade, one of the Sannin, is a shareholder of this casino. Tsunade looked at the manager in shock, and Uchiha Feng looked at Tsunade in shock as well. Seriously, we're making money off our own place. Uchiha Feng muttered under his breath. Shareholder, my foot. What nonsense is this guy talking? It was the first time Tsunade had heard of anything like this. Her temper flared at once, and she prepared to undo her transformation and smash the casino to smithereens. Uchiha Feng hastily stopped her and said to the manager, Lady Tsunade's gambling reputation is beyond reproach. She would never renege. Don't you dare use her name as a banner here. Seeing that he hadn't intimidated the two, the casino manager's eyes darted. Do you know Elder Danzo? This is his establishment. Watch out, or you might not leave Konoha alive. Uchiha Feng grabbed the manager's mouth and pulled out his tongue. The tongue curse seal. Uchiha Feng frowned. Tsunade and Uchiha Feng exchanged a look. The claim that old Danzo was behind this casino really did seem to be true. Wait here for a moment. Tsunade clenched her fists, turned, and left. Uchiha Feng pulled over a stool and sat down, idly bouncing his leg. Your partner got scared and left, so why are you still here? Be careful. You really might not leave Konoha. In our Konoha, the underworld is ours to rule. A man from the mist has no idea how things work, so I can understand that. But don't sit here blocking my business. Uchiha Feng picked at his ear and flicked a lump of earwax at the manager. If you won't take the toast, you'll have to take the punishment. The manager shot a glance at the thugs, and they closed in. Bang! At that moment Tsunade returned carrying a ninja wearing a monkey-faced mask. The masked ninja was clearly a member of Root and had dealt with the casino's boss before. Give them the money. But, Lord Ninja, this is the budget. I said, give it to them. The masked ninja struggled to maintain his dignity even though the face under the mask was bruised and swollen. Uchiha Feng happily carried an oversized backpack on his back. I'm rich now. After giving Tsukuyomi May 50 million, I still have 200 million left. Uchiha Feng had no intention of breaking his word. He found Tsukuyomi May and counted out the money in person. Wonderful. Now I can implement the first step of my plan. Tsukuyomi May grinned as she counted the money. Uchiha Feng looked at her strangely, wondering if he had inadvertently moved the story forward. What do you plan to do with this money? Uchiha Feng couldn't help but ask. It's a woman's affair, men should keep out of it. Tsukuyomi May held her head high. Fine, if you won't tell me, I won't ask. Today I'm happy. I'm a wealthy woman now. Today we're eating grilled meat until we're stuffed. I'll bring Obito along to eat together. I went to the ninja hospital to visit Obito. Though he's still lying in his hospital bed, his condition has stabilized. Most importantly, his Sharingan had awakened, and it was already at the 2-tomo stage. Kakashi and Rin were keeping watch in the ward as Obito excitedly bragged to Kakashi about his new power, insisting he was now stronger than him. Minato Namikaze watched the two, bickering with a smile. Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes and shot back firmly. I'm a Chunin. Obito paused for a moment. I have a 2-tomo Sharingan now. I'm a Chunin. My Sharingan can copy ninja techniques. I'm a Chunin. I'm a Chunin. Frustrated, Obito grabbed his forepole and hopped out of bed, pointing at Kakashi. Say something else. Kakashi gave a slight nod. I'm a Chunin who just completed an A-rank mission. Obito's finger trembled as he pointed at Kakashi, his lips moving silently. Fine, you win. That's when Uchiha Feng pushed open the hospital room door and found the mid-argument. Obito, you look much better. When Obito spotted Uchiha Feng, his eyes lit up. Xiao Feng is also a defeated opponent of that woman. I didn't lose unfairly. Uchiha Feng quickly smiled and nodded. Want to go eat grilled meat later? Kakashi instinctively clutched his wallet and eyed Uchiha Feng warily. Don't worry, it's on me. Uchiha Feng patted his chest confidently. Yage. Inside the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the towering stack of paperwork on his desk with absolutely no motivation to tackle it. After puffing away at his pipe for what felt like half a day, his frustration mounted until he slammed his palm on the desk. Summoning Jutsu. What's up? Jiraiya, what do you need? Enma cautiously scanned the room first, then took a seated position once he realized they were in the Hokage's office, pulling a banana from behind his back. To beat someone up, Hiruzen puffed heavily on his pipe. Go give them a sound beating. Oh, who managed to rattle you like this? Tell me, who are we going to beat up? Enma's interest spiked, and he devoured the entire banana in one go. Shimizu Danzo. Hiruzen ground out through clenched teeth. It's him. I've wanted to thrash him for ages. Always walking around with that death face. Enma grinned. How do we do this? After a pause, the third Hokage began. I've learned a new ninjutsu recently. Oh, Enma scratched his head. What do I need to do? Just turn into a brick. A brick? Confused, Enma asked if he meant the kind used for building houses. The third nodded and murmured, Konoha's ultimate ninjutsu technique. The secret body art, slap black brick. Alright, I'm now an indestructible brick. After a satisfying meal, Uchiha Feng said his goodbyes to the Minato squad. Kakashi's belly looked swollen like he was pregnant. Strange though, Uchiha Feng never saw Kakashi remove his mask, yet the grilled meat in front of him vanished in an instant. I wonder if he's worried about getting oil all over his mask while eating. Maybe after leaving he'll summon a ninja dog to wipe his mouth. Darn it, I want a ninja dog too. How convenient to have one to clean my face after eating. Meanwhile, far away in the wet-bone forest, the slug sage had no idea he was being thoroughly despised by Uchiha Feng. But if the slug sage had known what Uchiha Feng was thinking, he probably would have spat acid right in his face. Uchiha Feng called up the system to review his latest stats. Uchiha Feng Lu Feng, age 4 years 5 months, attributes strength 14, agility 14, constitution 20, mental power 23, chakra nature fire earth, Kekkei, Genkai Sharingan 2, Tomo divine, grade lava release, currently at 4, progress skills innate divine, art LV1. Muscle tendon classic LV10, Sharingan cultivation, method LV3, 6 powers of the Navy. Iron body LV max, fire style, great fireball technique LV max, fire style phoenix, sage, fire technique LV max. Fire style, great fire severing LV3 body technique, monster strength LV5 body technique, pain heaven's foot LV3 medical jutsu. Creation rebirth LV4 secret art 8 gates. Dead Gate secret art blood burning technique LV6 current refined blood storage 60/60 note starting from the host's first year of age. The system of Myriad Worlds will provide one lottery drawing opportunity. Random items. Privileges of the system of Myriad Worlds can plunder and fuse bloodline strength abilities, etc. Limited to once per world. Your total chakra is S rank Kage level. You have absorbed natural energy, converting some chakra into Senjutsu chakra. Current world essence 100 points, current growth points 3 points. Recent attribute changes have been minimal. Only mental power increased slightly, which is beneficial since stronger mental power better resists natural energy erosion. Skills saw significant improvement, especially blood-burning technique, which advanced to level 6, increasing refined blood storage by 10 points. The Ein Seal technique and 100 Heal Jutsu are gradually progressing, and he believes he'll master them soon. Senjutsu Chakra was the real headache. There's currently no harmless absorption method, so he'd minimize its use for now. The core cultivation methods were Muscle Tendon Classic Innate Divine Art and Sharingan Cultivation Method. Though a plus sign appeared next to each skill, clicking it produced no response, suggesting more than a single growth point was needed. He didn't know the exact cost, so he'd slowly accumulate growth points and test with increments of 5 or 10. He refused to ask the system. That risked mandatory fees again, and Uchiha Feng, who'd barely saved anything, would cry out loud. It's fine, you can pay with money instead of world essence. Why would a system even need money? There's no internet in this world for you to tip girls with. None of your business. The system seemed annoyed, ignoring all of Uchiha Feng's calls. I don't think it actually went to tip some girls, did it? Outside Sunagate in the boundless desert. Sasori, was it you who left me the letter? The third Kazekage looked gravely at the youth before him. The boy with delicate features waved his 5 fingers. The faint chakra threads seemed to weave a net. The third Kazekage hesitated for a moment before speaking. Turn back, Sasori. About your using fellow shinobi of the village as puppets. As if making a heavy, momentous decision, he gritted his teeth and continued, I will cover it up for you. I believe that with your talent you can surely bring Sunagate to a new height. Is that your pursuit, Lord Kazekage? Sasori did not seem moved by the Kazekage's words. He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Do you know what eternal art is, eh? Sasori bared his teeth in a strange smile. The third Kazekage frowned. I do not wish to harm you. Elder Chiyo specially begged me to bring you back, and I do not want the village to lose such an excellent shinobi. Excellent. As if hearing a joke, Sasori said, Elder Chiyo. I do not know any Elder Chiyo. My loved ones were killed by Konoha's white Feng. Sasori raised his head, his disheveled red hair swaying in the wind and sand. The only reason I remain in Sunagate is to personally turn Konoha's white Feng into a puppet. The third Kazekage interrupted, Sasori, you are too extreme. Sasori ignored him and went on, Konoha's white Feng, Hataki Sakumo, is dead. The man who made me an orphan actually chose to take his own life. Sasori stared into the Kazekage's eyes, his handsome eyes shot through with red bloodshot. Do you know how broken I was when I heard the news, eh? I dreamed day and night of turning that man into my puppet. I refuse to believe that nonsense about swordsmanship being the natural enemy of puppeteers. The third Kazekage frowned. Sasori, you are too extreme. Puppeteers are inherently powerful. They have no need for such things as human bodies. Sasori stared at the third Kazekage in silence, then suddenly spoke. Back then, my parents went to intercept Konoha's white Feng. That was your order, was it not? The third Kazekage was silent. Come back. Elder Chiyo is waiting for you to come home. Sasori suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. Ha ha ha. Without another word, Sasori released the human puppet he carried on his back. Mizusawa Yusuke, the third Kazekage murmured as he looked at the puppet. A missing master swordsman of the village and an elite jonin, they had thought he had defected, never imagining that he had become Sasori's puppet. The third Kazekage gave up on persuasion and resolved to subdue Sasori by force. The puppet brandished a shinobi sword and charged at the third Kazekage. With his arms folded across his chest, the third Kazekage made a black iron sand wall appear before the blade, blocking the puppet's attack. Sasori released several more puppets, twitching his fingers as he manipulated them with precision. The third Kazekage stood motionless, arms still folded. No matter how Sasori's puppets attacked, they could not break through his defense. Do you see, Sasori? This is the gap in power between us. The third Kazekage held his head high and looked down at Sasori with contempt. I will ask you one last time, will you go back on your own, or go back only after I beat you to death? Sasori gritted his teeth and said nothing. The dancing chakra threads answered the third Kazekage's question. In that case, the third Kazekage gradually lost patience. Magnet released iron sand great needles. The iron sand compressed into the shape of long spears, pinning several of Sasori's puppets to the rocks. The relatively ordinary puppets immediately lost the ability to react, fixed firmly in place by the spears. No matter how Sasori tugged at the chakra threads, they did not budge. Only the puppet made from Mizusawa Yusuke, relying on its faster reaction speed, managed to dodge the iron sand great needles. Sasori released 2 more human puppets, his greatest trump card. The third Kazekage could barely contain his anger. Mizusawa Yusuke was one thing. He had been one of the Elder Council's men, and his death did not grieve him. But Sasori had even secretly turned the jonin he favored into a human puppet. Out of respect for Elder Chiyo, I have already given you plenty of leeway. Since you are so ungrateful, then die. Even if I offend the Elder Council, so what? I am called the strongest. Can a few words from a bunch of old geezers replace me? Magnet release iron sand technique. Sasori's proud human puppets, utterly helpless under the iron sand technique, were smashed into broken, misshapen wreckage. Sasori was struck by a huge mass of iron sand and sent flying backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in midair. The third Kazekage grabbed Sasori by the hair and studied the handsome youth. Sasori smiled, then spat bloody saliva at the third Kazekage's face. The iron sand blocked it, and the hand gripping Sasori's hair tightened. See, when I asked you to go back willingly, you refused. Now you will be dragged back like a dead dog. As expected, a brat like you needs a good beating. The third Kazekage lifted Sasori by the hair, but Sasori did not struggle. He simply stared at him with a sinister gaze. Do you know, Lord Kazekage, that I have coveted you for a long time? What? The third Kazekage was slightly stunned. You will become my most powerful puppet. Your jutsu, your Keki Genkai, your powerful body. Sasori laughed without the slightest awareness that he had been subdued. You want to turn me into a human puppet? As if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, the third Kazekage raised his hand and slapped Sasori several times. I gave you a chance, but you cannot even make use of it. Ignoring the blood gushing from his nostrils, Sasori grinned and said 3, 2. The third Kazekage warily surrounded himself with iron sand, sensing a figure approaching from behind. 1. Sasori finished the countdown and reached up to pry open the hand gripping his hair. The third Kazekage suddenly turned ashen, coughed loudly twice, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. The iron sand around him fell uncontrollably. How is this possible? I have been guarding against your poison all along. The third Kazekage was utterly incredulous. His foot slipped, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He suddenly turned his head sharply and saw who it was. Chiyo, it was you who poisoned me. Do you know what you are doing? Do you want Sunagakure to perish at your hands? Chiyo said nothing, standing quietly behind the third Kazekage. Tell me why, Chiyo. The third Kazekage coughed up great mouthfuls of black blood, his chest heaving violently, his eyes blazing with intense fury. Chiyo narrowed her eyes and sighed. I owe Sasori too much. So your grandson matters more than the survival of Sunagakure. Chiyo shook her head. Sunagakure will not perish. Even if I have to gamble this old life of mine, I will make sure Sunagakure stands firm in the shinobi world. The third Kazekage's face was ashen. The poison in his body was too fierce, it had already cut off his life force. He feared he would not have the chance to return to the village. If that is the case, then be buried with me. Magnet release iron sand world method. The iron sand that had been falling uncontrollably to the ground floated up again and surged towards Sasori, whose face was filled with excitement. The third Kazekage paid no heed to the torrents of blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Magnet release iron sand world method. The iron sand formed a bird nest-like barrier in the air, and long iron sand spikes continuously thrust toward the two. The third Kazekage slowly rose within the barrier. After such violent exertion, the poison within his body surged even more ferociously. Showing no fear of death whatsoever, the third Kazekage condensed his iron sand into a massive cone before him. Die. Chiyo froze for a moment. She never expected that the third Kazekage, riddled with lethal poison, could still unleash such an attack on the verge of death. Sasori frantically pulled out a scroll and summoned one puppet after another to shield himself. Chiyo also summoned her own puppets to slow down the third Kazekage's desperate final strike. The third Kazekage drove the iron sand at Sasori like a cannonball. Huff, huff, huff. His lungs were like a broken bellows, leaking air relentlessly. After unleashing this attack, he could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The cone of iron sand shattered the puppets before it one by one. In the end, the iron sand, having lost its momentum, slowly fell to the ground just as it was about to pierce Sasori's body. The third Kazekage knelt on the ground, staring with bitter resentment at his final attack. It had failed to kill that brat. Unable to summon even a trace of chakra within his body, blood began to flow from the third Kazekage's eyes. Oh! With an enraged roar, the third Kazekage collapsed into the desert. Chiyo silently used the mystical palm technique to treat Sasori. After his body had recovered somewhat, Sasori lifted the third Kazekage's corpse and turned to cast a glance at the silent Chiyo. I'm leaving. Chiyo nodded slightly. Even as he was leaving, he still hadn't called her grandma. Inside the meeting room of the Hokage Tower, the high-ranking officials of Konoha had all gathered. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, Hamura, Midokado, Kohor, Uchiha, Shikaka, Nara, and the Yumbu spokesperson. The six sat together, all wearing heavy expressions. Of course, one of them looked grim because he had spotted the culprit who had bashed him from behind. With his head wrapped up like a mummy, Danzo spoke in an aggressive tone. A rather strange piece of news has recently come from Sunagakure. The third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage, has abruptly vanished from sight. After saying this, Danzo cast a meaningful glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. What do you want me to go missing too? It seems you weren't hit hard enough. Danzo gave a cold snort and continued. The entire village of Sunagakure is currently in a state of turmoil. Raza is currently managing affairs in Sunagakure. He inherited the third Kazekage's legacy and has the support of the sand-controlling faction. The Puppet Master faction, meanwhile, supports an old woman named Chiyo. Chiyo, huh? Hiruzen nodded. I've heard about her from Tsunade. She's a troublesome enemy. What movements are Sunagakure's shinobi making now? Koharu Uchiha asked. Most of the village's shinobi have gone out to search for traces of the third Kazekage. Many fortresses are now suffering from insufficient manpower. Although the Land of Wind is a large nation in terms of territory, its land is not bountiful and much of its grain must be imported. And shinobi are extremely expensive assets. In recent years, the daimyo of the Land of Wind has vigorously promoted a disarmament policy, hoping to give the nation's finances some breathing room. For this very reason, Sunagakure's shinobi have leaned more toward an elite route, enhancing the individual abilities of their ninja. What about our spies? Shikaku Nara pinched his brow and asked. He asked while looking directly at Danzo. Danzo was about to speak when he noticed Hiruzen staring at him with a displeased expression. Ahem. Hiruzen, why don't you tell them? Danzo coughed twice and spoke. How would I know? My intelligence network is nowhere near as comprehensive as yours. Hiruzen said sarcastically, glancing at the Umbu spokesperson. The Umbu spokesperson hurriedly bowed his head and said this subordinate is incompetent. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe. It's not that you're incompetent. It's that someone else is too capable. They've snatched away most of the Umbu's work and intercepted intelligence, showing no regard for the Umbu at all. A hint of anger also flickered in the Umbu leader's eyes, yet he kept his head down and said nothing. Danzo, you speak. Hamura Mitokado ignored the Hokage's sarcasm and addressed Danzo directly. Most of the spies are safe. Many of them have joined Tsukuyomi's search parties to look for the third Kazekage. Danzo said. There is a saying going around Tsukuyomi now, though it has not been confirmed. Danzo hesitated for a moment before revealing the intelligence. Oh, a rumor. Sometimes rumors are the closest things to the truth. Shikaku Nara nodded to Danzo, urging him to continue. The rumor says the third Kazekage was assassinated, and the one who did it was Tsukuyomi's own Sasori, the grandson of Elder Chiyo. The third Kazekage has already been killed by Sasori using poison. According to the secret report from our spy embedded in Tsukuyomi's upper echelon, this Sasori was discovered by the village for crafting human puppets and became a rogue ninja. Danzo's tone remained utterly flat. Human puppets, huh? Hiruzen sighed. Hearing such terminology from Danzo's mouth was strangely fitting. Regardless of the village, illegal human experimentation is never permitted, especially when it targets the village's own villagers. Once discovered, the only way out is to flee as a rogue ninja. Of course, most rogue ninja were secretly executed. From this perspective, Sasori managed to escape cleanly after doing something like that. He's a dangerous one. Hamura Mitokado frowned. This matter could well be the spark that ignites the powder keg. Shikaku Nara said with some helplessness. After nearly a decade of peace, all the villages have begun to stir restlessly. At this moment, when storm clouds are gathering on the horizon, something like this had to happen. If the rumor turns out to be true, the third Kazekage assassinated and killed, then Tsukuyomi will fall into a state of chaos. Shikaku Nara continued his analysis. And to pacify the emotions within the village, they must redirect the conflict to another target. He stood up and looked around at the assembled Konoha high-ranking officials. Our Konoha is very likely the target onto which Tsukuyomi will redirect its conflict. Our Konoha is now far more prosperous and powerful than it was over a decade ago. This has already drawn the envy and wariness of several other villages. More importantly, Shikaku Nara let out a sigh. With the entire village's morale unstable and no Kazekage to coordinate the overall situation, they may well be taken advantage of by other nations. Konoha shares a border with Tsukuyomi. It could easily become a secondary battlefield. With things like this, it's all going to turn into a chaotic mess. After Shikaku Nara finished, the others in the meeting room fell silent. After a long while, Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped out his pipe and summoned the resolve befitting a Hokage. Recall all shinobi out on missions and raise the village's barrier security level. By the Hokage's order, everyone is to enter a state of combat readiness. Within the Leaf Village, the streets remained crowded with townsfolk, yet the number of ninja coming and going had noticeably increased. Many perceptive souls sensed that the atmosphere in the Leaf was different from usual. That day, envoys from the Wind Country arrived at the gates of the Leaf Village. Their faces were grim, refusing all hospitality offered by the Leaf, and demanded to see the Hokage directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen received word and went to receive the Wind Country envoys, only to find that after they tossed down a scroll, they turned and left without another word. The third Hokage was thoroughly provoked, muttering curses as he unrolled the scroll. It read Declaration of Demands against the pirate village of Leaf. The ringleader of the Leaf Pirates, Sarutobi Hiruzen, shows no sign of abandoning his wicked designs against our sand village. The bandit Shimura Danzo conspired to assassinate the third Kazekage, an act so despicable that both heaven and humanity demand its punishment. Our Wind Country hereby severs all ties with you, closing markets and halting all trade. By this declaration, we shall mobilize the strength of our entire nation to crusade against your treachery. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Fire Daimyo knew the contents within that scroll. Only the senior leadership of the Leaf knew that Hiruzen's cigarette had barely stopped burning that day, and his Hokage office was enveloped in a thick haze as though shrouded by a mist clone technique. Hokage-sama, what has happened? Shikaku Nara frowned, waving away the smoke before him. Issue notices to all 4 major ninja villages. Hiruzen's voice was hoarse. The Leaf has had no involvement in the disappearance of the third Kazekage. We have always upheld the principle of peaceful coexistence, striving to promote harmony among all villages of the ninja world. Regarding Suna's accusations, the Leaf authorities declare them nothing but baseless fabrications. Fabrications? What a fine way to divert attention from internal troubles, Shikaku murmured. Sun Country must be in dire straits to disregard our relationship so completely. Hiruzen nodded. Let us proceed as planned. Shikaku bowed and withdrew, and Shimura Danzo slowly emerged from the smoke. Still so fond of secondhand smoke, my old teammate. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and exhaled a plume of smoke toward Danzo. I have long told you that your philosophy of governance is flawed. Danzo's face darkened. We should have used iron-fisted measures to crush their will to resist. Silence, Danzo. Hiruzen closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Hiruzen, we are now the target of every arrow. Do you understand that? Danzo's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Sun Country has issued a joint declaration of demand against the Leaf to the Iron Mist and Cloud villages. Would you like to know how they have written about you? Hiruzen fell into a violent fit of coughing. How the hell would I know what it says? The man who wrote it is dead because of you. Danzo fell silent. You know well enough. Against the third Kazekage, I do not possess the strength to confront him directly. Hiruzen nodded wordlessly. Since assuming the role of Hokage from Senju Tobarama, he had devoted himself tirelessly to elevating the Leaf's overall power. The village's influence rose accordingly, and even border missions were increasingly assigned to Leaf Ninja. Precisely because of this, the Leaf had become a thorn in the eyes of the other 4 ninja villages. Everyone had been struggling together. Now the Leaf thrived while others remained bitter, and worse, they coveted the same resources. Who else but the Leaf should they strike? Even the normally isolated Mist Village had actively participated in this year's Chunin exams, sending a Genin team of considerable strength, clearly intending to demonstrate their military might with no goodwill underlying their actions. In the Land of Lightning, the third Raikage regarded the joint declaration from the Wind Country with a wry smile. What in the world do those sand-eating fools intend? He stroked his chin and turned to his secretary. They must have been blown silly by the desert wind, hoping such a crude ploy will provoke us into declaring war on the Leaf. The secretary skimmed the document and chuckled. The Raikage waved his hand. We will attack the Leaf as well. What a Raikage-sama. The third Raikage threw back his head and laughed loudly. Do not rush. We will certainly strike the Leaf. But first there is a generous feast spread before us that tempts one to take a bite. The secretary adjusted his glasses and murmured, Your Excellency means. Suna. The Raikage nodded. Verify the accuracy of the intelligence regarding the third Kazekage's disappearance. And relay my order. All forces to full combat readiness. The Cloud Ninja in the Raikage's office stirred with excitement. Regardless of whether Suna's intelligence was genuine or a feint, the Leaf would inevitably respond. If the intelligence was true, Suna would be leaderless and they could seize territory at will. If it was false, the Leaf would not remain idle and would surely strike. At that moment, Suna's ninja would be massed along the border defending against the Leaf, making their eastern flank soft and plump with opportunity. In the Land of Water, the third Mizukage washed the blood from his hands in a basin. How do more clowns keep appearing after I've been away for only a few days? I cannot kill them all. How tedious. The Mist Village had long been in a state of turmoil, and the Mizukage bore this headache daily. Watatsumi Jiren presented the intelligence from Suna, and the Mizukage listened with his eyes closed. How shall we proceed, Mizukage-sama? Ignore them for now. Let them fight among themselves. We must resolve our internal matters first. Strengthen border defenses, and begin the purification operation throughout the village. The third Mizukage washed the blood from his hands and flicked the water away. Jiren hastily stepped forward with a towel. The Mizukage's eyes narrowed slightly. I have high hopes for you as my successor. You possess both the ability and the ruthlessness required. Jiren lowered his head. It is all due to your esteemed guidance, my lord. The Mizukage grunted softly, clearly pleased. Have you found the 3 tails yet? Not as of yet. I need more time. You do not have much time. Hurry it along. The Mizukage closed his eyes to rest. As a former guard of the first Mizukage, he no longer possessed the boundless energy of his youth. Understood. Jiren knelt, then rose and withdrew. In the Land of Earth, Tsukuyomi Wabi watched the scroll anxiously and asked Oenoki, Chief, are we going to war? War then. That is what shinobi do. Catch our breath and immediately we are at each other's throats. Oenoki was unconcerned. Resources in this world are finite. When some eat their fill, others go hungry. The contradiction has existed since the beginning and can never be resolved. The Wabi nodded with partial understanding. And the formal dispatch from Suna. Oenoki sneered. Can we trust those Suna folk? They never finished paying the war reparations from the last conflict. A bunch of penniless wretches. By the way, where has Old Purple run off to again? Oenoki kept a close watch on the movements of the Jinchuriki Old Purple. No idea. The Umbu lost track of him. Dawabi wiped the sweat from his brow. Find his whereabouts first, Oenoki ordered. Ninja from the Cloud Village launched a surprise assault on the Sand Village. Despite Chiyo's efforts to orchestrate a web of political alliances, the Sand Village's own deficiencies in strength provided the Cloud Village with both the opportunity and justification for their attack. A large contingent of ninja had departed the village in search of the missing Kazekage, leaving the defenses severely depleted. The Cloud Village seized upon this vulnerability and executed a swift blitzkrieg, launching a surprise strike at Akinatench. With the garrison at Akinatench stretched thin, the Cloud Village exploited the opening and drove deep into the heartland of the Wind Country, like a dagger thrust into enemy territory. In a matter of moments, vast tracts of the Wind Country's territory fell one after another, with the Cloud Nation seizing substantial portions of their land. The daimyo of the Wind Country unleashed furious pressure upon the Sand Village, his message clear: if they were incapable of defending themselves, they should simply surrender and let him cover the war indemnities. But from this point forward, the Sand Village would receive no financial support whatsoever. They had provoked conflicts far beyond their capacity to resolve, and henceforth they would be left to fend for themselves. The elders of the Sand Village finally saw things clearly. Although Elder Chiyo had thrown herself into the effort with her last breath, she simply lacked the strategic brilliance required of a military commander. The village would need to appoint someone else. If they continued down this path under her direction, the Sand Village would cease to exist. The Sand Village had always pursued an elite ninja strategy, and every single casualty inflicted genuine anguish upon them. They could scarcely afford such losses in battle. It was Risetsu who at this critical moment displayed his true talent, commanding the Sand Ninja to advance with disciplined caution and halting the Cloud Army's relentless advance. Within the village hidden in the leaves, Uchiha Kaze carried on as usual, eating heartily and drinking without a care in the world. The war between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village had not spilled over into Konohagakure. Even after the Leaf Village entered the conflict, the battles remained confined to the outer reaches of the Fire Country. Besides, Konoha sat upon a vital thoroughfare of the Fire Country. Should the village itself fall, the Fire Country could simply declare its own demise. Someone taller would bear the weight if the sky collapsed, and as a mere genin he would never be thrust onto the front lines. He could simply live peacefully as a genin within Konoha. Uchiha Kaze, devouring roasted meat in hearty handfuls, cast a puzzled glance across the table at Shizune. You've eaten, yet you somehow knew exactly where to find me. Truly remarkable. Why the perpetual gloom? Uchiha Kaze noticed Shizune's furrowed brow and couldn't help but ask. Lady Tsunade has disappeared. Uchiha Kaze nearly choked on his food, slamming his chest several times. What in the world? At a time like this? I was thinking someone taller would catch the falling sky, and now that very person has slipped away. Shizune nodded. Ever since the war between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village began, Lady Tsunade has seemed constantly preoccupied. She keeps muttering about needing a break, and I actually thought Lady Tsunade would invite me along. As Shizune spoke, she suddenly broke down into tears. Lady Tsunade has abandoned me. Kaze-sen, what should I do? There, don't worry. Uchiha Kaze patted Shizune's shoulder, casually wiping his greasy fingers. Lady Tsunade truly went to clear her head. She hasn't forsaken you. Really? Shizune lifted her tear-stained face, gazing at Uchiha Kaze with desperate hope. Uchiha Kaze nodded earnestly. Having survived the Second Shinobi War, Tsunade had developed a severe hemophobia after losing her beloved ones. This made her intensely resistant to any involvement with the war that had now erupted. In truth, Tsunade now harbored a deep loathing for war itself. No wonder she chose this moment to take a break. Uchiha Kaze exhaled wearily. Shizune. Yes. Let us go find Lady Tsunade. All right. Uchiha Kaze knocked upon the door of the Hokage's office. If not for Lady Tsunade, I would never set foot in this den of trouble. Some mission would surely have been dumped onto me. Uchiha Kaze couldn't help but grumble. As the conflict between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village intensified, the number of mission commissions in Konoha dropped precipitously, especially those suited to genin, which granted Uchiha Kaze a genuinely extended period of rest. Every ninja was the village's most precious treasure. The village had expended tremendous human material and financial resources to nurture each shinobi, not to feed them idle hands. Ninja too were expected to repay the village's cultivation through completed missions. This was precisely why the Hokage sometimes directly assigned missions to ninja without going through the usual channels. Under the current circumstances, genin could mainly undertake only internal security duties within the village, particularly for genin like Uchiha Kaze, who lacked a permanent team assignment. This was also the reason Uchiha Kaze had peacefully enjoyed roasted meat for several days. Enter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried a rough edge. Uchiha Kaze pushed open the door and stepped inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared visibly aged, clearly exhausted by the convoluted situation that had worn down the evergreen warrior of the shinobi world. Chunin Uchiha Kaze, you've finally come to report. Sarutobi smiled upon seeing his visitor. I was beginning to think you intended to rest a few more days. By tradition, ninja are granted a half-month as leave following promotion. However, we are now at war, and many customs must be set aside. Even if you had not come to me today, I would have summoned you. Wait a moment. Uchiha Kaze almost stumbled over his words, digging vigorously at his ears. Hokage-sama, what did you call me? Chunin Uchiha Kaze. Is there a problem? Sarutobi took a drag from his pipe, regarding Uchiha Kaze with mild puzzlement. There was a problem. A massive one. He had only wanted to remain a genin within Konoha. Being a genin was simply invincible, wasn't it? When exactly did I become a chunin? Uchiha Kaze shook his head in disbelief. After the war broke out between the Cloud Village and the Sand Village, I overruled all dissenting voices and recommended you for promotion to chunin. The appointment papers were already taken by Tsunade. The third Hokage explained patiently, regarding this disciple of Tsunade before him, he felt a certain fondness by extension. No need to thank me excessively. I am your senior instructor after all. How was I supposed to know? Uchiha Kaze's face wore an expression of utter despair. Why is it so difficult to simply remain a genin? It was well known that Konoha's genin were the strongest. This chunin rank was genuinely something he had no desire to hold. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. I had not wished to promote you so soon, after all you are still quite young. But the situation has changed. The village is in dire need of capable hands right now. What? Didn't Tsunade tell you? The third puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, regarding Uchiha Kaze curiously. Why do you look so displeased? How could he possibly be pleased? Even if promoted to chunin, his pay would not increase, and he would still be obligated to complete village missions, completely depriving him of his freedom. Uchiha Kaze shook his head, merely overwhelmed by the surprise. Who recommended me for Chunin? Uchiha Kaze's face was painted with feigned delight. Of course this expression was entirely an act. If he learned who had pulled the strings, he would surely give them a proper retaliation. Jonin Minato Namikaze. He was the one who recommended you. The third Hokage replied. Perfect. There's a mission I need to entrust to you. Uchiha Feng hastily waved his hand. I came today for something else. Tsunade-sensei went out to clear her head, and I have no idea where she's wandered off to. Then this is your mission. The third Hokage let out a sigh. Bring Tsunade back to the village and persuade her to take charge of the medical unit. Due to the special circumstances, this mission is temporarily ranked as A rank. Uchiha Feng nodded. As long as he got paid, it was fine. Knock knock knock. Before Uchiha Feng could leave the Hokage's office, he heard someone knocking at the door, patted his backside, and prepared to head out. Old man, I'll go find Tsunade-sensei. As for the Chunin matter, we can discuss it later. Old man. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Among the disciples his own students had taken on, not a single one showed any consideration for an old man's feelings. Minato Namikaze was the only one who seemed halfway decent. Come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke up. Uchiha Feng, wait a moment before you go. Uchiha Feng was still puzzled about why he had to wait, but the person who pushed open the door made him freeze. The newcomer wore a forehead protector engraved with the leaf symbol, had a round button nose, and the Uchiha clan crest was embroidered on his back. Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Feng recognized the arrival. It was hardly surprising that Uchiha Feng had never really crossed paths with Uchiha Shursui. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, who excelled in swordsmanship and ocular jutsu, seemed more like an establishment ninja, while Uchiha Feng, who roamed around training in taijutsu, seemed like an outsider. Many Uchiha clan members could not understand why Uchiha Feng would abandon his remarkable talent and ocular powers, choosing instead to run off every day honing his physical arts. He had even taken Tsunade as his master, as if he had no idea about the history between his clan's ancestor and the Senju clan. In the minds of most, Uchiha taijutsu training was a path for ordinary civilian ninja, something they would never deign to practice. Just one more tomo in the Sharingan could vastly increase one's power, so why bother training in taijutsu so fiercely? Of course those people had never witnessed the terrifying state of Uchiha Feng after he opened the 8 gates, or if they had, they simply chose to turn a blind eye. In any era, there were always plenty of people who, blessed with extraordinary talent, chose to laze about and coast through life. Uchiha Feng knew of Uchiha Shursui, but always kept his distance precisely because of ocular techniques like Kodoame Tsukumi, which could alter a person's will without them ever noticing. Such a disgusting jutsu was one he couldn't afford to provoke, but he could afford to avoid. Yet Uchiha Shursui's fame came not only from the title Shursui of the body flicker. It was also due to the articles he had written for the Konoha Daily over the past few years. On the New Era Theory of Development, with Konoha characteristics, reflections on the speeches of Hiruzen Sarutobi's theory, on upholding the Hokage's leadership over all, work on Konoha's propaganda and ideological work on the governing philosophies of successive Hokage, and on upholding the community of shared future for all hidden villages centered on Konoha. Just reading those titles made Uchiha Feng want to sleep. This sort of die-hard loyalist of the Hokage faction was not someone cut from the same cloth as him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, with an uncharacteristically warm smile, said amiably, Shursui, you've arrived. How did it go? Well, even as his own grand disciple, I don't get that kind of treatment. Why don't you smile when you see me? Uchiha Feng could not help but complain. Nonsense. You only ever cause me trouble. The very sight of you gives me a headache. Hiruzen Sarutobi grumbled, seeing you is like seeing a young Jiraiya and Tsunade squabbling while dragging me in to settle their arguments. You know that feeling. Like I want to smash my head against a wall. Alright, no need for such a vivid metaphor. Uchiha Feng stuck out his tongue. That sly old man. When had he ever caused him trouble? He was a model villager, eating, drinking, and sleeping his way through life. What trouble could he possibly make? Uchiha Shursui nodded toward Uchiha Feng. So you're little Feng. I've heard much about you. I haven't had the chance to properly introduce myself. I'm Shursui. Feel free to call me brother Shursui. Uchiha Feng clicked his tongue in admiration. Truly one who inherited the will of fire knew how to speak pleasantly. After greeting him, Shursui continued, the situation is not looking good. They still refuse to take part. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. In this difficult time, Uchiha Shursui analyzed, right now the clan is split into 2 factions. As you know, Hokage-sama, some of the clan members have always resented certain policies enacted by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju. Now that Konoha is in crisis, most of them are watching from the sidelines, and at best they might step in only if the enemy reaches the village gates. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a helpless smile. If the enemy reaches Konoha, then the land of fire is as good as finished. Uchiha Shursui nodded, and continued, the Konoha-aligned Uchiha are willing to fight for the village. You can rest assured, Hokage-sama, I can vouch for their loyalty. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. How many? About 100. 100, huh? Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, pondering for a moment. That's no small help. Thank you, Shursui. Uchiha Shursui lowered his head and replied, it's my duty. For the future of Konoha. What about you? What do you think? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly turned to Uchiha Feng and asked. Inwardly, Uchiha Feng cursed the old man was forcing him to take a stand. After a brief moment of deliberation, Uchiha Feng thumped his chest and declared, I consider Konoha my home. I will live and die together with Konoha. Do you want to become Hokage Uchiha Feng? Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly asked. No way, Uchiha Feng replied without a second thought. The moment those words left his mouth, Uchiha Feng felt a twinge of regret. The organization was currently evaluating his loyalty, and here, he was saying, he didn't want to be Hokage. This kid, does he want to be the daimyo or something? Uchiha Feng hastily tried to salvage the situation. A position as weighty as Hokage with so many affairs to handle doesn't suit me. I'm better off just guarding the village gates, fishing, and treating myself to grilled meat now and then. Is that so? Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled. What a fine life indeed. I almost envy it. What about Uchiha Fugaku's stance? Driven forward by the Uchiha clan's elders, Uchiha Fugaku had already begun handling the clan's internal affairs and was essentially the predetermined clan head. Uchiha Shursui shook his head. He's still wavering. Most of the clan elders are currently leaning toward not joining the war, and at this moment Fugaku can't do much about it. I see. The third Hokage felt somewhat helpless. At a time like this. With that, the third Hokage picked up the map and fell into deep thought. Shursui, you'll be in charge of liaising with the Uchiha members who are joining the battle. Begin infiltrating the hidden grass village. Keep a close watch on the developments of the war. As for Uchiha Feng, after you bring Tsunade back, you'll be operating alongside her. Uchiha Feng nodded. Understood. But I'll need a partner. The third Hokage asked curiously who. When it came to talk no jutsu for a professional job, you had to call in a professional. Uchiha Feng dragged a bewildered Obito and a worried Shizune onto the road to find Tsunade. As for where Tsunade was, Uchiha Feng deliberately went to ask Kushina, who at the time still went by the surname Uzumaki. By the way, because of the Great War, your wedding has been postponed, hasn't it? Kushina clenched her teeth and shook her fist. Damn, Tsunade, you're delaying the most important matter of my life at a time like this. I'll make them learn the might of my iron fists. Minato Namikaze stood to one side, forcing a smile, while stealing a glance at Uchiha Feng. Humph. Uchiha Feng set his hands on his hips. I'm a Chunin now. I wonder who it was that put my name forward. Minato Namikaze scratched his head. Haha, well, you're a Chunin now, and that's really something. As expected, heroes do come from the young. Ha! Obito looked envious. When will I ever become a Chunin? Damn it all. At this rate, my Hokage position is definitely going to be in danger. Don't change the subject, Obito. Uchiha Feng curled his lip. I just want to be a happy Genin, damn it. Kushina watched the three of them bickering the moment they got together and couldn't help pressing a hand to her forehead. Right, let's talk business. Uchiha Feng pressed down on Obito's head since that guy had actually been trying to test the mettle of a Chunin. Sister Kushina, do you know where Lady Tsunade has gone? Obito instantly turned obedient and asked. I do know. Kushina smiled at Uchiha Feng and Obito, both waiting with expectant faces. And then, oi. Obito couldn't help asking. What and then? There's no and then. Seeing Obito hopping in anxiety, Kushina couldn't help bursting into laughter. This is my first A-rank mission, I absolutely cannot mess it up. Obito leaned in and grabbed Kushina's arm, refusing to let go. Sister Kushina, you don't want to see your husband's disciple fail his mission, do you? Shoo shoo, you little brat. Kushina pulled Obito's ear. Tsunade went out to clear her head, and I understand and support her. But right now the village needs Lady Tsunade. Obito blurted out. The village needs her. Kushina was speechless. That's an interesting way to put it. The village needs me as a Jinchuriki too, so why don't the good things ever come my way? It seemed Kushina had some resentment toward the village. Once she heard that it was the village that needed Tsunade, she wasn't very willing to help. Sister Kushina, if you tell us where Teacher Tsunade is, I'll tell you a piece of intel about Brother Minato. Uchiha Feng had made up his mind. It will definitely be worth it. Minato Namikaze was stunned by those words. His heart grew a little panicked as he counted on his fingers, trying to think of what he had done recently. Oh, is that so? Kushina became intrigued. Go on then. Sister Kushina knows about that pervert who was recently peeping from the roof of the women's bathhouse in Konoha, right? Uchiha Feng had barely said a sentence before Minato Namikaze clamped a hand over his mouth. MMPH. Kushina's eyes turned crimson and veins bulged on her forehead. She seized Minato Namikaze's ear and twisted it 180 degrees. Ow ow, it wasn't me. I wasn't the pervert on the roof. Kushina looked suspiciously at Uchiha Feng and only let go after she saw him nod. Brother Minato was the lookout. Uchiha Feng said succinctly. And he was also responsible for covering the pervert's escape. Kushina grinned savagely and cracked her knuckles. Tsunade is in a village near the Land of Iron. Now get out of here quickly, or you'll be splattered with blood. Kushina narrowed her eyes, a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Minato Namikaze looked at Obito and Feng in despair. At that moment, he desperately wished the two would invite him to go along on the mission. Uchiha Feng pulled Obito away and waved at the two. Go go. The moment the pair stepped outside the door, Minato Namikaze's miserable screams came from inside the house. Don't disturb the lovebirds' time together. Is that what lovebirds look like when they're having their private time? Obito asked curiously. Why does Teacher Minato's voice sound so miserable? You're still young. You wouldn't understand. In a couple of years you will. Uchiha Feng pulled Obito along, quickly moving away from the scene of trouble. What? You're just a little kid yourself, yet you say I'm young. As if you know a lot. Obito muttered under his breath. As for Minato Namikaze, he had actually sullied the flawless image of Konoha's invincible genin. He deserved a beating. After rushing as fast as they could, the two finally found Tsunade in a tavern in a small village, already dazed from drinking. Teacher Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. We finally found you. Tsunade held her sake cup, took a big glugging gulp, and looked at the two with bleary eyes. Oh, Uchiha Feng and Uchiha Obito. Did you come to drink with me? Come. More sake. Keep me company for a few drinks. Uchiha Feng hastily waved at the bartender, signaling that 2 cups of warm water would be enough. Then he poked Obito in the ribs, signaling for him to begin his performance. Obito cleared his throat and said to Tsunade ahem. Lady Tsunade, Lord 3rd Hokage has ordered us to invite you back to take charge of the medical team. Not going. Tsunade pinched Uchiha Obito's cheek. Whoever wants to go, let them go. It's not as if they can't spare me. But Lady Tsunade. Obito launched into talk no jutsu. Lady Tsunade. Konoha needs you right now. The Great War is about to break out, and if you sit at the head of the medical team, our village's casualties will drop enormously. Not going. I'm afraid of blood. Tsunade replied tersely and took another large gulp of sake. Then she reached out and grabbed Uchiha Feng's ear. Not bad. I hid all the way out here, and you still found me. Did Kushina tell you? Uchiha Feng stood beside her, chuckling nervously. Teacher Tsunade, Lord 3rd Hokage ordered me to bring you back, and he even issued an A-rank mission for it. Then I really am valuable. Tsunade smiled. War is it? In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be of much help. She shook her head again and said. For Tsunade, who had fought in the Second Shinobi World War battle, had taken far too much from her. It had also left her with hemophobia, so she could no longer go on missions the way ordinary shinobi did. Even her medical research had been greatly slowed because of that fear of blood. At these words, Obito instantly jumped onto the table. What kind of discouraging talk is that, Granny Tsunade? Uchiha Feng sensed a crazed killing intent spreading through the air and hurriedly covered Obito's mouth. Do you want to die, Obito? You should call her sister Tsunade. The overwhelming killing intent made Obito break out in a cold sweat, and he hastened to take his cue from Uchiha Feng. Sister Tsunade, Konoha needs you now more than ever. At a time like this, how can you say such disheartening words? Tsunade waved her hand. You don't understand. I do understand. Obito said through gritted teeth, his tone resolute. As an Uchiha, I understand exactly how you feel. How many times have people pointed at me from behind, calling me the dead last of the Uchiha clan, saying that we Uchiha have been running rampant in the Konoha military police force and bullying the villagers. The words they did not dare say to the police to their faces were all spoken behind my back. I too have been disappointed in the village. Why, when all I wanted was to do what was best for the village, did they keep whispering about me behind my back? Pointing at me. Living in such an age, I cannot choose where I was born. Sometimes I even think, if I were just an ordinary civilian ninja, would I be happier than I am now? But I am the one who will become Hokage. As the future Hokage, I will face my problems by changing my own fate, not by running from them. Konoha may have countless problems, but I believe most of the villagers are good people. They are content with their lives and respect the ninja who protect the village. There are many things they simply do not understand. They may take rumor for truth, but just as the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen once said, where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire shall burn forever. I love Konoha's sister Tsunade, and I believe you love it too. Generation after generation of ninja have sacrificed themselves to protect this village precisely because Konoha carries their ideals, because they love this village. Uchiha Feng watched Obito's talk no jutsu and could not help giving him a thumbs up. Now that was what you called professional. Shizune was also stunned by Obito's speech, her mouth hanging wide open. Become Hokage. Looking at Obito making such grand declarations, Tsunade slowly saw him overlap with a figure from her memory. Nawaki, her younger brother who had lost his life accidentally in the Second Shinobi World War. Is that so? Tsunade set down her cup and could not help ruffling Obito's hair. Fine then. Fine. You mean you accept? Uchiha Feng's eyes widened. Bringing Obito along on this mission had truly been a masterstroke. Those were words he could never have uttered himself. How embarrassing they would have been. As expected, it was the strongest jutsu in the ninja world. Talk no jutsu. Pack up. Once we've eaten our fill, we're returning to the village. Hooray. Hearing that there was a free meal to be had, the three of them, travel-worn and having not eaten properly for the whole journey, jumped up in delight. Teacher Tsunade is treating. Shizen Obito, let's eat extra this time. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched as she looked speechlessly at her disciple. He was perfect, except that the moment food was involved, he could not hold himself back. The tavern's dishes were not lavish, mostly just snacks to go with drinks, so Uchiha Feng had the owner go out to buy several pounds of grilled meat. Hey, I never said I was paying. Tsunade's mood suddenly improved. You're the older sister here. Don't be so stingy, all right. That's right, Lady Tsunade. Shizen, you're taking their side too. No, Lady Tsunade. At last we're back. Konoha. Obito pointed at the Hokage rock looming faintly in the distance. Outside the village, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were already waiting. I thought you had taken to your heels at the last moment, Tsunade. That Orochimaru never opens his mouth without saying something unpleasant. What matters is that you're back, Tsunade. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. Jiraiya smiled. Konoha's legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world, were reunited again. What are you talking about? I simply went out to clear my head. Tsunade curled her lip and said defiantly. Let's go. The old man is waiting. Orochimaru smiled, then glanced at the two Uchiha beside Tsunade. Have you both awakened your Sharingan? What remarkable talent. What enviable youthful vigor. Inside the Hokage's office, Konoha's top brass had been gathering almost daily to analyze the latest intelligence. More and more signs from Tsukuyomi suggested they intended to escalate the situation. The Land of Wind, having stabilized its footing in the war against the Land of Lightning, had already begun making aggressive moves toward Konoha's borders. Tsunade pushed open the door, and everyone in the room wore a pleasantly surprised expression. It could not be helped. Tsunade was far too important to Konoha at this time. If war broke out, having a powerful medical ninja holding the command position would not only spare the frontline ninja many worries, but would also raise the medical unit's overall strength to a higher level. Especially when facing Chiyo, the elder of the Land of Wind. That old woman's poisons had given Konoha no small amount of trouble. If Tsunade had not broken Chiyo's poisons, Konoha would not have won so easily against Tsukuyomi in that previous second war. And there was also the white fang of Konoha, Hatake Tsukuyomi, who had kept the puppeteers in check. At the mention of Tsukuyomi, everyone's expressions darkened slightly. Those in the know cast a puzzled glance at Danzo, who sat on a stool in silence. If Hatake Tsukuyomi were still alive, Tsukuyomi would be like an arm cut off. Yet this man feared by puppeteers had ended his life in just such a manner. There was no helping it. Konoha was now in a period when one generation had ended and the next had not yet matured, with no master bladesman left to put forward. Sadly, Kakashi, the heir of the Hatake clan, had not followed the way of the sword either. Tsunade, it's good that you're back. A faint smile crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, as if this were the first good news he had heard all day. I'm back, old man, Tsunade said unhurriedly. Good. The third Hokage nodded. I won't exchange pleasantries. Let Narashikaku now arrange the personnel assignments. Gray hairs had already begun to appear on Narashikaku's head. It seemed this period had drained Konoha's strategist both mentally and physically. It is truly wonderful that Lady Tsunade could return. Now I will arrange the personnel assignments. The Konoha military police force will continue to be commanded by Uchiha Fugaku, and we will intensify efforts to purge spies within the village in the coming days. Maintain the stability of the village. When necessary, take necessary measures. Uchiha Fugaku, the current captain of the police force, a man who a few years earlier had often teased Uchiha Feng, nodded expressionlessly in the Hokage's office. Handing such dirty work to them had long since become a matter of course. The Uchiha clan could never play the role of heroes in war. The Hyuga clan will split up and be embedded into the border defense units, keeping a constant watch on border developments. Deploy forces in the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass, and keep a close eye on the battle between cloud and sand. The war council dragged on until the sun had set. With their new orders in hand, everyone filed out to make preparations. After the others had gone, Danzo, who had remained silent all along, rose to his feet. Hiruzen, I told you long ago the moment war broke out we should have mustered all our forces and taken Tsukuyomi in one stroke. Then we wouldn't be stuck in this defensive posture now. You are still too soft, Hiruzen. You've put Konoha in a passive position. Shimura Danzo bellowed his convictions. Now Tsukuyomi has regained its footing, and they've even chosen a fourth Kazekage. We should have taken them when they didn't yet have a Kazekage at all. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen, Sarutobi sighed. This old teammate of his was admittedly single-minded in his devotion to Konoha, but he was always a bit short on brains when it came to taking action. How could we possibly throw our full strength into attacking Tsukuyomi? Not to mention Kumobikure, which was eyeing us warily. Weren't the other villages also watching Konoha? If Konoha met every provocation by opening its jaws and biting back with all its might, it would only end up surrounded by enemies on all sides. As for Raza, selected by Tsukuyomi as the fourth Kazekage, that was hardly surprising. As the leader of the sand manipulation faction and the third Kazekage's most accomplished disciple, Raza was a well-deserved choice for Kazekage. As for Chiyo, lurking in Tsukuyomi's shadows, she seemed to play the same role as the Shimura Danzo right in front of him. Such people cannot stand the light. A village's Kage needs more than mere power. Rumors reached Konoha. At the border, Tsukuyomi's shinobi put out word that Konoha's Danzo had abducted the third Kazekage, and that the Kazekage was being held in Konoha. Tsukuyomi's shinobi strongly demanded to enter Konoha and search for the third Kazekage. Konoha's authorities rejected this unfounded, unreasonable demand without a second thought. That very day, Tsukuyomi's shinobi launched a surprise attack on Konoha's border garrison. Although Konoha's shinobi had prepared for war, the border line was long and the defenses were spread thin. Caught off guard by the premeditated assault, they lost a number of frontline positions. Konoha's shinobi naturally refused to let it go at that. They immediately redeployed and struck back. Several clashes took place along the border between Konoha and Tsukuyomi. And so war broke out between Konoha and Tsukuyomi. Like a boat moving with the current, it had always been known as inevitable. But now that it had truly arrived, it made everyone's hearts tight with anxiety. Uchiha Fu was placed under Tsunade's command, responsible for maintaining barriers and providing medical support. He remained non-committal about the appointment. On the main battlefield, anything could happen. Even someone as powerful as the third Raikage had been worn down and killed by relentless waves of battle. Inside the operations command post, Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at Danzo, his secret partner. This partner of his was truly too disreputable to be brought into the open. Even now, he still couldn't understand the situation. If it weren't for the secret laboratory Danzo had provided, Orochimaru truly wouldn't want to be involved with such a man. Danzo continued sitting with his eyes closed, utterly unconcerned by Narashikaku, whose spittle was flying as he argued in the command post. As Konoha's frontline strategist, Narashikaku could be said to have a splitting headache. The three Sannin under him all had greater status and prestige than he did. Every time he directed them, he had to clear matters with the third Hokage and Konoha's advisors first, which greatly slowed the responsiveness of his command. And that was not even mentioning Danzo, who stayed silent, but was always looking for a way to interfere with command. That then is the drawback of a great village. With so many superiors watching over your head, the people under you aren't particularly obedient either. Narashikaku rubbed his forehead, easing the migraine brought on by exhaustion. Lord Jiraiya, please take a squad and establish a forward post on the Mangekyō front. Sweep out the Mangekyō spies who have entered the village. Narashikaku said to the cross-legged Jiraiya, and while you're at it, sound out Hanzo of the Salamander's attitude. Hanzo of the Salamander. Jiraiya murmured to himself. He had made his name under the hand of the Mangekyō leader, known as a demigod. Come to think of it, Hanzo hasn't shown himself in a long time. Mangekyō's natural barriers make its people reject outside ninja. Narashikaku went on, we need to find a way to make contact with him and figure out where he stands. Jiraiya nodded and accepted the mission. A squad. The members are a bit of a problem. All right, I want Minato Namake's Kakashi and Uchiha Fu, Jiraiya said. Narashikaku hesitated. Minato Namake's a Jonin and Kakashi a Chunin are fine. As for Uchiha Fu, I'll need to consult Tsunade. No need. Jiraiya waved a hand. It's settled. I'll go talk to Tsunade myself. At that, Danzo opened his eyes and tapped his cane. Shikaku, I've received word that Mangekyō may deploy a tailed beast this time. If Mangekyō deploys a tailed beast, we must find a way to seize it. We should accept any cost, no matter how great. The moment Danzo opened his mouth, several people in the command post couldn't help the corners of their mouths twitching. Danzo, keep your mouth shut on this matter. Hamura Mitokado glanced at Danzo. Although he and Kohor Uchiha supported Danzo in Konoha's internal affairs, when it came to combat command and diplomacy, this old comrade of theirs was an amateur among amateurs. The tailed beasts had been captured by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, then distributed according to each village's circumstances to serve as a check and balance among the villages. It could be said that the tailed beasts were strategic-grade weapons retained by every village. Let alone what it would cost to capture one. Even if they did manage to seize Mangekyō's one tail, wouldn't Mangekyō fight to the death? Wouldn't the other villages, hesitant to strike for fear of the consequences, turn their spearheads toward Konoha? Danzo making a move on the one tail at this time is not a good idea. Kohor Uchiha also spoke up. When Kumovikure launched a surprise attack on Mangekyō, we should have allied with Kumovikure and taken Mangekyō in one stroke. Danzo's face turned livid. I have no idea what everyone was worried about. We wasted the finest chance to strike. Elder Danzo, please stop. Narashikaku rubbed his temples vigorously. Konoha's relationship with Kumovikure was not that good. Never mind an alliance. It would already be a relief if they didn't turn around and stab Konoha in the back. Let alone a Wagakure and Kirigakure, who were covetously eyeing the situation. If Konoha casually massed its main forces on the Mangekyō battlefield, who knew what they might do? Geographically, Konoha was in a central position. Although that was advantageous for its development, it also made the surrounding villages covet its favorable location. Seeing that no one in the command post supported him, Danzo sat back with a livid face and closed his eyes to compose himself. Finally, he's quiet. At least this time the two advisors didn't lose their heads. Narashikaku grumbled inwardly. Next time, whoever wants this strategist job can do it. Uchiha Feng was performing surgery on wounded shinobi evacuated from the front lines in a makeshift ninja hospital when Jiraiya came to see him. There was no other choice. The original ninja hospital could no longer accommodate so many injured, and a steady stream of wounded continued to pour in from the front. Jiraiya crouched to one side and watched silently for a long time. Only after Uchiha Feng finished did he speak. I never expected you to be able to perform surgery all by yourself. Uchiha Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, there's no helping it. I've been pushed into this at the last minute. Medical ninja are far too scarce. It was unavoidable. Medical ninjutsu demanded too much control over chakra, and those with that kind of control tended to choose other paths. Even a medical genin like Rin had been appointed to take charge of an entire ward on her own. There were simply too many wounded. Even though none of the wounded so far were Jonin rank, the sheer scale of the injured was undoubtedly a shock to Konoha's medical system. This alone showed how brutal and ferocious the fighting on the front lines had become. It's a pity we couldn't save the leg. Uchiha Feng patted the man's shoulder. The man, however, was optimistic. Despite his face being pale from blood loss, he smiled and said, keeping my life is already more than enough. Thank you, young man. Once the wound heals, I'll find a skilled shop and have a prosthetic made. It won't get in the way of moving around. The Shinobi World's technology tree was strangely lopsided, as if it had developed specifically for war. Organ transplants, prosthetics, and weapons research had advanced far beyond normal standards, while culture and entertainment remained terrifyingly barren. Uchiha Feng often could not help complaining that although televisions existed, there was not even a single television program, let alone movies. There were only a few stage plays extolling the heroic tales of successive Hokage, and they were thoroughly uninteresting, saturated with the flavor of official propaganda. Jiraiya patted the wounded man's shoulder and said, good work. Rest well. Lord Jiraiya, is something the matter? Uchiha Feng asked. Uchiha Feng asked. There are still several operations waiting for me. Ooh, I really can't be in multiple places at once. Jiraiya scratched his head. There's a mission, and I thought you'd be suitable. I've already talked to Tsunade about it. Uchiha Feng couldn't help grumbling inwardly. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be anything good. What mission? Go to Mangekyō, set up a forward base, and if necessary clear out Tsukuyomi's spies. So it means fighting. Uchiha Feng stretched. Fine. Since I was promoted to Chunin, I haven't killed anyone to celebrate yet. Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he looked at the guy whose gloves were still stained with blood. What did he mean by kill someone to celebrate? Even he couldn't say something so savage. Let's go, let's go. Uchiha Feng yanked off his gloves and wiped the stains off his clothes. Jiraiya's squad assembled quickly, and by afternoon they were ready. Outside Konoha village, Uchiha Yayu watched Uchiha Feng with a worried expression. Lord Jiraiya, please take good care of my son. Uchiha Yayu bowed to Jiraiya. Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen to him. Jiraiya thumped his chest in reassurance. Don't worry, don't worry. If I can't win, I'll run. Right now my escape speed makes me the Usain Bolt of the shinobi world. After all, there were few who could beat him in taijutsu now. If he used the 8 gates to flee, even Madara Uchiha wouldn't be able to catch him. Bolt. What a strange name. Is he a ninja from some small country? Uchiha Yayu scratched his head in confusion. Minato Namikaze and Kushina were saying their reluctant goodbyes, with Minato occasionally offering words of comfort. Pervy old man, you have to bring Minato back safely. Kushina bit her lower lip and said to Jiraiya, next time I drink with Tsunade, I'll put in a few good words for you. A vein popped out on Jiraiya's forehead. His reputation in Konoha was beyond recovery. Even Kushina, who rarely went out, had started calling him pervy old man. Come to think of it, recently for some reason the Yellow Flash of Konoha, who usually acted as his lookout and getaway assistant, had refused to keep watch for him several times, nearly leaving him surrounded by women brandishing rolling pins. Jiraiya shot a suspicious glance at Kushina. Could it be that Minato Namikaze was a henpecked husband who had blabbed about his activities? Kakashi sat on a tree branch watching the farewells outside the village. After saying a few words to Kushina, Minato flickered to Kakashi's side and ruffled his hair. Kakashi turned his head, trying to escape Minato's big hand. He dodged a few times, but could not avoid it, so he could only let Minato mess up his hairstyle. Let's move out. Jiraiya waved and dragged Uchiha Feng away. Yo, Kakashi. Uchiha Feng glanced at Kakashi's disheveled hair. What, given up on finding a partner? Going out without washing your hair? The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched beneath his mask. Minato smiled and flickered behind Uchiha Feng, wanting to mess up his hair too. Uchiha Feng covered his head and ran against the wind until his hair became a center part. Turning toward Uchiha Yayu, he said, Dad, look at this hairstyle. Doesn't it make me look like a ninja who has trained for 2.5 years? Uchiha Yayu's mouth twitched. Was he falling behind the times? The things Xiao Feng said were becoming impossible to understand. Though he did not understand what had been said, Uchiha Yayu still waved his hand. Yes, just like one who has trained for 2.5 years. Amid the noise and banter, the four of them gradually walked away, and Konoha's walls eventually disappeared from view. Uchiha Feng suddenly thought of something and looked suspiciously at Jiraiya and the other two. You three aren't trying to trick me out of Konoha and sell me, are you? The pervy sage brought his own disciple, and your disciple brought his own disciple. You're all one family. Oh no, I've fallen for it. I'm going to be sold. I want to see Master Tsunade. I want to go back to Konoha. A vein bulged on Jiraiya's forehead as he gave Uchiha Feng a speechless look. How could I sell you? Who would dare buy you? You can just about annoy a person to death. Really? Uchiha Feng still looked suspicious. Then does this operation provide meals? That's what you really wanted to say. Jiraiya couldn't help retorting. That bulging backpack of yours is stuffed with food, isn't it? It clinks and clangs. Uchiha Feng hurriedly hugged the backpack with both arms. Shizen prepared this for me. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, thinking how he was already beginning to regret letting Uchiha Feng come along on this mission. The four of them darted swiftly through the forest. The Land of Fire's ecological environment was extraordinarily lush, with forests stretching in every direction. This mission demanded utmost urgency. Establishing a frontline position sooner meant seizing the initiative of war sooner. This mission had begun the moment they left Konohagakure. Along the journey, they not only surveyed the natural barriers on their route, but also marked locations suitable for establishing supply depots once the main army arrived. War in the shinobi world has never been merely about villages pummeling each other with jutsu. The transportation of logistics and supplies, or phrased differently, the economic strength of each nation, is equally a vital link in warfare. Traveling and scouting simultaneously, the four covered considerable ground, reaching the border region between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain 2 days later. The Land of Rain lay sandwiched between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. In peacetime, it served as a trading nexus between the two nations and a buffer zone. But during wartime, the Land of Rain unquestionably became the battlefield between Konohagakure and Tsunade. Though rather underhanded, both villages surprisingly shared a consistent attitude on this matter. Gamahebe Hanzo, the leader of the Land of Rain, had submitted solemn declarations to both nations, but clearly neither took his words too seriously. After all, these small nations beyond the 5 great nations were inherently disadvantaged in resources, and the number of shinobi they could cultivate was limited. Although Gamahebe Hanzo was hailed as a demigod, Capable of holding his own against the Kage of the 5 great villages, he was powerless against the firm stance of 2 major nations. Rain Village was far too weak, with only 1 high-tier combatant. Its resources simply could not support a full shinobi army. Even Konohagakure, formidable as it was, only reached its current strength after years of recuperation and rebuilding under the 3rd Hokage. The land of Rain, devastated during the Second Shinobi War, had barely caught its breath since. This was the sorrow of a small nation, and precisely the circumstance Gamehebe Hanzo, leader of the Land of Rain, had always sought to change. Rain Village doesn't rarely see rain, right? Why is the resource situation so dire? Kakashi couldn't help but ask during the march. Rain is a blessing, but rain every single day becomes a curse. Uchiha spoke up. Rainfall washes away the nutrients in the soil, depleting the farmland. Moreover, most crops do not require such excessive water. Therefore, the variety of arable crops is minimal, and even those that do bear fruit will sprout and spoil within a short time. As they drew closer to the Land of Rain, the sky grew increasingly covered by thick clouds, and Uchiha-Fu's body felt oppressively damp. Jiraiya glanced curiously at Uchiha-Fu. Such an explanation was new to him, and he wondered where the boy had learned it. Upon entering Rain Village, Namikaze, Minato, and Kakashi couldn't help but stare in astonishment, looking around in wonder. Jiraiya also sighed. It's been a long time since I last visited Rain Village. The architecture here still takes my breath away. Unlike Konohagakure, where most buildings were constructed of wood, Rain Village's structures were predominantly made of stone. Beneath each building lay an open, elevated space, as though the first floor had been omitted and construction began directly from the second story. In a village drenched by relentless rain, wooden structures were impractical. The elevated architectural design effectively prevented ground moisture from seeping upward. Beneath the eaves, rows of paper sunbrellas hung and swayed in the damp wind. Gamehebe Hanzo gazed silently at the Jiraiya before him, the brash youth who had gained fame throughout the shinobi world through his battle with him. Could he now truly stand on his own? Have you come to represent Konohagakure in attempting to win me over it? A heavy voice resonated from beneath Hanzo's respirator. Jiraiya nodded, his expression tinged with complexity. Yes, Konohagakure wishes to understand your stance. Rain Village will not participate in this war. Hanzo's position was clear. I seem to recall we signed a peace treaty with Konohagakure. Are you still intending to honor it? A sharp edge crept into Hanzo's tone, his gaze turning hostile toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded. Naturally, Konohagakure will not violate the peace treaty. Yet you shifted the battlefield onto the Land of Rain. Anger and resentment colored Hanzo's voice. Do you look down upon me? Or have I been idle too long, and the shinobi world has already forgotten my name? Of course not. Though the man before him was formidable, Jiraiya, backed by Konohagakure, knew Hanzo would not openly sever ties at a time like this. The Land of Rain becoming a battlefield was unavoidable, given its location between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Hanzo fell silent for a moment before speaking. Our Land of Rain will not involve itself in this war. I will relocate the people of Rain and make way for both of your nations' conflict. I hope Konohagakure can restrain your forces and prevent any harassment of Rain Village's civilians. My attitude toward the Land of Wind is the same. If anyone unjustly lays hands upon my people. Hanzo's killing intent erupted. Then I will intervene. Though they had failed to secure the Land of Rain as an ally of the Land of Fire, the outcome was within Konohagakure's acceptable range. The Land of Rain, remaining neutral, had gritted its teeth and swallowed its grievance, ceding part of its territory as the battleground between the two great nations. Jiraiya released a communication scroll and led the 3 to begin establishing the frontline position. The Jiraiya squad's mission was to scout ahead for the main army, in essence, an elite reconnaissance team. The army's marching pace was not swift, especially since a significant portion of those on the battlefield were non-combat specialists unaccustomed to long marches. If only we had a wood release user. Bam, and the structures would be built. Why endure all this hammering? Uchiha gripped his hammer, driving long nails deep into the ground, one strike after another. Kakashi hammered away on the other side, while Jiraiya found a vantage point to keep watch. Namikaze Minato was laying out barriers around the camp. Hearing the complaint, he chuckled. Stop complaining and get to work. Sand Ninja Scouts, Jiraiya called out suddenly. Perfect. Uchiha swung his iron hammer. If I don't stretch my limbs soon, I'll rust from this damp weather. Let them taste the flavor of a scythe in the left hand and a hammer in the right. Seeing that Jiraiya and Minato, Namikaze had no intention of getting up, Kakashi and Uchiha Feng exchanged a glance. You go. You go. The two said in unison. You go. Your body is practically rusting away. Or you go. Your lightning release paired with a ninja blade is perfect for handling puppeteers. The Sunigakure Scout Squad was a textbook sand formation, 1 puppeteer, 1 sand manipulator, 1 shinobi, who doubled in Jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, and 1 squad leader. Enough bickering. Settle this quickly, Minato, Namikaze said. A ninja's first strike on the battlefield is always worth commemorating. Feng, I'm giving this opportunity to you. Make a good showing. Although Uchiha Feng already boasted the feat of slaying Kisame Hashigaki during the Chunin exams, this was in the truest sense his first taste of battlefield combat. Go on, Uchiha Chunin. The corner of Uchiha Feng's mouth twitched. He had the distinct feeling that Minato Namikaze was saying, you've been buffed, now go feed. Let's hope he won't throw up. Minato Namikaze said with a beaming smile, glancing at Kakashi. When Kakashi had annihilated an enemy ninja squad for the first time in battle, he had come back and thrown up a storm. Always looking for a good laugh. Kakashi now understood what Minato had been up to. No wonder he had just sat there without moving an inch. Jokes aside, the three kept a sharp eye on the sand squad's every move. Kakashi's lightning release stimulated his cells, keeping his body poised for instantaneous high-speed eruption. Minato Namake's clenched in his hand a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula. Uchiha Feng stretched, cricked his neck, and posed like a 100-meter sprinter. Charge! The sudden burst of acceleration created an explosive sonic boom, leaving Jiraiya and his two disciples stunned for a moment. The Sand Four-Man squad naturally noticed Uchiha Feng as well. Seeing his astonishing speed, the lead Sand Ninja hastily wove hand seals. Wind release, snare net. Chakra flowed into the sticky wind of the Hidden Rain village, weaving into a net before the Sand Ninja to thwart Uchiha Feng's surprise attack. The puppeteer set down the puppet slung on his back, and with a series of clacking sounds the puppet locked onto his body like a suit of armor. Yo, Iron Man! Uchiha Feng could not resist a quip, even at this moment. Armor hero. Transform. The defensive ring woven by the snare net stood in the way of Uchiha Feng's advance. Well then, have a taste of this. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. The Great Fireball slammed into the snare net with a roaring explosion. The convergence of the two forces caused the already damp air to erupt in a great burst of white steam. As everyone knows, where there's smoke, there's no damage. The four Sand Shinobi had already taken up their combat formation, eyes fixed on the white smoke of the explosion. Uchiha Feng's figure emerged from the white mist, kicking the puppeteer square in the chest. The sand manipulator had too thick a hide. The Jinjutsu user with my Sharingan was as good as dead weight, and the squad leader. Naturally, he would be saved for last. Painful sky kick. The painful sky kick was clearly more than the sand puppeteer could endure. The puppet shell encasing his body burst into splinters, while the man inside was sent flying more than 10 meters by the concussive force, carving a deep trench into the ground with his body. After barely steadying himself, the puppeteer looked down at his chest in disbelief, and with a retch spewed out a large mouthful of blood. Is this guy a monster? When did Konoha produce such a horrifying taijutsu master? Look, his eyes shine with a cyan light. Could he be the blue-eyed demon? Uchiha Feng's face turned livid. If nothing went awry after the Third War ended, he would be renowned throughout the ninja world. In the ninja world, what was the most important thing? A nickname, of course. Just look at Minato Namake's. He had earned himself the nickname Yellow Flash of Konoha in the Third War. And there were also epithets full of swagger like the Azure Beast, the Crimson Sunset, and the Dancer of the Black Night. What the hell was this blue-eyed demon supposed to be? Were those sand fools tired of living? I'm angry now. Chakra steam rose from Uchiha Feng's body. Boom. He shot toward the three remaining Sand Shinobi with explosive speed so fast that phantom afterimages trailed through the air. The faces of the Sand trio darkened. Was it that his speed was simply too fast for their eyes to track, or was it space-time ninjutsu? At that speed, how are we supposed to defend when he attacks? The sand manipulator furrowed his brow and condensed a sand shield around the three of them. We can't keep up with his speed. Even forming hand seals is a struggle. Our ninjutsu simply can't lock onto him. The sand squad leader, true to Tsukuyomi's elite training, kept analyzing the available intelligence even in the midst of adversity. What's the use of that? Uchiha Feng punched the sand shield, and a huge chunk of it broke apart instantly. Although the sand shield continuously repaired its damaged parts under the control of chakra, it was all too apparent that the speed of repair simply could not match Uchiha Feng's speed of destruction. Here, catch. Uchiha Feng tossed 3 bricks into the sand shield. Pick up the bricks like good boys and smack them on your own foreheads. If you do, maybe I'll let you off easy. Let you become glorious Konoha prisoners of war. A few years of mining in the leaf, and we'll send you home. How about that? The 3 Sand Shinobi were livid with anger. So we can't beat you, but you don't need to humiliate us like this. Ordinary right punch attack. Uchiha Feng broke through the sand shield's defense, and capitalizing on his speed advantage, slammed a right fist into the sand Jinjutsu user's face. You're useless anyway, just go to sleep. The sand Jinjutsu user's cheek flesh trembled violently from the right hook. He spat out several teeth in midair and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. See, there are still 2 bricks left. Why don't you two do it yourselves? I promise it'll be more comfortable than if I do it. Uchiha Feng scratched his head and looked at the 2 remaining Sand Shinobi. The last 2 Sand Shinobi exchanged a glance, then stared at Uchiha Feng with fury. If this could be tolerated, what could not? A warrior may be killed, but never humiliated. The 2 Sand Shinobi silently recalled the teachings Tsukuyomi had instilled in them over the years, and silently awaited the fists that were about to descend. Fight back. With what exactly? Speed that even their eyes couldn't keep up with. How could anyone react in time? Ninjutsu. Ninjutsu required hand seals. Before the first seal could be completed, the caster would have been kicked flying. Quite self-aware at least. Uchiha Feng folded his arms and gave an approving nod. The speed advantage he had displayed was simply too overwhelming. Against the tactics of this sand squad, nothing short of a sky-filling downpour of ninjutsu could impose any restraint on Uchiha Feng. Evidently their chakra did not support such ninjutsu, and the land of the hidden rain, scoured year-round by rain, likewise lacked sand and gravel. The sand manipulation technique, of course, had been severely restricted as well. So, are you ready? Uchiha Feng clenched his fists, producing a series of cracking sounds. Ordinary left punch attack. One more punch knocked down the sand-controlling sand ninja. Seeing that he was the only one left, the sand squad leader hastily raised his hands. I surrender. Does your promise about not mistreating prisoners still count? The corner of Uchiha Feng's mouth twitched. The man had surrendered so cleanly that he had clearly planned to do so from the very beginning. Fine. Taking in one who can work will save me quite a bit of effort. Damn you. You actually dared to surrender to Konoha. You've destroyed the honor of the sand shinobi. You're not worthy of being a hidden sand ninja. Die. Uchiha Kaze was just about to bring his newly captured prisoner along to hammer in some tense stakes when a deep muffled voice came from afar, its enraged tone carrying murderous intent that pierced the heavens. Die. Although the environment of the Hidden Rain village did not favor sand manipulation, the newcomer clearly possessed a refined sand manipulation art. The wet sand swept toward Uchiha Kaze, and the captive beside him like a flood of concrete blotting out the sky. Interesting. Uchiha Kaze rubbed his chin. When sand mixed with water, its overall volume shrank, while its mass increased greatly. It seemed this man's chakra reserves were substantial as well. He was certainly no nobody. The dense sand covered the sand captive's body, forcing a blood-curdling scream from him. This is just a stopgap. I never betrayed the hidden sand village. No. Someone save me. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, the captive's bones were crushed to pieces by the tightly packed sand. His pleading eyes turned to Uchiha Kaze. Uchiha Kaze watched with distaste as the water-laden sand began to wrap around him from his legs upward. He made no move to avoid it, instead watching with a mocking, amused gaze. Beg. Since you chose to surrender, you don't deserve to beg me for mercy. The newcomer raised his right hand and clenched it viciously. The sand around the captive gave a violent shudder, and then the captive collapsed like a lump of mud. Humph. The newcomer intended to do the same to Uchiha Kaze, using sand to cripple his legs. After all, speed like that was something to be wary of. Sand release, sand coffin. The compacted sand wrapped around Uchiha Kaze. From the grinding crunch came the faint rasp of metal scraping. Clearly the sand was studded with a great deal of metal. Seeing the sand encase Uchiha Kaze, the newcomer curled the corner of his mouth into a smile and flashed in front of him. That speed you pride yourself on doesn't seem to be much help against me. Now can you still run? Hey, you talk way too much. Uchiha Kaze looked at the newcomer with disdain. What's your name? Forget it. Extras don't deserve names. Extras. The corner of the newcomer's mouth twitched. You're still running your mouth while wrapped up in my sand. I'm Kamuta Kohei. You should be grateful that you get to die by my hand. Your teammate didn't even come to save you. Looks like you're not very well liked. The sand ninja smiled, his peripheral gaze sweeping toward the trap he had laid. Save me. You. Uchiha Kaze looked as if he had heard a joke. Look at that pathetic trap of yours. I can't bear to look at it. And another thing. Uchiha Kaze raised his hand and gave him the middle finger. My teammate didn't come because no matter how many small fry like you show up, none of you will ever be a threat to me. Hearing Uchiha Kaze's words, Kamuta Kohei's gaze turned icy. He raised his right hand and clenched it violently. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A teeth-gritting metallic rasp came from within the sand. Kamuta Kohei stared in shock at the sand under his control. Uchiha Kaze's body glistened as though coated in black lacquer with only a mouthful of white teeth showing. Iron body. Not bad. You actually managed to withstand my attack. Kamuta Kohei smiled faintly at Uchiha Kaze bound in the sand. A secret technique. It raises your physical defenses, but you can't move right. Kamuta Kohei's lips curled in a disdainful smile. What use was an immobile turtle shell anyway? And how much chakra do you have left to keep that turtle shell going? The taunting voice drifted over as Kamuta Kohei once again controlled the sand to cover Uchiha Kaze. Boom. The sand encasing Uchiha Kaze suddenly burst apart, shooting outward in every direction like raindrops. Uchiha Kaze shrugged. Finding the man's expression detestable, he couldn't help pulling a brick out from behind his back. 8 gates. Gate of opening open. Today I'll show you the meaning of the word crush. He shot at Kamuta Kohei with explosive speed and was before him in the blink of an eye. You hard-mouthed fool, take this. Uchiha Kaze threw a punch at his face. Kamuta Kohei had already anticipated Uchiha Kaze's speed. Rather than dodging the incoming fist, he simply smiled at Uchiha Kaze. Didn't anyone tell you that showing off like this will get you struck by lightning? Seeing that the other man could still smile so smugly, Uchiha Kaze couldn't help growing angry. Boom. A thick layer of sand rose beside Kamuta Kohei's face to block Uchiha Kaze's attack. So what if you can control sand? Who cares if you can play with sand? I can build a castle with sand too. Uchiha Kaze's speed grew faster and faster as he circled Kamuta Kohei, striking with fists and feet in a continuous storm. Around Kamuta Kohei, afterimages of Uchiha Kaze's form began to appear. Have you run enough? Although Uchiha Kaze hadn't been using his full speed, his stamina was still being drained little by little. His breathing was inevitably a little short. It seems you've run enough. Kamuta Kohei's eyes were full of mockery. Explode. Uchiha Kaze immediately felt a pulling sensation inside his body. The sand got inside me. A little stunned, he said, you can even play it that way. This is my sand manipulation art. Kamuta Kohei, seeing victory within his grasp, looked at Uchiha Kaze with a leisurely self-assured air. Extremely fine sand mixed into the air, and then it entered your lungs with every breath. How does that taste? Uchiha Kaze nodded. I really didn't expect there to be a jutsu like this. The shinobi world truly has all kinds of wonders. I was careless this time. Too bad your carelessness will cost you your life. What a pity, then maybe next time. While circulating his chakra to coat the sand inside his body, Uchiha Kaze began forming hand seals. Sage Art Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A towering pillar of flame burst from Uchiha Kaze's mouth. Kamuta Kohei stared in disbelief at the blazing fire rising dozens of meters before him. How is that possible? With chakra like that? Are you a tailed beast? Kamuta Kohei, his face full of shock, was engulfed directly by the Great Fire Annihilation. Run. Where could he run? The Great Fire Annihilation's range was far too wide. There was no escape. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Kamuta Kohei roared as his body melted away in the Sage Art Great Fire Annihilation, leaving not a trace behind. Done. Uchiha Kaze clapped his hands and looked at the devastation before him. The power was a bit too much, but now the terrain's changed. It carved out a deep crater. Looks like I'll have to find another place to set up camp. All the spoils from the Sand Ninja had been vaporized by the Great Fire Annihilation. Uchiha Kaze could only turn and leave helplessly. What a loss, what a loss. All the loot is burned up. Uchiha Wind turned and regrouped with the three-leaf ninja. The moment they returned to camp, he saw Kakashi clenching his fists, staring blankly at him. A jutsu on this level. I could never hope to perform it in my entire life. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his hands tightly gripping the short blade, White Fang. Minato Namikaze ruffled Kakashi's hair and said, feeling discouraged. Kakashi nodded silently. Minato Namikaze continued, honestly, I'm a bit taken aback too. A jutsu of that scale with that kind of massive destructive power, I couldn't pull it off either. Kakashi looked at Minato in shock. Even you can't do it, Minato-sensei. Minato nodded. Not unless I enter Sage Mode true enough. Sage Mode. Determination blazed in Kakashi's eyes. Can I learn Sage Mode? Not yet. Jiraiya spoke up. Your mental energy isn't enough yet, and neither is your chakra. I see. Kakashi deflated once more. Listen to me, Kakashi. Minato spoke to comfort him. Every ninja has their own unique nindo. I'm not talking about the will of fire they teach at the academy. I mean the path best suited to the ninja themselves. Everyone has their own unique talents. Perhaps with ordinary power we can't unleash such awe-inspiring jutsu. Every person's chakra reserves have a ceiling, they don't increase without limit. When we hit that ceiling, that's when we need to break through in mental strength. This is what I want to teach you today, the thing you've been missing on your path to becoming a Jonin Kakashi. You must find your own path rather than seeing how strong someone else is and desperately trying to imitate them and walk their road. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully and sat down nearby, lost in contemplation. Jiraiya tugged at Minato's sleeve. Hey, isn't it a bit too early to be telling him all this? And also, this Uchiha Wind, is it really true he has no tailed beast inside him? I'm starting to think he might be the tailed beast himself. Minato smiled warmly. Only after becoming a teacher do you truly understand how hard Jiraiya-sensei had it. Truly one worries endlessly for one's disciples. A few days later, the Land of Rain. They're finally here, the main force. Jiraiya gazed at the Leaf Army arriving in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya returning to the Land of Rain, what thoughts stir within you? Orochimaru, leading the Leaf forces, stepped forward to exchange intelligence with Jiraiya. Orochimaru, you really are an insufferable fellow. Coming to the Land of Rain inevitably reminded him of his 3 disciples who had perished in the flames of war. The Rinnegan. What a pity that it is. Orochimaru, how many troops does the Land of Rain have this time? Jiraiya watched heads emerging one after another in the rain and couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Around 1,000. 8,000. Jiraiya was somewhat stunned. Do they intend to make the Rain Hidden Village the main battlefield? That's the old man's decision. I just follow orders. Orochimaru smirked. Among these 1,000+ are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Sarutobi clan, Nara clan, Akimichi clan, Inazuka clan, and Aburame clan all have elite ninja and numerous affiliates joining the allied forces. There are also over a dozen from the Hyuga clan. Even more interesting. Orochimaru licked his lips. In the Land of Rain right now, there are quite a few bearing the name Uchiha. Jiraiya nodded silently. Looks like the old man really went all in. How are the other front lines? If so much strength is positioned in the Land of Rain, could the other border regions be left vulnerable? If the enemy cuts off our foundation, fighting on the front lines would become a dilemma from both sides. Don't worry, it's all arranged. Creak. The door slid open and Danzo Shimura stepped into the frontline command post. Jiraiya's eyes widened. He pointed at Danzo, then glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru shrugged, indicating there was nothing to be done. Danzo glanced at the 2 people hailed as the 3 Sannin. Humph. If I had disciples, they'd certainly be stronger than the 2 of you. Danzo thought silently. Now then, let's share intelligence. Danzo tapped his cane and spoke. Recently, the 4th Kazekage Raza has solidified his position within the Sand-Hidden Village and purged several of the higher-ups who disagreed with his policies. Chiyo is suspected of having reached some kind of agreement with Raza. The details are unknown. The Sand-Hidden Village most likely won't choose the Land of Rain as the decisive battlefield. This climate works too heavily against them. Jiraiya spoke up. Through skirmishes with Suna's vanguard over the past few days, he had found that the Rain-Hidden Village's environment indeed posed a significant disadvantage to the sand. Orochimaru nodded. So it seems the Land of Wind intends to stretch out the front lines and set the battlefield in the desert where conditions favor them. Danzo's face was expressionless. Intelligence suggests the sand-hidden village is leaning toward deploying the one-tailed Shikaku. If they do deploy Shikaku, first find a way to seize the tailed beast. Even if we can't take it, we must gravely wound it. A tailed beast cannot be killed, but it can be sealed, and it also has periods of weakness. What of the battle between the cloud and sand-hidden villages? Jiraiya lifted his head and asked Danzo. After all, one man's intelligence network couldn't compare to that of an entire organization. Moreover, Danzo had already sunk his hands into the Umbu. His ability to gather intelligence was arguably unmatched in all of Konoha. Still deadlocked, and it's tying up a huge portion of Suna's fighting strength. Danzo answered tersely. Suna actually wants to fight on two fronts. Can their strength and supply lines even sustain it? Jiraiya was puzzled. They can't. Danzo remained direct. So a hard battle is coming soon. Suna will most likely seek a swift resolution. Fight tooth and nail with everything they have to lose, and pay compensation to sign a peace treaty win and extract reparations to sign one. Konoha's situation was tense as well. Suna was surely counting on exactly that. Jiraiya. Danzo spoke. What about Uchiha Wind? How is he? Jiraiya hadn't expected Danzo to ask about Uchiha Wind. He answered casually, he's fine. Wiped out a Suna squad aside from one elite jonin. Elite jonin. Danzo's expression soured. I wish to have a talk with Uchiha Wind. Not happening. Jiraiya shook his head. Tsunade specifically told me that Danzo-sensei must never be allowed to come into contact with Uchiha Wind. Do you know who you're speaking to? This isn't a negotiation, it's an order. Danzo's face turned iron gray as he struck his cane. I only take orders from the Hokage. From what I know, Danzo-sensei, you aren't the Hokage, are you? With that, Jiraiya ignored Danzo's ashen expression, nodded to Orochimaru, and turned to leave. How unsightly, Danzo-sensei. Orochimaru sneered at Danzo. Humph. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Danzo's eyes as he stared at Jiraiya's retreating figure. At the border of the Wind Country, Orochimaru stood at the vanguard of the Konoha army, his face livid as he stared at the Suna forces before him. That accursed Danzo. He knows nothing of warfare, yet there he is issuing blundering orders. Orochimaru's expression was grim. Though he was the nominal commander, the two Konoha advisors had thrust a meddlesome thorn like Danzo into the heart of the army. Orochimaru had intended to wait until Tsunade's medical corps arrived before advancing slowly toward Sunagakure. After all, he commanded only 1,000 shinobi, and most of them were mere genin. To hurl such a meager force at a Sunagakure that had long been prepared for battle was a tactic fit only for a fool. Not only did Suna possess natural defensive advantages like the Yixianshan Pass, in the opening stages of the war, they had already exploited those advantages to reshape much of the Wind Country's terrain. Furthermore, Sunagakure had poison masters like Chiyo among their ranks. This is sheer madness. Are we supposed to charge straight at them? Minato Namikaze asked with a frown, turning to Orochimaru. Do we have any other option? Orochimaru's face was even paler than usual. After Orochimaru ordered the construction of defensive fortifications to hold a tense standoff with the Wind Country and pin down its forces, rumors began to run through the Konoha army. Some said Orochimaru had lost his fighting spirit and did not dare face Suna head-on. Others boasted that with Konoha's elite strength, victory over Suna would be as effortless as crushing dry weeds and snapping rotten wood. It didn't take a genius to figure out whose handiwork this was. Danzo was desperate to prove his worth in the war and carve out a reputation. Even if that reputation was built upon the flesh and blood of Konoha shinobi. The advancing Konoha army now ran head-on into Suna's elite forces. Orochimaru looked up and saw the Suna position packed with a dense sea of heads, at least 3,000 of them. 1,000 men launching a frontal assault on 3,000. How is this battle even meant to be fought? Jiraiya spat on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. The winds within the Wind Country were dry, scraping over the earth and throwing up clouds of dust. Swoosh, swoosh. The wind grew stronger and fiercer by the moment. In the far-off desert, a sandstorm suddenly rose, surging toward them like a tidal wave. Orochimaru's expression darkened even further. He exchanged a glance with Jiraiya and said, retreat. Fall back to the Rain Country. We cannot retreat. If we pull back at a time like this, are we going to let Suna look down on Konoha? At that moment, Danzo also made his way to the front line, refuting Orochimaru's tactics. Orochimaru's throat tightened with fury as he stared at Danzo in disbelief. A sandstorm is coming. Can't you see it? And still you refuse to retreat at a time like this. What on earth are you thinking? Danzo shook his head, his face devoid of expression. A shinobi is one who does not flinch no matter the circumstances. Restoring Konoha's glory is a duty I will not shirk. Danzo rapped his cane, and the loyalists he had long planted in the army cried out, let Suna see how powerful Konoha is. What is a bit of wind and sand? Sunagakure is nothing but a paper tiger. Poke it, and it'll fall apart. For a moment, Orochimaru wanted to throw in the towel. Whoever wanted to command the front could take it. Orochimaru, this is the best way to protect the village's interests. Make the enemy no fear, make them understand that we will tear a piece of flesh from their side. Wars in the shinobi world were mostly settled when one side surrendered outright and signed away war reparations. Every move Konoha makes is being watched by the other villages. If we retreat without a fight now, all the prestige Konoha has built up over the years will be swept clean away. Danzo kept hammering his ideology into Orochimaru. Then why don't you take your men and charge first? Orochimaru retorted, his contorted expression startling the shinobi around him. How long had it been since they had seen Orochimaru-sama lose his composure like this? Of course, I will not shirk that duty. Danzo nodded and strode to the very head of the army. For the glory of Konoha. Danzo thrust his cane high into the air. For the glory of Konoha. His subordinates flashed after him and gathered behind him. For the glory of Konoha. Even the Konoha shinobi, who had no idea what was happening, roared the words. Orochimaru sighed deeply and looked helplessly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya shrugged. What did I tell you? The human heart is the strangest thing. Even in adversity, he has roused the troops with his twisted logic, and now they're ready for a great battle. Then watch yourself, don't die. Orochimaru had resigned himself to meeting the enemy under these circumstances. In the ranks of Tsunagakure, the Suna Jonin at the very front surveyed the Konoha army. A sandstorm is coming, yet Konoha still won't retreat. Do they intend to offer their men as sacrifices to our war banners? Prepare to charge. This battle must be a brilliant victory. Raza stood with his arms crossed, his gaze full of arrogant contempt. Beside him stood Elder Chiyo of Tsunagakure. She narrowed her eyes, searching for Tsunade among the Konoha shinobi. She hasn't come. Chiyo smiled. Then how are you going to fight this battle? Driven into a corner by Danzo, Orochimaru had no choice but to fight this battle whether he wanted to or not. The only way to break the impasse was for Konoha's top-tier combat strength to mount a successful decapitation strike, taking out Tsunagakure's strongest fighters and sending their Genin into disarray. Jiraiya, Minato, Namikaze, Danzo, Hyuga, Orochimaru silently tallied his side's top-tier combat power. And Uchiha Fu. That young man had made a deep impression on him. If he survives this campaign, his name is bound to spread across the entire shinobi world. Raise the earth flow wall, block the sandstorm. Orochimaru issued his orders. His aura surged explosively as his eyes locked on Raza Tsunagakure's provisional Kazekage. Even the shockwaves from a battle between top-tier combatants could inflict terrible casualties on the Genin ranks. Danzo, standing at the very front, suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Charge! For the glory of Konoha!" Raza raised his chin and gave a wave. Shouts and battle cries rose from both forces, making the very earth tremble. Kakashi Fu, hold nothing back once the battle starts. And stay away from the renowned experts. Minato Namikaze said rapidly. Shinobi from both sides swiftly hurled kunai, fitted with explosive tags, at each other. Explosions rang out one after another, shrouding the entire battlefield in thick smoke. Orochimaru bit his finger and wove hand signs at lightning speed. Summoning jutsu. Manda was summoned to the battlefield, glaring at Orochimaru with hostile eyes. You haven't even paid me enough sacrifices from last time. What are you calling me out for again? Orochimaru stood atop Manda's head, looking down at the Suna forces as he pointed. Eat all you want, however much you desire. Orochimaru stood atop the giant serpent Manda, pointing down at the Suna ninja forces with a commanding gaze. Devour them all. Eat your fill. At that moment, Uchiha Fu's system issued a mission. An S-rank mission has been acquired: the war between Konoha and Suna. Eliminate one enemy Genin, reward 1 point of world essence. Eliminate one enemy Chunin, reward 20 points of world essence. Eliminate one enemy Jonin, reward 200 points of world essence. Special mission: kill the 4th Kazekage Resetsu, reward 20 growth points. Special mission: kill a Suna elder, reward 10 growth points. Suddenly I feel quite motivated. Uchiha Fu gazed at the system prompts, thinking this time he would make a hefty profit. But something feels off. The strength of Suna elder Chiyo should be above the Kazekage's, shouldn't it? Who cares? Grinding a few extra minions is still profit. Orochimaru and Manda could hardly contain their eagerness as they charged into the Suna ranks. Chiyo watched Orochimaru intently, drawing a scroll from within her robes and forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Bang bang bang. As the smoke cleared, 10 puppets emerged under Chiyo's control and rushed toward Orochimaru. White secret art Chikamatsu 10 Patriots. Chiyo was a veteran powerhouse of Suna, possessing strength on par with a Kage. Each of the Chikamatsu 10 Patriots was individually a top-tier puppet. Puppet manipulation demanded extraordinary precision. Even an ordinary puppeteer often struggled to control just one. Yet Chiyo controlled 10 simultaneously. Chiyo maneuvered her puppets directly toward Orochimaru, who was wreaking havoc throughout the Suna army. At the same time, Konoha and Suna finally engaged in their fiercest and most brutal close-quarters combat. Uchiha Fu charged straight into the heart of the Suna forces, while Minato Namikaze reached out, but failed to stop him. Dance now. Seeing enemies all around, Uchiha Fu held nothing back. Damn Konoha brat. How dare you charge in alone? Are you kidding me? Have you looked down on Konoha? Since you dared to enter, we'll make sure you never leave. Uchiha Fu stood within the Suna encirclement, listening to their taunts, picked his ear and beckoned to them with a crooked finger. Come on. Damn it. They really do look down on us. Surround him. Take him down quickly. The moment the words left their lips, a swarm of Suna ninjas struck, simultaneously launching a storm of kunai toward Uchiha Fu. Wind release vacuum waved. A Suna Jonin formed hand seals with blinding speed, releasing over a dozen spinning wind blades that shot toward Uchiha Fu at astonishing velocity. Wind release blasting air. Countless Suna ninja deployed their wind techniques, channeling them into the vacuum waves and making the already razor-sharp wind blades even larger and faster. Accelerated by the wind, the flying kunai descended upon Uchiha Fu like a rainstorm, leaving him no room to evade. This was the Suna ninja's signature combat style, using wind-release coordination to completely blockade the enemy's movements and maximize the devastating effect of their wind blades. Die. Next time don't be so arrogant. How dare you charge alone? Repent properly. Konoha scum. Boom. A massive explosion erupted where Uchiha Fu had been standing, completely engulfing him in flames and smoke. He's dead. How dare he look down on us? Some Suna ninja panted heavily, unable to suppress a smirk. You won't guess it, it didn't work. As the smoke dispersed, Uchiha Fu's figure was revealed. His entire body gleamed like polished metal, and aside from some tears in his clothing, he was completely unharmed. How is this possible? He's untouched. The Suna ninja's eyes widened in utter disbelief as they stared at Uchiha Fu. Iron Sand. Uchiha Fu grinned, revealing a bright set of teeth. Are you all tickling me? He continued to provoke them, driving the surrounding Suna ninja to clench their jaws in fury. Damn you. Don't get so full of yourself, kid. You think this makes you unbeatable. You're too naive. Uchiha Fu waved his hand dismissively. It's not arrogance. He stamped his feet hard against the ground, and Uchiha Fu launched himself skyward, as though defying gravity itself. My turn now, he said with a slight smile, beginning to form hand seals high in the air. Fire release majestic destroyer flame. A pillar of blazing fire swept mercilessly across the Suna ninja positions. The surging heat was nearly unbearable for the Suna ninja, and more terrifying still was the sheer size of the jutsu's range. It left them no way to escape. Wind release blasting air. Wind release vacuum sphere. If there was one element that countered wind release, fire release would rank first. Rather than suppressing the majestic destroyer flame, the wind techniques only fueled the blaze, dramatically increasing its ferocity and destructive power. Uchiha Fu slowly touched down, feeling the residual warmth beneath his feet. The area around him had been reduced to a scorched wasteland. The Suna ninja who had mocked him were nothing but ashes. Eliminate one enemy genin, reward 1 point of world essence. Eliminate one enemy genin, reward 1 point of world essence. Eliminate one enemy chunin, reward 20 points of world essence. Uchiha Fu glanced at the system notifications flooding his vision and wrinkled his nose. That single assault wiped out a large number of genin, with only 3 chunin remaining. It couldn't be helped. Even in a village as strong as Konoha, the number of jonin was limited. As expected, genin are merely cannon fodder in war, Uchiha Fu mused. He had completely forgotten that just moments ago he had been desperate to remain a genin. Of course Konoha's genin were different. Reward spamming. This is the joy of crowd grinding, isn't it? Uchiha Fu grinned, his Sharingan's tomo spinning wildly in his eyes. Far away, the Suna ninja, who had narrowly avoided the direct blast of the majestic destroyer flame, yet still suffered severe burns, stared in terror at the charred ground around them. Demon. Blue-eyed Oni. He's a blue-eyed wraith from hell. Uchiha Fu's expression turned dark. He detested that title. Fixing his gaze on the reckless Suna ninja, Uchiha Fu pulled out a flat brick and charged forward with incredible speed. Smack. The boastful ninja was knocked to the ground, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. From now on, call me the Konoha War God. Uchiha Fu glanced at the surrounding Suna ninja, who gripped their weapons, but dared not advance. Who objects? No one from Suna dared to speak again. Oh, fear was etched in their eyes. Satisfied, Uchiha Fu nodded. Good, you have keen judgment. I'm in a good mood today. I'll let you live. Go spread my name. I, Uchiha Fu, the Konoha War God. Remember that. Hylar, what is that person from Konoha's name? Rasha half closed his eyes, watching the vast vacuum zone carved out by Uchiha Fu's attacks. Using such a powerful jutsu right from the start, the chakra expenditure must be enormous. So youthful, only knowing how to unleash devastation blindly, completely unaware of the true cruelty of war. Rasha smiled. Only the young who had never experienced war could be so careless with their chakra. On the battlefield, even exhaustion could prove fatal. Hylar examined the scene carefully, then pulled aside the nearby ANBU for questioning. Shaking his head, he reported, Lord Kazekage, we have no intelligence on that individual. I possess some information, though limited. Maki spoke up at that moment. Chunin, Maki, you know something. Hylar was puzzled. His own ANBU had failed to obtain such intelligence, yet could a young man who had just been promoted to Chunin know anything? Maki nodded. His name is Uchiha Fu. We took the Chunin exams together. He is a formidable opponent in combat. Just took the Chunin exams. Rasha murmured. Our intelligence system has significant gaps. I will overlook this matter. We have underestimated Konoha, which hides many talents. I originally believed that this year's Chunin exams only required us to monitor a kunoichi named Tsukuyomi. Who would have expected another one to emerge? Hylar cast a reproachful glance at Maki. Why did you not report this immediately upon your return? Maki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I already submitted the Chunin exam reports. Perhaps the elders were overwhelmed with duties and neglected them. Hylar's brows furrowed, about to erupt in anger when Rasha's voice interrupted. Enough, Elder Hylar. We have indeed been negligent regarding the genin intelligence from various villages. This is not Maki's fault. I will go and eliminate him myself. We must not allow Konoha's rising talent to continue growing. The previous generation of Konoha had already produced the legendary 3 Sannin, who dominated the ninja world. They could not let the next generation reach such heights. Rasha spoke gravely. Hylar, I need you to take over command. Lord Kazekage, this is unthinkable. What if this is a trap set by Konoha? Hylar hastily urged him to reconsider. As the newly appointed Kazekage, Rasha's strength was considerably inferior to the missing third Kazekage. On the battlefield, his primary role was to stabilize the troops' morale. If he charged into battle recklessly and fell into Konoha's trap, whether captured or killed, it would not only humiliate the Sand Village, but also severely damage the morale of the frontline troops. In that case, who can go and take that person's life? Hearing Hylar's protest, Rasha pondered for a moment and decided not to insist. Hylar hesitated before speaking. Actually, there is a suitable candidate. Let that person go. The one known as Shikaku. Rasha's brow furrowed, anger flashing in his eyes. Hasn't he been imprisoned all this time? Who authorized bringing him to the battlefield without permission? Rasha clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes at Chiyo, who was locked in combat with Orochimaru. Wasn't this your decision? To prevent the One-Tail from going on a rampage? How could you bring him to such a dangerous place? Besides, would he actually participate in war? That man who has spent his entire life in cultivation. Hylar stammered, nervously muttering something incoherently. Rasha waved his hand impatiently. Very well, very well. If you are not afraid, what do I have to fear? Just don't bring him here, and then refuse to fight for us. Hylar quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded to an Anbu behind him. Soon an elderly monk with a white beard was brought forward. Hylar ordered the guards to remove the shackles from the old man's wrists and ankles. The monk pressed his palms together and spoke. Hylar, what is this about? Aren't you afraid the tailed beast will lose control? A voice echoed within Funakura's body. You old fool, the Sand Village has treated you this way, yet they still want to exploit your power. Let me out. I will destroy them all. Funakura remained silent, suppressing the restless tailed beast chakra within him. Old man, stop suppressing me. Let me kill him. Someone like him is utterly despicable. Is he truly worth your protection? Funakura clasped his hands together, ignoring the voice of the One-Tail. Hylar also pressed his palms together, bowing to Funakura. Master Funakura, the Sand Village needs you. Needs me? I haven't fought in such a long time. My life has become nothing but cultivation. A strange smile appeared on Funakura's usually impassive face. Is the situation really that critical, eh? Hylar nodded. Konoha's forces are formidable. Although we hold a numerical advantage, holding back their jonin is proving quite difficult. Funakura narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. You must be the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, correct? Funakura looked at Rasha. You are quite young for this position. A promising youth indeed. Funakura straightened his somewhat stooped posture, a hint of self-mockery in his words. Since the village needs me, this old man will contribute what he can. Young man, I hold no grudge against the village. I understand that the people fear me. Funakura suddenly addressed Rasha. Rasha nodded. It is all thanks to Master Funakura that the tailed beast is suppressed. No, I am not suppressing the tailed beast. Funakura smiled. It is simply that Shikaku is willing to stay with an old man like me. Rasha fell silent, unsure how to respond. He silently gestured toward Uchiha Fu, who was darting through the battlefield. Thank you, master. Hylar removed the sealing techniques from Funakura's body. Funakura narrowed his eyes, resensing the power within him before looking toward the battlefield. I understand. The aura around Funakura gradually intensified as crimson-tailed beast chakra enveloped his aging body. Stinking monk, are you going to slaughter this time? If you ask me, we should kill Hylar first, this reckless fool. Can you feel it? My powerful chakra. Have I found that youthful feeling again? Shikaku, I trouble you this time. We shall fight side by side again. Funakura's voice was calm, as if conversing with an old friend of many years. Old man, my bones have nearly rusted from disuse these past years. Uchiha Fu, who was cutting down enemies on the battlefield, suddenly felt a presence. He had been targeted by an overwhelming aura. He casually flung a Sand Village genin aside and narrowed his eyes as he looked over. Surrounding the old man were swirling clouds of sand with a tail forged from chakra fluttering behind him. One-Tail, though somewhat surprised, the situation seemed to be becoming interesting. Shikaku, the One-Tail, posed trouble not merely due to its mastery of sand release and wind release, but more critically because of its aptitude for sealing jutsu, rendering it the most unstable of all tailed beasts. The fact that this elderly monk had kept Shikaku meekly contained within his body for over a decade suggested he possessed unique methods. Uchiha Fu deactivated his Muzu mode and scrutinized the old monk Bunkatsu, already deploying Shikaku with such haste. The Sand Village's reserves are truly shallow. Danzo, surrounded by root operatives, watched the tailed beast chakra with concealed delight. Shikaku, I will secure it this time. Through a secret transaction with Orochimaru, Shimura, Danzo had transplanted a portion of Hashirama cells into his own body. Though they granted his aging body a sensation of rebirth, the Hashirama cells carried a latent risk of losing control, requiring constant suppression through chakra. Danzo, having regained new life, was unwilling to abandon this power. However, Orochimaru's assessment was that Danzo's yin and yang releases were imbalanced. Hashirama cells represented the pinnacle of yang release, and without yin release to harmonize them, Danzo's body could not adequately suppress them. Though Danzo did not fully trust Orochimaru's explanation, his body urgently demanded new energy to maintain control. Tailed beast chakra had become his target. Kurama resided within the village. Not only was Uzumaki Kushina a formidable fighter, but Minato Namikaze was also an elite jonin specially groomed by the third Hokage. Too many eyes watched the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After several failed attempts, Danzo shifted his focus to the battlefield. A hint of fanatical fervor crossed his face as his bandaged body exhibited signs of wood release activation. Hastily suppressing the restless Hashirama cells, Danzo retreated toward the rear of the battlefield, his gaze locked firmly upon Bunkatsu. Bunkatsu charged toward Uchiha Fu with a speed incongruous with his frail appearance, accompanied by a devastating onslaught of golden sand. Uchiha Fu's lips curved upward. Finally, an opponent worth my attention. Shikaku, do try not to cry if you get hit. Damn it, let me out. I'll blast this arrogant brat to pieces. Shikaku raged within Bunkatsu's consciousness. Calming it, Bunkatsu replied, do not expose yourself yet. Boom. His right fist, encased in monster strength technique, slammed into the golden sand, causing it to explode outward like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Bunkatsu, expression unchanging, guided a column of yellow sand to surge from the ground, aiming to entangle Uchiha Fu's feet. Wind release vacuum big sphere. Bunkatsu's belly distended violently as he inhaled deeply, launching a vacuum wave akin to an air cannon toward Uchiha Fu. 8 inner gates, door of opening. Uchiha Fu kicked apart wave after wave of sand, attempting to bind him, sidestepping the vacuum big sphere's assault with fluid grace. Though confined for many years, Bunkatsu's combat experience remained seasoned. Sand binding coupled with vacuum sphere attacks would prove lethal, or at least severely debilitating, to anyone unfamiliar with his capabilities. Unfortunately, Bunkatsu had encountered Uchiha Fu. Against absolute speed and reflexes, even the most refined techniques proved futile when they could not land. The vacuum big sphere detonated behind Uchiha Fu, blowing away several Suna ninja who had failed to evade. Bunkatsu's expression remained as placid as still water, his ancient eyes fixed unwaveringly upon his opponent. Young people these days are truly remarkable. Such speed. This old man is genuinely growing old. Uchiha Fu grinned widely. Then why not stay home and enjoy eating sand in your old age? Must you come causing trouble? Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire technique. Uchiha Fu rapidly formed hand seals, expelling a barrage of fireballs that filled the sky. Bunkatsu did not flinch, a faint smile touching his lips as he swept his right hand forward, erecting a sand wall forged from the desert around him. Upon returning, I must study chakra nature transformations further. Pure fire release alone struggles to play a decisive role in combat. The development of lava release has made no progress either. It must be prioritized. Uchiha Fu drove his foot downward with explosive force, the ground cracking like spiderwebs beneath him. He delivered a painful heel kick aimed at Bunkatsu's face. You old wretch. Looking that dreadful and still having the audacity to scare people. Let me give you a facial reconstruction. Take this, pretty kick. Bunkatsu ignored Uchiha Fu's taunts and reached out, grasping the leg he had kicked toward him. The moment Bunkatsu's hands wrapped in tailed beast chakra clamped onto Uchiha Fu's ankle, the young ninja felt the feral power of that chakra beginning to corrode his skin. Force was always reciprocal. Even with Shikaku protecting, Bunkatsu being encased in tailed beast chakra was far from comfortable for him. Yet Bunkatsu's expression never shifted, remaining as unmoving as a still lake. Uchiha Fu quickly used his free foot for leverage, carving through the tailed beast chakra with a chakra scalpel to wrench his captured ankle free. Hiss! He drew in a sharp breath. The skin on his leg had been corroded away, exposing raw red muscle. After a quick seal repair technique, Uchiha Fu held back from further reckless attacks. As expected, tailed beasts cannot be defeated so easily. As the world's top combat forces, tailed beasts truly possess remarkable abilities. Old man, you're at a disadvantage. Hurry and let me out. What are you waiting for? Do you honestly think you can keep up with his speed? Bunkatsu shook his head. Not yet. Seeing Uchiha Fu cease his aggressive assault, Bunkatsu roared and charged forward on his own accord. Fire release dragon fire singing technique. The Myoga-based senjutsu was interrupted mid-construction as vast amounts of chakra were drawn away, shattering the nascent formation. For dragon fires soared toward Bunkatsu from 4 directions. This fire release technique consumed such enormous chakra. Even Uchiha Fu's shadow-level reserves had to draw upon stored chakra. Precisely because this jutsu possessed a 100 hit rate, there was no choice but to endure it head-on. While training this technique, Uchiha Fu had always harbored a confusion, much like in an open-world game where players could dodge skills through various movements. Why did a 100 hit rate skill exist? No matter how one attempted to evade, the only option was to take it head-on, much like a precisely guided missile. Through countless hours of practice, Uchiha Fu gradually gained insight. The technique relied on overwhelming chakra to ignite the flames instantaneously, completely blocking all escape routes for the enemy. The dragon fires also incorporated variations of sealing jutsu to block spatial ninjutsu. A truly meritorious 100 hit rate. The fire dragons struck Bunkatsu, who was slightly taken aback, unleashing a massive cloud of black smoke. On the far side of the battlefield, Orochimaru was enveloped by the poisonous mist Chiyo had released. With a long exhale, Chiyo shaped a plume of purple toxin into a giant hand that swept toward Orochimaru and closed tightly around him. Orochimaru let out a strange hissing chant as his divine sense stirred. In an instant his hands flew through seals and a vortex of overwhelming force surged forward. Ignoring the poison mist entirely, he charged straight at Chiyo. A thunderous crash erupted as Chiyo was struck by the violent gale. Her body was hurled dozens of meters away and slammed heavily into the ground. Gasping for breath, she coughed up a torrent of blood, her eyes blazing with hatred and fury. Although Orochimaru had already taken the antidote Tsunade had prepared in advance, that antidote, developed by Tsunade who had not fought Chiyo for many years, was far less effective against the poison mist Chiyo had since refined. A tinge of purple had crept into Orochimaru's pale face, a clear sign that the poison had taken hold. Manda's movements had also grown sluggish. He shot Orochimaru a venomous look and said, "This was a terrible deal. I've absorbed so much poison. Who knows how much I'll need to devour just to recover." Orochimaru soothed him, "Don't worry. The offerings this time will definitely satisfy you." Then he muttered under his breath, "With Tsunade gone, this old hag is a real pain to deal with." Orochimaru's hands moved swiftly through seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. The gale scattered Chiyo's poison mist, but she made no move to stop him, letting the wind blow the toxin away. Hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru's right arm transformed into a swarm of snakes that hissed and lunged toward Chiyo's face. Puppet technique, machine light shield. The mechanisms in the puppets before Chiyo opened, and a chakra shield blocked the attack of the hidden shadow snake hands. So the next generation of Konoha has already grown this strong. Orochimaru's assault was potent enough to make even the puppets in Chiyo's hands tremble. White secret technique, the 10 bodies of Chikamatsu. Chiyo summoned the 10 bodies of Chikamatsu, the masterpiece of Monzaemon, the founder of puppetry. The 10 puppets formed a triangular formation and swung their great blades at Orochimaru. Orochimaru darted left and right, evading the puppet strikes. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Orochimaru expelled 2 jutsu from his mouth, and the combined power of fire and wind release fused into something far greater than the sum of its parts. Empowered by the wind, the 3 fire dragons blazed fiercer and sped faster. As expected of the 3rd Hokage's disciple, Chiyo remarked with a sigh. Tsukuyomi was sorely lacking young shinobi of this caliber. After all, the one hailed as the strongest, the 3rd Kazekage, had been killed by her own selfish hand, and her grandson Sasori had drifted further and further away from Tsukuyomi. Puppet technique, 3 jewel suction crush. Chiyo held nothing back. She broke through the barrier of fire dragons and charged straight at Orochimaru. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru dared not let Manda absorb this dreadful jutsu. If Manda were injured, he would extort Orochimaru for who knows how many treasures. The Rashomon gates had 2 layers shattered before the 3rd finally blocked Chiyo's technique. Yet Chiyo did not press her advantage. Instead, she flickered away from the battlefield. "TCH. Just like that, you're running away." Orochimaru growled, unwilling to let her go. Chiyo glanced back at him with a mocking smile, then pointed toward the sky. "What? When did?" Storm clouds had gathered overhead without anyone noticing. Orochimaru never expected Tsukuyomi's shinobi to try making it rain on the battlefield. Have they abandoned sand release? What kind of tactic is this? Orochimaru could not make sense of it. Endless waves of rain fell. Countless Suna shinobi used raging winds to carry their village's scarce water reserves high into the air, where the moisture converged into the dark clouds above. Heavy rain poured down across the battlefield. The Konoha forces, already worn thin by the sand shinobi's encirclement, broke into smiles. But soon the Konoha ninja noticed something was wrong. The sand shinobi wore eerily twisted grins upon their faces. "It's raining. Sand shinobi are weakened in the rain. Wait, something's wrong. Oh, the rain is poisonous. The rainwater is corrosive." The Tsukuyomi shinobi had taken their antidotes in advance, and so had Konoha, but clearly the Konoha antidotes were not the right remedy. Seeing this, Orochimaru could not help but grow anxious. "Chiyo, to think you'd stoop to such despicable means." "Despicable?" Chiyo burst into laughter as if she had just heard a joke. "You Konoha folk dare speak to me of despicable? Don't make me laugh." Wind release, vacuum sphere. The sand shinobi seized the moment, weaving seals and blasting the Konoha ranks. In an instant, Konoha was thrown into disarray, their formation beginning to crumble. Summoning technique. It was Uchiha Fu who summoned the giant slug at this critical moment. The moment the slug appeared, it split into countless smaller slugs that scurried across the field, healing the wounded Konoha shinobi and drawing the poison from their bodies. But the instant Uchiha Fu's focus wavered, Bunpuku seized the opportunity. A fist condensed from tailed beast chakra slammed into Uchiha Fu's body. "You dare let your mind wander while fighting me." Bunpuku crossed his arms after his successful strike. Uchiha Fu was sent flying backward. He twisted in midair to regain his balance, and although both feet landed on the ground, they carved deep trenches into the earth. "Lord Jiraiya, buy me some time," the slug cried out in desperation. Seeing the dire situation, Jiraiya knew this was the most critical moment. He had to hold the line so the Konoha shinobi could regroup. Earth release, earth flow wall. One wall of earth after another rose before the Konoha ninja, blocking the sand assault. Fire release, great blaze ball. Jiraiya spat out a stream of oil, ignited it with fire release, and let it erupt among the sand army. In an instant, many sand shinobi were engulfed by the flames and reduced to charred remains without a single cry. The remaining sand shinobi glared at Jiraiya with wary eyes. What does it matter if he's one of the 3 Sannin? His chakra is limited. Don't fear him. Asuna Jonin cut down a fleeing Chunin with a single slash of his blade and shouted the order. Kunai, loose. A storm of kunai and shuriken flew toward Jiraiya intermingled with countless explosive tags. Boom, boom. The explosions thundered on for several minutes and thick clouds of dust swirled around Jiraiya. Did we get him, Mai? So the 3 Sannin are nothing special. But when the smoke cleared, Jiraiya was nowhere to be seen. Tell me, what are you all so happy about? A massive toad appeared in the sky and Jiraiya gazed down upon the sand shinobi from above. Summoning technique, toad flatness. Gamma Hero landed, sending a ring of enemies flying. Again, with another tremendous leap and slam, the sand shinobi stared in despair at the colossal shadow looming over them. On Uchiha Feng's side, Bunpuku's half-tailed beast transformation was starting to make things troublesome. The corrosive nature of tailed beast chakra was too much even for Uchiha Feng, protected as he was by iron body. The clarity in Bunpuku's eyes was fading more and more, yet he was still struggling to hold on to his sanity. This old bastard. It's wrong to attack, but also wrong not to attack. If I push him too hard, and he lets Shikaku out, one-tailed beast ball could devastate this main battlefield. Uchiha Feng grumbled to himself. Of course, if Shikaku did come out, he would most likely launch indiscriminate attacks without distinguishing ally from enemy. But that was still a situation Konoha could not accept. Sand binding coffin. The sand beneath his feet kept trying to wrap around Uchiha Feng. He kicked it away time after time, the Sharingan in his eyes spinning madly. Bunpuku's combat sense was not keen, and the jutsu he released could be seen through by the Sharingan. What made this battle so hard to settle was that Bunpuku in his tailed beast state had endless chakra. Close-range combat, meanwhile, meant suffering the corrosion of tailed beast chakra. By now, little of Bunpuku's skin was left intact. The corrosion of tailed beast chakra was not one way. For the Jinchuriki wrapped inside it, the damage never stopped. He really can take pain. Hurt this badly, and he still hasn't made a sound. No wonder he could endure ascetic training for all those years. Jokes aside, Uchiha Feng turned serious. 8 gates release. Gate of astonishment open. A large portion of his stored vital essence drained away in an instant, leaving Uchiha Feng feeling hollow. The 8 gates had been kicked straight open to the 7th gate. Sweat began to evaporate from his body, coating him like a suit of blue armor. Daytime Tiger. The air was compressed to its limit, surging at Bunpuku like a tiger. Boom. Although he built a ring of sand for defense, in the first moment, the Daytime Tiger shattered the sand shield in an instant. Struck heavily in the chest, Bunpuku was sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing against a protruding rock as he vomited mouthful after mouthful of blood. Though Bunpuku had been knocked flat by that one blow in Uchiha Feng's Sharingan observation, the old man had suffered no life-threatening injuries. It has been a long time since I felt pain like this. Bunpuku wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and struggled to his feet. I thought I had forgotten the taste of pain. Or rather, I've been in pain all along, so I've simply grown used to it. Bunpuku raised his head, eyes half-lidded. That taijutsu with the blue steam. What is it called? Uchiha Feng did not answer. He simply curled his fingers toward himself. Come, young man, you are far too impatient. Bunpuku let out a sigh. That will do no good for your future cultivation. Don't put on that big wolf act. Uchiha Feng could not help cursing. You're not even an ascetic. I don't see any enlightenment from your supposed dharma attainment. What right do you have to act like a life coach? Bunpuku was stunned for a moment, then said, I never thought I would attain enlightenment. I practice Buddhism only to suppress Shikaku. Hypocrite. Uchiha Feng attacked with words. Old man, I ask you, after half a lifetime of cultivation, what kind of Buddhist dharma have you cultivated? If there was one jutsu above all others in Naruto, it had to be Takno Jutsu. Since the old man had cultivated Buddhism for his entire life, Uchiha Feng would use Buddhism to shatter him from within. If you truly want to hear it, then I will tell you. Bunpuku pressed his palms together and stopped his attacks. Life itself is cultivation. Being the one-tailed Jinchuriki is cultivation, and being a Konoha ninja is also cultivation. And what have you cultivated? Uchiha Feng pressed, refusing to let it go. I have cultivated my own path, protecting the village. Even if Tsukuyomi locked you up, even if the guards looked at you with strange eyes and docked your rations. Bunpuku pressed his palms together. Even so, it does not matter. Damn it. This one's not right in the head. Uchiha Feng cursed inwardly. Old man, you've wasted your whole life cultivating Buddhism. Go read the sutras. What does the Buddha actually preach? And what have you done? Do you honestly think devoting yourself single-mindedly to Tsukuyomi is what the Buddha asks of you? Bunpuku closed his eyes and did not answer. Old man, stop your blathering and let me out. If I'm not released soon, Tsukuyomi is going to lose. Bunpuku heard Shikaku's voice from inside his body and took a look at the battlefield. At this point, Tsukuyomi was being pushed back in defeat by the Konoha army that had regained its momentum. Chiyo was kept occupied by Orochimaru, and the poison she prided herself on was neutralized by the slugs summoned through the summoning jutsu. The newly appointed 4th Kazekage Raza stood with his arms crossed watching the battlefield, showing no sign of stepping in to help. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze strolled through the battlefield as easily as if it were their own garden, occasionally lending a hand to Konoha ninja who had been cornered. Kakashi swung his ninja sword with a pile of Tsukuyomi ninja already down around him. Danzo was still watching the battlefield with a hungry glare, his gaze occasionally shifting toward Shikaku's position. 3,000 against Konoha's 1,000, and they've been reduced to this state. In terms of shinobi numbers on the field, Sunagakure truly had the advantage, but in high-level combat power their side was far too insufficient. No village had as many renowned experts as Konoha. It seems Sunaгаkure's decline was no accident. Shikaku, can you promise me you won't lay a hand on the people of Sunagakure? Restrain your hatred of them. Very well then. Come. Uchiha Feng watched as Bunpuku's head slowly drooped. Ha! Bunpuku suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. The eerie smile made his already wrinkled face even more weather-beaten and haggard. Ha ha ha. Bunpuku's face was now contorted with hatred, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Feng. Complete tailed beast transformation. The Sharingan. These evil eyes should all be gouged out. The Sharingan could control a tailed beast's movements, and Shikaku had once been subjugated by those eyes. That had been the most painful time of his life. Gouge them out, gouge them out, gouge them out. From Bunpuku's gaping mouth, drool flowed without end. In the face of Uchiha Feng's Sharingan, Shikaku was still instinctively afraid. Mimi, so you're out. Come here, I'll give you a dried fish. Uchiha Feng pulled a dried salted fish from his pocket and tossed it at Shikaku. The air froze at that instant. Shikaku stared in disbelief as the dried fish hit his head, bounced twice, and fell to the ground. It really is a dried fish. And it even stinks. How dare you humiliate me like this? Shikaku's chakra instantly went berserk. Bunpuku, already hideous, became even more terrifying, and his murderous intent seemed to take tangible form. Die. You will die. Shikaku charged forward as if throwing away his life. Trouble, Bunpuku muttered. Shikaku is angry. The sand around him coalesced, wrapping itself in the tailed beast's chakra until it took the shape of a colossal tanuki. Boom. The sand-formed tanuki's paw slammed toward Uchiha Fujin. Possession vessel. Uchiha Fujin had only witnessed such a technique with Gaara. He never expected Bunpuku to wield it as well. In the next instant, Uchiha Fujin kicked apart the sand-formed claw. Yet in the following second, the shattered sand reassembled into another claw, attempting to seize him from behind. Oomph. Uchiha Fujin let out a cold snort, his monster strength pulverizing the sand claw again and again. Sand-style desert burial. Given that the battle already took place in a desert, Bunpuku's desert burial caused the sands beneath Uchiha Fujin's feet to quake and fracture, transforming into a vast sea of quicksand. Interesting. Are you altering the terrain hoping to counter my speed? Uchiha Fujin smiled. Ordinary ninjutsu was virtually useless against his absolute speed. Only large-scale devastating techniques could hope to constrain him. But still too slow. Although the sand moved swiftly, Uchiha Fujin moved faster. With all 8 gates opened, his speed truly deserved the title of body flicker. The quicksand could not hinder his steps. The towering sand hands emerging from below could not so much as touch his shadow. Bunpuku's expression darkened, and he intensified his chakra output. Old man, bring him before me. Let me handle this. Bunpuku nodded, spewing wind-style techniques from his mouth, while his body shot forward like a cannonball riding the gale. Uchiha Fujin, noticing Bunpuku's intent to close in for hand-to-hand combat, raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Afraid I'll dismantle your ancient bones. At this state, with 7 gates open, close-quarters combat was exactly what Uchiha Fujin feared least. His hand seized Bunpuku by the throat, pressing him into intimate contact with the surrounding sand. Bunpuku yanked upward, spat out the sand from his mouth, and placed his right hand on Uchiha Fujin's wrist. A strange smile spread across his face. What the yay? Alarms blared within Uchiha Fujin's mind. When something seems too convenient, deception is certain. In an instant, his consciousness felt as though it were being sucked away. Like dozens of chaotic spins in zero gravity, suppressing the urge to vomit, Uchiha Fujin hastily opened his eyes. Water. Beneath his feet lay water as still and lifeless as a frozen lake. Each step sent ripples radiating outward. Ha ha ha, you actually dare to enter. A deep, grating voice echoed, triggering a memory. Shikaku's sealing chamber. A colossal tanuki face, its massive jaws grinning wide, loomed before Uchiha Fujin. Welcome to my domain. Shikaku yawned its enormous maw, and Uchiha Fujin could almost smell the rotting stench exhaling from within. Hey, haven't you brushed your teeth in decades? Uchiha Fujin pinched his nose and waved away the odor. What? Shikaku paused, exhaled, and sniffed for itself before realizing, I don't have bad breath. Enraged, Shikaku swung its colossal palm, attempting to crush Uchiha Fujin flat. Clink clank. Uchiha Fujin merely stood still, watching Shikaku's performance. Bound tightly by iron chains, the swinging giant hand halted mere inches before Uchiha Fujin's eyes. Damn it. Damned. Shikaku roared in fury, but no matter how it writhed and twisted, the iron chains bound to its body prevented it from laying a single touch upon Uchiha Fujin. Uchiha Fujin retrieved a brick from behind his back and a walnut. Tap. He cracked the walnut right on Shikaku's forehead using the brick. Aorg. Bunpuku. Lift the seal. Hurry and lift the seal. Shikaku bellowed in agitation, the chains rattling loudly with its thrashing. I'll kill you. I'll bite you to pieces. Let your flesh rot inside my body. As Shikaku ranted impotently, Uchiha Fujin picked at his ears. You've got nothing left but that foul mouth of yours. I wonder how old man Bunpuku has tolerated staying by your side for all these years with that stench. Probably because he's dumb. Fair point. Brains and grumpy, a perfect pair. Bunpuku had now appeared here as well. Surrender. I don't wish to release Shikaku. Its destructive power is far too great. Bunkaku pressed his palms together, speaking with an air of certainty. Save your comedy, Uchiha Fujin scoffed. Go ahead and release it. If you can actually do so in this place, I'll concede you're impressive. The Sand Village's sealing techniques were never particularly formidable. Since Gaara became the Jinchuriki, he had never dared to sleep, terrified Shikaku would awaken and seize control. The fact that Bunkaku had contained Shikaku for so long was itself a miracle. If Konoha's sealing jutsu resembled a steel cage, then the Sand Village's was more akin to a rubber one. It worked, but it leaked. In combat, Uchiha Fujin's sealing techniques were not yet potent enough to threaten Shikaku directly, but to drag him into the mental realm. That was a different matter. While Uchiha Fujin had been teasing Shikaku, he had been quietly retrieving a sealing scroll and laying traps beneath his feet. Bunkaku shook his head and untied the iron chains binding Shikaku. Shikaku sneered, ready to swat the annoying little insect before it. Its giant hand began its downward swing. Thud. A deafening sound like metal colliding with metal sent Shikaku rebounding backward. A massive iron cage enveloped Shikaku. The beast smashed its head relentlessly against the bars, roaring in frustration. 4 symbols sealing, impressive, right? Uchiha Fujin observed the imprisoned Shikaku and began singing a mournful tune. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains. Leaning on the bars, gazing outside, how beautiful life is beyond. Each chain binds me tight. Shikaku felt as though reason itself had abandoned it, pounding its head furiously against the cage. Old man, lift the seal. Old man, think of something. Let me out. Hurry and free me. Bunkaku frowned. The 4 symbols sealing. A secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. He had only ever heard of it, never imagined it could cage Shikaku so effortlessly. Shikaku's screams grew higher and shriller by the second. Uchiha Fujin sighed. "Ah, pity I didn't bring cigarettes. Otherwise I'd offer you one." Bunkaku shook his head. "Better let him out." Shikaku shot Uchiha Fujin a resentful glare. Then the entire space war. Head once more weightless, and Uchiha Fujin was violently expelled. Opening his eyes again, he saw Bunkaku seated cross-legged before him, the bijou chakra surging ever more violently around the old man. "Don't be ridiculous. The 4 symbols sealing broke the moment I surfaced. It couldn't hold for long. Do you think I'm insane to permanently seal Shikaku for the Sand Village?" With the 4 symbols sealing dismissed, Bunkaku actively unraveled his own sand-based seal as well. And at that moment, Shikaku was fully unleashed. "Huh, I'm out. This lord is finally out." Completely free from the sealing jutsu, Shikaku had taken control of Bunpuka's body. An incredible amount of chakra radiated from Bunpuka's body, chakra that no human should ever possess. Sleeping jutsu. At this moment, Bunpuku was completely dominated by Shikaku, as if he had sunk into a deep sleep. "Thanks to you, you little Konoha brat, the seal on me has been undone. Today I'll show you what it means to have the power of a tailed beast." Amid Shikaku's roars, a sandstorm suddenly erupted across the desert, making many in the Konoha army cover their eyes. "Don't let the earth flow wall break. We must hold back the sandstorm." Orochimaru roared the earth release squad, gritting their teeth as they fed chakra into the wall. In the desert, they were already at a geographical disadvantage. If the sandstorm broke through, there would be no battle left to fight. For Shikaku, the desert was like home. Uchiha Fu locked his gaze on Shikaku, who now held command of the body. On Shikaku's forehead, Bunpuku sat with his hands pressed together and his eyes tightly closed. Summoning jutsu. Facing such a massive opponent with overwhelming strength, Uchiha Fu formed hand seals as well and summoned the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. The chakra output of the summoning jutsu was more than that of an elite jonin, and even the slug summoned was only barely enough to match Shikaku in size. "The One Tail, you've gotten into quite a big mess, Fuchan." Uchiha Fu stood on the slug's head and gave a helpless shrug. "No help for it. Sorry to trouble you." "It's nothing," the slug sage replied politely. "But against this fellow I have no real solutions either, as I'm not good at fighting." "It's fine. The important thing is not to lose momentum." Uchiha Fu crossed his arms. "Please ease my injuries." Seizing the moment when the 2 enormous creatures were locked in a standoff, he hurried to treat his wounds. Wind release, air bullet. Shikaku seemed unwilling to give Uchiha Fu any chance to breathe. Against the equally enormous slug, he launched his attack without a care. Shikaku's already massive belly swelled even higher. Then he slapped it with force, sending an air cannon flying toward the slug. The slug sage was too huge to dodge the air cannon. In desperation, Uchiha Fu jumped up from the slug's head, hands flashing through signs. Sage art, fire release, great fireball jutsu. The 2 powers smashed together with a violent blast, then canceled each other out and dispersed. The energy ball formed by the air bullet was rather large, but its chakra was not especially condensed, so Uchiha Fu managed to block it with the great fireball. Uchiha Fu jumped back onto the slug's head and grinned at Shikaku. "Is that all?" Shikaku, already prone to fury, was now nearly boiling over. This guy kept provoking him without pause, making blood rush to his head as he screamed in rage. Shikaku planted his 4 limbs into the loose desert sand, leaving 4 massive footprints. With a tremendous boom before Uchiha Fu's somewhat stunned gaze, his enormous body leapt into the air and opened his jaws wide to bite at Uchiha Fu. "Behave now, big flying fatty," Uchiha Fu said with a teasing grin. "Slug sage, please keep a clone on my shoulder to continue healing." "Understood. Leave it to me." The slug sage quickly produced a clone, which settled on Uchiha Fu's shoulder. Uchiha Fu hardened his resolve and opened the last of the 8 gates, the Gate of Death. It was the first time Uchiha Fu had opened the Gate of Death after cultivating the 8 gates. The vital essence stored within him was drained dry, leaving his body with an unprecedented emptiness. Yet it also erupted with unprecedented power. The steam around him turned crimson, savagely tearing at the air. It hurt so much. The rampaging energy brought not only tremendous power, but also overwhelming pain that crushed his muscles, cells, and bones. A faint coolness came from his shoulder, soothing Uchiha Fu's compressed bones. Damn it. Even though this is driven by vital essence, I never thought it would be so violent. It hurt so much. Shikaku descended from the sky, trying recklessly to swallow Uchiha Fu. Uchiha Fu took a sprinter's stance on the slug's head. The crimson steam around him gathered into a giant dragon head. Night guy. Uchiha Fu's speed distorted space, and the slug sage beneath his feet could not withstand the force of his push-off splitting apart. Shikaku's eyes flew wide. Even he with his explosive temper could sense that something was wrong. Though a tailed beast could not truly die, being killed would still leave it weakened for several years. If captured in that weakened state, it would be doomed to misery. Leaping in midair, Shikaku had no chance to dodge. He kept condensing air bullets in his mouth, trying to obstruct Uchiha Fu's advance. Boom. Shikaku's belly had just begun to swell when Uchiha Fu's kick slammed into it. The air mass gathered in his stomach was knocked askew, spilling everywhere from his mouth and nose. Even more terrifying, a circular hole 5 meters in diameter had opened in Shikaku's abdomen. Knocked off balance in midair, Shikaku spun and tumbled to the ground. Shikaku, lying on the ground, clawed desperately at the sand around him, his eyes filled with disbelief. How can this be? Shikaku gritted out his abdomen, searing with waves of pain as his life force slowly drained away. He mobilized sand to repair the huge hole in his abdomen, and thoughts of retreat began to surface. That kick from Uchiha Fu would force him to hibernate for at least several months just to recover. Uchiha Fu stood in midair looking down at Shikaku. From this angle you really are like a big yellow cat. Uchiha Fu smiled. As expected, a big orange cat is always heavy. What insolence. This lord will make you regret this. Despite his wounds, Shikaku's mouth remained as foul as ever. Uchiha Fu narrowed his eyes and looked at Shikaku's huge mouth. The next kick is aimed straight at that mouth of yours. I hope your mouth is really that hard. On his shoulder, the slug sage's clone had already been vaporized by the crimson steam, so the slug sage immediately supplied another. Shikaku's heart was now full of turmoil. His instincts told him not to take this kick. Having a hole punched through his stomach was one thing, but if a hole was punched through his head, he would truly die. Then he would have to hide in a secluded corner, quietly nursing his wounds, and flee from ninja pursuit. A weakened-tailed beast was like gold in the desert. Everyone would be drawn to it. Meow like a cat, and I'll let you go, Uchiha Fu said to Shikaku. If he had any choice, Uchiha Fu also didn't want to stay in this state. He could clearly feel his body screaming in agony. Meow like a cat, and I'll let you go. Uchiha Feng glanced at Shikaku and pursed his lips. If he could help it, Uchiha Feng didn't want to stay in this state either. He could clearly feel his body crying out in pain. It hurts, really hurts. Even with the system guaranteeing that only my stored life essence is consumed, the pain is absolutely unbearable. Shikaku hesitated for a moment, thinking that enduring this humiliation was worse than death and rebirth. Clenching his jaw full of fangs, he roared furiously and blustered. Come on, do it again if you dare. Fine. Uchiha Feng loosened up his muscles and did a few jumping jacks on the spot. The 8 gates formation was complete, giving Uchiha Feng the ability to walk through the air. Let me show you a palm technique that falls from the sky. Ever heard of it? Uchiha Feng trod on empty air, continuously ascending. Breaking through the clouds, Uchiha Feng saw a giant bird. He stepped onto the bird's back. Although he used no force, the giant bird was instantly crushed, bursting open and scattering a substance like white clay in every direction. Clay. Uchiha Feng scratched his head. An Awabikure scout. I can't stand these guys who can fly around as they please. Sooner or later I'll build a chakra anti-aircraft cannon. Anyone I see flying gets a cannon shot. If he hadn't climbed above the clouds, he probably wouldn't have noticed the clay bird. Looking down, the huge body of Shikaku had already shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Uchiha Feng flipped upside down, pressing his palms together. He let gravity drag him down toward the ground. The red steam around him crackled and blasted against the friction of the air. Faster and faster Uchiha Feng fell. In his upside-down position, the blood in his body rushed to his head. In his astonishment, his 2-tomo Sharingan evolved into 3-tomo. That's a nice bonus, I suppose. Uchiha Feng sensed his new eyeballs. To the people on the ground, Uchiha Feng, radiating red steam, now looked like a meteor hurtling toward the earth at extreme speed. At that moment, Shikaku felt an overwhelming pressure. The long-forgotten fear left him at a loss. Without even thinking, Shikaku gripped the ground with all 4 limbs and opened his massive jaw. A black sphere condensed at his mouth, and like a black hole it devoured a large amount of natural energy, gradually growing larger. In desperation, Shikaku used his strongest attack, the tailed beast ball. Boom. The tailed beast ball flew straight toward Uchiha Feng in the sky. Uchiha Feng didn't dodge. He charged straight at the tailed beast ball. A dazzling flash blazed up. His speed was so great that he passed through the tailed beast ball before it detonated. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in midair, sending a huge gust of wind across the battlefield. By this time Uchiha Feng could see Shikaku's panicked face clearly. Shikaku also noticed the faint smile on Uchiha Feng's face and the piercing shriek of the air tearing apart from his incredible speed. If this fist lands, I'm dead. I'll definitely die. Shikaku was frightened. Meow meow meow. Shikaku buried his head in the sand and let out a cat's meow. I give up. I meowed. Uchiha Feng withdrew his fist, releasing the force in midair, then backflipped and landed steadily beside Shikaku. Not bad, not bad. The boy is teachable. Uchiha Feng reached out his hand, and Shikaku obediently offered his head. Satisfied, Uchiha Feng patted Shikaku's head and turned around. A single body fought across 3,000 li, one sword once blocked 1,000,000 troops. Even though his body ached dreadfully, he had to finish putting on his act. Shikaku's face was full of flattery as he rubbed his big hands, and said, yeah. Not to mention 1,000,000. Even 10,000,000 wouldn't stand a chance. Uchiha Feng nodded. Who said Shikaku had a bad temper? Uchiha Feng extended his right hand and glanced at Shikaku, who obediently presented his head, letting Uchiha Feng rub his huge skull. Alright, go back. After rubbing for a while, Uchiha Feng patted Shikaku's head. You got it. Shikaku quickly agreed. Bunpuku, old man, wake up already. I want to go back. Whoa, this place is too dangerous. At the rear of the battlefield, seeing Shikaku subdued, Danzo was shocked for a moment, then secretly rejoiced. Kino, move. A young boy nodded and pressed a necklace against his forehead. His hands moved rapidly through hand seals, and sweat kept pouring down his head. This technique was still too much for him. Hokage-style listening technique, Kakuan entering the city with drooping hands. After performing the technique, the boy's body went hollow, and he collapsed. Danzo coldly glanced at the ninja called Kino, and said to his men, take him away. He performed pretty well this time. A giant wooden hand descended from the sky and slapped onto Shikaku, immobilizing him. I've already surrendered. Shikaku looked at Uchiha Feng helplessly. Uchiha Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the expressionless Danzo in the distance. Couldn't help but act. Targeting the tailed beast. 4 violet flames formation. At that moment 4 root ninjas stood at the 4 corners around the tailed beast and jointly activated the 4 violet flames formation. The translucent purple rectangular barrier trapped both Shikaku and Uchiha Feng inside. Pinned down by the wooden hand, Shikaku thrashed about, furiously slamming into the barrier's walls and sending out sizzling burning sounds. Danzo, what do you mean by this? Seeing this, Jiraiya demanded. The tailed beast is a threat to Konoha village. It must be eliminated. Unmoved by Jiraiya's anger, Danzo said self-righteously. And what about Uchiha Feng? Are you sealing him inside the barrier too? Danzo lowered his eyelids to hide the faint joy in his eyes. The Uchiha are a threat to the village as well. What's the harm in eliminating them together? I'm not a weakling like Hiruzen Sarutobi. Anything that threatens the village, I will wipe out. I won't give Tsunagakure a chance to exploit this, nor will I allow the Uchiha clan to rise again and produce another threat to the village. Danzo said unhurriedly. Uchiha Feng's 3-tomo Sharingan kept fixed on Danzo's face. Although they were far apart, and he couldn't hear what Danzo said, reading his lips with the Sharingan revealed the whole story. Uchiha Feng took a deep breath and took out a pill. Bloodline enhancement pill. The Sharingan is largely the same among users until it reaches 3-tomo, but once it surpasses that stage, the new form is named the Mangekyō Sharingan. This means no 2 Mangekyō are exactly alike. Their abilities are wildly diverse, most of them tied to the wielder's personal experiences and the deepest obsession buried in their heart. Anger and hatred, violent emotional upheaval. These are the means to unleash the power of the Sharingan. A Mangekyō Sharingan awakened under intense mental turmoil is nothing less than a manifestation of one's innermost obsession. It could be said that most Uchiha with powerful ocular jutsu are obsessive fanatics. This is precisely why Konoha harbors such wariness toward the Uchiha clan. No one wants to be around someone prone to extreme emotional swings. If some fool ever provoked him, and he summoned a giant Susanoo right in the middle of the village, who could possibly deal with that? Uchiha Kazuto swallowed the bloodline enhancement pill like a piece of candy, feeling nothing unusual at first. Only a brief sting in his eyes, lasting but an instant. At that moment, the Tomo in Uchiha Kazuto's pupils had already transformed into a windmill-like shape. Upgrade complete. You have obtained the Mangekyō Sharingan. You have acquired ocular jutsu Susanoo Izanagi and Kagutsuchi. You have acquired a unique skill, glare that makes one pregnant. Glare that makes one pregnant drags the enemy into an illusory space, where within 1 minute they experience the entire 10-month journey of pregnancy, and over the following day endure the agony of childbirth. Time within the illusion has no effect on the real world. Uchiha Kazuto was stunned. Shouldn't it have been Tsukuyomi? Uchiha Kazuto seriously suspected the system was messing with him. Could it be that he had awakened consciousness while still in his mother's womb, leaving his Mangekyo's abilities so bizarre? Danzo looked at Uchiha Kazuto's eyes in shock, a hint of retreat creeping into his heart. Then Danzo gritted his teeth. As formidable as the Mangekyō Sharingan was, Uchiha Kazuto had only just awakened his eyes. This was the best chance to deal with him. Once he honed his mastery of the Mangekyō, he would become far more troublesome. Mangekyō. So he's actually awakened it. Danzo had experienced the power of the Mangekyō before. This kind of evil power must be seized by my own hands. Shikaku. Uchiha Kazuto barely suppressed the discomfort racking his body. His chakra reserves were being drained at an alarming rate, and the 8 gates released formation was also a crushing burden on his body. It seems someone wants to eliminate us both. Although the Blood Blaze art allowed him to use the 8 gates without the side effect of death, once they closed the pain was excruciating all the same. Even the restorative effects of the primordial divine art and the I Ching Jing required time to mend his body. At this rate, the 100 healings technique can't come soon enough. Uchiha Kazuto glanced at Shikaku while the slug had long since dissolved into a wisp of white smoke and returned to Shikatsu Forest the moment his chakra had bottomed out. At a time like this, Konoha still wants to fight among itself. Shikaku was baffled. Without knowing why, the moment he met Uchiha Kazuto's pupils, he instinctively averted his gaze. That look is even more terrifying than during our earlier battle. Old man Bunpuku, I beg you, let me go back. Yeah. Uchiha Kazuto let out a rueful smile, swallowed several soldier pills, and rapidly cycled the primordial divine art to recover his nearly depleted chakra. Shikaku lashed his tail violently, sending several root ninja flying. The survivors hurriedly retreated behind the barrier, sustaining it with all their might in an attempt to seal Shikaku inside. Shikaku sneered at the root ninja outside the barrier as they futilely unleashed jutsu after jutsu. A storm of kunai and shuriken struck his body, clattering against his sand armor with a metallic ring. Hey Konoha brat, aren't you angry? Shikaku idly swatted his arms, scattering a wave of incoming kunai. More than anger, it's helplessness. Uchiha Kazuto shrugged. Laying hands on a ninja from one's own village on the battlefield. That's something that would be condemned no matter where it happened. But now that we're trapped in this barrier together, if I get blasted apart by the shockwaves of battle, I suppose one could just call it bad luck. So that's the deal. Danzo wants to attack me, and yet he still has to wrap himself in the banner of righteousness. Shikaku scratched his head. For all of Uchiha Kazuto's elaborate explanation, he understood almost none of it. Never mind. I was just venting. Uchiha Kazuto hadn't expected Shikaku to understand anyway. Two-tailed beast human schemes probably looked no different from ants dithering back and forth. A fist wreathed in the strange power technique smashed the wooden hand, pinning Shikaku to the ground. Hit it with a tailed beast ball. Uchiha Kazuto shouted. Shikaku nodded. Being a tailed beast had its perks. Nearly infinite chakra and an absurdly fast recovery rate. A black orb of condensed energy rapidly took shape before Shikaku's mouth and hurtled toward the 4 violet flames formation. The 4 violet flames formation was not exceptionally strong. The moment the tailed beast ball made contact, the far superior tailed beast chakra shattered the barrier into countless glittering fragments. The tailed beast ball continued onward, bearing its immense pressure straight toward Danzo. Damn it! Jiraiya cursed under his breath, then said to Gamehiro beneath him, I'm counting on you. Danzo was hiding behind the main body of Konoha's forces. If that tailed beast ball detonated right in the middle of them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Gamehiro reluctantly nodded and drew the 2 great blades from his back. I'll do my best. Don't do your best. Do it for real. This is a life or death moment. Jiraiya rapidly worked through his options. Sage mode was out of reach, and no other jutsu could hope to stop a tailed beast ball. Let me handle it. Minato Namikaze patted Jiraiya on the shoulder. Jiraiya-sensei, if there's any way, toss Danzo to the front lines. With that, Minato Namikaze flung out a single kunai. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, he appeared directly beneath the tailed beast ball and reached up with one hand to catch it. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, once more carrying the tailed beast ball to a stretch of open ground far from the battlefield. Boom! The mushroom cloud from the tailed beast ball's detonation left everyone on the battlefield stunned for a moment, followed by a deafening roar of sound. It worked. A faint smile hung on Minato Namikaze's lips. Jiraiya grabbed Minato's right hand at once. By now it had been corroded by tailed beast chakra for a considerable time, and nearly the entire forearm was scorched black. Get back quickly and find Tsunade to treat it. If you're too late, you'll lose that arm, Jiraiya urged. You've left a marker near her, right? Minato Namikaze nodded. Because he sometimes had to rush wounded soldiers to safety, a coordinate had been left near Tsunade. I'm heading off then. Jiraiya-sensei, stay safe. Minato vanished from the battlefield in a flash. With the crisis resolved, Jiraiya let out a relieved sigh, his furious eyes fixed squarely on Danzo. Although the tailed beast ball had been dealt with, and that major threat eliminated, it had also left Jiraiya's most valued disciple Minato Namikaze wounded, and whether his arm would ever recover remained uncertain. At that moment, Jiraiya furiously grabbed the collar of a root operative. Are you people out of your minds? If you were going to attack Shikaku, don't you know you should do it away from all these people? Facing Jiraiya's furious question, the root operative answered with a blank expression. We don't need your permission to act. We take orders only from Lord Danzo. Nothing else has anything to do with us. Jiraiya almost laughed from rage. Are you saying not even the Hokage can command you? The man shook his head. If Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi were present, we would report to the Hokage. Then you're saying you'd only report to the Hokage? The shinobi remained silent. Jiraiya smiled mockingly. Danzo really has raised a fine pack of dogs. You don't even obey the Hokage anymore. Only Danzo. Jiraiya dropped the root operative and appeared in front of Danzo in a flash. Elder Danzo, who approved your operation to capture the tailed beast. Your actions will bring about grave consequences. Jiraiya declared with righteous severity. Danzo raised his eyelids slightly. Grave consequences? War? Are you not already in a war? Jiraiya was stymied, feeling that something was off. I don't need to report everything I do to you, Jiraiya. Danzo tapped his cane expressionlessly. Jiraiya was helpless. In terms of status, Danzo, an elder of Konoha and the head of its shadow forces, indeed had the standing to say so. Elder Danzo at the very least spare a thought for Konoha's main army, don't let the fighting reach them. In war, what does it matter if a few cannon fodder die? Danzo remained unmoved. Jiraiya gnashed his teeth in hatred only to watch Danzo lean on his cane and walk step by step toward Shikaku. Uchiha Fu stood next to Shikaku and kicked a root operative away. You would attack a ninja of your own village in front of everyone. Has the Hokage become nothing in your eyes? Uchiha Fu was already a chunin of Konoha. According to village rules, aside from the leader of his own team, he now answered directly to the third Hokage. A chunin was no longer a genin, he was one of the village's core assets with a different standing. Lord Danzo's orders: capture the one-tailed Shikaku, kill all who get in the way. Although they had received orders to kill Uchiha Fu, that was not something to say aloud in such a situation. Root operatives were no fools. Uchiha Fu smiled contemptuously. Without a word, he enclosed himself in a barrier and indiscriminately bombarded both Shikaku and himself. Anyone could see what Danzo was driving at. He just won't say it outright, will he? What a cunning old fox. Shuriken continued flying over, as if they cost nothing, turning the sky into an iron rain. However, such conventional tactics were clearly useless. With a wave of Shikaku's hand, a fierce gale swept every attack aside. At last, Shikaku could no longer bear these irritating attacks. With a furious roar, it charged forward. True to its name as a tailed beast, even gravely wounded by Uchiha Fu earlier, it could not be suppressed by ordinary means. Shikaku crashed left and right through the root ranks, occasionally firing an air cannon that made the root operatives scramble to defend themselves. Suddenly, Shikaku's body tilted, one foot lost its balance, and it slammed heavily into the ground. The instant it touched the earth, its enormous head began to slowly turn purple. Poison insects. The Aburame clan. In recent years, Danzo, who had seized great power over Konoha's dark side, had continually coerced the village's noble clans into dispatching their members to serve root. The ninja clans, bearers of many secret arts and the backbone of Konoha, were being roped in by Danzo in this manner, and the third Hokage must have connived at it. At that moment, Aburame Shikuro manipulated nano-sized poison insects that ceaselessly tore at Shikaku's body. As Konoha's elite force, root did indeed have unique skills in combat. Just as Shikaku's form was held in check, a shinobi pulled out a Fuma Shuriken from his back and hurled it at the tailed beast's other leg. Uchiha Fu was about to leap away from a Fuma Shuriken that had accidentally flown toward him when his body suddenly stiffened. Shadow imitation technique. Uchiha Fu turned his head and saw his shadow connected to an elongated shadow. A man with his hair tied in a high ponytail was forming bizarre hand seals, staring at him with a serious expression. So the Nara clan has been taken by Danzo too. What's your name? I am Nara Suzaku. The man's face remained unaffected. Uchiha Fu used Iron Body and took the Fuma Shuriken head on. Seeing the Fuma Shuriken strike Uchiha Fu, Nara Suzaku was just about to guide his shadow toward the completed ceiling formation when he looked up and met Fu's deep, profound eyes. The pinwheel in Uchiha Fu's pupils spun at terrifying speed. Feel the pain, think of the pain, accept the pain, know the pain. Not good. Nara Suzaku's heart jolted. He had never suffered it himself, but he knew what he was seeing. This was an Uchiha clan Jinjutsu. He bit his tongue and jerked his head upward. He found himself sitting in a yakiniku restaurant. The Ino Shikacho trio was cheerfully having a meal. Nara Suzaku felt as though he had just woken from a strange dream. No sooner had he picked up a piece of grilled meat and put it in his mouth than a wave of nausea washed over him. What's going on? His belly began to swell, growing in pulses like a balloon. He stared at his abdomen in shock, thinking, I didn't eat that much. A minute later, his belly had expanded to a shocking size. The veins beneath his skin were clearly visible, and his abdominal skin had been stretched thin. What's happening? What's wrong with me? He screamed in dread. His two teammates turned to look at him. Oh, you're giving birth. With that, they picked up another piece of grilled meat and shoved it into their mouths. Nara Suzaku was on the verge of collapsing. What's with the two of you looking so unsurprised? How did I suddenly get pregnant? How am I going into labor? I'm a man, damn it. A moment later, his body gave a violent shudder, and a large patch of his trousers was wet with amniotic fluid. He had begun to give birth. Nara Suzaku collapsed to the ground and started rolling around wildly. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Holding his belly, he pressed and kneaded it with both hands, trying to ease the pain. It was useless. The pain kept stabbing into his mind in waves. So this is the pain of childbirth. Nara Shuju held his stomach, rubbing it with both hands in a futile attempt to ease the pain. I'm dying. But it was completely useless. The pain continued to pierce through his mind in waves. Is this really the pain of childbirths? Why am I giving birth to a child? Nara Shuju was suffering both psychologically and physically. His teammates nearby, however, seemed completely unfazed. Having a baby? That's totally normal. What do you mean normal? How could anything like this ever be normal? The pain had persisted for 24 hours. Nara Shuju's throat had long since grown hoarse from screaming. An overwhelming sense of shame made him feel as though his life was over. Having spent an entire day in the Jinjutsu space, only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. To the root ninja, Nara Shuju had merely been glared at by Uchiha Kaze, before collapsing to the ground limply, his eyes rolling back repeatedly, while his limbs twitched uncontrollably. What happened? Jinjutsu. A ninja stepped forward and gave Nara Shuju a tug. Nara Shuju stared blankly at his companion, then suddenly covered his face and burst into tears. Uchiha Kaze also felt somewhat at a loss. Making a grown man cry over something trivial. What kind of situation was this? Having broken free from the shadow imitation technique, Uchiha Kaze flashed back to the rear of the Konoha forces, his expression dark as he watched Danzo approach the one-tail. Uchiha Kaze, don't act impulsively. Jiraiya reached out and placed a hand on Uchiha Kaze's shoulder. Uchiha Kaze smiled. Don't worry, Lord Jiraiya. I won't make a move against Danzo, at least not here. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. You really dare to say that? Just make sure no one else hears you. Meanwhile, nearly half of the one-tail's body was already covered by nano-poison insects. Magnetic release, sand, gold burial. Resetsu, seeing the one-tail in danger, covered it with golden sand. Pop, pop, pop. Crisp sounds echoed as the nano-poison insects were crushed by the sand, bursting with crackling noises. Several root ninja drew their ninjato from behind and charged at Resetsu. Resetsu's magnetic release controlled the golden sand to form a protective barrier before him. Clang, clang, clang. No matter how the root ninja tried to break through, they couldn't get close to Resetsu. The Suna Jonin also gathered around at this time, blocking the root ninja from attacking the one-tail. Konoha actually planned this. They actually want to seize the one-tail. Danzo pressed his bandaged arm. Wood release was not yet the time to reveal itself. Danzo, it's truly better to meet than just to hear about you. Resetsu glanced at this emotionless man. The dark forces of Konoha had actually appeared on the battlefield as well. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo finally made his move, spitting out a massive amount of wind blades. Many Suna ninja couldn't dodge in time and were cut by the wind blades. The fourth Kazekage are you? Hand over the one-tail to me and I guarantee your position will be more secure. You'll gain Konoha's most sincere friendship. Danzo said, looking at the newly appointed Kazekage before him. Are you dreaming? You actually want me to give up the one-tail to you? Resetsu couldn't help but spit, his usually stern brows furrowing. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, continuously leaping to dodge Resetsu's golden sand attacks. In your current situation, besides cooperating with me, do you have any other choices? The one-tail was restrained by the root ninja's sealing technique, and the morale of the Suna Jonin was unstable. Many lacked reverence for the newly appointed Kazekage, appearing on the battlefield only out of duty to protect their village. Resetsu frowned slightly, but ignored Danzo's words. Magnetic release, golden sand waves. Under Resetsu's control, the golden sand rolled continuously before him, flying toward Danzo. Water release, water dragon bullet, jutsu. Several root ninja quickly formed hand seals to intercept Resetsu's magnetic release. Water release has a suppressive effect on sand. Although the golden sand wasn't ordinary sand, the impact of water release on the golden sand was still significant and could not be ignored. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Seeing several Suna Jonin unleash wind release, Danzo also quickly formed hand seals using wind release to intercept their attacks as well. The Suna village changed their offensive strategy, attacking the few people controlling the one-tail. As long as the one-tail breaks free, Konoha won't be able to stop it. But the one-tail was just. That person isn't on the same side as the one in front of us. Didn't you see him watching from the back? Not only Uchiha Kaze, but Jiraiya was also watching the show unfold. Danzo's target was the one-tail, and as a high-ranking commander of the Konoha forces, he had actually been kept in the dark by Danzo. Die. Two Suna Jonin swung their ninjato, creating a storm of sword light as they charged toward the root ninja performing the sealing technique. Since the massacre of the sand puppeteers by the Konoha White Feng, which had nearly wiped out their lineage entirely, the Suna village had placed greater emphasis on swordsmanship training. In contrast, after the Konoha White Feng died, no other sword master had emerged from Konoha. Hatake Kakashi hadn't followed his father's path either. He was more of a traditional Konoha ninja. The two Suna Jonin broke through Konoha's fire release blockade. Their flashing sword strikes felled the two root ninja, who were fully focused on their sealing jutsu. Danzo's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly, drawing a ninjato from his cane. Uchiha Kaze, who had been watching, paused in surprise. Does this old man know swordsmanship too? Jiraiya nodded. As a comrade of his teacher, it's only natural that he'd be powerful. The two Suna ninja desperately tried to block, but Danzo's weapon overwhelmed them, forcing them onto the defensive. How is this possible? Damn it. Danzo struck one Suna ninja in the back, then dodged Resetsu's golden sand attack. He gestured and countless kunai wrapped in explosive tags flew from the root ninja toward Resetsu. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted around Resetsu, sending thick smoke billowing into the air. Magnetic release, golden sand cube. Resetsu controlled the golden sand to wrap around himself, forming a rectangular spike that shot toward the sealing team. Stop him quickly. Danzo swung his blade at the golden sand, but it rebounded with a metallic ring upon contact. Resetsu was indeed worthy of inheriting the third Kazekage's legacy, having mixed gold into his sand. The magnetic release mixed with gold was denser and harder. The sealing team ninja couldn't dodge in time, and were struck by Resetsu, sent flying backward. This is bad. The sealing jutsu was struggling to maintain its hold. The one-tail's furious roar shook the ground, and made everyone's ears ring. You damn bastard. How dare you go after me? The one-tail's tail broke free from its bindings and lashed wildly, causing the ground to tremble with each strike. Shikaku's escape left the besieging root ninjas struggling to cope. Wind-style wind blade. Wind-style great breakthrough. The Mangekyō ninjas seized the moment to strike, helping to suppress the root ninjas. Boom. Boom. Finally, Shikaku completely tore free of its restraints. Terrifying energy gathered in its mouth, and in its rage it unleashed an ultimate attack. Tailed Beast Ball. Danzo, who knew the terror of this technique, wore a grim expression. If the tailed Beast Ball came hurtling over, who knew how many of Root's carefully nurtured elites would remain? Danzo turned his head and roared. Jiraiya, are you not going to make a move? Is this not Konoha's war? Jiraiya shook his head. This is your own action, not Konoha's. Are you trying to make the Mangekyō people watch our joke here? Danzo shouted unwillingly. It's your joke they're watching. Uchiha Feng sneered. This old fellow bared his fangs the moment the situation turned favorable, wanting to devour Shikaku whole. Yet his stomach isn't big enough for such an appetite. Opening his mouth so wide, isn't he afraid of chipping his teeth? Dark purple nanoscale venomous insects crawled up along Shikaku's steps. Shikaku clapped its hands and roared furiously. Do you think I'd fall for the same trick twice? Tailed beast chakra erupted violently, forming a protective barrier around Shikaku. The nanoscale venomous insects struck the barrier, emitting agonized shrieks and wisps of green smoke. Quite a few of them had been corroded by the tailed beast chakra. At that moment, the tailed beast ball finished forming and blasted toward Danzo. Shikaku was not in good condition at the moment, so the tailed beast ball it formed was considerably smaller. Even so, it was no small disaster for the root ninjas. Earth-style earth flow wall. Fire-style fireball technique. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. The root members hastily formed hand seals, unleashing one jutsu after another toward the tailed beast ball in an attempt to halt the terrifying sphere of energy. Boom. Bombarded by ninjutsu of various natures, the energy of the tailed beast ball became unstable. Fortunately, Shikaku was not in peak condition, which was why the tailed beast ball was so unstable. Rumble. The tailed beast ball exploded in the air, churning up a mushroom cloud. The terrifying aura made everyone present narrow their eyes. The few closest to the blast were swept up by the shockwave and instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace. Damn it. The power is too great. Danzo gritted his teeth and frantically dodged backward. The tailed beast ball's explosion carved a massive crater into the ground, as if it had been struck by a meteor. Huff, huff, huff. Danzo gasped for air in great heaves. At the last moment, he had used his arm modified with Hashirama's cells to block the lethal shockwave. Having lost his arm, Danzo instantly aged several years, and the chakra within him was on the verge of imbalance. Hashirama's cells were already unstable, and the physical imbalance exacerbated that instability. Retreat. Seeing that his forces had lost more than half, Danzo gave the order with reluctance. The root ninjas who had narrowly escaped death quickly reformed ranks and covered Danzo's retreat. Elder Danzo choosing to flee at a time like this? Jiraiya asked. Danzo did not return to the Konoha main force, but retreated toward Konoha. Elder Danzo, are you going to betray the Konoha main force and become a deserter? Uchiha Feng added fuel to the fire from the side. Danzo's gloomy eyes shot a glare at the two of them. This matter I will report personally to the third Hokage. The root ninjas are not under the command of the Konoha main force. Jiraiya said with a hint of disdain. You'd better stick to being your intelligence chief in the shadows. Matters of the battlefield really don't suit you. Hearing this, Danzo was so furious that he spat blood. If it weren't for you standing by and doing nothing, Shikaku would have been ours long ago. Your actions are a betrayal of Konoha. Enough, enough. Uchiha Feng waved his hand. Don't put that big hat on us, Danzo. And you Uchiha brat. Danzo had no intention of shutting up. You actually directed Shikaku to break the barrier I carefully arranged. This behavior of yours is a provocation against Konoha. Your actions will be put on the Elder's judgment table. Uchiha Feng narrowed his eyes, glaring at Danzo with hostility. Are you planning to sling mud at me? Danzo instinctively avoided Uchiha Feng's Sharingan. Whether it's dirty water or not, the Elders will judge. Don't worry, I will testify for you. Jiraiya interjected. I will too. Me too. Among the Konoha main force, the ninjas all chimed in at once. Danzo no longer spoke, his icy gaze sweeping over the several ninjas who had just spoken. What? Thinking of laying hands on Konoha people? Jiraiya stepped forward. Uchiha Feng also stepped forward and spoke. If any of you here suffers any injustice after returning to Konoha, I will hold you accountable. And you, Elder Danzo, will experience what true fear is. Danzo was silent for a while, seeming to want to say something more. Lord Danzo, we must leave now. We urgently need to regroup and receive treatment. Your body has become somewhat unstable, Lord Danzo. A root ninja said softly by Danzo's ear. Danzo nodded, ignored Jiraiya and Uchiha Feng, and left toward Konoha village. That annoying guy has finally left. Jiraiya giggled. Suddenly I feel so much lighter. Huh. Even in the middle of a war, I can't comprehend this guy's actions at all. Uchiha Feng laughed with his hands on his hips, then suddenly sucked in a cold breath. Ow ow. Seeing this, Jiraiya burst into laughter and patted Uchiha Feng on the shoulder. Hiss. Uchiha Feng drew in another sharp breath. Stop patting. It hurts more every time. Uchiha Feng quickly sat down to receive treatment from the medical team. On the battlefield, both sides suffered considerable losses. The ninjas of the two villages locked in fierce battle clashed with all their might in the first exchange. Like two male lions fighting over territory, they desperately tried to tear open each other's throats. On the battlefield, bright red blood soaked the sand beneath their feet. Broken weapons and puppets lay everywhere. At that moment, Shikaku had also returned to Bunpuku's body, and with its injuries, it urgently needed rest. Chiyo had not gained any advantage in her fight with Orochimaru. They had been constantly pulling at each other. Chiyo vaguely sensed that Orochimaru was still holding something back, so she did not rush to go all out. Tsukuyomi's ultimate weapon Shikaku had been thoroughly subdued by Uchiha Feng, and it was unlikely to confront Uchiha Feng head-on again. Fall back. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and spoke. Withdraw to the land of rain. If it weren't for that fool Danzo's erratic command, the battlefield would never have been chosen in the land of wind. Uchiha Feng stared in the direction Danzo had retreated. If I don't make you experience the pain of childbirth today, won't I have been played for a fool by you? The great Konoha army withdrew from the land of wind in an orderly fashion. Raza, however, still yearned to give chase to the retreating Konoha ninja, to tear away yet more of their flesh and blood. Ebizo halted Raza's instinct to pursue. The situation had grown only more convoluted. At this moment, Tsukuyomi had to conserve its own strength to navigate the increasingly treacherous web of circumstances. Back in the land of rain, the Konoha army silently pitched camp and kindled fires. The camp was stiflingly, suffocatingly quiet. After such a great battle, everyone bore wounds of one kind or another, and many comrades had been left behind in the land of wind forever. Within the camp, the only sounds were the crackling of flames and the hurried footsteps of medical ninja. Jiraiya saw through Uchiha Feng's intentions, yet he made no move to stop him. What Danzo had done this time was far too excessive. Even Jiraiya could hardly stomach it. Still, Jiraiya cautioned Uchiha Feng not to go too far and take a life. Though Root answered only to Danzo, they were after all still ninja of Konoha. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Uchiha Feng said, thumping his chest. And with that he raced off in the direction Danzo had taken. Barely 2 minutes later, Uchiha Feng came scurrying back and said to Orochimaru, "Lend me someone from the Hyuga clan." Not good at tracking. Orochimaru's lips curled with amusement. How rare. There is actually something you can't do. What kind of talk is that? I can't possibly be good at everything. Uchiha Feng let out a humph. Since the battle had ended, Orochimaru had become intensely interested in Feng's Mangekyō Sharingan, slyly probing again and again to learn just what it could do. Uchiha Feng was tempted to let Orochimaru sample his Mangekyō Sharingan personally, but on reflection he refrained. He was afraid Orochimaru might actually develop some bizarre new jutsu from the experience. After all, ninja of a research-oriented bent were the most terrifying and the most unscrupulous breed of all. Orochimaru snickered slyly to himself for a moment, then summoned a female ninja of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Yuri, you will go with Uchiha Feng to track down Elder Danzo's whereabouts and ensure that Elder Danzo returns safely to Konoha. Orochimaru announced with due solemnity. When assigning missions, one had to keep a straight face after all. He could hardly say take Uchiha Feng along to knock Danzo on the head. Hyuga Yuri was tall and slender, her expression cool and aloof. On her forehead was the mark of the caged bird, a sign that she belonged to the branch family. Uchiha Feng had Hyuga Yuri activate her Byakugan. I'll carry you on my back. Hold on tight. I run pretty fast. Hyuga Yuri hesitated, then quietly clambered onto Uchiha Feng's back. So thin, it feels like I'm not carrying anything at all. Feng hefted Hyuga Yuri onto his back and hopped a couple of times to get used to it. Something soft yet springy bounced against his back twice. Hyuga Yuri let out a soft, flustered cry, clearly startled by Uchiha Feng. A blush rose to her cheeks, and she clutched at his clothes with both hands. Hold tight, I'm about to take off. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Hyuga Yuri saw the scenery before her hurtling past at a frantic pace. Even her activated Byakugan found it hard to keep up. When you see Roots Ninja and Danzo, tell me, and I'll put you down in advance. As a scion of a prestigious clan, it's better if you don't have any direct conflict with Danzo. And besides, as a member of the branch family, making an enemy of Danzo could bring you no small trouble. Hyuga Yuri was taken aback, having never expected Uchiha Feng to be so thoughtful. She nodded gently and squeezed out an M from between her lips. Danzo's group had not stopped to rest, but their pace was far from quick. Including Danzo himself, nearly all of the remaining Root members were wounded, which slowed their march considerably. Root had lost no small measure of elite strength this time, causing even Danzo considerable heartache. Though he commanded vast resources, Jonin-level combat power was not something that sheer resources alone could cultivate. Lord Danzo, someone is coming this way, a sensory-type ninja called out in warning. Before the words had fully died away, a figure appeared in the distance, sprinting toward them and raising a colossal wave of dust. Danzo raised his hand, ordering his subordinates to assume battle readiness. Elder Danzo. Uchiha Feng took a deep breath and waved. Finally caught up with you, Elder Danzo. Seeing the Root ninja all staring daggers at him, Uchiha Feng prudently came to a stop. He set Hyuga Yuri down from his back and asked reassuringly, do you know the way back? Hyuga Yuri hesitated a moment, then nodded. Don't be impulsive. Although what Elder Danzo did has cost us heavily, we can report it to the Hokage once we return to the village. Uchiha Feng patted Hyuga Yuri on the shoulder. This girl was genuinely kind, just a bit naive. Without Hiruzen Sarutobi's tacit consent, would Danzo ever have dared to make a move on a tailed beast in the middle of a battlefield? That old codger Danzo had always regarded the capture of tailed beasts as a vital means of boosting his own reputation. Uchiha Feng, what do you want from me? Danzo shot Uchiha Feng a sour look. After demolishing his tailed beast capture operation, this fellow still dared to appear before him. Had he grown weary of living? Danzo cast a dark look at Hyuga Yuri beside Feng, already calculating how he would explain to the Uchiha and Hyuga clans if he made the two of them vanish. A branch house Hyuga, that one is easy enough to deal with. Uchiha Feng meanwhile said a few more words to Hyuga Yuri, and only then did she nod and turn away with some lingering hesitation. Oh, Danzo was mystified. I thought you brought a Hyuga along to stop me from ambushing you, to make me hold back for fear of harming her. Uchiha Feng waved his hand with a smile as sweet and innocent as could be. Elder Danzo, whatever do you mean? Why would Elder Danzo ambush me? I'm a ninja of Konoha after all. Yes, a ninja of Konoha you are. Danzo laughed self-deprecatingly. Over the years the number of Konoha ninja who had died at his hands far outnumbered those from other villages. Elder Danzo, I have important intelligence. Hold it. A root ninja thrust out an arm to bar Uchiha Feng, then turned his head toward Danzo. Danzo nodded. What intelligence? Hand it over then. The root ninja was just reaching for the scroll when Uchiha Feng suddenly cried out, this is secret intelligence sent back by the Uchiha spies. It concerns the very seat of the Hokage. It must be kept strictly confidential. We may well have a new Hokage before long. Perhaps Konoha will soon have a new Hokage. Uchiha Feng made his brazen declaration. The ninja of Root encircled him, eyeing the grinning young man with hostile expressions. They were only waiting for Danzo's command to make their move against him. As elite members of Root, they had been trained as assassins from the very beginning. They might be a bit lacking when it came to a tailed beast, but when it came to dealing with Konoha ninja, they were professionals. Hearing Uchiha Feng's words, Danzo mused for a moment. Go on. Danzo narrowed his eyes and studied Uchiha Feng closely, wanting to hear what he had to say. Uchiha Feng gave a light cough and cleared his throat. Danzo's expression instantly soured. At this critical moment, he was clearing his throat. Seeing that Danzo was about to lose his composure, Uchiha Feng hurriedly spoke. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is very dissatisfied with the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's governing philosophy, believing that it was he who brought the Land of Fire to its current predicament of being surrounded by foes on all sides. Uchiha Feng launched into his talk no jutsu, the art of grand deception. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he was gloating. He knew it. A weak diplomatic philosophy like Hiruzen Sarutobi's will never lead to good results. Keep talking. Danzo raised his chin, motioning for Uchiha Feng to go on. How do you know this? The daimyo of the Land of Fire held a secret meeting with my father Uchiha Ieyasu. Since my father has no interest in the position of Hokage, nothing came of it. A fire flickered in Danzo's eyes. The Uchiha clan, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, had actually come to consult them about who should become Hokage. Lord Danzo, this information has not yet been confirmed as true or false. A ninja hurried forward and whispered in Danzo's ear. Danzo waved his hand in irritation. Keep talking. After returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, my father told only me about it, and told me to take the secret to the grave. I think that if there is anyone in Konoha who deserves the name of Hokage, it must be Elder Danzo. Uchiha Feng thumped his chest. A disciple of the second Hokage, powerful, and of the Hokage line. He is strong and ruthless in battle. It's just a pity. What's a pity? Danzo asked impatiently. It's a pity that your relationship with the daimyo isn't good. Danzo fell silent. As Konoha's darkness, he had indeed sometimes spoken sharply to the daimyo when reporting on his work. So the daimyo has some resentment toward me. I really should pay more attention to how I speak. Uchiha Feng continued. I truly cannot think of anyone more suitable to succeed as Hokage than you, Elder Danzo. Under my persuasion, my father also plans to support your succession. Danzo seemed moved by the offer. Though he tried to keep an expressionless face, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed him. And this scroll, Danzo was still somewhat suspicious, but Uchiha Feng's words had hit the exact spot he yearned for. Had it not been for the fact that the man before him was a member of the Uchiha clan, and that his teacher Tobirama Senju's stance toward the Uchiha was so resolute, he would have done everything in his power to win this man over and make him his right-hand man. Once he became Hokage, he would make him the Hokage's assistant. This scroll concerns something of great importance. Uchiha Feng grinned and said in a low voice, these are the clansmen my father has been nurturing and supporting within the Uchiha clan over the years. The sort who will step forward at a single word at the critical moment. Although the Uchiha bloodline was powerful, the majority were still Chunin and Genin. After all, Jonin were extremely rare in every village. There were also many affiliated clans which made up no small force. Danzo seemed swayed and nodded. I understand. I will give serious consideration to your proposal. With that, Danzo stretched out his hand and accepted the scroll from Uchiha Feng. Cunning as he was, Danzo had been on guard against Uchiha Feng the entire time. He was guarding not only against a sudden surprise attack, but also against that pair of ominous eyes. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he himself had witnessed the terror of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Seeing Uchiha Feng hand over the scroll with an ordinary look in his eyes, Danzo nodded inwardly. Then, Elder Danzo, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Danzo accept the scroll, Uchiha Feng chuckled and waved his hand. So does this mean we're in agreement, Elder Danzo? Danzo said nothing. Although his attitude toward the Uchiha had not changed, he could use their power to ascend to the Hokage seat, and then purge them later. Danzo was quite adept at such deeds. Watching Uchiha Feng turn and leave, Danzo gripped the scroll tightly in his hand. Lord Danzo, should we inspect the scroll for any tampering? A silver-haired ninja asked, staring at the scroll in Danzo's hand. No need. Danzo waved his hand and slipped the scroll into his sleeve. In matters like this, how could he trust his own subordinates? He would open it himself after returning. In the village of Konoha, what trouble could there be? Filled with anticipation of becoming Hokage and the thought that after waiting so many years his efforts had finally been acknowledged by someone, Danzo did not want to linger a single moment longer and hurried toward Konoha. The ninja of Root exchanged glances and followed Danzo in silence. They did not dare say anything about Danzo's distrust of his subordinates just now, but in their hearts they vaguely felt that something was not right. Uchiha Feng sat on a tree branch grinning as he watched Danzo depart. This time I'm on a whole different level. Thanks to his extraordinary speed and the Byakugan's extremely long scouting range, Uchiha Feng had spotted Danzo's group from far away. He had deliberately taken a long detour precisely so he could set up a Jinjutsu barrier before Danzo arrived. As everyone knows, the stronger a barrier's energy, the greater the ripples it gives off, and the easier it is to detect. The barrier Uchiha Feng set up was extremely simple and had no killing power at all. In simple terms, its effect was to place a filter around his eyes that activated at all times. It concealed all signs of his Sharingan being activated, making Danzo think that he had never used it. Without realizing it, Danzo had fallen for Uchiha Feng's trick. This was a sealing technique that Kushina Uzumaki had created casually. Because she felt it was useless, Kushina had tucked it into a scroll like a piece of scrap paper. Unexpectedly, it proved invaluable at this moment. Uchiha Feng covered his mouth, but he still could not stop himself from laughing, his body shaking as he suppressed the urge. He could hardly wait to see the look on Danzo's face. It was going to be absolutely spectacular. Much like Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Kaze's Mangekyō Sharingan could transfer the damage inflicted within a Jinjutsu directly onto the victim's psyche. Compared with Tsukuyomi's crude habit of merely drawing a knife and stabbing, Uchiha Kaze preferred his own Mangekyō. Its psychic contamination was too overwhelming. What man could endure such a mortifying ordeal? The first victim, Nara Suzaku, let out screams that raised goosebumps across one's skin. When the Jinjutsu was lifted, Nara Suzaku still bore the look of someone thoroughly broken by the experience. Too embarrassing. Too perverted. But I love it. Inside the Jinjutsu space, Danzo led a squad of Root back to Konohagakure. With urgent thoughts weighing on his mind, he ignored the two gate guards' questions and merely shot them an icy glare. Lord Danzo, have you forgotten who we are? How dare you stop us? Well, we were only following orders. Do not get entangled with them. The urgency in Danzo's voice left the Root shinobi taken aback. How long had it been since they had last seen Lord Danzo so anxious? Unable to contain his impatience, Danzo returned to Root's stronghold and set up a barrier alone. As a spy master, the only person he trusted was himself. Everyone else merely had different degrees of use. Danzo took out the scroll Uchiha Kaze had given him, sniffed it, then scrutinized it carefully. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, no fluctuations of chakra, Danzo cautiously unfolded one corner of the scroll. At the same time, he kept a signal flare clutched in his hand, ready to summon help the instant anything seemed amiss. Danzo believed some of Uchiha Kaze's words, but not all. Toward the Uchiha, he still preserved a shred of wariness. Danzo unrolled the scroll. Names surfaced one after another: Uchiha Teka Uchiha, Inabi Uchiha Yashiro Uchiha Yuru. Uchiha Taiki. Wait a moment. Danzo sensed something amiss. Uchiha Taiki. That name. It sounds as if I've heard it somewhere. Danzo frowned as a familiar feeling crept over him. After racking his brains for a while, he finally realized. He hurled the scroll to the ground. That bastard. A mere pancake vendor actually made it onto the scroll. That Uchiha Kaze has been playing me from the very start. Danzo suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He swallowed an antidote at once and lit the signal flare in his hand. The Root shinobi who heard the summons, everyone still within the Konoha base, hurried over. Lord Danzo, what happened? An enemy attack. Danzo covered his mouth, forcing down the nausea. Lord Danzo, what is going on? Lord Danzo, your stomach. Someone cried out. Danzo looked down. His lower belly was swelling rapidly. Within seconds, it had already grown to the size of a small ball. What is this? Danzo frowned, probing the condition inside his belly. What? He barely had time to process it. There seemed to be a living creature inside him with a faint heartbeat. A tailed beast. Or a parasite. The master conspirator thought furiously. If it was a parasite, it was growing far too quickly, expanding that many times in mere seconds. Danzo was a man of ruthless decisiveness. He drew his ninja sword and moved to slice open his own stomach. Wait, Lord Danzo. A sensory-type shinobi called out to stop him. It's not a parasite, it's a person. A fetus developing inside you. Danzo stared at him with icy eyes as if looking at a dead man. A fetus in his stomach. Was this some kind of joke? Such an absurd violation of nature. Even Orochimaru could not manage it. Could the Hashirama cells inside him be responsible? Danzo's paranoia began to stir again. But the fetus inside his abdomen was developing at an astonishing pace. Before long, it strained against Danzo's clothes, and his belly continued to grow. Danzo endured the agony of his stomach being torn open without making a sound. If any of you has a suggestion, speak now. Clenching his back teeth, Danzo looked at his subordinates. They exchanged glances, none of them knowing what to say. Suddenly Danzo's brows drew tight. The agony of childbirth had arrived. Clutching his belly, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is a strange thing indeed, he said. I thought I was old enough to have witnessed everything the shinobi world has to offer. I never expected to live long enough to see something so eye-opening. Ignoring the cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Danzo drew his ninja sword and slashed open his abdomen. Take it out. Danzo's face was pale. Cutting open one's own belly was not something one could accomplish with sheer grit alone. A medical ninja donned gloves, parted Danzo's wound, and quietly examined the inside. There's nothing. Paranoid as ever, Danzo kicked the medical ninja aside and pointed at another. You try. After another search, they still found nothing. The Mangekyō Sharingan's Jinjutsu created no object, it only made the victim feel pain. How could they possibly find anything? The pain had to be endured for a full 24 hours. Pale from excessive blood loss, Danzo gritted his teeth against wave after wave of pain. After bearing it for a time, he suddenly ordered everyone out. Get out. All of you get out. Danzo roared, his voice hoarse. No matter how strong one's will, it meant nothing under such agonizing pain. For a man, this pain was impossible to resist, a suffering beyond what any physiology could explain. Once everyone was gone, Danzo rolled on the ground. As if that might relieve the pain a little. But it was futile. Danzo tried to use a secret technique to knock himself unconscious. Yet the next moment the pain shocked him awake through sheer agony. After enduring 24 unrelenting hours, Danzo's eyes had rolled back until only the whites were visible. Anyone who did not know might have thought Danzo had transplanted the Byakugan. Is it over? The pain in his abdomen slowly faded. Though some phantom pain remained, it was only an illusion of the body. Danzo struggled to his feet. He drew his ninja sword and slashed wildly, smashing the office to pieces. As the Root Squad was making their way, they suddenly noticed Danzo's footsteps falter. Lord Danzo. Danzo's eyes snapped open. Clutching his stomach, he let out a long breath. Raise Uchiha Kaze's threat level to that of a tailed beast.